Like, subscribe and share Light Fanfiction audiobook channel for 2-part. Chapter 1. In the RB country, in a gorgeous manor, in this manor lives Donghuang Aja, the leader of the largest conglomerate in the RB country, but today's unexpected is that today everyone's focus is on another person on the body, that is the body of Donghuang Aja's wife, Nanamai. At this moment, there was a loud baby cry in the garden. That's right, you heard it right, it's not a cry, it's a cry. After a loud cry, Li Yunyi's soul came into the body of the newborn baby inexplicably. After Li Yunyi regained consciousness, everything that appeared in front of him made him feel very unfamiliar. Li Yunyi's heart was blinded by the scene that appeared in front of him, and the little white beauties in nurse costumes stood aside, staring straight at himself. But what happened to those pair of peach eyes? Why do I feel a strangeness? At this moment, a voice like the sound of nature rang in Li Yunyi's ear. It's really cute. He must be a handsome boy who is loved by girls when he grows up. Li Yunyi? I've always been handsome, okay? Yes. Our child must look like me. Li Yunyi? Damn you, can you still have a face? Are you praising me or praising yourself? Hee hee. Are you complimenting yourself? Look at your stinky beauty. Then again, what's a good name for our baby? A tall, handsome middle-aged man walked over to the baby, picked up Li Yunyi excitedly, and said slowly, how about calling her Donghuang Yunyi? Ding, the anti-sky talent system is being activated, the current progress, 1%, 6%, 10%, 14%, 20%. Ding, the progress of the first stage of the system is completed, and the host of the second stage of progress please wait patiently. Li Yunyi, oh no! It should now be called Donghuang Yunyi. After waiting for so long, why is this broken system so updated to 20% and there is no movement? Hey! 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 System. No response. Am I being abandoned by the system? It has been about half a year since Yunyi was born. Now Yunyi has a cute face, silver hair can be faintly seen on Yunyi's head. His blue eyes gleamed slightly. Don't ask me why I have silver hair and purple-red blue eyes, just ask me and I don't know why. Yunyi turned her head to look at the sleeping woman beside her, the face of an angel, the figure of a devil, noble, charming and gentle. It is difficult to describe this woman in words, but what Yunyi has in her heart is only warmth and happiness, a little bit of thought. Because this is his mother in this life, Nanamai, who is one of the most important people in this world. Time flies, 4.5 years later. In a gorgeous and elegant manner, on a swing in the corner of a dense and lush garden, a silver-haired boy of 4 or 5 years old is sitting on the swing. The boy's eyes exude an intoxicating 3-color eyes. Red, purple, and blue, shining like a dazzling galaxy. It's almost 5 years in the blink of an eye, and this rotten system is finally about to be activated. In the past 4.5 years, Yunyi finally understood the law of system activation. Almost every year, the activation progress will increase by 20%, and it will continue to activate in the second year. Every time, Yunyi was so anxious that he wanted to get into his head and kick the system hard. But the hard work pays off, time will eventually come to an end, and all the waiting will end today, Yunyi thought in a daze. Just then, the maid walked to Yunyi's side. Little Master Yunyi, dinner is ready. I heard that there are still your favorite delicious sticks and seafood. Yunyi, hey. Hi. Really? Maid, ha. Yes, young Master Yunyi. Then let's go. I'm really hungry. Ha. Hi. The maid took Yunyi's little hand and walked towards the interior of the manor. After dinner. I'm done. Yunyi ran to his room and locked the door immediately after eating, waiting for the system to activate. This child Yunyi, why are you in such a hurry today? Nanamai asked curiously to herself. The maid replied, Ma'am, Master Yunyi seems to be looking forward to something today. Oh. Is it? Forget it, let him be happy with his own secrets. Inside the room, Yuni lay on his bed, closed his eyes and listened to the defying talent system is loading progress, 80%, 84%, 89%, 96%, 99%, 100%*. Chapter 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the loading of the anti-sky talent system is completed. Ding! The activation package has been issued. Ding! The 5-year gift package has been reissued. Yuni abruptly opened his eyes and sat up. There is still a gift package for reissue. It seems that these 5 years have not been in vain. Yuni took a deep breath, opened the activation package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Anti-Celestial Physique Enhancement Potion X1. Ding! Congrats to the host for getting the heaven-defying basketball bracers X2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the basketball knee pads X2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a complete set of basketball jerseys against the sky X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a pair of sky-defying basketball shoes X1. Physique Enhancement Potion. After taking it, it can enhance the host's physical attributes, and the attribute value will gradually increase as the host grows until it reaches the full value. Note, the host can speed up the absorption of the potion during daily exercise. Sky-defying basketball bracers. The weight can be adjusted according to the host's wishes and the size can be changed according to the host's own conditions. With the increase of attributes, it can increase the corresponding percentage of pitching feel, increase the corresponding percentage of ball control feel, and increase the corresponding percentage of shooting percentage, increases the local damage reduction by the corresponding percentage. Sky-defying basketball knee pads. The weight can be adjusted according to the host's wishes and the size can be changed according to the host's own conditions. With the increase of attributes, the dribbling speed can be increased by a corresponding percentage, and the local injury reduction can be increased by a corresponding percentage. The whole set of basketball jerseys against the sky, the weight can be adjusted according to the host's will and the size can be changed according to the host's own conditions. With the growth of attributes, the physical strength value and the physical strength recovery speed of the corresponding percentage can be increased. Note, the selection of the jersey number needs to be careful. Once it is decided, it cannot be changed. Sky-defying basketball shoes. The weight can be adjusted according to the host's wishes and the size can be changed according to the host's own conditions. With the increase of attributes, the movement speed can be increased by a corresponding percentage, and the jump can be increased by a corresponding percentage. The maximum jump is 2 meters under normal incidental conditions. In the case of a zone, it can be increased to 2.5 meters, increasing the local damage reduction of the corresponding percentage. Yuni froze for a while looking at the gift of the activation package. I rely on. I rely on. Rely on. What's the situation? This equipment is too bad. But why is it all related to basketball? It's not related to basketball. Parallel world? Anime world? Novel world? Let's open the second gift package first. System. Open all the remaining gift packages. Ding. The gift bag has been opened. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent skill Perfect Copy, Unawakened, Talent Implantation, 10%, 50%, 100%, the talent implantation is successful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the talent skill 3 pointers, Unawakened, Talent Implantation, 10%, 50%, 100%, the talent implantation is successful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent skill Super Speed Dribble, Unawakened, Talent Implantation, 10%, 50%, 100%, the talent implantation is successful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent skill Emperor I, unawakened, talent implantation, 10%, 50%, 100%, the talent implantation is successful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the talent skill Impenetrable Defense, unawakened, talent implantation, 10%, 50%, 100%, the talent implantation is successful. Perfect copy, unawakened. In the unawakened state, you can only imitate and strengthen the movements and ball skills that you have only seen once, except for special skills. After awakening, you can imitate all the ball skills and movements under the host's own attributes. Note, actions and skills beyond their own attributes cannot be imitated. Full court 3-pointer, unawakened. In the unawakened state, only 100% shooting can be guaranteed when the half court is empty, and 100% shooting can be performed at any point in the whole court after awakening. Note, when someone is defending, it may reduce the shooting percentage of the shot. Ultra high-speed dribble, unawakened. In the unawakened state, you can only perform ultra high-speed dribbling in the normal way. After awakening, you can perform ultra high-speed dribbling as you like. Note, indefinite shooting can be activated after awakening, and the host can also develop and practice by himself. Emperor I, unawakened. The unawakened state also has good insight, so it is easy to find the opponent's flaws. After awakening, you can see through everything and see the future of the opponent's actions. Impeccable defense, unawakened. In the unawakened state, the range is limited to the inside area, and the 3-point line after awakening is not all defensive area. Note, after implanting this talent, the host also acquires the character of foodie and cutesy. Ah! A talented explosion. Am I going to rise? Ha ha ha. Hey? Something seems to be wrong. What's the situation? When I looked at the introduction of the impeccable defense talent, what was going on? It's not good, it's not good, the system. You are not authentic, don't. Chapter 3. The next morning. When Yuni woke up, she felt different. There was always a sense of disobedience. She felt as if she would forget something accidentally, and then she had a craving for snacks. Yuni scratched his head. I'm stumped. Is this inheriting Atsushi Murasakibara's innate attributes of Luna and foodie? I was in a daze for a while with an embarrassed look on my face. Hey! Nothing can be done. Yuni said helplessly, System, do I still have a chance to change back when I look like this? At this time, a system prompt sounded. Originally, the implantation of talents has no side effects. Since the host is currently only 5 years old, his physical fitness has not grown up, resulting in the sequelae caused by the incomplete integration of the 5 talents into the host. The host does not need to. I'm worried, this is only temporary. As the host's physique grows, the talent will gradually and completely merge with the host, and the side effects will naturally disappear by then. Hey! Don't you have a choice now? Hey! Wait, isn't there a constitution potion thing? Thinking of this, Yuni immediately took out the constitution potion and drank it. Closing, resting. After a while, Yuni opened his eyes, but there was no response at all. It may be that the system can't stand it anymore, and it prompts, Host, the absorption process of the anti-sky system enhancement potion needs to be gradual. Under normal conditions, the physique enhancement potion will only be absorbed slowly. If the host actively exercises, or is playing basketball, it will speed up the absorption of the potion. Yuni thought blankly, It's so troublesome, I don't want to move. Hey! Forget it, let's go with the flow. Then he changed into his basketball equipment from the system and walked out of his room. During the meal, everyone looked at Donghwang Yuni curiously in front of them, watching Donghwang Yuni dressed in a basketball shirt eating food cutely, and the maids always had the urge to go up and pinch their cheeks. Nina smiled curiously and said to Yuni, Baby Yuni, do you like basketball? Yuni stopped the movement in his hand, looked up at Nanami with a bulging mouth, shook his head, and then lowered his head to continue the movement in his hand. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts are almost melted. It's so cute. Nanami walked over and hugged Donghwang Yuni and gave him a big kiss. Baby Yuni, mother can't bear to let you go, why are you so cute? Can you sleep with mother at night? This sudden action made Donghwang Yuni shy, lowered his head slightly, and covered his hot and flushed face with his small hands, but he still chewed from time to time, as if even embarrassment was not as important as the food in his mouth. Although Donghwang Yuni is a transmigrator, after all, he was a single dog with no relatives in his previous life. The first brother, who has never experienced it, was visited by his mother and felt mixed emotions in his heart, excited, happy, shy, afraid, worried, looking forward to, and so on with a series of emotions. However, happiness is still in the majority. After all, her current life, Donghwang Yuni, is very satisfying and cherished. Seeing her child's cute behavior, Nanami couldn't stand it anymore, and she was itching to kiss Donghwang Yuni again. Donghwang Yuni murmured to stop being embarrassed, Mom, that I want a basketball. Whatever my baby Yuni wants, my mother will help baby Yuni to get it, leave it to my mother. Nanami agreed without thinking, and even forgot that Yuni shook her head just now that she had no interest in basketball. Hey! Then I would like to thank my mother. After thinking about it, Yuni mustered up the courage to kiss Nanami on the neck. Mom is the best, baby Yuni loves you. Then Yuni covered her face and ran to her seat with her head lowered and continued to eat her own food. And just like that, the breakfast time ended with everyone's heartfelt comments and Yuni's embarrassed and shy meal. Not long after the meal, Yuni ate the snacks in her hands in a daze, and her cute and dazed appearance seemed to make people feel that there was no sense of disobedience. At this moment, an old man with white hair and looking refreshed came over. The old man had a kind expression on his face, but he could see from his eyes that there was wit, vicissitudes, and hidden sharpness in the eyes of the old man. That's right, this old man is Donghwang's housekeeper Giguyuj. He used to be a special operator of a special agency. He was injured in a mission and was rescued after encountering Donghwang Aja. In order to thank Dongfang Aja, he began to follow Dongfang Aja after his discharge from the army, and was deeply trusted by Dongfang Aja and Nanami. Young Master Yuni, your basketball. Yuni stood up immediately and said hurriedly, Yat. Grandpa Gigu, just call me Yuni or Xiaoi in the future. If you call me that, I will be taught by my parents. And I'm really not used to it, young master. Ha! 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 The Gigu housekeeper loves Yuni very much. The butler of Gigu smiled slightly, and didn't say much, just looked at Donghwang Yuni kindly, then touched Donghwang Yuni's head and handed the basketball over. When Yuni took the orange-yellow basketball from the Gigu butler, the system prompt sounded in his mind again. Yuni then thanked the housekeeper, bowed to the housekeeper, and ran away with the basketball. Asterisk. Chapter 4. A green corner of the manor, where the sun shines on the treetops, the ropes under the tree are connected to the swing, a young man sits on the swing, his silver hair is fluttering, and the red, blue, and purple pupils are shining brightly, as if to shine out. Bright as a galaxy. Ding! The system function is officially activated, and the activation function is as follows. Ding! Function 1, Basic Query, Introduction. The host can view all character information in the field of vision, including himself. Ding! Function 2, Mall Exchange, Introduction. The host can use the points to exchange all basketball-related skills and items in the mall. Ding! Function 3, Create your own ball skills, Introduction. The host can come up with a possible ball skill to deduce and evolve by himself, so as to deduce and evolve his own mature ball skills. Note, the speed of evolution is based on the difficulty of the ball skills. You can only evolve one skill at a time. Ding! Function 4, Point achievement, introduction. According to the host's own actions, the corresponding achievements will be obtained, such as the first time the host touches a basketball, the first shot, slam dunk, game, victory, and the second contact, and so on. Note: related achievements can only be completed in basketball-related events, and achievement points can be exchanged for items in the mall. Hearing this, Yuni froze for a while. Hey? This is the voice that suddenly appeared in Yuni's mind after taking the basketball from the Gigu butler, so Yuni picked up the basketball and ran here, intending to ponder it carefully. System, check my own information. Ding! The host information has been loaded. Basic properties. Name, Donghwang Yuni. S*X, male. Height, 115 centimeters. Weight, 23 kilograms. Stamina, 17, plus 0%. Strength, 20, plus 0%. Speed, 16, plus 0%. Jump height, 0.17 meters, plus 0%. Ball control, 6, plus 0%. Hit rate, 1, plus 0%. Talent skills. Perfect copy, unawakened, full court 3-pointer, unawakened, super high-speed dribble, unawakened, Emperor Eye, unawakened, impeccable defense, not awakened. Possessing skills, none. Self-created skills, none. Zone, not enabled. Achievement points, 0. Ding! From the moment you pick up the ball and basketball, every time the host does something related to basketball, he will complete the corresponding achievement and get points. Ding! The host will reward 100 points for touching a basketball for the first time. Ding! The host will reward 10 points for wearing a basketball shirt for the first time. Ding! The host will reward 10 points for wearing basketball shoes for the first time. Ding! The host's first time. Ding! The host has 150 achievement points. Yuni scratched her head and thought, Now I have 150 achievement points. Ding! It is recommended that the host exchange basic basketball skills and basketball knowledge for the first time. After Yuni opened them all, his eyes almost popped out when he looked at the row after page of skills and items. Wow! This, and this, they all look amazing. But they all look troublesome. Yuni looked up at basketball basic skills 100 points and basketball knowledge encyclopedia 50 points, well, just 150 points. Hey! Although it feels troublesome, N.A. Then I will listen to you. Let's exchange these two first. Ding! Basketball basic skills 100 points, redeemed successfully. Automatic integration. Ding! Integration is successful. Ding! Basketball knowledge encyclopedia 50 points, successfully redeemed. Automatic integration. Ding! Successful integration. Immediately, Yuni felt that her whole person was different. It was as if she had been involved with basketball for many years. That kind of self-confidence was not something that only a good foundation in basketball could produce. And there are various knowledge points of basketball that are completely integrated into his head. Even going to a certain school to be a coach is more than enough. Of course, the feeling is the feeling, but Yuni, who has a cute road idiot attribute and a foodie attribute, doesn't think so. Yuni now just wants to lazily lean back somewhere and eat snacks silently. Kazi. That's how cool it is. 3 days later. There is a basketball court somewhere in the manor. This basketball court was built for Donghwang Yuni by the butler of Gigu. It can be seen that Gigu's rights in Donghwang's family, and how trust Donghwang's family has in Gigu's butler, do not need to be reported to the owner at all. Of course, this is also the privilege that Donghwang Aja gives to Gigu's butler. Just in this stadium, there is a bang. 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 Originally, Yuni didn't plan to exercise, but seeing the Gigu housekeeper and his son build a basketball court for himself, if he didn't use it at all, he would feel bad. After some dribbling, shooting, and other practice, Yuni started to sweat, and sweat ticking after a while. Tick. Flowed down from his forehead. Of course, Yuni has also tried the skills of the Age of Miracles, but it has never been successful. After asking the system, the answer is that his own attributes can't keep up. Hey! So tired. It's still really troublesome. Asterisk. Chapter 5. Time hurried from winter to spring, and 10 years passed in a blink of an eye. Kanagawa Prefecture. In front of Shohoku High School. Crack. Crack. On the turbulent road, the sound of chewing was constantly heard, and I saw a young boy with short silver hair holding a few packets of snacks in his hands while walking and eating. His handsome face, as sharp as a knife, was surprisingly cute and lazy, even more so. It adds a lot of cute and close temperament to the original handsome. Especially the pair of red, blue, and purple pupils are as bright as the stars in the Milky Way. Every time they go to a place, they will usher in waves of turning heads and discussions. Look! Look! Over there! Wow! So handsome! So cute! Kawaii! I really want to be his girlfriend. I really want to meet him. The men next to him all stared at the silver-haired boy with dissatisfaction and said, I'm so angry. Why is that face not mine, damn it? At this time, although Yuni was still eating snacks in her mouth, she had already stood there thinking constantly. Hey? Where should I go? This way, or this way, or this way? Just then, there was a cry of crying in Yuni's ear. Ah! I failed again. Congratulations! Sakuragi Hanamichi, you've already been dumped 50 times today. Hee hee. No one can break this world record. Damn! Bang! 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 Yuni looked at the 4 living treasures and heard their slapstick and knew that these 4 were Sakuragi's gang. Then the redhead must be Sakuragi Hanamichi. Watching the bleak figure of Sakuragi Hanamichi go farther and farther feels particularly funny. Yuni walked over and looked at the 3 living treasures lying on the ground with bags on their heads and said, can you do me a favor? The 3 of them looked up at the same time, and they were instantly amazed. The handsome appearance, cute expression, tricolored eyes, and silver hair made the 3 of them feel uncomfortable. Hey? Who are you? Crack! 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 Hello, my name is Donghwang Yuni, can you do me a favor? What are you busy? Well, I'm lost, can you take me to class 1, year 7? The 3 of them were stunned when they heard this, and the little fat man in the 3 group couldn't help it. Hey hey hey! You're here to find fault with sincerity, aren't you? That. Are you looking for a fight, brat? No. I just. Then a tall and handsome man came over to take a closer look at Yuni. He was almost as tall as Sakuragi Hanamichi, and then slowly said, you are also in the 7th class of 1 year. Just like us, you follow all right. Crack. Crack. This person should be Mito Yohei, and he is quite good looking. Yuni replied happily, thank you then. You are such a good person. Mito Yohei asked Yuni strangely, by the way, you can eat this kind of thing too. Because it's delicious. But I won't give it to you. After saying that, Yuni still hugged her snack tightly, for fear that the other party would try to snatch it from her, causing Mito Yohei to have a black line. Hey! Hey! Are you really a high school student? As soon as everyone entered the teaching building, they saw a red-haired boy standing in the corridor looking out the window. Then I saw a beautiful girl over 1.5 meters walk up to the red-haired boy and ask something. After a while, the red-haired boy seemed to be suddenly full of energy. Seeing this scene, Mito Yohei and everyone immediately ran to the red-haired boy to rejoice. Ha! Congrats! Congrats! Sakuragi Hanamichi, haha! When Yuni saw this, he immediately remembered this episode. It can be said that he really deserves to be the protagonist of Slam Dunk. Sure enough. Because of Yuni's current personality, everything is very troublesome, so he went up to say hello to Mito Yohei and walked into the classroom. Time passes little by little. Yuni was sitting in the corner of the classroom eating snacks to herself. After a while, she heard Sakuragi Hanamichi, who had been covering her head and screaming, came in and asked Mito Yohei to help. After the bandages were put on, Haruko suddenly opened the door to ask how Sakuragi Hanamichi's injury was. Sakuragi Hanamichi, I've already signed you up for the basketball team, although my brother said he didn't have the perseverance and let him not come. But I think you, Sakuragi Hanamichi, are absolutely fine, you can definitely join. Sakuragi Hanamichi gasped to himself like a nympho, I have perseverance, No problem. Then you have to work hard. Akashi Haruko smiled and beckoned to leave, when he saw Donghuang Yuni sitting in the corner eating snacks, and his eyes lit up. Wow! So handsome! What a cute boy! And it feels so tall! Then he ran over immediately. Excuse me. What's your name? This. Yuni, Donghuang Yuni. Asterisk. Chapter 6. Oops. I'm sorry, I was so excited that I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Akashi Haruko. Could you stand up a little? Crack. Crack. Ah. I don't want it. Sakuragi Hanamichi immediately became reluctant when he heard this. Stinky boy, if Haruko asked you to stand up and you dared to refuse, don't you want to live anymore? Haruko hurriedly grabbed Sakuragi Hanamichi. Sakuragi Hanamichi, no way. It's not right to be like this, you can't be like this. I'm really sorry, classmate Yuni. I just want to see how tall you are. It doesn't matter if it's inconvenient. Yuni also sighed when he saw Haruko like this. Hey. Okay. It's very troublesome to say. Then when Haruko saw Donghuang Yuni stand up, he immediately became excited again. Wow! You're so tall. As tall as Sakuragi Hanamichi. Can you play basketball too? Sakuragi Hanamichi suddenly felt sour again when he saw this, and thought to himself that this stinky boy is really annoying, and dared to stick so close to my Haruko. Oh. It's okay. Haruko was instantly refreshed. Yuni, join the basketball club too. How's it going? Crack. Crack. With snacks in her mouth, Yuni scratched her head and said, No, it's so troublesome to say. Why trouble? Come to the basketball club. You must join the basketball club. Okay. Ah. This is still quite troublesome to say. Join. Join. Join the basketball club. I can help you sign up. Sakuragi Hanamichi, who was beside him, couldn't listen anymore and came over immediately. Haruko, don't worry about this nasty guy. I'm enough of a genius in the basketball department. Haruko immediately said seriously, Sakuragi Hanamichi, how can you say that? Of course, the more people in the basketball team, the better. Then it's settled. Yuni, see you at the basketball court after school. After saying that, Haruko ran out to help Yuni sign up. Yuni yawned, then sat down and resumed eating her own snack. Sakuragi Hanamichi, who was upset, looked at Donghuang Yuni who was sitting there eating snacks and walked over angrily. Silver-haired boy, how dare you provoke my Haruko? Mito Yohei next to him quickly grabbed Sakuragi Hanamichi and persuaded him, Sakuragi Hanamichi, calm down. On the other hand, Akashi Haruko went back to his classroom after registering for Yuni. Haruko, you are so brave. Hey! You're brave enough to talk to those horrible people. The scary people you're talking about are Sakuragi Hanamichi. Yet, although I only heard that they learned from Wako, especially the red-haired one, I heard that he was famous for being bad when he was in middle school. You are really not afraid of him. How great! Also it feels weird to have that silver-haired one. However, Sakuragi Hanamichi is very kind. It's the first time I've met someone who can talk to me so easily. I think he's really a good person. And you said that Yuni is a little weird. But don't you think he's really suitable for playing basketball? And his eyes are really beautiful. You're not going to empathize and let go of love. Hey! What are you talking about? What do you mean by empathy? I'm just. I said, but I thought in my heart, I don't know how Yuni is playing basketball, I'm really looking forward to it. The words are divided into two parts, in the classroom of 7 classes a year. Previously, Sakuragi Hanamichi wanted to trouble Donghwang Yuni because he was jealous. Because Sakuragi Hanamichi was nagging for a long time, he saw Donghwang Yuni was eating snacks on his own and didn't pay attention to him at all. Sakuragi Hanamichi was angry and had nothing to do, and then he was taken by Mito Yohei pulled out of the classroom and the matter was over. However, sometimes the development of the plot is always so similar and unexpected. Just halfway through the last class, a few bad students in the 3rd grade broke into the classroom. Notifying Sakuragi Hanamichi and his party to make an appointment on the top floor after school, one of the glasses-wearing people knocked on the table with a stick, but the stick just broke and flew out, smashing the snacks in Yuni's hand. Yuni immediately raced the demi-human possessed the body and rushed over, and slapped the bad student with glasses like a tiger. The students and teachers in the classroom were stunned for a while, and all the bad students in the 3rd grade didn't dare to go up and help. At this time, the group of Sakuragi's gang stared blankly at Donghwang Yuni. Sakuragi Hanamichi said at this time, "Is this guy fighting so fiercely? But his shot is too inhuman, I feel like the guy with glasses is going to die." But he kept saying, "What the hell is my potato chips? It's not like this for a potato chip." Hearing Sakuragi Hanamichi say this, Mito Yohei nearby said randomly, "I think he should be protecting food." Protecting food? It's not an animal. Simply a foodie, meaning there's nothing more important than your own food. Asterisk. Chapter 7. The night sky in Kanagawa is shining brightly, a bright light shines in a quiet villa. In a certain room of the villa, there was a man and a woman. The man was muscular, with dark skin and rough and resolute features. He saw dumbbells in both hands waving up and down constantly. Sitting on a chair beside her was a pretty and lovely girl excitedly talking about what she had seen and heard. "Brother, listen to me. It's true, that person is amazing. His name is Sakuragi Hanamichi, and he is almost 190 centimeters tall. But he just started playing basketball. In short, he's very good. He wanted to dunk, but he jumped up. Just. Hey! Brother, guess how he is, how is it? Hey? I don't know. That's amazing. He hit the backboard all of a sudden. Bang, can you believe it? Does that person seem to have stamina? He's got stamina, I say. Sakuragi Hanamichi, he's going to be a very strong player. Is that so? The man stopped and put the barbell in his hand on the ground and replied, "The Kaed Rukawa from Fukiu that you like will join us this year, which will definitely enhance the team's combat power." The girl's face was flushed and shy all of a sudden, she covered her face and started to fight back weakly. Kaed Rukawa he? I don't have one. The man wiped the sweat from his face with a towel and continued, "Maybe my dream can be realized this year. It's definitely possible, to achieve the dream of a national championship." At this time, the pretty girl suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, brother, there is another person. His height is about the same as Sakuragi Hanamichi, and he can play basketball. The man glanced at the girl and replied, "Hey? Can you play basketball? Is it very good?" "Ah? This, although I haven't seen it before. But I believe he will. His name is Donghwang Yuni." The man looked at the girl opposite and muttered, "Sakuragi Hanamichi. Donghwang Yuni. I really want to meet them in person." On the other side, in a luxurious manner. "Baby Yuni, how does it feel to enter high school on your first day today? Have you got a girlfriend?" Nanami asked expectantly, sitting next to Donghwang Yuni. Donghwang Yuni looked helpless. "Mom, I'm only in middle school now, and this is my first day, how can I have a girlfriend?" Nanami sighed in disappointment immediately. Seeing this, Yuni expressed very helpless, thought about what happened today and said, "Hey! But I met a few interesting people." Nanami's eyes lit up, "Really? Haha. Tell Mom what kind of people they are, and if there are any beautiful girls." Crack! Crack! Yuni rubbed her forehead, but couldn't help but listen, and then began to tell everything she had experienced that day. "So, the one called Akashi Haruko is beautiful. It can make that redhead so obsessed. Oh. It's okay. It's okay, you kid, you have to seize the opportunity to know. When are you free? Take that girl home and show it to Mom." "Oops. Mom, this is still out of the question. Besides, I don't know her well, I just said a few words. Besides, with such a beautiful mother, I don't need to find a girlfriend." After saying that, Yuni immediately waved his hand and ran upstairs to his room, leaving Nanami sitting on the sofa with a wicked smile. In the middle of the night, Yuni lay in bed alone and felt more and more depressed. It had been 10 years. The side effects of the talent didn't get better at all. "System, what's going on?" Ding! "Host, the side effects caused by talent are gradually being healed, but the healing effect is minimal." "Hey! Hey! Hey! This is different from what I said before. The host doesn't need to worry, this is the normal healing speed. Because the host has been affected by the side effects of the talent over the years and has a lazy temperament, this will affect the healing speed of the side effects, and even slow down the progress of the healing. Although the host will occasionally practice basketball to strengthen himself. Quality, but it's not enough. If the host wants to be completely cured, it is recommended that the host contact basketball more and exercise more." "Ah! It feels so troublesome." Ding! Friendly reminder, it's best for the host to participate in some basketball games, so that the achievement will be achieved as quickly as possible to get the reward. Among the rewards of the achievement, there is a reward that can completely cure the side effects of the host. Is that so? What is the reward? Can I exchange it in the mall? Ding! This needs to be explored by the host personally, and the achievement rewards cannot be redeemed in the mall. Yuni looked embarrassed, looking forward and helpless. There was a feeling of wanting to give up and not being reconciled for a long time. Yuni, who was speechless all night, finally accepted the reality and fell asleep. Asterisk. Chapter 8. The next day, Shihoko High School, in the classroom of Year 7. Crack! Crack! Yuni was placed in the last row because of Donghwang Yuni's food protection incident last time, but this kind of thing is nothing to Yuni. Now for him, as long as he has snacks, where to eat has nothing to do with him. No. Just when Yuni was happily eating snacks, he heard the noise outside the classroom as if something terrible had happened, and heard someone say loudly, "News! News!" In the big showdown, Sakuragi Hanamichi challenged the captain of the basketball team. "Akashi take Nori, go watch it at the gym." Yuni froze when she heard the snack eating here, and then started to eat on her own. He already knew what was going on, and it was probably Akashi take Nori who lost this time. Although I wanted to take a look, but after thinking about so many people and knowing the result, I gave up the plan. Alright. I admit that I'm too lazy to move, but I won't say it, absolutely not. Time flies, a week has passed in a flash. In the classroom these days, Yuni found that Sakuragi Hanamichi seemed to be very noisy. He went out laughing happily for a while, and then came back with a look of anger and dejection, not knowing what he was doing. Yuni didn't care either, still sitting quietly in the corner eating his own snacks. At this moment, Sakuragi Hanamichi burst into the classroom with a big laugh, and said to Mito Yohei, "Yohei, I said I'm a genius. Well, from today, I'm a candidate for the next captain of the basketball team." Mito Yohei looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi dumbfounded and said, "I said Sakuragi. You just joined the basketball team." Sakuragi Hanamichi smiled and replied, "Ha! Ha! Ha! It must be that gorilla who saw that Ben's talent is unmatched, so he invited me to join the basketball team, it must be like this, ha! 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 Ha!" The three of Sakuragi's gang watched Sakuragi Hanamichi hypnotize himself there like a fool. Then Sakuragi Hanamichi turned to look at Yuni, and walked over. "How about it, Yuni, do you want to join the basketball club? In the future, there will be a talent and a candidate for the next captain of the basketball team, so no one will bully you." Saying that, Sakuragi Hanamichi doesn't think so. Dare to go so close to Haruko, after you enter the basketball club, let everyone see the gap between you and this genius, and then drive you out in a dreadful way, Haruko will definitely be mine. Ha! 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 Yuni rolled his eyes at Sakuragi Hanamichi, not knowing what his bewildered confident head was thinking, and replied, "I don't want it, it feels so troublesome." As soon as Sakuragi Hanamichi heard this, his plan was shattered before it could be implemented, and he was a little anxious. "Do you know how rare this opportunity is? If it wasn't for my unremitting efforts to let that damn gorilla, cough. If this genius hadn't been too monstrous, Captain Akashi Take Nori wouldn't have let me join." Crack! Crack! Sakuragi Hanamichi continued, "How about it? If you want to join in, I will personally plead for you today." Ha! 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 Crack! Crack! Seeing that Yuni ignored him, Sakuragi Hanamichi stared straight at Yuni, and the anger around him suddenly quieted down. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. I just heard another sound, click. Sakuragi Hanamichi couldn't roar for a while. "Ah! I can't stand it, you damn silver-haired nerd! How dare you ignore me?" Hearing the word demented man, Yuni turned her head and gave Sakuragi Hanamichi a look, like that expression, that look. It was as if he saw a species and couldn't remember what it was. He blinked blankly, then turned back and continued to eat his own snacks. Crack! Crack! When Sakuragi Hanamichi saw this, he was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly felt a combination of anger, grievance, helplessness, and confusion. "Ah! You nasty BD!" Yuni ignored Sakuragi Hanamichi and continued to eat snacks to herself. Seeing this scene, Sakuragi Hanamichi was about to explode with anger, and just as he was about to say something, he was pulled away by Mito Yohei beside him. Mito Yohei said helplessly, "Sakuragi Hanamichi, calm down. N.A. Yuni is so sorry. Sakuragi is a little excited recently." Crack! Crack! Yuni waved his hand and said indifferently, "Oh. It's okay." Everyone was helpless when they saw Yuni's cute appearance. The two really didn't know what to say. Seeing this scene, Sakuragi Hanamichi sighed helplessly and returned to his seat. Sitting in his seat, Sakuragi Hanamichi was still full of unwillingness, and from time to time he turned to look at Donghwang Yuni, who was eating snacks by himself. The tic-tac-toe on his forehead was almost piled up, and he finally sighed helplessly. ***Chapter 9 Ling Ling. Ling. After school. Inside the Shohoku High School basketball hall. Okay, the new team members are in a row. A man with a height of 197, dark-skinned, rough-looking and resolute, with black hair and a short head came over. Next to him was a man with glasses with a height of about 178, with yellow skin and medium short hair. Then the dark-skinned man spoke. Okay, the new recruits stand in a row. After everyone stood in a row, the dark-skinned man spoke again, I'm the captain of the basketball club, a third-year student, Akashi Takenori. Then the man with glasses next to him said, I'm the vice-captain of the basketball team, Kagure Kiminobu from the 3rd grade. After the glasses man finished speaking, Akashi Takenori said again, now let's start with self-introduction. 1 class a year, Shintaro, height 172, weight 65. 1 by 1 quickly arrived at Kaerukawa. Class 10 a year, Kaerukawa, 187 centimeters tall and 75 kilograms in weight, graduated from Fukiu Middle School, with no specific position. Sakuragi Hanamichi, who was beside him, immediately started laughing at these words, and Akashi Takenori, who had a black line, hurriedly stopped. Next. Sakuragi Hanamichi immediately stood up and said with a serious expression, is it here? Class 7 of the year, Sakuragi Hanamichi, graduated from Wako Middle School, 188 centimeters, 83 kilograms, my interest is. Akashi Takenori interrupted immediately, okay, just a few. Akashi Takenori felt strange. He heard from his sister that there should be another one, and then looked at the registration form. Donghwang Yuni. Akashi Takenori glanced up at the new team members. At this moment, a beautiful figure came to the basketball hall. She was wearing a sun hat, pink t-shirt, half-inch blue tights, and was standing at the door with a medical kit on her back. Thick lips, big and round eyes, a fair reply, and a graceful figure, how predictable. Watching a group of new players drool. I'm sorry. I'm late. I'm Ayako, the manager of the basketball team. I'm in the 2nd grade. Please give me some advice. Ayako saw the shy look of the new team members, walked over and said, hey. 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 I'm greeting you, you can't even answer if you ask for more advice. Kaerukawa, you are here too. I also graduated from Fukiu like you. Have you grown taller? Suddenly Ayako pointed at Sakuragi Hanamichi excitedly and said, ah. Sakuragi Hanamichi. Sakuragi Hanamichi looked puzzled, you, how do you know my name? Ayako covered his mouth and smiled, it's funny, you are a big celebrity now. It's amazing, it's amazing. Akashi Takenori listened to Ayako's endless chatter there, and was about to stop talking about his pants being ripped off during his duel with Sakuragi Hanamichi. Cough cough. Donghwang Yuni, didn't you come? Sakuragi, you two are in the same class, do you know where he is? Sakuragi Hanamichi said with a smoke on his head, ah. Captain, that goddamn idiot, he specially invited him to join the basketball club today, but he dared to ignore me, it's really abominable. Listening to Sakuragi Hanamichi's non-stop chatter, Akashi Takenori was covered in black lines. Okay, since he didn't come, let's practice first. And at the corner of the school playground on the other side. Crack! Crack! With snacks in hand, Yuni was walking aimlessly, not without purpose, but this time he was lost again. The effect was that the female students who had not left the school stared at him with peach eyes and whispered. At this moment, Akashi Haruko, who had an anxious face, hurried over. Student Yuni, I finally found you, what are you doing here? Outside the basketball hall just now, Haruko was looking at everything in the hall from the window, only to find that Donghwang Yuni was not there, so he started looking around the campus, and then heard some female students whispering about the playground. There is a silver-haired the super handsome boy ran over to confirm. Yuni asked strangely, "Hey? It's you. I'm lost, can you tell me where the gate is and how to get there?" Haruko panted, "Ah? What? Today is the day when the basketball team's newcomer reports, don't you remember?" Crack. Crack. Really? Haruko looked at the cute Yuni for a moment, "What are you talking about? You are also a member of the basketball team, didn't I sign up for you? Have you forgotten?" Yuni scratched his head, looked at Haruko blankly and said, "Sign up? Is there any?" Haruko supported his forehead, stood on tiptoe and touched Yuni's forehead and said, "Are you all right? I even signed up for you at that time. Come with me first." After saying that, Haruko took Yuni's arm and hurriedly walked towards the basketball hall. After a while, the two of them were outside the basketball arena. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a practice game being held in the basketball hall, and Sakuragi Hanamichi was being taught the basics of basketball by Ayako at this time. "Brother, classmate Yuni, I found it for you." Everyone immediately stopped their movements and looked at the source of the sound, only to see Akaji Haruko beside Akaji Haruko, a tall man with silver hair, 3 colored eyes, a cute face, and a look of potato chips in his mouth. "Who is this person? So handsome, it's too much. That's it. Damn, I really want his looks." Akaji Takenori came over and looked at Donghwang Yuni without speaking. At this time, Akaji Haruko continued, "Brother, Yuni didn't mean to be late because he got lost halfway, so..." Crack. Crack. The sound of snacks is endless. When everyone heard Akaji Haruko's words, they looked at Yuni as she was eating a snack, with a confused look on her face. What was the situation? And then you and I began to whisper. "No way. Someone so big can still get lost. It doesn't look like it. But it always feels a little weird. Can he really play basketball like this?" Kaed Rukawa looked at Donghwang Yuni without speaking. Sakuragi Hanamichi got upset when he saw Donghwang Yuni. "Damn guy." Akaji Takenori was a little confused, but after a careful look at the situation with Akaji Haruko, he understood what was going on. Asterisk. Chapter 10. Inside the Shohoku High School Basketball Hall. Basic properties. Name, Donghwang Yuni. S*X, male. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 82 kilograms. Stamina, 92, plus 0%. Strength, 85, plus 0%. Speed, 86, plus 0%. Jump height, 0.8 meters, plus 0%. Ball control feel, 100, plus 0%. Hit rate, 100, plus 0%. Talent skills. Perfect copy, unawakened, full court 3-pointer, unawakened, super high-speed dribble, unawakened, Emperor Eye, unawakened, impeccable defense, not awakened. Possess ball skills, butterfly step through flower, gutter, meteor slam dunk, sunshine shooting blue, 3 points from heaven, earth and void, magic passing, right to play backwards, disappearing dribble, phantom shot, fantasy footsteps. Self-created ball skills, passing shot, smashing shot, wire hook shot, elbow shot, spinning pass, 0 return. Zone, not enabled. Achievement points, 37,612. In the past 10 years, Yuni has achieved a lot of achievements, and of course, more and more points will follow. During this period, Yuni also exchanged a lot of skills. In order to avoid wasting the exchange, Yuni is more interested or liked, because with Yuni's current physical fitness, some ball skills can be used without exchange, so there is no need to waste. In fact, the most important thing is that Yuni is very reluctant, because every skill is expensive. Take gutter for example. A total of 2,500 achievement points are required, and the cheapest skills require more than 500 points. Therefore, Yuni's exchange is basically the most expensive and most powerful. Until one day, Yuni stopped and continued to exchange skills after seeing the item Talent Awakening Potion. He checked the introduction of the potion below, and was pleasantly surprised to find that he could awaken his innate skills. The only dissatisfaction was the fact that one achievement point required a full 50,000, which made Yuni have no temper at all, so he could only obediently accumulate points. Crack! Crack! Yuni is now assigned to Ayako by Akashi Takenori. Ayako thought Yuni was just a beginner like Sakuragi Hanamichi, so he arranged to practice basic training with Sakuragi Hanamichi. I really want to eat snacks. Ayako next to him rolled his eyes when he heard this, thinking that you are too old to eat this kind of thing. No. Okay. No eating during training. Hey. It's so troublesome, so tired. Ayako rubbed his forehead, and then snapped. With a bang, the folding fan in his hand slapped Yuni's head. I told you. I'm tired after a while, Bai-chong is so big. But I'm so hungry. Sakuragi Hanamichi on the side squinted at Yuni with disdain, snorted coldly, expressing that he disdained to be with the weaklings, and watched Kaed Rukawa on the field with great power, and couldn't bear it any longer. While the two of you were saying something to me, Sakuragi Hanamichi, who was on the side, had to play loudly. As a result, Ayako was unable to hold the basketball and showed Sakuragi Hanamichi a few moves and then taught him. As a result, Sakuragi Hanamichi finished those moves with great speed and started walking towards the field excitedly, only to be suppressed by Akashi Takenori. This completely ignited Sakuragi Hanamichi's anger, and finally Sakuragi Hanamichi left the arena in a mood. Yuni watched everything happen without feeling anything because he knew where the plot was going. Sakuragi Hanamichi would come back sooner or later. Then he squinted at the bag on his seat. While everyone was watching the figure of Sakuragi Hanamichi leaving, they heard one voice after another. Crack! Crack! Everyone turned their heads to look, all of them were black lines. Ayako immediately picked up the folding fan and slammed it on Yuni's head. Didn't I tell you not to eat? Hurry up and train honestly. Then Ayako was about to take the snack from Yuni's hand, but Yuni stared at Ayako like a food-protecting demon. Everyone felt that something was wrong, and just as he was about to walk over to persuade him, Ayako suddenly raised the corner of his mouth strangely. Yuni, if you're not obedient, your snacks will be gone. Yuni did frighten Ayako just now, but Ayako carefully observed Yuni's eyes and movements and understood. Immediately, Ayako's mind thought of a person's natural stupidity and foodie attributes. Hearing Ayako's words, panic appeared in Yuni's eyes. Seeing this, Ayako even covered his mouth and snickered, as expected. Now train obediently, and I'll help you watch your snacks. Don't worry. They wouldn't dare to steal them if I was there. Everyone was full of tic-tac-toe, looked at Ayako, and looked at Donghwang Yuni, and a question popped up in everyone's head at the same time, that is, this kind of person plays basketball. Then everyone fought a cold war, shivered and shook their heads. Akashi Takenori on the other side is also a bit strange, but there is no reason why it is strange. Akashi Takenori shook his head, thinking to himself, compared to this his character is the most troublesome. He couldn't imagine the role of someone like Donghwang Yuni on the basketball court. Of course, the other team members felt the same way and didn't pay much attention to Donghwang Yuni. Except for one person, Kaed Rukawa, whose senses have always been sharp. He felt that Donghwang Yuni should not be easy, because Donghwang Yuni felt very casual and lazy when practicing dribbling, but the rhythm in his hands was consistent, not like a beginner at all, but he was not sure. After the ensuing episodes, everyone began to practice the game again. At the end of the game, Sakuragi Hanamichi returned to the basketball hall. After everyone's persuasion, Akashi Takenori loyally agreed to let Sakuragi Hanamichi start learning things other than dribbling. Asterisk. Chapter 11. The next day. The Shohoku High School Basketball Club. Bang. 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 Pa. Hoo. Hoo. The sound of basketball hitting the ground and the sound of sneakers rubbing against the ground are endless. The leader, Akashi Takenori, kept shouting. Hurry up, it's too slow, it's getting faster. Everyone was sweating on the pitch. Sakuragi Hanamichi and Ayako practiced passing in the not far corner, and Ayako roared from time to time. Sakuragi Hanamichi, you're trying too hard, it hurts me. Sakuragi Hanamichi looks very excited, probably because he finally doesn't have to practice that damn basic dribble. And our Yuni was slouching, yawning and slapping basketballs. Suddenly, there were 3 voices of girls shouting excitedly at the door. Ah! Where is it? Where is it? I saw it, I saw it. Yeah. It started. Come on Kaed Rukawa, come on Kaed Rukawa. Kaed Rukawa. Kaed Rukawa. Kaed Rukawa. Wow! So handsome! Sakuragi Hanamichi couldn't take it anymore and walked over, wrangling with the 3 girls, and then angrily closed the door, and just as soon as the door was closed, he heard the sound of knocking on the door. After the sound disappeared for a while, the door was opened again, and a very round white-haired old man walked in. There was a kind smile under the gleaming white glasses. It's already started. Sakuragi Hanamichi hurried up to stop it, but the old man scolded his hair. Sakuragi Hanamichi immediately began to move his hands up and down, pressing one hand on the old man's chubby belly, while the other grabbed the old man's plump chin and pulled it around. Everyone was stunned by Sakuragi Hanamichi's actions, and Akashi Takenori, who had come to his senses, hurried over to punch Sakuragi Hanamichi hard, and then immediately bowed to the old man. I'm so sorry, Coach Anze. You can punish this guy any way you want, or kill him. The new recruits became curious when they heard the coach. At this time, Ayako began to introduce, it's so stupid. That person is called Anze, and he only comes here once in a while, but don't look at him like that. It is said that when he was young, he ranked among the top few in the RB country. At this moment, Coach Anze turned his head and said, I'm here at Ryanan High School, which decided to practice the game. When everyone heard the words, they were shocked at first, and then their faces became serious. Especially the old people of the team spoke up. Ling. Ryanan. At this time, Kagure Kiminobu explained, it was actually a practice match against the top 4 in the prefecture. Real or fake? Akashi Takenori did not delay after listening to it, and immediately shouted, okay, assembled. After the group lined up, they began to wait for Coach Anze's words. There are a few more newcomers. Now what? Let's have a match between the first grade and the senior. Everyone had no opinion at first, but Sakuragi Hanamichi shouted excitedly that he wanted to play, but Akashi Takenori pushed him back to the bench. After speaking, Coach Anze took a chair from nowhere and walked to the edge of the court to sit down and make himself a cup of hot tea. Sakuragi Hanamichi sat on the bench with a depressed look and was sulking silently, while Yuni sat on the other side, holding a large bag of snacks in his hand and started eating to himself. Hi! A girl's voice immediately excited Sakuragi Hanamichi. It turned out that Akashi Haruko did not know when he came to the arena at this time. When he heard the game, Akashi Haruko's eyes lit up with excitement, and he said he would like to watch it. Speaking here, a whistle also opened the prelude to the game. Opening Akashi Takenori and Kaed Rukawa jumped the ball, the result was evenly matched. In the fierce battle between the two sides, a pass was suddenly passed to Akashi Takenori, and when Akashi Takenori was about to receive the ball, Kaed Rukawa broke it. Akashi Haruko was elated and excited when he saw this scene. At this moment, Ayako made Akashi Haruko upset by saying that Kaed Rukawa is very powerful, but he is not Akashi Takenori's opponent, and the two fought each other. Sakuragi Hanamichi, who was standing by the side, was shivering when he saw the two of them, and hid far away. With a snap, the ball was in Kaerukawa's hands, and the atmosphere on the court suddenly became a lot more serious. Sakuragi Hanamichi noticed the reason and said, as long as they pass the ball to Kaerukawa, the faces of the opponents all change. Crack! Crack! Just as Coach Anze was carefully observing the game, a strange voice came from his ears, and when he turned his head, he noticed that in the corner of the bench, a silver-haired boy was eating with a large bag of snacks in his hands, as if he was right. The situation on the field doesn't matter. Coach Anze's mirror flashed, and he found that the teenager was not moved by the form on the court. Even the fearless Sakuragi Hanamichi had a slightly serious expression. I couldn't help being curious about such a young man. The layman on the court suddenly changed. Kaerukawa blocked a big hot pot from Akashi Takenori, grabbed the ball and slapped the ball between Kogure Kiminobu's legs, past Kogure Kiminobu, and then made a beautiful one-handed dunk. The whole place was silent. Everyone was stunned by Kaerukawa's wonderful ball skills. Crack! Crack! Coach Anze sighed when he saw this. At this time, Coach Anze heard this strange sound in his ears again. He turned his head to look, and the silver-haired boy was still eating lazily while watching the situation on the field. Snack! At this time, Coach Anze stood up, pointed in one direction and said to everyone, "Stop, change, that." Everyone was stunned, looking at the direction the coach pointed. It was Donghwang Yuni, who was lazily holding snacks and eating. A head full of question marks appeared on the heads of everyone, not knowing what was going on. Ayako and Akashi Haruko looked over and found that Donghwang Yuni was still eating. Ayako immediately went over and gave Yuni a folding fan. "Idiot, don't eat any more. Don't hurry up and get ready to play." Yuni rubbed her head. "Ah! I don't want it, I'm so tired." Pa! Pa! There were two more sounds of a folding fan hitting his head. Ayako said with a black line, "What nonsense! Big idiot, hurry up and prepare to go to the game, or I will confiscate all your snacks." Yuni stood up and went to warm up with a swoosh, and everyone supported their foreheads. When Yuni took off his jacket and put on his training clothes, he revealed the almost perfect physical muscle lines and the knee and wrist braces at the joints, which made everyone's eyes widen. Since the number of the jersey has never been decided, Yuni did not wear it. Wow! This. Just kidding. I don't usually feel anything, but this time I take off my clothes, it's really different. At this moment, Akashi Haruko and Ayako are also staring at Yuni with shining eyes, their little hearts are beating thumpingly. Ayako patted Yuni's shoulder and said, "I can't tell. I didn't expect you to be so stylish." Coach Anze rubbed his chubby chin thoughtfully when he saw this. The game continues, senior serve. Akashi Takenori took the ball past halftime and Kaerukawa hurried up to block. Akashi Takenori passed the ball to Kogure Kiminobu on the inside. Kogure Kiminobu took the ball and immediately shot. Just at this moment, Kogure Kiminobu noticed that it was dark and a figure appeared in front of him. It was Donghwang Yuni. Pa! Bang! A solid block to Kogure Kiminobu. Kogure Kiminobu almost fell to the ground. This scene surprised everyone. Good, it's awesome. It's a big hot pot. It's really hidden. Strange, wasn't he standing outside the three-point line just now? Yuni stood there yawning and still looking listless. Coach Anze and Akashi Takenori saw this scene. This kid's reaction speed is really fast and his strength is great. No one else noticed just now. In order to observe the strength of the players, Coach Anze and Akashi Takenori both paid attention to Donghwang Yuni. I just didn't expect Yuni to appear in front of Kogure Kiminobu from beyond the three-point line like a teleport in an instant. Bang bang bang! After the first-year rookie grabbed the ball, he glanced at it and finally passed the ball to Donghwang Yuni. Donghwang Yuni froze for a moment after receiving the ball, then sighed, then started to dribble and walk forward. Bang! 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 A senior player came up to steal. Yuni took a little back and quickly passed by the senior player. Okay, so fast, I didn't respond. Can't catch up, how is it possible? A sharp light flashed across Coach Anze's lenses. Not at all lost to Kaed Rukawa. Maybe better than Kaed Rukawa. Yuni rushed to the three-point line with the ball, without a single pause, jumped up and shot, and his movements were perfect like flowing water. Brush! Hollow into the net. 36-42, the seniors lead. Kogure Kiminobu serves and Akaji Take Nori receives. Stay steady, don't rush. Akaji Take Nori dribbled the ball across the half, and a figure passed by Akaji's side. Akaji Take Nori looked down and saw that the ball in his hand was long gone. What? Immediately looking back, I saw Donghwang Yuni dribbling the ball to his own basket, jumping up and dunking with both hands. Bang! Basketball into the net. 38-42. Seeing this scene, Ayako covered his mouth for a long time without saying a word. Akaji Take Nori looked at Donghwang Yuni, the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter, the blood in his heart filled his whole body, and he couldn't help but want to laugh. Very well, come on. Let me see what else you can do. Yuni looked at Akaji Take Nori, who was staring at him with burning eyes. Wow! It's amazing! Classmate Yuni is really amazing! Akaji Haruko was about to jump up with excitement when he saw the scene just now. Sakuragi Hanamichi next to him stood there in a daze, completely shocked by Yuni's dunk just now, staring blankly at Donghwang Yuni. Kaed Rukawa, sure enough. Akaji Take Nori caught the ball again, this time carefully, dribbling it across the midfield. This time it was Yuni who was defending Akaji. Akaji Take Nori looked at Yuni's ironclad defense and said without admiration, I can't tell, this guy's defense is really not easy. Seeing that Akaji Take Nori couldn't break through for a long time, Kogure Kiminobu hurried over to the pick and roll. What everyone didn't expect was that Akaji Take Nori just broke through, and Yuni turned around and caught up from the other side of Kogure Kiminobu, blocking Akaji Tekinori's way again. The reaction is superhuman, the action is fast, the defense is top-notch, and the shot is not weak. Where the hell did this guy come from? I have never heard of it before, Akaji Take Nori thought to himself. Seeing that the time for the violation was approaching, Akaji Take Nori had no choice but to pass the ball. The ball was passed to the second-year player, who was under a lot of pressure because Kaed Rukawa was defending him, and immediately after receiving the ball, he passed it again, and finally the ball fell into the hands of Kogure Kiminobu. Kogure Kiminobu dribbled the ball inside for a three-step layup, and as soon as he jumped up for a layup, he heard a shout from Akaji Take Nori. Be careful behind! Kogure Kiminobu was surprised, but it was too late, the basketball had already been shot. At this moment, a figure covered Kogure Kiminobu's body, and I saw a big hand grabbing the basketball. That's right, not shooting out, but grabbing. It was Donghwang Yuni who came. Hey! Just kidding. Too exaggerated. Can that kind of ball be caught? Everyone was stunned, and Ayako and Haruko screamed with excitement. Kaed Rukawa was also staring at Donghwang Yuni, with the fiery fire in his eyes full of fighting intent. Sakuragi Hanamichi clenched his fists and trembled all over. It wasn't fear, it was a wonderful feeling, and complex emotions such as envy, desire, attraction, and fighting spirit couldn't be described. Just listen to bang! Yuni dashed over with the ball, and just beyond the opponent's three-point line, Akaji Take Nori came to Yuni. I won't let you score easily. Yuni didn't answer, he moved the basketball from his crotch to his left hand, and took a big step forward with his left foot to make a breakthrough. Then Akaji Take Nori immediately shifted his center of gravity to the right to stop it. Yuni's eyes were calm, and his left hand moved the basketball was switched from behind to his right hand. Seeing this, Akashi thought something was wrong, and forcibly shifted his focus to intercept it. Unexpectedly, Yuni suddenly turned 360 degrees from right to left and passed Akashi Takenori. What? Akashi Takenori's heart was overwhelmed. How did he do the turn just now? After suppressing the shock and stability in his heart, he immediately chased after him. After passing Akashi Takenori, Yuni came to the opponent's basket. Yuni took off and dragged the basketball with one hand to prepare for a dunk. At this time, the two second-year players under the basket were ready to block with checkers. At this time, Akashi Takenori also came close and jumped up. Ready to intercept. Ah! It's going to be covered. Kuroko didn't dare to look, and covered his eyes. This idiot, what are you thinking about? Why don't you pass the ball? Ayako also looked regretful. Coach Anzai sat there watching silently, the mirror light shining. At this time, Yuni already felt Akashi Takenori's obstruction behind him, and he didn't panic. He saw that Yuni in the air retracted his hands to hold the ball with both hands, turned 180 degrees from right to left, and switched the ball to his left hand when he got behind the two of them. Slam dunks from the backs of two sophomores. Bang! Sound. Basketball into the net. 40-42, silence. Everyone opened their mouths and remained silent. Coach Anzai also stood up from his seat. One can imagine how shocked his heart is now. Good, it's amazing. Is he really a high school student? How could anyone do such a thing? Am I dreaming? Akashi Takenori stared at Donghwang Yuni without saying a word. Is this your true strength? At this time, Coach Anzai walked to the sidelines and said, Yuni, come down. Akashi make a substitution. As soon as he heard the substitution, Sakuragi Hanamichi couldn't sit still and insisted on playing. After the persuasion of Ayako and Kagure Kiminobu, Akashi Takenori had a few words with Coach Anzai and replaced Sakuragi Hanamichi. After the game, Yuni immediately came to his place, picked up the snacks and ate them. At this time, Ayako came over and said with a smile, I really can't see that you are still a master. Ah. Yes. It's okay. Yuni replied lazily. You are too modest, do you know that the dunk just now can't be done by anyone? Really? I think it's okay to work hard for this kind of thing. As soon as this statement came out, notice that Coach Anzai here suddenly gave a classic roar. 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 Then at the end, Sakuragi Hanamichi smashed the basketball into Akashi Takenori's head with a slam dunk, and the angry Akashi Takenori severely strangled Sakuragi Hanamichi's neck. Forced to end the game early. Asterisk. Chapter 12. Time always makes people feel unable to keep up with the rhythm, just like the snowflakes falling and dripping in spring. The practice game with Ryanan is getting closer and closer. Everyone in the basketball team is doing their best to sweat, and every member hopes to improve themselves as much as possible before the practice game. Maybe Donghwang Yuni and Kaed Rukawa brought excitement to everyone here, and even Sakuragi Hanamichi put aside his past jokes and started to get serious. While practicing in the basketball hall a few days ago, Akashi Takenori asked Kaed Rukawa to teach Sakuragi Hanamichi how to lay up the basket, which caused the two to fight, and Akashi Takenori suppressed them and threw them into the corner for a penalty stop. Wow! It really didn't come for nothing today. I didn't expect to meet such a powerful person. It's really great. A short boy, holding a notebook in one hand and a pen in the other, said to himself. I didn't expect that Sakuragi Hanamichi would be the next captain. He jumped so high. It was a worthwhile trip this time. Crack! Crack! Oh! Today's taste is really good. I'll prepare more next time. Ah! Who is that person? He seems to be about the same height as Sakuragi Hanamichi, so envious. I saw a silver-haired boy walking past the boy slowly, with snacks in his mouth, giving a very strange feeling. Hey! Forget it, why do I worry so much? Height is not something I can call the shots, so let's go back first. On the other side, Yuni was walking on the school square, and the sound of snacks clicking could be heard incessantly. The female students passing by were all blushing and flirting with Yuni. But what kind of person is Yuni? Except for the snacks, everything else is a cloud, so he ignores everyone and walks away. To outsiders, this is Gao Lengfen, one word is handsome thief. At this time, Haruko ran over and dragged Yuni's arm to the basketball court again. Why did he say it again? These days, when I go to the basketball club and start practicing, I can't find Yuni's people. Every time it's either Akashi Haruko or Ayako, everyone knows that Donghwang Yuni is a proper road idiot. Everyone had no choice but to ask Ayako and Haruko to take care of them. Sometimes Ayako and Haruko would take some snacks to make Yuni obey, just like raising pets. Sunset and moonrise, moonset and Sunday. On this day, it was finally time to play a practice match with Ryanen, and everyone followed everyone and started to take the Shinkansen to Ryanen High School. Crack! Crack! I said Yuni, can't you eat less? Don't want? Then at least give me some too. Sakuragi Hanamichi said smugly. No, Yuni quickly protected the snack in his hand and stared at Sakuragi Hanamichi viciously. Everyone can't do anything about Yuni, who told them to play basketball so well. I will rely on this great god to play basketball in the future. That's why no-brainers like Sakuragi Hanamichi are always looking for things, and we can't afford to provoke them. After a few minutes, the group came to Ryanen High School and walked into the basketball club of Ryanen High School. Hello. Everyone in the basketball club of Ryanen High School found out that it was from Shohoku High School. Team Shohoku yay! It's Akashi Take Nori. You look so tall. Who is that red-haired one? And that silver-haired one? Why does he keep eating? At this time, one of the short men found the silver-haired boy among them. It's that person. Hey? Who is it? Hikoichi. The short boy replied, it's the guy who eats snacks. I saw him last time I went to Shohoku, and I didn't expect him to be in the Shohoku basketball club. At this time, Dakamoiki, the coach of Ryanen High School, walked up to Coach Anze and saluted slightly. Coach Anze. We were supposed to visit you, but I asked you to come here today, I'm sorry. Where? Where? Ha! 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 Coach Anze waved his hand and said it was okay. Ryanen High School Basketball Club. In Shohoku's locker room. Center, Akashi Take Nori, number 4. Main defender, Yasuda 6. Deputy defender, Shiozaka number 8. Small forward, Kagure 5. The last main striker, Kaed Rukawa number 10. Crack! Crack! Ah, that's almost it. Then let's go. Yuni covered her mouth and yawned twice. At this time, Sakuragi Hanamichi started to get angry because he was not assigned a jersey number. In order to cope with Sakuragi Hanamichi, Akashi Take Nori used tape to stick Sakuragi Hanamichi's vest to look like a number 16, which completely angered Sakuragi Hanamichi, and then began to beat Akashi Tekanori's head. The locker room was smoky for a while, and everyone at Ryanen High School, who was warming up outside, was puzzled. Ayako hurriedly ran up and said, "Okay Sakuragi Hanamichi, Yuni doesn't have a number. Don't make trouble anymore." Seeing this, there is really no way, Coach Anze can only use a secret weapon to prevaricate Sakuragi Hanamichi. When everyone came out of the locker room, everyone looked over. Shohoku came out, really imposing. At this time, Yuni sat on the bench and ate snacks on his own. Crack! Crack! A whistle sounded that Shohoku's practice match against Ryanen was about to begin. Asterisk. Chapter 13. When the game was about to start, I heard Dakamoiki's anxious look. Sendo hasn't come yet. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a figure appearing at the gate. "Hello everyone!" Everyone turned their heads and saw that it was Sendo. Yuni's hand paused for a while, and he naturally wanted to see who the real Sendo was. Ding! The system query is complete. Basic properties. Name, Akira Sendo. S**X, male. Height, 190 centimeters. Weight, 79 kilograms. Stamina, 84. Strength, 79. Speed, 83. Since querying other people's panels can only view basic properties, this is enough for Yuni. Yuni looked at Sendo's attributes and nodded secretly. Sure enough, he is called Sendo, a super player in the high school world. This attribute is almost catching up with himself, but Yuni is naturally not afraid, as the so-called difference is 1,000 miles. Yuni then looked away and turned to look at Kaed Rukawa again. Ding! The system query is complete. Basic properties. Name, Kaed Rukawa. S**X, male. Height, 187 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Stamina, 81. Strength, 77. Speed, 81. The difference is really not small. If Sendo doesn't release water in this game, it is estimated that Chihoko will lose very badly. Yuni thought to herself. BD, UBD, where did you go to, and you only come now? I saw Takamoiki angrily ran to Sendo and pointed to Sendo to teach. Sendo scratched his head and replied with a smile, I'm sorry. Coach, I overslept. Takamoiki looked at Sendo's serious answer. Takamoiki felt extremely depressed and didn't know where to start. After Sendo changed his clothes, the game finally started. A whistle blew, and the two sides fought for the ball. Ding! The system query is complete. Basic properties. Name, Akashi Takenori. S**X, male. Height, 197 centimeters. Weight, 93 kilograms. Stamina, 86. Strength, 84. Speed, 76. Ding! The system query is complete. Basic properties. Name, Uajumi. S**X, male. Height, 202 centimeters. Weight, 90 kilograms. Stamina, 82. Strength, 83. Speed, 72. Sure enough, Yuni came to a conclusion after comparing the information of Akashi Takenori and Uajumi. There is still some gap between Uajumi and Akashi Takenori, but if some means are used, it can still be confronted, it depends on how Uajumi will deal with it. And the gap between Kaed Rukawa and Sendo is not something that can be countered by means. After all, different positions have different play styles. At this time, on the field, Akashi Takenori grabbed the racket and gave it to point guard Yasuda. Yasuda charged with the ball and was suddenly grabbed by Ryanan's number 8 point guard Yokusa Tomoyuki. There were cheers from Ryanan's bench and groans from Shihoko's bench. Sakuragi Hanamichi couldn't bear it anymore and ran to Coach Anze's side, tugging at Coach Anze's fleshy chin. Dad, isn't it my turn to play yet? Now is the key. Crack! Crack! Yuni, on the other hand, ate her own snacks in a lazy manner. Pa! With a bang, there was a burst of exclamation on the field. It's Sendo! Senior Sendo caught the ball. Sendo received the ball on the field, and Kaed Rukawa immediately intercepted Sendo. The two looked at each other, Sendo was smiling, and without looking at the ball, he flicked the ball to the right to the number 5 striker Ikegami Ryaji. Ikegami Ryaji made a layup after receiving the ball. 0-2 with Ryanan leading. Here are 3 girls standing on the second floor of the arena, the 3 Akashi Haruko sisters. Among them, the girl with short and medium hair is called Fujii, and the other girl with thick lips and double ponytail is called Matsui. Who is that number 7? Fujiai asked. Akaji Haruko replied, that person is called Sendo. My brother said during the competition last year that he was defeated by this person. Although he is still a first-year player, he has never seen a player like him. Fujiai was surprised. What? Even your brother said that, then he must be very powerful. On the other side of the court, Akaji Takenori caught the ball with his back to Ryanan's basket. At this time, Yuju was blocking behind Akaji, and the atmosphere immediately became a little depressed. When everyone thought that the centers of the two teams were going to start a fierce battle. In the matchup, Akaji Takenori threw the ball to Kagure Kiminobu from beyond the arc. Kagure Kiminobu got the ball and jumped to the rim. At this moment, a dark shadow covered the sky. I saw the fish living in the air with a big wave, and slapped the ball out with a slap. After the ball hit the ground, Kaed Rukawa caught it. Kaed Rukawa didn't stop and shot. Hearing a pop, everyone looked up and saw that Yuju shot the basketball out again. The ball flew out and fell into the hands of Shohoku number 6 Yasuda. Yasuda swayed the opponent's number 8 with a fake and passed the ball directly to Akaji Takenori in the inside. When Akaji Takenori received the ball, Yuzumi immediately followed. Akaji Takenori took a step back and took a step forward, and Akaji Takenori took a step forward and took a step backward, and the two did not give way to each other. I saw that Akaji Takenori suddenly jumped up and was about to shoot the ball with one hand, and Yuju jumped up at the same time to intercept Akaji Takenori's big hand in front of the air and slapped the basketball out of Akaji Takenori's hand. Ryanan's bench was filled with cheers of praise for the fish. Takamoiki also nodded in admiration and said a good word out loud. At this time, everyone in Shohoku looked towards Ryanan, their eyes full of caution and war. Crack! Crack! Not bad. Everyone turned their heads and saw a silver-haired boy on the Shohoku bench who was enjoying a big bag of snacks. With a snap, Ayako gave Yuni a folding fan mercilessly. Yuni, aren't you worried at all? I attacked 3 times in a row just now and was stopped by the opponent's fish. Yuni touched the place where he was beaten and replied, what's there to worry about? Yuju is definitely not as good as Akaji Takenori, and besides, the captain is not someone who will be in a mess just because of just 3 goals. Ayako was right when he heard it, thinking that with Akaji Takenori's strong personality, it was hard to imagine that he would become weak because of this. Sakuragi Hanamichi didn't think so, and said while pressing Anzei's chubby belly. Not good, Dad, that monkey stopped the ball. Sakuragi Hanamichi then continued with his arm around Coach Anzei's neck. Oops, Dad, now is a critical moment, we must release a secret weapon, right? After speaking, Sakuragi hurried to the field, only to stop Sakuragi Hanamichi by the people on the bench. On the other side of the field, Shohoku number 6 Yasuda held the ball and wanted to shoot a 3-pointer, but because of the pressure from Yuju's performance just now, he did not shoot. Just then Kaed Rukawa reached out for the ball, and Yasuda tricked the opponent's 8 with a 3-point fake. No, passed the ball to Kaed Rukawa. Kaed Rukawa was about to catch the pass when Sendo sped past Kaed Rukawa to catch the pass. After Sendo got the ball, he didn't hesitate to rush to Shohoku's basket. Kaed Rukawa chased after him. So fast, both of them are so fast. Sendo took the ball to Shohoku's basket and jumped up to make a shot. Kaed Rukawa also jumped to block the shot. Sendo shot the ball and passed the basketball to Ryanan's number 6 point guard Koshino Hiroaki. Koshino Hiroaki got the ball and made a 3-step layup for another 2 points. The cheers from the Ryanan bench reached a climax, and Akamoiki also said at this moment that the score would be pulled to 30 points. Asterisk. Chapter 14. Ryanan High School Basketball. At 0-15, Ryanan took the lead. Seeing the numbers on the scoreboard, and hearing Coach Takamoiki say that he would draw 30 points, everyone in Shohoku had an unnamed fire in their hearts. Damn, I really despise people. Sakuragi Hanamichi updated his eyes with fire, black lines, and even sneaked up behind Dikamoiki to teach Dikamoiki a lesson with a 1,000-year-old mystery, and as a result, he was called a technical foul. Yuni, who was snacking, didn't listen, but glanced at Dikamoiki and lowered her head to continue eating. On the court, Kagure Kaiminobu's dribble was intercepted by Sendo just after half-time. Sendo dribbled the ball to Shihoku's basket and jumped for a shot. Kaed Rukawa was not to be outdone and intercepted with his checkers skills. As a result, he was shot by Sendo Suhwang. Sendo passed the ball directly to number 8 Yukyusa Tomoyuki, who came later. No accident, Yukyusa Tomoyuki catches the ball for a layup. 0-17, Ryanen pulled the score here. Another offense, Kagure Kiminobu hit a three-pointer and was caught by Yuzuki, who then threw a long pass to Sendo, who was rushing to Shihoku's basket. Sendo and Kagure Kiminobu immediately returned to the defense. Sendo glanced at his teammate, making Kaed Rukawa think he was going to pass the ball again. Kaed Rukawa hurried up to prepare to intercept the pass, but Sendo tricked Kaed Rukawa into jumping up, holding the ball with one hand and pouring the basketball into Kagure Kaiminobu's head. At 0-19, Shihoku trailed by nearly 20 points. Suddenly, Ryanen intercepted Shihoku's pass and threw the basketball towards Shihoku's basket. Seeing this, Sendo immediately ran to Shihoku's basket and jumped up for a dunk. Pa! Kaed Rukawa jumped out of nowhere to catch the ball in front of Sendo. Ryanen's expressions changed, secretly saying that it was not good. I saw Kaed Rukawa quickly dribbling the ball into Ryanen's basket and jumping up to make a slam dunk. Sendo jumped from behind with a faster speed to intercept Kaed Rukawa's path. Kaed Rukawa returned the ball and passed the ball to the following Akashi Takenori, who arrived. Akashi Takenori jumped up with the ball in both hands and made a two-handed dunk. Bang! Basketball into the net. 2-19. Shihoku was as excited as he was alive and applauded. Crack! Crack! Yuni didn't react much, just said not bad and nothing more. Seeing this, Ayako stepped forward and said, Yuni, can't you be a little more enthusiastic? I'm very enthusiastic now. Ayako looked at Yuni, then looked at the snacks in Yuni's hand, and held his forehead with one hand, saying he was speechless. Sendo's skills on the field completely ignited the fighting spirit of Akashi Takenori and Kaed Rukawa. Shihoku pulled the game back to a close match with the fighting spirit of Akashi Takenori and Kaed Rukawa, who went back and forth with Ryanen. The score remained at 42-50, ending the first half with an 8-point deficit. Crack! Crack! Yuni squinted at the scoreboard. 8 points. That's it. Everyone didn't know why, and looked at Yuni's questioning eyes. What do you mean? Ayako asked first. Crack! Yuni took a bite of the snack and pointed at Sendo. I mean that Sendo, he probably didn't use all his strength. Everyone stared at Yuni, and then their pupils gradually enlarged. Really or not, wasn't he doing his best in the first half? Then how strong is Sendo? Kaed Rukawa didn't say anything, but turned to look in Ryanen's direction, seeing Sendo. Sakuragi Hanamichi got upset and pointed to Yuni. You idiot who can only eat, don't be too ambitious. If you let me as a secret weapon. Oh. That's the same. Sakuragi Hanamichi was interrupted by Yuni before he could finish speaking, and Sakuragi Hanamichi was full of smoke. What did you say, brat? Seeing this, everyone hurriedly stopped. Cough. Seeing this, Coach Anze spoke slowly. Yuni is right, Sendo's strength is not just that. Everyone fell silent after listening. Coach Anze continued, Yuni, how about changing you in the second half? Crack. Crack. This, that. Seeing Donghuang Yuni's reluctance, Coach Anze roars. Roar. Roar. Laughed. I think it's better to let Sakuragi Hanamichi go first. Yuni replied slowly. Coach Anze didn't say anything, just nodded. Then in the second half, Sakuragi, come on. Sakuragi Hanamichi was instantly refreshed. Really, Dad? That's great. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Dad, I'll beat everyone in Ryanen. Everyone looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi with contempt. A whistle sounded, the players on both sides stood in their positions, and the second half of the game officially began. At this time, Ayako asked, Yuni, why don't you want to play? Isn't it bad to have a chance to play? Ah. Because of the trouble. A big tic-tac-toe appeared on Ayako's head. Just because of that. Yuni thought about it for a while and then said, I can't eat snacks. Ayako couldn't take it anymore and picked up the folding fan. Pa. Pa. Say hello to Yuni's head. You foodie, don't you have any team spirit? Damn. Do you want me to confiscate all your snacks? Yuni immediately protected her snacks like a chicken. Don't want. On the other hand, Ryanen's side also noticed the situation here. Is that person also a member of Shohoku? Looks like there's a dispute. I don't know. It doesn't feel like it. I vaguely heard that he was asked to play, but he didn't seem to want to play. Looks a little weird. He's wearing sneakers too. It should be a player. Can he really play ball like that? Hikoichi, look at him sitting on Shohoku's bench, he should be Shohoku's first-year freshman. At this time, a short man on Ryanen's bench quickly took out his notebook and flipped it over and over again. No. 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 It seems that there is no information about this person, but he is very tall, so there is nothing else. Yuzua pouted his lips. Humph. What can that kind of person do, but he's just a kid. Kagure Kiminobu said with a smile. You're wrong. He's strong, maybe even stronger than Sendo. Yuju's pupils shrank when he heard it, and then he laughed. Ha 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 ha. Are you joking? Stop bragging there. Sendo turned to look at Donghwang Yuni, the corners of his mouth raised. Interesting. Sendo could see that everyone in Shohoku was looking forward to Donghwang Yuni's appearance just now. The whistle remembered, and the game began. Because Sakuragi Hanamichi was too nervous and made mistakes on his first appearance, everyone couldn't stand it. A final kick from Kaed Rukawa calmed Sakuragi Hanamichi. After a back and forth from both sides, after some Sakuragi Hanamichi vignettes, the score came to 61-68, with Shohoku still behind. Off the field, Shohoku bench. Coach, you can't go on like this. Maybe you will lose. Coach Anze turned to look at Donghwang Yuni. Yuni, you don't want to lose either. Crack. Click. The voice stopped, and Yuni's snack movement stopped. If you don't want to lose either, play. I won't force you, you can decide for yourself. Ayako looked at Coach Anze, then walked to Donghwang Yuni, lowered his head and stared at Donghwang Yuni, staring at him without blinking. Yuni felt uncomfortable being stared at, put down the snack in her hand, and sighed softly. Hey, I know, it's so troublesome to say. Then Yuni stood up and took off her jacket, revealing her toned muscles and perfect lines. Most notably, he was wearing a red jersey like a Shohoku player with the number 99 written on it. That's right, Yuni has already decided on his own jersey number, 99, which means that 9 and 9 are 1, that is, there is only one person on the court. No matter who is on the field, how many people there are, whether it is an opponent or a teammate, in the end there is only one who shines the most, and that is himself. This is the meaning of Donghwang Yuni's number. The whistle blew and Shohoku made a substitution. Asterisk. Chapter 15. Everyone looked and found that Donghwang Yuni was playing, and they were all stunned. Look, it's that guy. He's a player too. It's him. Takamoiki, who was on the Ryanen bench, also squinted at Donghuang Yuni, wondering what exactly Coach Anze was thinking. Sendo also looked at Donghuang Yuni with interest. Yu Zhu glanced at his mouth disdainfully. What can this kid do? Akashi Takenori gave Yuzumi a sidelong glance. Fish, you'd better not underestimate him. Yu Zhu heard it and said it didn't matter, but there was a little more vigilance in his heart. He knew that Akashi Takenori was not a big talker. Basic properties. Name, Donghuang Yuni. S*X, male. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 82 kilograms. Stamina, 94, plus 94%. Strength, 88, plus 88%. Speed, 90, plus 90%. Jump height, 1 meter, plus 40%. Ball control feel, 100, plus 100%. Hit rate, 100, plus 100%. Talent skills. Perfect copy, unawakened, full court 3-pointer, unawakened, super high-speed dribble, unawakened, Emperor Eye, unawakened, impeccable defense, not awakened. Possess ball skills, butterfly step through flower, gutter, meteor slam dunk, sunshine shooting blue, 3 points from heaven, earth and void, magic passing, right to play backwards, disappearing dribble, phantom shot, fantasy footsteps. Self-created ball skills, passing shot, smashing shot, wire hook shot, elbow shot, swing pass, zero return, elbow pass. Zone, not enabled. Achievement points, 49,517. With Shohoku's daily practice, Yuni's attributes have also grown rapidly. He could feel that the body fluids in his body were absorbed very quickly during training, and he also gained a lot of points. During this period, Yuni's self-created ball skills were also successfully deduced and evolved. Yuni named it elbow pass. Elbow passing introduction. Use the position and action of the opponent and teammate to touch the basketball to a certain part of the teammate or opponent's body in a clever way with the force of rotation to change the trajectory of the basketball, so that the basketball can reach a specific point's position. Just as Donghuang Yuni walked onto the field, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The host participated in a friendly match for the first time, completed the achievement, and got 200 achievement points. Ding! The host played a friendly match with Ryanan for the first time, completed the achievement and got 200 achievement points. Ding! The host now has 49,917 points. Yuni took a breath, and finally reached 50,000, and was close to throwing a few balls in this game, and the dreamed talent awakening potion was finally available. Then wait until you reach 50,000 and try Aomine Daiki's talent. Wow! Come on Yuni! Akashi Haruko immediately started cheering for Yuni enthusiastically when he saw Donghuang Yuni come on stage. Sakuragi Hanamichi, who was on the field, watched all this with a displeased expression. Damn, even if I have Kaed Rukawa, even this stupid guy who only knows how to eat is stealing my limelight. Yuni walked to her basket with a languid look. The game begins, and Shohoku serves. After receiving the ball, Akashi Takenori started rushing towards the opposite side. After reaching the 3-point line, he encountered Yuja's strict defense. Seeing that there was no gap, he saw Kaed Rukawa's skill request on the right side, and without hesitation, Akashi Takenori waved and passed the ball. It's just that Sendo suddenly appears and takes the ball away. Hateful! Kaed Rukawa immediately ran after him and tried to stop Sendo. Sendo dribbled forward and waved the ball to Ikegami Ryaji after reaching the 3-point line. Ikegami Ryaji did not rush to shoot, and after Sendo rushed inside, he signaled Ikegami Ryaji to pass the ball. Sendo was about to dunk after catching the ball when a figure blocked Sendo's vision. I saw Donghuang Yuni appeared out of nowhere, and a big hand really slapped the basketball. Pa! Bang! The basketball was slapped out by Yuni and fell out of bounds. Wow! Amazing! It was amazing to give Sendo a hot pot as soon as he came up. At this point, everyone in Ryanan was a little dumbfounded. No way! It must be an accident. One of the short teenagers with a pen and a notebook pointed at Donghwang Yuni excitedly. Wow! It's amazing, it can cover Sendo senpai. Dakamoiki on the side was furious and punched the short man in the head. Don't be too ambitious, you're Ryanans, damn it. Shihoku on the bench. Coach Anze is roaring as always. Roar! Roar! Ayako waved his folding fan and applauded. Well covered. I can't believe he could cover Sendo. On the court, Yuju was also very surprised to see this, and then frowned. Sendo looked at Donghwang Yuni with a slightly serious expression. Looks like I need to be more serious. Yuni looked at Sendo. You are not my opponent. Sendo smiled, with a hint of war in his eyes. Ryanan served the ball, and the ball went into Sendo's hands. Sendo didn't rush, just dribbled the ball slowly. Kaed Rukawa stepped forward to stop him, and Sendo suddenly accelerated like a phantom past Kaed Rukawa. What? Sendo passed Kaed Rukawa to Shihoku's three-point line, Kagure Kiminobu blocked it, and Sendo made an easy pass to the inside. I saw Sendo jumped up to indicate that he was going to dunk, and Yuni also jumped up to stop it. The corner of Sendo's mouth twitched, and he retracted the dunking hand, passed the ball to his left hand, and then waved it to the fish who came behind. Yuni's face was expressionless, his body fell to the right and forcibly changed his center of gravity, and he stretched out his big hand to cut off the ball that Sendo passed to the fish. Asterisk. Chapter 16. Seeing everyone here, their eyes widened with disbelief. Hey hey hey! It's true and false. Forget it just now, what's the situation? The short boy holding the notebook opened his mouth wide. This, unbelievable, unbelievable. Dakamoiki stood up from her seat, her eyes almost bulging. Who is he? How come I've never heard of him before? Akaji Haruko jumped up and down in excitement. Ah! Yuni is amazing. Everyone in Shihoku got excited and kept cheering for Yuni. Anze's glasses flashed a sharp light, roar! 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 Laughed. Looking at the faces of the Ryanan people in the field, they were very ugly, and they stared at Yuni with a bitter face. Sendo looked at Yuni at this time without speaking, took a deep breath, and stared at Donghwang Yuni with a serious expression. Speaking of Donghwang Yuni's side, Yuni didn't do anything after intercepting the ball, just stood there blankly. Because after he intercepted the ball just now, the system prompt sounded. Ding! The host intercepted Sendo's pass for the first time in the practice match and got 50 achievement points. In addition to the 50 achievement points obtained by the block just now, it is exactly 100 points. Now that the points have reached 50,017, you can exchange for a bottle of Talent Awakening Potion. System, exchange for a bottle of Talent Awakening Potion. Ding! The host successfully redeemed the Talent Awakening Potion, whether to perform the Talent Awakening. Yes. Ding! Please choose the talent to be awakened by the host. Choose one perfect copy, unawakened. Choice 2 full court 3-pointer, unawakened. Choice 3 super high speed dribble, unawakened. Choose 4 Emperor Eye, unawakened. Choose 5 impeccable defense, unawakened. Yuni had already chosen this point. With his current physique and mastery of the game, even if he didn't wake up, he would be able to properly crush others. Therefore, imitation skills can be said to be of little use to my current self. Besides, after all, I can simply imitate them now, and I have enough ball skills now. The full court 3-pointer doesn't have much effect on his 100% hit rate now. The most is to increase his range. Now even if he shoots a 3-pointer, few people can stop him because of his height and jumping ability. Ultra high speed dribbling is what Yuni needs most now, not to mention anything else, with his 100% hit rate and 100% feel, as long as he awakens to ultra-high-speed dribble, he will gain the additional skill of indefinite shooting, which can greatly increase your attack power. As for Emperor Eye and impeccable defense, Yuni said that it is not used for the time being. Whether it is Emperor Eye or impeccable defense, it is a skill that needs to see through the opponent's intentions before making a decision. Therefore, Yuni felt that it would be better to directly attack the other party's suspicion of life, and it would not be so important to guard against it at that time. System: choose 3, Awakening Super High Speed Dribble. Ding! Talent is Awakening for Super High Speed Dribbling. Ding! Talented Super High Speed Dribble Awakening successfully. Ding! The indeterminate shot is integrated. Ding! Infinitive shooting is integrated into success. Ding! Dribble the ball as you like and blend in. Ding! Dribble as you like and blend into success. Basic properties. Name: Donghwang Yuni. S**X, male. Height: 188 centimeters. Weight: 82 kilograms. Stamina: 94, plus 94%. Strength: 88, plus 88%. Speed: 90, plus 90%. Jump height: 1 meter, plus 40%. Ball control feel: 100, plus 100%. Hit rate: 100, plus 100%. Talent skills: Perfect copy, unawakened, full court 3-pointer, unawakened, super high speed dribble, awakened, Emperor Eye, unawakened, impeccable defense, not awakened. Possess ball skills: butterfly step through flower, gutter, meteor slam dunk, sunshine shooting blue, 3 points from heaven, earth and void, magic passing, right to play backwards, disappearing dribble, phantom shot, fantasy footsteps. Self-created ball skills: passing shot, smashing shot, wire hook shot, elbow shot, swing pass, zero return, elbow pass. Zone: not enabled. Achievement points: 17. Ding! The host has successfully awakened a talent, and the host has reached the basic conditions for activating the zone. System: then how can I enter the zone? If the host wants to open the zone, the host needs to explore it by himself. Friendly reminder: after the host enters the zone, the host can enter the state as the host wants in the future when he wants to enter the zone. Donghwang Yuni asked the system again curiously at this time. System: how long can the state of the zone last? Host: the status of the zone is related to the host's awakened talents and the host's own attributes. The more talents awakened, the stronger the physique, and the longer the zone's time. With the host's current situation, it can last for 4 minutes. Yuni thought deeply. Only 4 minutes. Although I don't know how it is calculated, Yuni knows that he can only last for 4 minutes in the current state of the zone, and then he can end the game. The system prompted as if it could understand Yuni's thoughts. Ding! Host: every time a talent is awakened, the time can be increased by 1 minute, and after the physique reaches the full attribute, it can be increased by 5 minutes. If the host's talents are all awakened and the physique is all full, the time to maintain the zone is 10 minutes. Yuni immediately understood, which means that no matter how Yuni thinks of ways to improve the zone's time, it can only be increased to 10 minutes at most. Asterisk. Chapter 17. After seeing Donghwang Yuni intercepting the basketball, he stood there and did not move. No one dared to go up to grab the ball for a while, but just stared at Donghwang Yuni, for fear that Donghwang Yuni was doing something earth-shattering. At this time, the corner of Donghwang Yuni's mouth rose to his senses. Awaited. When everyone heard it, they were full of doubts, not knowing what Donghwang Yuni meant. I saw that Donghwang Yuni was dribbling the ball regularly at this time, and the speed was not fast. It was Sendo who was defending Yuni, and everyone was surprised when Donghuang Yuni dribbled the ball suddenly and accelerated. So fast! But Sendo didn't panic, and still stopped in front of Yuni. Yuni made a sudden move without any fakes, and threw the ball from Sendo's lower left with a swing of his right hand. Yuni's figure flashed, and after breaking through from Sendo's right, he caught the ball again and dribbled forward quickly, and soon came to Ryanan's three-point line and jumped directly to shoot. You don't think? Sendo quickly caught up from behind and jumped up to block. Stop looking down on people, kid. Yuji jumped up and stretched out his hand in front of Yuni who was blocking it. Nearby Akashi Takenori and Kaed stared at the basketball, ready to pick up the ball that Yuni might come at any time. Yuni's eyes squinted and the corners of his mouth twitched. I saw that Yuni's pitching posture changed, and he made a pass to Akashi Takenori. With a hand toss, the basketball flew to Akashi Takenori at a very fast speed. Yuni didn't stop after landing, and quickly rushed to Ryanan's inside line. Everyone in Ryanan didn't care too much when they saw this, thinking that it was because Donghuang Yuni was unable to shoot and was forced to pass the ball. What everyone did not expect was that the ball did not fall into the hands of Akashi Takenori, but hit the elbow of number 5 Ikumi Ryaji standing next to Akashi Takenori and bounced directly to Ryanan's inside line. Everyone saw that it was exactly where Yuni had arrived at this time. After receiving the ball, Yuni made a dunk with both hands. Everyone froze in place, their eyes widened. There was silence in the hall at this time, the cheers disappeared, the conversation disappeared, and even the sound of breathing was minimal. Takemoiki opened her mouth wide, her lips trembling for a long time, unable to speak. Coach Anzai couldn't see anything sitting there, but the tea in his hand spilled out at some point and soaked his pants without knowing it. The silence was followed by earth-shattering cheers. Wow! Lee! Awesome! Awesome! Is this something a human can do? What happened just now? Akashi Haruko's head is buzzing now, and he feels that Yuni is handsome just now. Yuni, so handsome. The two sisters beside him looked at each other with big white eyes. Ayako was also stunned at this time. My god! This guy! On the field at this time. Sendo and Yuzhu looked at Donghuang Yuni in disbelief, and wanted to ask something, but in the end they muttered to themselves. Any luck? Yuni glanced at Ryanan and said, create your own skills, pass the ball with an elbow. Everyone took a deep breath when they heard it. Not luck. But, how is this possible? Completely contrary to common sense. At this time, Coach Takemoiki finally spoke up. No, it's possible. It can be done with years of practice. Practice makes perfect. Takemoiki said so, but she didn't think so in her heart. It's true that practice makes perfect, but it's not something anyone can do, and it's impossible to do it without a certain talent. The game on the field continues. Since that goal, Ryanan's team has been more careful in attacking and defending. This also gives Shohoku people more options. Yuni held the ball and passed it to Kagure Kiminobu at mid-length. Ryanan's number 8 Yukyusa Tomoyuki didn't go up to stop it and still defended Kagure Kiminobu. Unexpectedly, Kagure Kiminobu did not respond to the ball from Yuni, and Kagure Kiminobu's shoulder in basketball state bounced into Kaed Rukawa's hand with the help of rotational force. Kaed Rukawa was also stunned for a moment, and immediately responded with a three-pointer. Hateful. The expressions on the faces of the Ryanan people are like eating flies. They all feel that Yuni's way of passing the ball is too disgusting. It doesn't look like it was passed to Kaed Rukawa, but the ball hit Kaed Rukawa's arm and bounced to Kagure Kiminobu. And then Kagure Kiminobu made a layup. Either the ball was passed to Akashi Takenori, it hit Akashi Takenori's arm and bounced weirdly into the hands of the rest of Shohoku to score. The basketball would hit his teammates and opponents for a while. With just such a passing method, everyone in Ryanan was playing around, and he had no idea who the basketball was being passed to. Yuzhu was furious now, seeing Donghuang Yuni coming to the basket. he immediately greeted him. Yuni saw that Yu Zhu's eyes did not waver at all, and jumped up to make a shot. Due to Yu Zhu's height, he was confident that even if Donghuang Yuni made a shot, he would definitely be stopped by him if he jumped up. As long as your fingers touch the ball, it's a breeze. I saw Yuni smiled slightly and said lightly. Forgot to mention, in addition to the elbow pass, there is also an elbow shot. Yuni threw the basketball in his hand at the fish's elbow, and the basketball quickly hit the fish's elbow. Due to the force of rotation, the basketball directly changed its trajectory after it popped out, and finally hit the backboard and bounced back into the basket. The whistle blew and Ryanan asked for a timeout. The score at the moment is 89-74. Shihoko leads by 15 points. Asterisk. Chapter 18. Ryanan High School Basketball Hall. On Ryanan's bench, Dakamoiki scolded the players. What the hell are you doing? It's just that after a little setback, you're careful, and cheer me up, Yuzu. Didn't you say you want to defeat Akashi Take Nori? Yuzu immediately became serious and replied. Yes. I want to beat him. Dakamoiki turned to Sendo again. And you, Sendo, do you want to be beaten like that by the 99th on the other side? Sendo didn't answer, wiped a sweat, and looked at Donghuang Yuni in the Shihoko bench with sharp eyes. On the Shihoko bench at this time, Yuni hurriedly came to his seat to pick up the snacks and ate them. Yuni, you are amazing. How did you pass that ball? It's unbelievable. The crowd surrounded Yuni and started chatting. Crack. Crack. Yuni replied casually with disapproval. You said that pass. It's okay. It's just a simple pass. When everyone heard it, they felt that they had been attacked 10,000 times. Where is it easy? Give us mortals a way to live. On the other side, Kaed Rukawa sat in his seat and looked at Donghuang Yuni. We have a chance to play a game. Yuni looked at Kaed Rukawa and said helplessly. You'd better beat Sendo first. You two have similar talents, the only thing missing is experience and physique. Kaed Rukawa didn't say much after hearing this. He knew in his heart that he had already lost to Sendo in today's game. Sakuragi Hanamichi, who was on the side, was completely ignored by everyone. His innocent eyes glanced at the Shihoko crowd, and a tic-tac-toe on his head stood out for a while. That's when Coach Anze spoke up. Yuni, you should still be hiding. Everyone turned to look at Donghuang Yuni in unison. Crack. Crack. Ah. You saw it out. Coach Anze looked at Yuni with a burning gaze, roar. 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 Laughed. How much effort did you use? Yuni was silent for a while. I don't know how much force I have, but they definitely can't stop me. It just so happens that I plan to experiment with new things later, and then I will know how much force I used. Coach Anze's mirror flashed. Oh? I'm really looking forward to it. Ayako spoke with a carefree voice at this time. You are really amazing. I have never seen such a basketball player before. Where did you learn your basketball? Yuni didn't hide it either. This is my own creation. I tried to practice on my own after a whim, and the results were not bad. When everyone heard the words, they all became contemplative, wondering if they had to create some new skills. In fact, Yuni's ball skills are self-created, and they are also out of whim, but they are completed by systematic deduction and evolution. If you rely on Yuni to grope and practice by yourself, you will be able to succeed. Just then the whistle sounded and the pause ended. Sendo stared at Donghuang Yuni after playing. You're strong, but I won't admit defeat. Yuni blinked at Sendo. You're not my opponent yet. Ryanan serves and the ball goes to Sendo. Sendo didn't act in a hurry, just stood there and slapped the ball, waiting for a chance. Soon the basketball in Sendo's hand changed speed, and the body leaned forward and the center of gravity moved down, indicating that he was about to break through. Yuni acted very casually and blocked Sendo's way. Sendo's pupils shrank and didn't panic, only to see Sendo dribble the ball quickly under his crotch, and then turned around and dribbled the ball past. Yuni followed quickly. Just when Sendo was about to take a shot, Yuni had come to Sendo's side and was ready to jump up and block. Sendo knew that this was not enough, so he jumped up with the ball in his hand, turned his right hand back and passed the ball to Yukyusa Tomoyuki behind. Yukyusa Tomoyuki received the ball without hesitation and quickly passed it to the fish inside. After catching the ball, the fish jumped up and prepared to dunk. At this moment, Sendo rushed to the three-point line and signaled Yuja to pass the ball. Yuja glanced at Sendo and passed the ball to Sendo. Sendo caught the ball and jumped for a three-pointer, a perfect arc into Shihoku's basket. Hollow into the net, the score 89-77. Well done, Sendo. Dakamoiki complimented Sendo with fists in both hands. The Ryanan group also came to Sendo's side and started high-fives with Sendo. Pa! Really have your Sendo. Pa! Nice job. Yuni didn't speak, and looked at Sendo, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Then Ryanan and Shihoku started an offensive and defensive battle, and the two sides refused to let each other go. During this period, Sendo fully demonstrated his talent, but there was still a lot of pressure when facing Yuni. Sendo also did not choose to break through, but bypassed Donghwang Yuni as much as possible to attack as a team. Since Ryanan always bypassed Donghwang Yuni and attacked again and again, the score was gradually caught up by Ryanan. At this time, the score on the field came to 98-95, and the difference was 3 points. There are 4 minutes left until the end of the game. Asterisk. Chapter 19. Yuni looked at the Ryanan crowd and sighed. Hey, don't think you'll be safe by bypassing me. Shihoku served the ball, Yuni reached for the ball, and after receiving the ball, Yuni's lips parted, showing his white teeth. Then let's get started. Yuni slapped the ball in his hand to the ground, and the trajectory of the ball flew to the position of Yukyusa Tomoyuki nearby. Error. Everyone didn't respond. Yukyusa Tomoyuki was about to reach out to catch the ball when a wind suddenly passed by. Yukyusa Tomoyuki watched the basketball as if it disappeared in an instant. Sendo saw that Yukyusa Tomoyuki was passed by and immediately came up to stop Donghwang Yuni. Yuni was dribbling the ball at a very fast speed at the moment, and everyone was dazzled. The ball changed from left to left hand, and after changing hands at the crotch, turned 180 degrees and changed hands again, and then turned 180 degrees with the crotch to change hands, and finally Yuni shot the ball from Sendo's crotch, randomly. The figure flashed past Sendo. Sendo was in a dazed state at this time, he didn't react at all, he just stood there dumbfounded. After Yuni broke through Sendo, he held the ball again and prepared to enter the inside line. Yuzumi, Koshino Hiroaki, and Ikegami Ryaji saw that Sendo was breached and immediately went to prepare for a three-person team. The corner of Yuni's mouth twitched, he dribbled the ball and slapped the ball hard on the ground, only to see the basketball flew out from the gap between Yuzumi and Koshino Hiroaki, and Yuni's body quickly shrank through the gap between Yuzumi and Ikegami Ryaji. Then, take off, catch the basketball in the air and dunk it into the hoop. 100-95. At this moment, many reporters and fans watching the game on the court, off the court, on the benches of both sides, and on the second floor were dumbfounded. Ah, 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 ah. Oh my god! What's going on? His action, my god! Is he a god? One person broke through 5 people. Also scored a dunk. At this time, somewhere on the second floor, a beautiful young woman with short hair and ears stared at Donghwang Yuni in shock. This woman is a reporter for Basketball Weekly, Aida Yayoi. The camera in her hand pointed at Donghwang Yuni and kept pressing. Her heart is full of storms now. Originally she thought that the talents of Sendo and Kaed Rukawa were already very defiant. Even in the entire high school world, he is among the best, but he didn't expect such a player to appear today just to watch a practice match. Aida Yayoi said involuntarily. Kanagawa is going to change. No, it should be the RB country that is going to change. He is no longer high school level. On the other side, whether it was Akaji Takenori, Sakuragi Hanamichi, Kaed Rukawa, Sendo, Yuzumi, etc., everyone looked at Donghwang Yuni in disbelief. They have been deeply shocked by Donghwang Yuni's skills just now, except shock is attract and shock. The exaggerated movements and the dribbling like the wind speed made people dazzled. Akaji Haruko has peach eyes now, and the Yuni name is uttered from time to time in his mouth. Ayako has been completely shocked by Yuni now, standing there in a daze. The coaches on both sides had already stood up from their seats, looking in disbelief. Takamoiki was still muttering words. It's not true, it's not true. At this time, the sound of clapping hands on the field sounded. It doesn't matter, we'll score another goal and play steadily. The person who spoke was Sendo. At this time, Sendo's heart already knew that he couldn't win. Just relying on Donghwang Yuni's speed and dribbling skills just now, he can't match himself at all. All he can do is not to let the team lose too badly. Thinking of this, Sendo couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. This was the first time he was so powerless. Even so, the fighting spirit in his eyes remained undisturbed for a long time. These slaps from Sendo also woke up the Shohoku crowd. Akaji Takenori shouted. The game is not over yet, cheer up. Akaji Takenori's mood at this time can be said to be extremely grateful to God, thanking God for allowing Donghwang Yuni to enter his team. Complicated emotions such as joy, excitement, firmness, etc. kept hitting his heart, and the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. Ryanen served and Koshino Hiroaki passed the ball to the fish. Yuzumi dribbled the ball and was blocked by Akaji Takenori just after half-court. Yuju immediately passed the ball to Sendo, and as soon as the ball was released, a shadow flashed, and Yuni broke the ball instantly. Hateful. Not good. Yuju and Sendo hurriedly returned to visit, but Yuni was still far behind. Can't catch up. Yuju and Sendo were even more horrified. Takamoiki gritted her teeth when she saw this. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Yuni came to Ryanen's basket like a bolt of lightning, jumped, and shot into the net. 102-95, Shohoku took the lead. Asterisk. Chapter 20. The whistle blew again for Ryanen to serve. This time the ball was passed into Sendo's hands. Sendo did not dare to pass the ball, but carefully dribbled the ball across the midfield. Just before the three-point line, Sendo sped up and shot without a pause. The basketball fell into the net with a perfect arc. 102-98. This was beyond Yuni's expectations. Hey? Can't attack from inside and change it to outside. Yuni looked at Sendo and said with some appreciation. As expected of Sendo, but unfortunately, it doesn't work for me. Sendo frowned. He had no doubts about the authenticity of what Donghwang Yuni said. Since what he said, there must be a way to deal with it. Sendo guessed right, only to see Yuni, after receiving the ball, passed the two Ryanen players to the opponent's three-point line and took off to shoot. Yuju hurried forward and jumped up to block it. You guys look down on people less, such a simple jump shot is like a goal. But what Yuju saw, Donghwang Yuni's body was constantly leaning back, almost level with the ground. Yuni tossed with his right hand. Brush. Basketball into the net. 105-98. There was another cheer on the sidelines. Oh my god! Is that a fadeaway? That's a stretch. Wandering and shooting, never seen before. Takamoiki has no idea how many times Donghwang Yuni has shocked him. He has seen fallback jumpers, but he has never seen such a big life when he is almost lying flat. This is a talent that no one can match. Coach Anze dragged his glasses, the light in the lenses flashed away, and Ayako stood beside him staring blankly at Donghwang Yuni, covering his mouth with his hands. Bang! 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 Sendo is still very unwilling and wants to recover a ball. Sendo dribbled the ball to Shihoka's three-point line and was about to take off when he noticed Donghwang Yuni's move to take off, and immediately gave up the careful thought of shooting a three-pointer. In desperation, he had to pass the ball to the fish who was ready to assist. Waizumi took the opportunity to go inside Shihoka after receiving the ball, but with Akaji take Nori defending inside, Waizumi had no chance. At this moment, Sakuragi Hanamichi appeared out of nowhere, and when he reached Yuzumi's side, he slapped the basketball out of Yuzumi's hand. Yuni, who was very responsive, naturally would not miss this opportunity, and received the ball like lightning. Seeing the bad situation, the Ryanan people immediately ran back to their own baskets and prepared to guard against the dead. Yuni came to Ryanan's half-court with the basketball, his eyes swept away, a speeding behind changed hands and flashed a person, and then another crotch changed hands and turned and changed hands, and then Yuni slapped the ground hard and quickly flashed from the person's side pass. The basketball skipped over the player's head after bouncing off the ground, and was caught by Yuni who came behind. Yuni then prepares to jump up and shoot. Seeing this, Sendo and Yuju jumped up to intercept Yuni at the same time, followed by two Ryanan players that Yuni had just passed. 1v4. Someone outside said excitedly. Finally stop that 99. Yuni didn't panic when he saw this, but was a little excited. I saw Yuni retracted his shooting posture, tilted his body sideways, stretched his right hand out of the gap between the four of them, and threw the ball to the basket. Bang! Bang! The basketball turned 2 circles on the hoop and then slowly fell into the hoop. 107-98. Ryanan on the bench. Isn't there anyone who can stop him? Damn, why is there such a strong guy? Some people on the Ryanan bench also left tears unwillingly. Dakamoiki didn't say anything after seeing everyone's performance. Donghwang Yuni was too strong, even Sendo couldn't stop him. The skills are not as good as others and there is nothing to say. After the game, it seems that the training will be strengthened again. Fortunately, this time it was only a practice match. Dakamoiki was still a little fortunate, so that there was enough time to study the method against Donghwang Yuni before the official competition. Dakamoiki took a deep breath. He thought Shihoka was not strong, at least not as good as Ryanan. But the reality gave him a resounding slap in the face, and he could see that even if Shihoka didn't have Donghwang Yuni, they would still be a good team. It seems that during the county competition, it is really difficult to say who will go to the end. I am really looking forward and nervous. There are 2 minutes left in the game. Yuju took the ball and passed it to Sendo after half-time. Sendo also didn't hold the ball for long and passed it directly to Koshino Hiroaki, who received the ball and then passed it to Yukyusa Tomoyuki. Ryanan was passed very carefully, for fear that Donghwang Yuni would suddenly come out of nowhere and break the ball. At this moment, Kaed Rukawa suddenly changed speed and came behind Yukyusa Tomoyuki to cut off the basketball in Yukyusa Tomoyuki's hand. After the basketball was dropped, it was picked up by Sakuragi Hanamichi. Sakuragi Hanamichi saw the basketball in his hand and immediately smiled and dribbled the ball forward. Sakuragi Hanamichi has been depressed for a long time, and he is almost mad when he sees Donghwang Yuni and Kaed Rukawa stealing the limelight. Coming to Ryanan's basket, Sakuragi Hanamichi saw that no one under the basket did not hesitate to jump up and shoot. Bang! Did not enter. Then Sakuragi Hanamichi immediately jumped to catch the ball and continued to shoot. Bang! Did not enter. Upon seeing Sakuragi Hanamichi jumped up again to catch the ball, and then shot again. Bang! Still didn't get in. Sakuragi Hanamichi was ready to jump to catch the ball again, but Sendo, who was driven over, jumped up and received it first. Just as Sendo's body fell, before he could stand still, he saw a figure flying up from in front of him. and even the basketball in his hand disappeared. It was Donghwang Yuni. When Sendo grabbed the ball, he came to the basket at a very fast speed, waiting for Sendo to fall, and jumped up to grab the ball and dunk the moment he fell. Bang! Basketball into the net. 109-98. The game was over with 1 minute and 23 seconds left. Donghwang Yuni grabbed the ball again. Ryan and everyone was shocked when they saw it and returned to their own basket to prepare to defend desperately. Yuni dribbled the ball slowly this time to reach the half-court. He stepped forward and smiled slightly, showing his white teeth. Then, I'll show you something good for the last time. I saw Yuni holding the ball in both hands and jumping up to make a shot. Ryan looked at Donghwang Yuni suspiciously, not knowing what he was going to do. What is he doing? Is he crazy? Everyone in Shihoko had similar expressions. Ayako is also muttering to himself. This guy isn't going to shoot there. Coach Anze didn't say much, just watched intently. Kaed Rukawa did not speak. Kagure Kiminobu looked at Donghwang Yuni and said. Even if you want to shoot, you don't need to shoot in midfield. You can't touch the basket from such a distance. Akashi Nori frowned. What's going on in this guy's head? At this time, Yuni had already jumped high and shot the basketball. The basketball shot up the top of the basketball arena in a great, beautiful arc, then dropped at the apex and headed straight for Ryan's basket. All of them held their breath, their eyes were watching the basketball without blinking, for fear of missing something. Brush! Hollow into the net. 112-98. Everyone couldn't believe it. Am I really watching a basketball game? This is too amazing. The Ryanan people were completely dissipated by this ball, but in the end they were encouraged by Sendo to persevere to the end. Everyone in Shihoko feels completely different. They feel that there is such a great god in their team that the championship is really no longer a dream, and their fighting spirit is getting higher and higher. Time passed little by little, and the game ended just after Yuni's final three-pointer at the buzzer went into the net. Shihoku's practice match against Ryanan came to an end, 124-104 Shihoko won. ***. Chapter 21. Ryanan High School Basketball Hall Entrance. Takamoiki shakes hands with Coach Anze. Thank you so much Coach Anze for showing me a great game. Coach Anze roars. Roar. Roar. Smiling. Wherever, it is the efforts of the children. Takamoiki glanced at the Shihoko crowd behind Coach Anze, and finally settled on Donghwang Yuni who was eating snacks. On the other side Yuzumi looked at Akashi Nori. Next time I'll beat you. And Sendo next to him walked up to Donghwang Yuni and stretched out his hand. Your name is Donghwang Yuni, right? Crack. Crack. Yuni looked at Sendo, then looked down at Sendo's outstretched hand, and then reached out and shook hands with Sendo's me. The next time we meet is the county competition, I won't lose then. That's not necessarily true. Sendo smiled, secretly determined to practice hard to catch up with Donghwang Yuni. Seeing the silhouettes of the Shihoko people leaving gradually, Takamoiki looked back at the Ryanan people. Okay, you don't need me to tell you what to do next. How to strengthen your own arrangements for your training next, we will show Shihoko our determination when we wait for the county competition. Hi. That night. A gentle and kind voice came from the manor. Baby Yuni, I heard that you are very good today. Ah? How did you know? Hee hee. That's of course, how can you be at ease when you are a mother outside who often gets lost? Really, sent someone to follow me. Yuni sat depressed at the dining table with one hand on his head. What is tracking? That's to protect you. Nanamai walked up to Yuni and raised her hand to knock Yuni's head. Okay, let's eat quickly. Yuni lay on the bed in his room after dinner. System, check my information. Ding. The query is successful. Basic properties. Name, Donghwang Yuni. S*X, male. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 82 kilograms. Stamina, 95, plus 95%. Strength, 89, plus 89%. Speed, 91, plus 91%. Jump height, 1 meter, plus 40%. Ball control feel, 100, plus 100%. Hit rate, 100, plus 100%. Talent skills. Perfect copy, unawakened, full court 3-pointer, unawakened, super high-speed dribble, awakened, Emperor Eye, unawakened, impeccable defense, not awakened. Possess ball skills, butterfly step through flower, gutter, meteor slam dunk, sunshine shooting blue, 3 points from heaven, earth and void, magic passing, right to play backwards, disappearing dribble, phantom shot, fantasy footsteps. Self-created ball skills, passing shot, smashing shot, wire hook shot, elbow shot, swing pass, zero return, elbow pass. Zone, not enabled. Achievement points, 2217. I just played for 10 minutes and I didn't expect to get so many points, and most of the time I was in the case of releasing water. Sure enough, the speed of getting points in the game is much faster than usual. I don't know if there will be more in the official game. Really looking forward to the activation of all 5 talents. 3 days later. The Shohoku High School Basketball Club. Crack. Crack. As usual, Yuni sat in a chair and ate a snack. At this time, 2 people came in at the door, and one of them was Sakuragi Hanamichi. Another came in and waved, "I'm back." Yuni looked around and understood that this man was not tall, about 1.6 meters tall, wore ear studs, and had injuries on his face. This person should be Miyagi Ryota. Miyagi Ryota soon noticed Donghwang Yuni sitting there eating snacks. Who is that person? Sakuragi Hanamichi looked over and found it was Donghwang Yuni. Humph. Just a dumb guy who only eats snacks. Kagure Kiminobu walked up and said. He's a new member of the club this year. Don't look at him like that. He's very strong. Miyagi Ryota was curious and walked up to Donghwang Yuni. Boy, come one-on-one. Crack. Crack. Hey. Boy, are you listening? Crack. Crack. Damn guy, ignoring me. Miyagi Ryota reached out to grab the snack from Donghwang Yuni. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emanated from Donghwang Yuni, who saw Donghwang Yuni tightly guarding the snacks, staring straight at Miyagi Ryota. Pinch you. The sudden change startled Miyagi Ryota. Seeing this, Ayako hurried over to pull Miyagi Ryota away. Okay Miyagi, that's what Yuni is like, whoever touches his snacks usually looks like this. Miyagi Ryota still scratched his head in confusion, but when he saw the arm being pulled by Ayako, his face suddenly turned red. It didn't take long before Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi Ryota started bickering, and the two decided to start one-on-one. I don't know why the two of them dislike each other. During the one-on-one, Sakuragi Hanamichi fouled intentionally to grab the ball from Miyagi Ryota, and the angry Miyagi Ryota also started fouling intentionally. You and I soon turned into a fight. The people around him were all ignored. Just then, Akashi Takenori walked in and walked over with an angry look on their faces when he saw the two of them. One hand grabbed the necks of the two, and the two were forced to stop and look back. Gorilla. Boss. Bang. Bang. Akashi Takenori smashed the two to the ground with one punch, and the two became honest. Akashi Takenori turned to look at the crowd. Start training. While the Shohoku crowd was training, Coach Anze walked in. Seeing that, Miyagi Ryota immediately ran over and bowed to Coach Anze. Coach Anze, I'm back, sorry to trouble you. Just come back, Miyagi. I'll fight hard in the future, you know. Yes. At this point Sakuragi Hanamichi couldn't take it anymore and said something to Miyagi Ryota. What kind of good baby are you pretending to be? Then he swishly walked to Coach Anzei's side and patted Coach Anzei's chubby chin from the bottom up. Dad, it's better not to ask him to play basketball. Use your power, this guy thinks it's the type of person who pulls the back of the genius Sakuragi. Miyagi Ryota turned pale when he saw Sakuragi Hanamika's actions. What are you doing? You dare to be so disrespectful to the coach, stop it. Then Miyagi Ryota went up and grabbed Sakuragi Hanamika's cheek and pulled it hard. Sakuragi Hanamichi also grabbed Miyagi Ryota's cheek and pulled hard. The two do not give in to each other. Everyone else looked at these two people like idiots. Ayako couldn't take it anymore, and it was just one person and one folding fan. And just like that, Miyagi Ryota successfully returned to Shohoka basketball team. Asterisk. Chapter 22. Time flies, in the Shohoka basketball hall on the second day. Everyone is happily practicing. Yesterday, Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi Ryota still disliked each other, but today the performance of the two unexpectedly surprised everyone. Today's two are like brothers. Miyagi Ryota still teaches Sakuragi Hanamichi some tricks from time to time, and everyone is stunned. Crack! Crack! Yuni also found it a little funny to see the two of them, but thought that Hisashi Mitsui would be next. Then the violent incident is estimated to start. Do you want to take action at that time? At this time, Kagure Kiminobu called everyone to gather and start practicing. Before Yuni's snacks were put down, a man's voice came from the door. Miyagi Ryota, let's join. How's it going? Shohoku turned their heads and saw a group of people standing at the door, the leader of which was a man with long hair. A middle-aged man with long hair was standing next to the man with long hair in the middle, with a cigarette in his mouth, and glanced at everyone in the Shohoku basketball club with disdain. Kagure Kiminobu moved forward immediately. This is the basketball club, please take your shoes off. Everyone in the basketball club asked with some doubts. Is that person? It's called Mitsui. Ah, the one who fought with Miyagi. At this time, the smoking man flicked the ash on the ground with a flick of his finger. Sakuragi Hanamichi immediately became popular. Damn, the floor that someone else worked so hard to clean was dirty. The smoking man looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi and said disdainfully. It's so fun that this kind of nerd can get on the basketball team too. What did you say, a hole? When Sakuragi Hanamichi heard it, he couldn't hold it anymore, foreshadowing that he was about to step forward, but was stopped by Miyagi Ryota. Miyagi Ryota said to the man with medium-length hair. We are in practice and the other members are there, don't be like this, Mitsui, I beg you. At this time, the burly man behind the long-haired man in the middle part said sullenly. It doesn't matter if you get beaten up, as long as the basketball club doesn't get involved, that's it. Miyagi Ryota lowered his head and said in a pleading tone. No, please don't beat me, I can't go back to the hospital now. I beg you, go back quickly, here you, Mitsui is a very important place. Everyone in the basketball club looked at Miyagi Ryota and felt that Miyagi Ryota was so great at this time. Crack! Crack! Yuni looked at all this and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, although Yuni had some scenes that he couldn't remember clearly. I just knew that there was such a lucrative plot, but I didn't expect it to come so quickly, let alone the details in the plot. Yuni also secretly praised Miyagi Ryota's performance. It seems that the man with long hair in the middle should be Hisashi Mitsui. Hisashi Mitsui held the basketball in front of the smoking man. The smoking man took the cigarette and pressed it on the basketball. Everyone was furious when they saw this scene. At this moment, a basketball flew towards Hisashi Mitsui without warning, and Hisashi Mitsui was startled and hurriedly dodged sideways. Because Hisashi Mitsui's dodging basketball hits the burly man behind Hisashi Mitsui directly in the face. They seem to have more fighting spirit than you. Don't they, Miyagi? Hisashi Mitsui kicked the basketball as if it were a football, hitting Miyagi Ryota in the stomach. Miyagi Ryota was in pain, bent over and covered her stomach for a long time, but she didn't get better. The smoking man then handed Hisashi Mitsui a mop and motioned Hisashi Mitsui to hit Miyagi Ryota with the mop. The basketball department has regulations. Once you start a fight, you will be forced to withdraw from the school immediately. As Hisashi Mitsui picked up the mop, he was stopped by Sakuragi Hanamichi. Hisashi Mitsui said immediately upon seeing this. Are you going to start? Don't you know that as long as you start the school, the basketball team will be disbanded immediately? Sakuragi Hanamichi retorted by breaking it and dropping it on the ground. So what, I'll fool around? Hisashi Mitsui pointed at Sakuragi Hanamichi. Looks like you've made up your mind. Crack! Crack! Yuni didn't even look at what was happening over there from the seat. As long as they didn't come to trouble him, everything would be safe. If he dared to provoke him, he would be sorry. It doesn't matter if the school officials know about the basketball club's beatings, as long as you tell your family about it, it's not a big deal. With a snap. Just then a bad guy hit Kaed Rukawa in the head with a broken mop head. Blood ran down Kaed Rukawa's forehead. As a result, Kaed Rukawa rubbed his head, then punched the bad guy directly in the stomach, and then punched the bad guy's chin, knocking him out. On the other side, Miyagi Ryota was angered because a bad guy slapped a Yako with his hand, causing Miyagi Ryota to kick the bad guy and ride on the bad guy to greet him with a fist in the face. Just then, the smoking man walked up to Kaed Rukawa who was teaching and knocked Kaed Rukawa down with one elbow. Next. At this moment, Hisashi Mitsui also picked up the broken mop head and bleed Sakuragi Hanamichi's head, but Sakuragi Hanamichi stared straight at Hisashi Mitsui and slapped Hisashi Mitsui down with a slap. Looking at Miyagi Ryota's side, because Miyagi Ryota hit too hard, the smoking man walked over and beat Miyagi Ryota until he fell to the ground. Now everyone in the scene is staring at the smoking man, as if they were shocked by his prestige and strength, and they dared not make a sound. Crack! Crack! At this moment, the sound of the snacks being bitten was extremely loud in the quiet basketball hall. Everyone looked at the source of the sound, and saw a young man with silver hair, clear eyebrows, and a lazy expression sitting on a chair, eating the snacks in his hand one by one. Everyone was stunned, and now the scene has become like this guy can still eat. One of the bad guys walked towards Donghwang Yuni with a gloomy smile. At this time, Kagure Kiminobu hurriedly tried to stop it. Don't go near him, dangerous. Hearing Kagure Kiminobu's words, the bad guy thought he was warning him not to crush Donghwang Yuni, but he chuckled and became even more excited. The bad guy came to Donghwang Yuni and stood still. Crack! Crack! Bad people stare at Donghwang Yuni. Boy, you don't seem to care when you see your teammates being beaten. Crack! Crack! Seeing that Donghwang Yuni only cared about eating snacks and ignored her intentions, she was even more annoyed. Stinky boy, I see that you are very upset. Crack! Crack! When the bad guy saw that Donghwang Yuni continued to eat, he didn't care. Stinky brat, let's see how you eat. Shohoku basketball team suddenly felt bad. Ayako was even more shocked and immediately shouted to Hisashi Mitsui. It's not good, hurry up and let that friend of yours run away, or he will die. Hisashi Mitsui doesn't know why. At this moment, Donghwang Yuni grabbed the hand of the bad guy who knocked out the snack with a snap. Ayako closed his eyes immediately. It's over, it's over. Click it. A miserable howl resounded in the arena. Everyone shuddered when they heard the scream, and then looked towards Donghwang Yuni. I saw that Donghwang Yuni's hand has now broken the bad person's hand bone. From the outside, it is obvious that the bad person's current hand has been deformed and twisted. Afterwards, Donghwang Yuni smashed the bridge of the bad guy's nose with another punch, and then lifted his foot and pushed his knee to break the bad guy's ribs. I don't know how many ribs were broken. Then everyone in the basketball hall saw an unforgettable torture. The bad guy's left hand, left leg, right leg, were almost all interrupted by Donghwang Yuni. Watching all this, Hisashi Mitsui and the smoking man also stood there dumbfounded. Just when Donghwang Yuni was about to crush the bad guy with a chair, he was stopped by Kagure Kiminobu and Ayako who came over. Stop it! Yuni can't kill people, I still have snacks here, I'll bring them to you in a moment. Yuni fell silent as soon as she heard it. At this moment, Mito Yohei brought the other two members of Sakuragi's gang into the arena from the second floor and knocked down the other bad guys in the arena. The current Hisashi Mitsui and the smoking man are a little empty in their hearts, and their hearts almost jumped out when they saw Donghwang Yuni abusing people just now. Yuni thought for a while, Akaji Takenori should come over after a while, so he got up and walked towards the gate of the arena. The knocking on the door is so loud, I'm going to tell them not to knock on the door, I'll leave it to you here. As soon as the door opened, Yuni saw 3 teachers standing outside the door, and Yuni closed the door. Ah! There's special training in there. After speaking, Yuni saw that Akaji Haruko was also here, and casually said that Akaji Haruko would take him to buy snacks. I remember that Akaji Takenori seemed to use the excuse of special training to prevaricate the past. No matter what it was like, in the end there was nothing to do. Asterisk. Chapter 23. Yuni didn't go back after leaving the basketball gym, just thanked Akaji Haruko and came to his classroom. It was only later that I heard that after Akaji Takenori went to the basketball hall, Coach Anzai also arrived. After listening to it, Yuni knew that tomorrow would be the time for Hisashi Mitsui's comeback. It looks like the team members have gathered. Then I'm going to start earning points. You can only get 5,000 points in each game. Although there is no problem with physical strength under the support of a piece of equipment, you may not have the opportunity to play in every game. With Coach Anzai's keenness, he will definitely dispatch himself in times of crisis. In that case, there will be no points to brush, and you have to find a way. It's really nerve-wracking, what should I do? Yuni finally didn't think of a good way, then scratched his head and resigned. In the Shohoku basketball hall the next day, Yuni was brought to the basketball arena by Akaji Haruko when he saw the team members turned into bandage freaks. Almost every player went into practice with a bandaged injury. Yuni went to a seat as usual, sat down and ate snacks. Pa! Ayako gave Yuni a folding fan with a displeased face. You know what to eat as soon as you arrive, so hurry up and practice for me. But I just came and haven't eaten yet. Yuni replied lazily. At this moment, the sound of the door opening reached everyone's ears. Everyone looked and saw a figure walking into the arena along the sunlight. I saw an inch-haired man with a slender figure of more than 1.8 meters walk in. It was Hisashi Mitsui. At this time Hisashi Mitsui had a band-aid on his face and wore a vest with a serious look on his face. Seeing Hisashi Mitsui's appearance now, everyone was dumbfounded. This guy looks like a handsome gentleman now, and he has some handsome looks. The sound of smacking tongues was incessant, and everyone was stunned. Who is this guy? Mitsui. Is this guy really that sissy? Is that the hairy monster? True or false? Yuni glanced at Hisashi Mitsui for a long time, not as handsome. After Hisashi Mitsui apologized to everyone for this, he joined the practice together. Not to mention, although Hisashi Mitsui has a 2-year blank period, he doesn't seem to feel unfamiliar at all after getting started. Crack! Crack! His sense of the ball is really good. Ayako nodded secretly when he heard Yuni's words, and then reacted, slap. Another folding fan for Yuni. Didn't I ask you to go to training first, what are you still sitting here eating? I'll confiscate everything if you eat again. Yuni rubbed her head and got up quickly. Know it. Ayako sighs helplessly. Really, there is no one that can save people's hearts. Coach Anze is sitting next to him with a cup of tea in his hand and roars. Roar! Roar! Smiling. Akashi Haruko's voice came from the door while a group of people on the basketball team were practicing hotly. Akashi Haruko waved, holding a bag of things in his hand. Hey, I brought snacks for everyone. As soon as Yuni heard the snack, he sprang out of the court to Akashi Haruko. Haruko, you are such a nice guy. Akashi Haruko opened the bag he was carrying and showed it to Yuni. Yuni wilted as soon as it saw that it was just a sports drink. Akashi Haruko blushed and lowered his head when he saw Yuni's appearance. I'm so sorry, it's just a drink. Yuni returned to the field in despair to continue training. Hisashi Mitsui was very curious to see what Donghwang Yuni looked like. What's the matter with this guy? Kogure Kiminobu laughed. You said Yuni. He is actually a foodie. As long as he has snacks, he is a good baby. If someone steals that guy's snacks, he'll go crazy. And he's still a lunatic. Miyagi Ryota on the side added. Miyagi Ryota didn't understand it at first, but after a long time, it became clearer. Hisashi Mitsui was speechless when he heard the words of Kogure Kiminobu and Miyagi Ryota. He didn't expect such people to exist. Kogure Kiminobu then said with a bit of seriousness. Also, he's the strongest guy in our team right now. In a friendly match against Ryanan some time ago, Sendo was overwhelmed by him. Immediately, Hisashi Mitsui and Miyagi Ryota were both stunned. The two looked at Kogure Kiminobu and then at Donghwang Yuni, full of disbelief. Kogure Kiminobu stalls hands. What I said is true, if you don't believe me, you can ask Akashi and Anze coaches. The two naturally dared not ask Coach Anze, and looked at Akashi Takenori at the same time. Akashi Takenori didn't hide either, just nodded to the two of them. It can be said that the two of them are very uncomfortable right now. A first-year student actually surpassed our seniors. So both of them began to practice desperately, trying to strengthen themselves. In this way, the days of training passed in a hurry, and 3 days have passed in a blink of an eye. In the lounge of the basketball club of Shohoku High School, the grouping of the game has been decided. Ayako was talking to everyone in the basketball club with a group table. After the grouping table was rolled out, the crowd gathered around to watch. Sakuragi Hanamichi said as if he saw something. Sendo, I must defeat you, wash my neck and wait. Kogure Kiminobu looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi and said. But Sakuragi, before we play Ryanan, we have to beat our region to make it to the finals, but we were strong today, with you, Kaed Rukawa, and Akashi, plus Miyagi and Mitsui are back, it's a good idea to make it to the finals. Sakuragi Hanamichi was taken aback. Oh! Speaking of which, Ayako, I remember that only the first or second team in the finals can play in the high school league. That's right. Last year's number 1 was the famous national super team that has participated in the high school league for 16 consecutive years. Keinan Affiliated High School. Last year's number 2 was Shoyo High School, which is close to Keinan Affiliated High School every year. Miyagi Ryota muttered to himself with a serious frown. Shoyo High School is the seed team in our district. Akashi Takenori stared blankly at the group table. Anyway, let's win the first game first. Everyone looked intently, and they saw Shohoku's opponent in the first match. Shohoku High School vs Mayurede. This Mayurede is very strong. They won last year until they met Keinan Affiliated High School. It is said that they have been training hard for the past year. Their goal is to defeat Keinan Affiliated High School. So their strength must not be underestimated. Crack! Crack! Kogure Kiminobu thought of something, looked at Donghwang Yuni and smiled. You don't have to be under too much pressure, we still have a great trump card, don't we? Everyone also looked at Donghwang Yuni and nodded in succession. On the other side, the Ryanan High School Basketball Club. Pa! Got it. Wow, it's amazing, as expected of a fish, the momentum is really amazing. Yuju's eyes were full of fighting intent, while slapping the basketball, he thought to himself, Akashi, this year, I must beat you to make a conclusion. Don't lose until you meet me, as for that Donghwang Yuni. Thinking of this, Yuju turned his head to look at Sendo on the other side. Since Sendo lost to Donghwang Yuni in the last friendly match, he has changed his lazy personality. He has been training hard every day, and his current strength is far from what he was able to match before. Sendo just poured a ball into the ground and wiped the sweat from his face, his fierce eyes filled with flames of fighting intent. There is only one person in my mind, Donghwang Yuni, **. Chapter 24. In the venue for the preliminaries of the Kanagawa Prefectural Competition. The electronic scoreboard hung high above the competition venue, showing Shohoku vs Mirade impressively. The referee's bench was already full of referees who came to preside over the game this time. There were also some people sitting scattered in the auditorium. At this moment, there was an exclamation from the audience. Look over there, it's the Ryanan basketball team. Wow! How come everyone is so strong? Which one is Sendo? That's it. The pointy-haired one. Ryanan and everyone sat in the auditorium, and one of the short boys looked at the venue and muttered. Shohoku is really unlucky, he ran into a strong team Mirade from the beginning. Akashi, Sakuragi, and Kaed Rukawa don't know what kind of performance they will perform, I will take a closer look. Hikoichi, what nonsense are you talking about, it's hard to lose with that guy in Shohoku. Aida Hikoichi woke up when she heard it. Yeah. And the monster-like existence of Donghwang Yuni. At this moment, the two players walked out of the lounge. Mirade looked at Shohoku and the others with disdain. Humph. We won Ryanan by 20 points in the practice game, it's nothing special. We have only one opponent to fight, the champion Kanan-affiliated middle school. At this moment Mirade's captain exclaimed. Shohoku is not in my eyes at all. Shohoku sighed. When everyone came out of the lounge, they heard exclamations from the audience. Wow! So strong! Is this Akashi? I heard they won by 20 points against Ryanan. Ah? Really? Who is that redhead? Why haven't I seen it? Who is that silver-haired one? Why are you still eating snacks? Akashi Takenori spoke at this time. Are you all ready? Let's go. With an order, everyone walked towards the field in unison. Crack! Crack! Yuni returned to the bench while eating snacks. In the auditorium, everyone in Ryanan's eyes burned when they saw Donghwang Yuni. Sendo stared at Donghwang Yuni. Looks like he's not going to play. Yuju is the long-awaited reply. Humph. Of course, if he played at the beginning, the game would not be worth watching. Hee. That's what I said too. Koshino Hiroaki seemed to notice something. But why didn't Kaed Rukawa play? Ikegami Ryaji replied. Who knows? Sakuragi didn't play either. The fish snorted coldly. A layman, what's the use of that guy even if he goes up? Just then the game was about to start, the referee in the field said. So, Shohoku vs Mirade High School begins. Shohoku's bench. Sakuragi Hanamichi, Kaed Rukawa, Miyagi Ryota, and Hisashi Mitsui sat in their seats with unhappy faces. When I reported the list of appearances just now, Coach Anze didn't call out their names, and the four of them didn't dare to confront Coach Anze, so they had to accept it. This left the four of them helpless and could only sit in the bench and watch the game in dejection. At this moment, Akashi Takenori successfully jumped the ball and batted it to Kagure Kiminobu. After receiving the ball, Kagure Kiminobu immediately organized the players to go to Mirade's basket. In Shohoku's bench, the four panicked after Coach Anze told them that it was a punishment for a fight. Crack! Crack! Yuni watched the four of them play tricks, still eating non-stop. It looks like you are watching a circus performance. Sakuragi Hanamichi, Hisashi Mitsui, and Miyagi Ryota all glared at Donghwang Yuni after noticing it, and Yuni just ate to himself and ignored them. This made the three of them couldn't bear it any longer, and they started angering Donghwang Yuni one by one. Then Ayako spoke up. You all shut up, now is not the time to quarrel, where are you looking? Everyone turned their heads and saw that the electronic scoreboard now showed 4-16, and Shihoko was 12 points behind. Ah! Before I knew it, I was already leading by 14 points. Miyagi Ryota replied with contempt. No, it's 12 points. Ayako spoke again at this time. The defense is too bad, the backboard becomes the opponent's turf, and our current players may have a little difficulty against Mayurede. When the three heard it, they were instantly delighted and turned to look at Coach Anze. Coach Anze turned his head and glanced at the three of them, then quickly turned his head back to show that he didn't know anything. The three of them lost their temper when their heads dropped. On the field, Mayurede scored another goal, and Mayurede's captain was very arrogant at this time. We're going to play until Kanan enters the national championship, and you Shihoko won't be our Mayurede opponent even if you win Ryanan. We're not a second-tier bad team like Ryanan, you can't beat us. Then Mayurede's captain raised his eyebrows again. Which green onion is Ryanan? In the audience, everyone in Ryanan was furious when they heard that Captain Mayurede was so shameless. The fish couldn't hold it any longer and shouted. Ah! Akashi, what are you doing? Shihoko, please teach me a lesson to that arrogant guy. Hurry up and change people. Akashi Takenori is also very helpless. The opponent adopts the tactics of double-teaming him alone, and the others cannot exert their strength at all, resulting in frequent mistakes. Shihoko on the bench. Hisashi Mitsui, Sakuragi Hanamichi, and Miyagi Ryota couldn't stand it any longer. Seeing that Coach Anze didn't mean to make a substitution, they could only shout and cheer. At this time, Akashi Takenori grabbed the rebound and was ready to dunk, and Mayurede used the foul to fly Akashi Takenori's racket. Ayako exclaimed. The opponent doesn't care about the number of fouls, they just want to overwhelm Akashi-senpai. Hisashi Mitsui narrowed his eyes. They're arrogant, thinking that there is only Akashi in the Shihoko team, which is a mistake. Miyagi Ryota stared at the field with sharp eyes. It looks really uncomfortable. Neither Sakuragi Hanamichi nor Kaed Rukawa said a word, but it was obvious from the look in their eyes that anger was building. Asterisk. Chapter 25. Somewhere in the venue of the Shihoko vs Mayurede match in Kanagawa Prefecture, Sendo stood alone in front of the vending machine to buy a drink, and suddenly a voice came into Sendo's ears from behind. Shihoko won't lose the first game. How about Sendo, what's going on with the Shihoko basketball team that's giving you a headache? Sendo looked back, and saw a tall, sturdy-looking, dark-skinned boy staring at him. You're Shinichi Maki of Team Kanan. The captain of Team Kanan, the winning team, came out in person. Who are you looking for, Mayurede or Shihoko? Shinichi Maki didn't answer, just looked at Sendo silently. Let me tell you. Whoever goes to the finals is the same to me, and so is Ryanan. After saying that, Shinichi Maki turned his head and left. Then Sendo spoke again. Is that really the case? But this year's situation is different from previous years, and you may have a hard fight. You'd better not take it lightly, there is a person. No, it's a monster that will definitely give you a headache. Shinichi Maki glanced back at Sendo, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Is that the one who was said to have beaten you in the practice match? Hee. Interesting. After saying that, Shinichi Maki left, while Sendo looked at the back of Shinichi Maki leaving thoughtfully. On the other side of the arena. Brush. Akashi Takenori scored 2 consecutive free throws. But Mayurede in turn was a comeback and opened the scoring. Ayako on the sidelines was anxious and clenched his pink fists. What are they doing? Crack! Crack! Seeing this, Yuni shook her head helplessly. The mentality of these guys is so bad, they become fearful and unmotivated after a little setback. No wonder Shohoku was called Akaji Tekinori's one-man team in the previous 2 years. Ayako turned his head and glared at Donghwang Yuni. Hey! Yuni, what are you talking about? Crack! Crack! Yuni ignored Ayako's glare and said. But even with Akaji Tekinori's one-man team, I don't think it's just that much. Ayako, Sakuragi Hanamichi, and others were stunned. On the court, Akaji Takenori gave Kagure Kiminobu a wink after receiving the ball and then rushed towards Miyurede's basket. Akaji Takenori dribbled the ball to Miyurede's inside line and made a shot. Miyurede saw that the situation was not good and immediately 2 players stepped forward to stop it. Akaji Takenori jumped up and turned his wrist to pass the ball to Kagure Kiminobu in the back, then Kagure Kiminobu took the ball with one hand and slammed the ball into the air. The Miyurede crowd then looked up and saw a figure catch the basketball in the air. It was Akaji Takenori. Akaji Takenori grabbed the ball with both hands and threw it into Miyurede's basket. Come in! Gorilla dunk! Crack! Crack! Not bad! Although Ayako was equally excited, he said it seriously. Actually, the problem has only begun. At this speed, there is absolutely no way to tie it. The way Akaji and Kagure work together has long been seen by Miyurede. Crack! Crack! Don't worry. Miyurede can't win. Ayako looked at Yuni suspiciously. What? Yuni glanced at Coach Anze, then squinted at the 4 Sakuragi Hanamichi sitting next to him. The coach won't let them sit still, they are the Shohoku 5 Tigers. Shohoku 5 Tigers. Just then, Sakuragi Hanamichi, Hisashi Mitsui, and Miyagi Ryota came to Coach Anze. Father, that's enough. I've been reflecting on it for a long time. If we continue like this, we will really lose. Coach. We can't wait any longer. Kaed Rukawa sat there without saying a word, but his eyes were also aimed at this side. Coach Anze sat there and spoke slowly like an old monk entering meditation. You guys, have you thought about it? Several people nodded. No more fights. Several people nodded again and again. The whistle blew and Shohoku made a substitution. Sakuragi Hanamichi, Kaed Rukawa, Hisashi Mitsui, and Miyagi Ryota were replaced. Everyone in the audience at Ryanen was shocked to see that he was replaced. It's Sakuragi Hanamichi and Kaed Rukawa, they finally came out, and mysterious men A and B. Ah! Isn't that guard Miyagi? I've never seen him before. Small 7. That number 14 seems to have been seen somewhere. At this time, Sakuragi Hanamichi walked up to Miyurede and pointed at each other. I'm going to knock you all down. When Miyurede heard it, everyone became angry. Where is this stinky boy out of nowhere? Impossible little devil! Miyagi Ryota and Hisashi Mitsui also complained and quickly stayed away from this guy. It's crazy. Your confidence is unfounded. Kaed Rukawa glanced at Sakuragi Hanamichi without speaking. Sakuragi Hanamichi walked directly past Sakuragi Hanamichi. An angry Sakuragi Hanamichi was full of smoke. At this time, Akaji Takenori looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi and took the opportunity to speak. Sakuragi Hanamichi, don't pull our hind legs. Sakuragi Hanamichi flushed instantly. Akaji Takenori shouted after the Shohoku group took their seats. Okay, start attacking, all set off asterisk. Chapter 26. The score on the field was 8-24, with Miyurede leading. Listen, we don't have time to play before we play Kanon, we're going to take down Shohoku in one go, can't you hear? Oh. In the audience, Ryanen's Koshino Hiroaki said at this time. Hikoichi, you look good on that number 7. Number 7? Miyagi from the second year. He didn't play that practice game because of an injury, but he was called shooting guard Miyagi. On Shihoko's side, Miyagi Ryota dribbled the ball, and just after half-time, Miyagi Ryota immediately accelerated the dribble to pass through the defense of the other two. Captain Miyagi pounced upon seeing this. Seeing this, Miyagi Ryota swung the ball to Akashi Takenori on the right. Akashi Takenori took off immediately after receiving the ball and dunked with one hand. Bang! Basketball into the net. 10-24. Akashi powers well. That's it, good defense. Miyagi serves. Just after Miyagi's number 5 dribble, Miyagi Ryota quickly flashed to steal the ball from the opponent's hand. That number 7 is so fast. After stealing the ball, Miyagi Ryota went beyond the opponent's 3-point line, and Miyagi's number 7 directly blocked Miyagi Ryota's front. At this moment, Miyagi Ryota heard Ayako's applause and looked at Ayako with a blushing face. Ayako's eyes filled with depression. Idiot, don't look here. Miyagi's number 7 wanted to take the opportunity to steal the ball from Miyagi Ryota's hands. Just then Miyagi Ryota stretched the ball back and tossed it with his right hand to Hisashi Mitsui, who was coming. Hisashi Mitsui jumped straight from the catch and made his first 3-pointer since returning with a perfect posture. The basketball fell straight into Miyagi's basket with a beautiful arc. The score was 13-24, with a 3-pointer. Seeing this, Yuzu, who was sitting in the auditorium, immediately stood up. Mitsui, Hisashi Mitsui of Takeishi Middle School. Everyone looked at Yuzu and didn't know, so Yuzu sighed and sat down and continued. You can't go wrong, that number 14 is Hisashi Mitsui, who won the best player from Takeishi Middle School. The best player. At this time Koshino Hiroaki also said. And that number 7, he's Shihoko's ace guard Miyagi Ryota. Akashi Takenori, Kaed Rukawa, Miyagi Ryota, and Hisashi Mitsui, plus. Yuzu turned his head and glanced at Donghwang Yuni on the bench. This year's Shihoko is really scary. The court was in full swing, but Shihoko on the bench always felt a little strange and always felt that something was missing. Who? Everyone turned their heads and saw that Donghwang Yuni had fallen asleep while sitting there without knowing when. A crowd full of black lines. How can this guy sleep? Damn it! We played hard, and he slept so comfortably. After thinking about Donghwang Yuni's power, everyone finally sighed helplessly. On the other side of the field, Shihoko has been pressing Miyagi, and Miyagi has not scored a single point since Sakuragi Hanamichi played with 4. Kaed Rukawa, Akashi Takenori, Hisashi Mitsui, Miyagi Ryota can be said to have their own magical powers, only Sakuragi Hanamichi seems ordinary. Shihoko chased the score to 22-24 after a series of bombings, only 2 points away to tie the score. Miyagi was blocked with a deliberate foul by Miyagi's players when Sakuragi Hanamichi turned around and tricked the opponent into making a shot. The final result was a free throw by Sakuragi Hanamichi, but the whistle was blown out of time for the first free throw. The second ball, Sakuragi Hanamichi, was thrown with one hand, and the ball hit the rim and was ejected. Sakuragi Hanamichi originally wanted to jump up and make a beautiful dunk. Unexpectedly, Kaed Rukawa grabbed the basketball and dunked directly before Sakuragi Hanamichi. 24-24, the score tied. There were repeated cheers from the audience. Amazing! So strong! Look at that, it's the 11th. Yeah, that number 11, Shihoko's. He's in first grade. It's only first grade, isn't that true? Ryan and everyone looked off the field in surprise. Kaed Rukawa really did that. Sakuragi Hanamichi is still messing around like that. Yuzu stared at Sakuragi Hanamichi and frowned. He did mess things up and played cards according to common sense, but his actions became more and more like playing basketball. That's when the field took a turn when Captain Miyagi dribbled the ball to Shihoko's basket for a shot. However, it was blocked by Akaji Takenori, Kaed Rukawa, and Sakuragi Hanamichi and forced to pass the ball, but the basketball was interrupted by Miyagi Ryota suddenly. Miyagi Ryota quickly dribbles to the opponent's basket. Just as Miyarade's number 5 came to block, Miyagi Ryota slapped the ball to the ground below left to Kaed Rukawa, who was rushing over. Kaed Rukawa catches the ball and jumps up for a one-handed dunk. Bang! The ball goes in. The score was 26-24, with Shihoko leading. Okay. Turn defeat into victory. The Shihoko bench was full of cheers. Only Yuni is still screaming heartlessly. Who? Big sleep. Bang bang bang. Everyone on Shihoko's side was frantically attacking Miyarade's rim like a swift cheetah. Soon the score came to 42-24. The whistle blew for the first half of the game. Miyarade arguably hadn't scored a point in the first half since Shihoko's substitution. Excited cheers rang out from the audience. In the corner of the second floor of the auditorium, Shinichi Maki stared at everything off the field. I see, Kaed Rukawa, a lot like last year's Sendo. But, hey! It's still too tender. Shinichi Maki rolled his eyes and scanned the Shihoko bench trying to find something, and soon he saw Donghwang Yuni sleeping with his head tilted in the bench. Silver hair. Sendo should be talking about him. Shinichi Maki frowned and didn't see anything, so he stopped paying attention to Donghwang Yuni. At this moment, Sakuragi Hanamika's roar came from the Shihoko bench. Damn Komiya, why don't you pass the ball to me? What, that thing? What's your tone? I know, you're partial to Kaed Rukawa. Miyagi Ryota didn't bother to pay attention to this darling, so he casually said a few words, and the angry Sakuragi Hanamichi was chattering next to Miyagi Ryota, saying things like meanness, partiality, and so on. An angry Miyagi Ryota immediately quarreled with Sakuragi Hanamichi. Donghwang Yuni, who was sleeping next to him, was also woken up and rubbed his eyes to look at the two of them. Coach Anze adjusted his glasses and watched the two slowly speak. Are you fighting? When the two heard it, they immediately picked up each other's shoulders and pretended to be good brothers. Looking around, Shihoko and the others all rolled their eyes. Ayako saw that Donghwang Yuni was going and asked, by the way. Yuni, do you want to play? Isn't it leading right now? With the Shihoko 5 tigers around, I don't need to be on top. When everyone heard the Shihoko 5 tigers, they were puzzled at first, and then suddenly realized. Shihoko 5 tigers, it's a shame you can come up with such a name, it's really appropriate. I think it should be called Liuhu. Everyone seems to be very relaxed when you talk to me. At this time, Yuni thought about his points, and thought that he really had to play to earn points, otherwise he would not be able to activate the talent for a long time and felt uncomfortable. Asterisk. Chapter 27. Basic Properties. Name, Donghwang Yuni. S*X, male. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 82 kilograms. Stamina, 97, plus 97%. Strength, 92, plus 92%. Speed, 93, plus 93%. Jump height, 1.25 meters, plus 50%. Ball control feel, 100, plus 100%. Hit rate, 100, plus 100%. Talent skills. Perfect copy, unawakened, full court 3-pointer, unawakened, super high-speed dribble, awakened, Emperor Eye, unawakened, impeccable defense, not awakened. Possess ball skills, butterfly step through flower, gutter, meteor slam dunk, sunshine shooting blue, 3 points from heaven, earth, and void, magic passing, right to play backwards, disappearing dribble, phantom shot, fantasy footsteps. Self-created ball skills, passing shot, smashing shot, wire hook shot, elbow shot, swing pass, zero return, Elbow pass. Zone, not enabled. Achievement points, 13,617. Yuni checked his current information panel below and found that his basic attributes have all grown. It seems that the devil training some time ago has had a lot of effects. Today's ball skills are enough, and there is no need to waste points redemption for the time being. Besides, I still have the talent to imitate. Generally, the opponent's skills can be imitated. It is better to save points in exchange for talent awakening potion. Yuni sighed, it seemed that it was still a bit of a flaw. Suddenly Yuni's head flashed, thinking that the way to get achievement points in the past is the first time, the second time, and so on. If I want to sit at the point guard, if I pass the ball to someone else to assist, will it be equal to double the points? Thinking of this, Yuni couldn't wait to ask the system. System, if I, as a point guard, pass the ball to other teammates to score, will it count as a separate point for passing or assisting? Ding! The host is right. Passing and assisting are both counted for points. Yuni was overjoyed and turned to look at Coach Anze. Coach, find a chance for me to play, this time I want to play point guard. Everyone was puzzled when they heard Yuni say this. Coach Anze glanced at Yuni for a while. Okay. I'll let you know when the time comes. Seeing that things were done, Yuni continued to pick up the snacks and ate them. Clap. Ayako picked up the folding fan and smashed it on Yuni's head. You guys eat snacks as soon as you wake up, aren't you afraid of becoming a pig? Yuni took the snack and touched the place where he was beaten. But I won't become a pig. Miyagi Ryota looked at Yuni a little unhappy. Are you on purpose? What should I do if you play a defender? Little dwarf, I won't take your place. Miyagi Ryota's face darkened. What did you say? Brat. Yuni stared blankly at Miyagi Ryota, seeing Miyagi Ryota feeling uncomfortable, then continued. Good boy. I just want to brush assists. After Yuni finished speaking, he glanced to indicate that Coach Anze was watching. Miyagi Ryota lost his temper for a moment. He wanted to say something but didn't know where to start, but he felt very uncomfortable. Although everyone said that Donghuang Yuni is very strong, but I have never seen it before, and this time I have to compete with myself for a position. It's maddening. Miyagi Ryota hid in the corner and was sulking. A whistle sounded and the game was about to begin. The Shohoku crowd walked onto the playing field, and then everyone saw a tall man in a number 9 jersey coming up from Imitate. He was muscular and dark-skinned. He was holding a basketball in one hand, which seemed to give people a sense of oppression. This player is called Nato Tetsuya, 196 centimeters tall, and is in the forward position. I saw that when he took off the towel on his head, the shiny bald head shone with bright white light. He grabbed the basketball with one hand and pinched it provocatively. What is the best player? What is Kaed Rukawa, number 11 and number 10 with red hair? I'm going to knock them down. At this time, everyone in the audience was stunned. Wow! Who is that person? It's so tall. Shohoku. Everyone was surprised by Nato Tetsuya's height and strong muscles. So huge. Who is he? Sakuragi Hanamichi said with a bit of confusion. Playing basketball and monks? So strong. Everyone in the auditorium Ryanan also widened their eyes. Who is that bald head? Does Imitate have this player? At this moment, Tetsuya Nato also stepped forward, pointed his thumb to himself, and said to the Shohoku crowd. My name is Tetsuya Nato, please remember it well, he. Akashi Takenori said to the crowd. Now the game really starts. Nato Tetsuya was showing his white teeth. I'm going to crush you. Akashi Takenori and Tetsuya Nato were also preparing to jump the ball, but the referee threw the ball up and the whistle blew, and the second half of Shohoku against Imitate officially began. I saw Akashi Takenori and Nato Tetsuya also jumped up and caught the basketball at the same time, but what everyone didn't expect was that Akashi Tekinori's power lost to Nato Tetsuya. Nato Tetsuya also shot the ball out, and the ball fell on Captain Miurade's hands. Kagure Kiminobu from the Shohoku bench said incredulously. Akashi Tekinori's power actually lost to the opponent. Crack! Crack! Yuni was stunned for a moment, but forgot about this person. He seems to have played rugby before, but then Yuni picked up the snack again and ate it. Kagure Kiminobu saw Donghwang Yuni's indifferent expression and asked immediately. Yuni, aren't you worried? Yuni shook her head. What's there to worry about? That guy is just stronger, nothing special. Suddenly, Sakuragi Hanamichi's pain was heard on the field. It turned out that Sakuragi Hanamichi was defending Nato Tetsuya, but Nato Tetsuya's body was too strong and Sakuragi Hanamichi was knocked out. Ryanin in the auditorium watching this scene widened their eyes. This bald head is amazing, he collided with Sakuragi, Sakuragi fell so far. I can't believe it. Sendo also exclaimed. There are all kinds of players. Bang! The situation on the court changed again. Hisashi Mitsui's shot was blocked by Nato Tetsuya, and Hisashi Mitsui passed back to Kaed Rukawa. But Kaed Rukawa was caught by Sakuragi Hanamichi who ran over before he could catch the ball, and then Sakuragi Hanamichi immediately dribbled the ball to Miurade's basket. While Sakuragi Hanamichi was triumphant, Nato Tetsuya also stopped Sakuragi Hanamichi. Front! Sakuragi Hanamichi rammed hard and Nato Tetsuya with a full bosom. The whistle sounded, and the white number 10 fouled with the ball. In this way, under the strength of Nato Tetsuya, Sakuragi Hanamichi made frequent mistakes, resulting in the score being gradually recovered by Miurade. Brush! The sound of basketball entering the net sounded again. The score was 46-44, just 2 points away from Miurade's tie. Another offense from Shohoku, saw Miyagi Ryota dribble into the opponent's basket only to be blocked by two opponents. In desperation, Miyagi Ryota had to pass back to Hisashi Mitsui. Hisashi Mitsui caught the ball and was about to shoot, but Miurade was on the defensive. Hisashi Mitsui tricked the opponent with a fake and then passed the ball to Akashi Tekinori behind. Unexpectedly, a figure suddenly broke the ball in front of Akashi Tekinori. It was Tetsuya Nato. Nato Tetsuya also grabbed the ball and immediately went to Shohoku's basket and jumped for a dunk. At this moment, Sakuragi Hanamichi caught up and grabbed the basketball in Nato Tetsuya's hands, but Sakuragi Hanamichi's knee accidentally hit Nato Tetsuya's back. White number 10 hits a foul. Sakuragi Hanamichi fouled again. Is that number 10 okay? Sakuragi Hanamichi was panic-stricken when he heard the rebuke from outside the field. Brush! Brush! Two voices of entering the network startled everyone. 46-46, the two sides are evenly divided. Crack! Crack! Yuni let out a sigh of relief while watching everything on the field. Ah! It looks like Sakuragi has completely fallen into the other's trap. Everyone on the bench was confused. Trap? What's the meaning? Yuni said helplessly. The other party just saw Sakuragi's inexperience, and used the power of that bald head to target Sakuragi and disrupt Shohoku's rhythm. Is that so? Too nasty. Really careless. I didn't expect Miurade to have such a player. Just then a whistle sounded. White number 10 hits a foul. Asterisk. Chapter 28. Tetsuya Nato was overwhelmed with confidence at the moment, seeing that Sakuragi Hanamichi was almost playing with himself. He immediately switched to defend Kaed Rukawa. Yuju in the audience said at this time. Look. It's better for Miurade to foul Sakuragi than to foul Kaed Rukawa. Sendo said at this time. But, will it be so easy to succeed? Seeing that Miurade's captain was being double-teamed by Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi Ryota, Miurade's captain passed the ball to Tetsuya Nato, seeing that there was no hope of breaking through. At this time, a figure appeared in front of everyone, this person is Kaed Rukawa. I saw Kaed Rukawa jumped up, hugged the ball firmly and threw the ball from Nato Tetsuya's side. Brush. Basketball into the net. 46-50, Shihoko took the lead. This made Tetsuya Nato start to become irritable. Mayurete dribbled the ball into Tetsuya Nato's hands. Seeing that Tetsuya Nato dribbled the ball to Shihoko's three-point line, he couldn't wait to start shooting. Clang, basketball dress up. Kaed Rukawa jumped from behind Tetsuya Nato to the front of Tetsuya Nato and grabbed the basketball. The Shihoko team quickly started to organize the attack, and in the process of attacking, Kaed Rukawa passed the ball to Miyagi Ryota, and Miyagi Ryota passed the ball to Hisashi Mitsui in the front left. Hisashi Mitsui threw the ball up to Akashi Takenori, who was in Mayurete's basket, and Akashi Takenori jumped up and slammed the ball into the basket with one hand. The score was 46-52. Shihoko scored 2 more points. Yuja couldn't help but admire when he saw this. That guy is really good at offense and defense. Sendo folded his arms and smiled. That guy Kaed Rukawa is amazing, you can see the weakness of that bald head at a glance. You mean? On the Shihoko bench at this time. Yuni said lazily. That bald man is tall and strong, but he is too proud. Pride. People are puzzled. Yuni continued. Because of the speed and strength of that bald head, as soon as he receives the ball, he will always rush under the backboard, so he can't deal with the obstruction from the left and right. I think other people should have noticed by now. The crowd suddenly realized. It was so. As expected of Donghwang Yuni. Ayako patted Donghwang Yuni's back with a smile. I really can't see it. You have some use other than eating snacks and sleeping. Hearing Ayako's teasing, Yuni immediately felt that the snacks were not tasty and retorted. I want you to take care of it. I'm so sorry. Yuni turned her head and said, ignoring Ayako. Ayako covered his mouth and snickered. While everyone was chatting and laughing, the situation on the court changed. After Shihoko found a solution, they continued to attack Mayurete's basket. Soon the score came to 100-47, with Shihoko leading by a large margin. Just then Sakuragi Hanamichi accidentally dunked the basketball directly on Tetsuya Nato's head while dunking, and was called for another foul. Sakuragi Hanamichi made a successful 5-foul exit. It looks like there are 4 minutes left until the end of the game. Upon seeing this, Donghwang Yuni stood up and walked towards Coach Anze. Coach, leave the rest of the time for me to practice my hands. Coach Anze roars. Roar. Roar. Nodded. Shihoko substitutions. In the auditorium, everyone in Ryanen looked in unison. Oh, he's finally going to play. It doesn't matter if you can't go up now. Sendo was staring at Donghwang Yuni with burning eyes. Who knows? Yuni took off his jacket and walked slowly into the arena. Donghwang Yuni's jersey is of course the same as the previous one. Because it is produced by the system, in addition to the number, the color, weight, and bonus can be changed at will. Soon the ball was in Yuni's hands, and Mayurete's captain rushed to defend. Yuni dribbled the ball unhurriedly, and Mayurete's captain wanted to steal the ball as soon as he stretched out his hand. Suddenly a variable dribble, the speed of the dribble swayed fast and slow, and Mayurete's captain's center of gravity was unstable and almost fell. When Mayurete's captain came back to his senses, he found that the ball in Donghwang Yuni's hand was gone, and quickly looked around to find the direction of the basketball. At this time, the sound of swiping into the net sounded, and everyone turned their heads to see that Hisashi Mitsui did not know when he received the ball and scored a three-pointer. From the audience came the voices of applause. Wow! How did you pass the ball just now? I didn't see it clearly. The passing speed is still fast, and the ball goes through in a blink of an eye. Ryanen and the others seemed much calmer, and they had already suffered a lot of such losses during the practice match. Really, it's still so difficult. I feel so stressed when I see him. Sendo stared at Donghuang Yuni for a long time without saying a word, not knowing what was on his mind. In a corner on the second floor of the auditorium, Shinichi Maki looked at Donghuang Yuni off the field, his eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that the person Sendo said is right, I'm really looking forward to it. Mayurade hadn't scored a point since Donghuang Yuni came on the court, and Yuni always unknowingly broke all the balls. And the passing is also very strange. Yuni did not use other skills, just ordinary acceleration or deceleration dribbling combined with small skills in magic passing, not even real magic passing. Everyone in Shohoku is playing more and more vigorously. Yuni's passing is very comfortable to catch, and it also increases the receiver's dribbling and shooting feel, which is amazing. This is also Akashi Seijuro's technique. Although Donghuang Yuni has not awakened the Emperor Eye yet, he will still have some abilities before he awakens. The game ended with Yuni's amazing passing. The game ended with a score of 154-48. Donghuang Yuni scored 27 assists and 24 steals in just over 4 points. Asterisk. Chapter 29. Shohoku was the most watched after the match against Mayurade, and Kaed Rukawa was the most watched besides Sakuragi Hanamika's Foul King. Since Yuni only showed his passing and stealing skills in order to score points, he didn't pay much attention to Kaed Rukawa. However, Donghuang Yuni is still considered a threat due to his impressive assist and steal numbers against Mayurade. Time flies by. So soon it was time for the second round. As soon as the Shohoku people entered the venue, they caught everyone's attention. So strong. He's Akaji Take Nori. It's him. I heard that the red-haired guy hit people in the head with a basketball. Haha. That inch and short one is so fierce. It's Kaed Rukawa, so handsome. Crack. Crack. Hey. Why is that silver-haired guy eating all the time? Wow. He's so cute. He looks so handsome. Soon Shohoku and the others arrived on the bench. At this time, two people walked to the sidelines and sat on the ground, and exclamations came from the audience immediately. Look, it's A Shen from the second grade of Kanan High School. Who is the other one? One of the boys with longer hair spoke up. I'm the best rookie Kiyota Nobunaga. Sakuragi Hanamichi immediately started complaining when he heard it. The most powerful newcomer? It's really stinky to the extreme. Kagure Kiminobu said at this time. I can't believe that even Kanan came to watch the game. Ayako nodded with a smile. That's right, we've been a dark horse since the match against Mayurade. Crack. Crack. Yuni still eats snacks by herself as always. Soon there was a whistle on the field. The match between Shohoku and Kono has officially started. Shohoku replaced Sakuragi Hanamichi at 36-8. As a result, as expected by Yuni, Sakuragi Hanamichi was called for a foul in less than 10 seconds. Then Sakuragi Hanamichi continued to foul one after another, and finally managed to get 5 fouls and was forced to retire. After Sakuragi Hanamichi left, everyone turned to look at Donghuang Yuni. Crack! Crack! Eating the snack in hand, Donghuang Yuni stood up. I'm just waiting for him to come off. As soon as he finished speaking, the Shohoku bench suddenly smelled of a slot, and Sakuragi Hanamichi was even more blushing and wanted to speak, but he didn't know what to say, so he could only hold it there. Donghuang Yuni is still the same as last time, using the small skills of dribbling and passing to score points again and again. Soon the whistle for the end of the game sounded. With a score of 183-24, Shohoku overcame Kakuno by a huge margin. Yuni still showed amazing passing and stealing skills, and the audience slammed their tongues. Wow! Shohoku is so strong! So amazing! Shohoku's number 14 is a good shot. Don't you think that 99 is the most powerful? In the auditorium, Yuju walked to a teenager in a green school uniform. It was a worthwhile trip. Hanagata. Hanagata turned to look. Fortunately, Yuju, but unfortunately the opponent is too weak this time. If it were us, we would have already scored 200 points. Yuzu smiled slightly. Maybe. Yushu said that, but he thought in his heart, if he wanted to, 200 points would not be a problem at all. On the other hand, when the Shohoku group packed up and left the venue, Sakuragi Hanamichi was very lonely and kept his head down and didn't speak. In the restaurant of a villa at night, Akashi Takenori holds a large bowl. One more bowl. Akashi Haruko took the bowl and said, "Brother, you really know how to eat. This is the first bowl. Of course I'll be hungry after the game. Today's game is really good. We seem to have won more than 100%. It's 159 points, but it will be more than that in the future. We will win the championship this year." Akashi Haruko said excitedly. "Yeah. Mom went to the game, and Dad went too. It's really amazing, this year's Shohoku basketball team is really great. Hey! Brother, I'll go to give come on." The Red Mother replied with a smile. "It's very good, especially the number 99. Even if I don't know basketball, I can see that he is very good." Akashi Haruko immediately said with excitement. "You said Yuni." "That's right. He's super good. Last time he played against Ryanen in a practice match, he couldn't hold back Sendo." On the other side, in the gorgeous estate, the system queries personal attributes. Ding! The query is successful. Basic properties. Name, Donghwang Yuni. S*X, male. Height, 188 cm. Weight, 82 kg. Stamina, 97, plus 97%. Strength, 92, plus 92%. Speed, 93, plus 93%. Jump height, 1.25 meters, plus 50%. Ball control feel, 100, plus 100%. Hit rate, 100, plus 100%. Talent skills. Perfect copy, unawakened, full court 3-pointer, unawakened, super high-speed dribble, awakened, Emperor Eye, unawakened, impeccable defense, not awakened. Possess ball skills, butterfly step through flower, gutter, meteor slam dunk, sunshine shooting blue, 3 points from heaven, earth and void, magic passing, right to play backwards, disappearing dribble, phantom shot, fantasy footsteps. Self-created ball skills, passing shot, smashing shot, wire hook shot, elbow shot, swing pass, zero return, elbow pass. Zone, not enabled. Achievement points, 20,437. There are still 30,000 points left to exchange for the next awakening potion. The waiting time is really hard. Donghwang Yuni lay on the bed and sighed helplessly. It seems that the next time I have to find a way to gain more playing time. The time soon came to Sunday. The third round of Shohoku starts today. When the Shohoku crowd arrived at the venue, they found that Hisashi Mitsui and Sakuragi Hanamichi were late, and anxious Kagure Kiminobu went back and forth. Akashi Takenori was even more furious. What are those two idiots doing? Yuni on the side seemed to have thought of something, as if Hisashi Mitsui was surrounded by bad people after the violence and was rescued by Sakuragi's gang. Wouldn't it be today? But in the end, it didn't seem to be a big problem, so forget about them. Yuni turned to Coach Anze. "Coach, it just so happened that they didn't come, so I'll play first today." Coach Anze nodded. "It is good." Just as everyone was about to play, Sakuragi Hanamichi and Hisashi Mitsui rushed over. After Hisashi Mitsui solemnly assured Coach Anze that he didn't hit anyone, he changed his jersey and played. Sakuragi Hanamichi didn't play this time because of Yuni. Yuni originally wanted to play point guard this time, but after seeing Miyagi Ryota, he thought about it and let it go. In the end, he replaced Sakuragi Hanamichi at power forward and Kaed Rukawa at small forward. Go attack this time. I'll just stay here. Several people did not understand what Donghwang Yuni meant. That is to say, the four of you go to score, and I will just stay in my own basket by myself. Akashi Takenori immediately said angrily. There's a limit to what you can do, UBD. Are you serious? Several people were talking about Donghwang Yuni. Donghwang Yuni doesn't want to play big cards either, he just wants to test how far he can go without awakening an impeccable defense. Donghwang Yuni waved his hand and said to everyone. Don't worry, I just want to test how far my defense can go. Let's do it. If I concede 1 goal, how about I give you 2 goals back? Everyone had no choice but to promise Donghwang Yuni. After all, there are also cases where players test their skills during official matches. Several people still know Donghwang Yuni's defense very well, but the 4 of them will have some difficulty in attacking, but it is not a disadvantage to strengthen the defense. Soon Shihoku's third round match against Takahata began. Pa. 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 From time to time on the court, there will be a sound of basketball being slapped flying. The entire basketball hall is now extremely quiet, and everyone is looking at the silver-haired boy who is like a god in the field. Even the entire Shihoku team stopped and stared at it all. Sakuragi Hanamichi stopped arguing about playing, just stared at Donghwang Yuni in awe. The benches of both sides were silent, and even the cheers had long since disappeared. At this time, everyone in Takahata had no fighting spirit, and looked at the opponent's basket with despair. Akashi Haruko and Ayako also covered their mouths for a long time in silence. I saw that Donghwang Yuni was like an invincible god of war, blocking all Takahata's attacks one by one, whether it was slam dunks, shots, or rebounds, they all stopped without falling. Until the end of the game, everyone on the opposite side of Takahata dared not even pass the midfield. The match has turned into an exhibition match of Shihoku's one-sided attack. 137-0, Shihoku unexpectedly kept Takahata clean. This game completely shocked everyone, not the power of Shihoku, but the power of Donghwang Yuni. No one thought that Donghwang Yuni's defense was so strong that he didn't allow the opponent to score a single point. This is unheard of in basketball. After the game, everyone in Shihoku looked at Donghwang Yuni in shock. They thought Donghwang Yuni was already very powerful, but today Donghwang Yuni refreshed their understanding again. Miyagi Ryota and Hisashi Mitsui also stared at Donghwang Yuni in stunned eyes. They only heard from the players how powerful Donghwang Yuni is, but today they saw with their own eyes how perverted Donghwang Yuni is. This shocked and rejoiced everyone. Shocked by Donghwang Yuni's perverted strength, and also fortunate that Donghwang Yuni is a member of Shihoku. This gave everyone more confidence in the next game. Asterisk. Chapter 30. After the match between Shihoku and Takahata, the news of the Zero Seal in the match has spread to all the high schools in Kanagawa Prefecture. Ryanan High School Basketball. Have you heard? 0 points appeared in the county competition. What? 0 points? Impossible. It's true, I heard that the Shihoku team didn't let the opponent score a goal the whole game. It's too ridiculous. Yuju frowned as he listened to the whispers of the players. Sendoa's eyes were burning as if flames were about to burst from his eyes, and his fists were clenched tightly. Dakamoiki is biting her thumb and looking sad. What are you guys still talking about? Don't hurry up and cultivate. The basketball club of the high school affiliated to Keinan University. AMU, have you heard of it too? Ah. I just found out. What do you think? Humph. It's not that Shihoku is too strong, it can only be said that Takahata is too weak. Shinichi Maki's face was expressionless, and only he knew what was in his heart. Shoyo High School Basketball Club. Hanagata, did you see it? I watched it during the second round of Shihoku. A handsome young man wearing a white and green number 4 jersey closed his eyes. That's it. On the other side, Shihoko High School Basketball Club. Everyone is training like crazy. Why is it crazy? Of course, Donghwang Yunyi's strength in the match against Takahata stimulated everyone. Crack! Crack! Ayako walked over to Donghwang Yunyi and patted Donghwang Yunyi on the shoulder and laughed. Yunyi! You are now the first target of all high school basketball clubs. Yunyi tilted her head. Why? I really convinced you. Of course, you didn't let Takahata score a point in the previous game. This matter is now rumored in high school circles. I guess all the people in the high school basketball team are now studying how to deal with you. Countermeasures, haha. Crack. Crack. Oh. Then Kagure Kiminobu stopped his warm-up and asked. Yunyi, are you not worried at all? Worry about what? They have painstakingly researched countermeasures against you, and you should have a lot of trouble by then. Crack. Crack. Well. I don't want to say that, but I'm sorry, if it wasn't for the tricks of people of the same level as me, I'd just think about it. Equal to you? You mean Sendo and Kaed Rukawa? No. Although Sendo and Kaed Rukawa have the same level of talent, it is another matter whether the talent can be developed to such a level. Kaed Rukawa, who was training on the side, was also listening to the voice here very seriously. Hearing Donghwang Yunyi lowered his head and pondered, did he develop the talent code? Ayako also asked curiously at this time. I still don't quite understand, can talent also be developed? Donghwang Yunyi said. How do you say this? Talent is innate. To put it bluntly, it means that he is superhuman in a certain sport of basketball. He said that Sakuragi Hanamika's talent is superhuman jumping and explosive power. If he hadn't trained hard from the start, he wouldn't have been able to win even a normal player. Ayako nodded thoughtfully after listening. Kagure Kiminobu said excitedly at this time. So we have 3 players of this level on our team. Donghwang Yunyi casts a glance at Kagure Kiminobu. You think too much, talent does not mean strength is the same level. By the way, even if they really develop their talents to the extreme, they are not my opponents. The crowd was full of black lines. Yunyi, what you said is too full. Crack. Crack. Donghwang Yunyi raised the corner of his mouth and didn't reply. Donghwang Yunyi said this with great confidence. Although Kaed Rukawa, Sakuragi Hanamichi, Sendo, and others have good talents, their talents are only one kind. Donghwang Yunyi has 5 kinds of talents that defy the sky. If you add the system, there are 6 kinds of talents, and the talents are also graded. Donghwang Yunyi doesn't think his 5 talents will be worse than Kaed Rukawa, let alone the existence of a bug in the system. On the contrary, his own talent should be much stronger than other people's, otherwise Sendo would not be completely helpless when playing a practice match with Ryanen. This can be seen in the fact that Kagami Taiga in black and blue occasionally caused some trouble for the Marvels when they fought against the Age of Wonders. Coupled with the support of the system and the improvement of its own physique, it is difficult to imagine that in the world of slam dunks, there are people who can compete with them. After Donghwang Yunyi finished speaking, everyone seemed to be in a daze as if they didn't understand. But after a while, everyone calmed down and started to prepare for the next game. After a while, the sound of everyone's training was heard in the arena. 5 days later, Shihoko ushered in the 4th round opponent Tsukotake High School. Due to the news of the previous Zero Seal, before the game started, Kanan High School, Ryanen High School, Shoyo High School, etc. The strong schools came to the auditorium to get a good look at Shihoko. The game was still easy, and Sakuragi Hanamichi was eventually sent off for 5 fouls. After Sakuragi Hanamichi came off, Donghwang Yunyi naturally wouldn't give up the chance to score points and played directly, but he seemed rather lazy. The final score was 163-79, and Shihoko won. After the game, everyone in Shihoko happily packed up their belongings and walked back. We finally made it to the top 8. Yes. Yes. It's great. At this time, Ayako said with some sadness. The next match is against Shoyo. Everyone was suddenly silent. Shoyo is strong, right? That's a super team second only to Kanon High School. Akashi Takenori was also somewhat silent at this time. Okay, in short, we will do our best when the time comes. After we go back, we will hurry up to train and improve ourselves. Yes. Crack. Crack. Yuni is as lazy as ever, and looks surprisingly relaxing. Asterisk. Chapter 31. Soon the time came to a day that everyone was watching. Shohoku High School vs Shoyo High School. This is also the battle everyone is looking forward to. This year's Dark Horse Shohoku will play against last year's second place. In the lounge of Shohoku High School, Akashi Takenori said seriously at this time. Anyway, everyone should be careful. Shoyo is different from the opponents we have encountered before. Everyone must go all out. Sakuragi Hanamichi came to Akashi Takenori, lowered his head and stared at Akashi Takenori's face for a while, then pointed at Akashi Takenori and said. You have dark circles under your eyes. He. I know you must have been too nervous and lost sleep. You have dark circles under your eyes. Kagure Kiminobu interjected at this point. Akashi, are you too nervous to sleep? I woke up at 4 this morning. You people are so useless, little Shoyo makes you panic like this. Hisashi Mitsui got up from his seat at this time and walked out. Hey! Where are you going, Mitsui? I'm running out of time. Mitsui paused and turned around. To the restroom. Sakuragi Hanamichi, Akashi Takenori, Kagure Kiminobu looked at Hisashi Mitsui as he walked out. All of them were surprisingly weird. Ha ha ha. It seems that the most nervous is the little three. Mitsui, that guy. In the lounge, you talked to me every word, and everyone could see the difference in the atmosphere here. The rest of the team hid in the corner and whispered, afraid to disturb them. Today's atmosphere is so weird. Yeah. Today's competition was the second place last year. Wow. Second place? Better than Ryan, so to speak. Crack. Crack. Yuni sat in the corner eating the snacks in her hands silently. It seems that he is the only one who can be calm and composed. At this moment, Ayako folded a fan and said directly. He's heartless, really. Soon it was time for both sides to enter. In the venue, as soon as Shohoku came out of the lounge, shouts came from the audience. Come out, it's Shohoku. Wow. It's Shohoku. Look, it's the silver-haired leader who is the opponent. Today's game is Shoyo, Shohoku probably won't win. Idiot, Shohoku has a monster. I don't know if that number 99 will play. If I can seal Shoyo today, it will be big news. I'm really looking forward to it. Everyone in Shohoku looked at the audience and was stunned. Wow! There are so many audiences today. Of course, Shoyo's fame didn't come out of nowhere. Crack! Crack! In Shohoku's bench, Ayako asks Coach Anze. Although I haven't played with Shoyo, Coach Anze, the players on their team shouldn't be too tall. A ray of light flashed across Coach Anze's glasses. Ah! It's just that the players on the field are very small, but the backup players are tall and tall. Do you remember, they are in the 3rd grade this year. Crack! Crack! The two turned their heads to look at Donghwang Yuni, and suddenly felt that it didn't matter how tall they were. Just as he was talking, the cheers of the audience made the atmosphere in the arena boil. Come out, it's Shoyo! 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 Maybe we will win against Kanon this year. So tall. Did you see, this time they will definitely win. Everyone in Shohoku looked at Shoyo with serious eyes. Only Donghwang Yuni sat lazily eating snacks. Ayako next to him raised his forehead again and again. A whistle caught everyone's attention, and the referee put down the whistle and said, 3 minutes before the game. Coach Anze gathered the crowd and said, today's opponent is very strong. The players are Akashi, Mitsui, Miyagi, Kaed Rukawa, Sakuragi. The opponent is very strong, so cheer up. Then Coach Anze turned his head and told Sakuragi, Sakuragi, your job is to defend the rebound as hard as you can, and you control the rebound. No problem, just leave it to me. Sakuragi nodded earnestly. Then Coach Anze continued. Akashi, Kaed Rukawa, Sakuragi, the three of you should be comparable in height to Shoyo, so let's start with this. Coach Anze smiled. Okay, let's play. It is good. Crack. Crack. They may suffer some setbacks. Upon hearing this, Coach Anze and Ayako both turned to look at Donghwang Yuni. Yuni said with a shrug. The key to this game should be Sakuragi and Mitsui. Let's not say whether Sakuragi will make mistakes or fouls, the physical strength of the junior may not last until the end of the game. Coach Anze nodded. Yet. After all, 2 years of wasted body cannot be recovered overnight. Ayako said immediately at this time. I can't do it, Mitsui, isn't there still you? Donghwang Yuni lost his temper as soon as he heard it, his eyes fluttering and muttering. Ah! This, I. Ayako laughed immediately when Donghwang Yuni came out. Ha ha ha. In short, you will be obedient to me when the time comes, or else. Saying that, Ayako's eyes swept to the bag containing the snacks, so frightened Yuni hurriedly stood in front of the snacks and said okay. On the other side Shoyo is on the bench. Fujima Kenji is teaching the players. Shohoku is a very strong team and can't be taken lightly. Winning this game will boost our momentum. This year we are going to be number 1. After a pause, Fujima Kenji glanced at Donghwang Yuni opposite and spoke again. Okay, let's go all out. Yes. At this moment, the players on both sides were ready and all stood on the court. A loud whistle pierced the arena, and the orange basketball instantly leaped into the air. The match between Shohoku and Shoyo has officially started. Asterisk. Chapter 32. Shoyo Member Appearance List. Taku Ito, number 9, a shooting guard, is 180 cm tall and weighs 71 kg. Takano Shoichi, number 8, center, height 193 cm, weight 85 kg. Mitsuru Nagano, number 7, striker is 191 cm tall and weighs 84 kg. Hasegawa Kazushi, number 6, striker, 190 cm tall and weighs 81 kg. Toru Hanagata, number 5, center, height 197 cm, weight 83 kg. Shohoku Member Appearance List. Akashi Takenori, size 4, is 197 cm tall and weighs 90 kg. Sakuragi Hanamichi, size 10, is 189 cm tall and weighs 83 kg. Kaed Rukawa, size 11, is 187 cm tall and weighs 75 kg. Hisashi Mitsui, size 14, is 184 cm tall and weighs 70 kg. Miyagi Ryota, number 7, is 168 cm tall and weighs 59 kg. It started with a jump ball between Akashi Takenori and Toru Hanagata, and Akashi Takenori was called for a foul by the referee. Shoyo serves. In the audience, Aida Hikoichi took the camera and shot off the field. I can't believe that Akashi fouled him. Taka Shigeru, who was sitting on the side, watched Akashi Takenori off the field and spoke slowly. I was overwhelmed by the atmosphere at the beginning of the game. I think Shohoku is not good this time. Aida Hikoichi said at this time. I originally thought Shohoku would send an experienced Kagure to the game. I just didn't expect that Sakuragi Hanamichi, who fouled frequently, would be sent to the game. I really don't know what the plan of Coach Anze is. Takamoiki looked at the field and said expressionlessly. That's because Kagura's height is not enough. Not only that, if Yuni doesn't play, it is estimated that Shihoko will be difficult to play. Shihoko bench. Ayako frowned as he watched the situation on the field. Everyone except Akaji-senpai is a section shorter than the other, let alone Miyagi. Shoyo's people are more than 10 centimeters taller than most of our players. What should I do? Kagura Kiminobu also watched nervously on the field. It's just too bad, none of the teams we've ever met before are as extraordinary as they are. It was at this moment that a mutation occurred on the field. Shoyo number 9 Taku Ita took the ball and passed it to the sky without rushing. Miyagi Ryota couldn't reach because of his height. The ball went straight to Shoyo number 5 Toru Hanagata, and Akaji Takenori hurried behind Toru Hanagata to block. When Toru Hanagata turned around and jumped up, Akaji Takenori thought that just blocking Toru Hanagata's goal would dampen Shihoku's morale. Unexpectedly, Toru Hanagata was not in a hurry to shoot, and his body leaned back to avoid Akaji Takenori's block and then shot. Brush. Hollow into the net. 0-2, Shoyo took the lead to score. On the Shihoku bench. Ayako exclaimed. How dare they pass the ball like this? No way, Miyagi's height is too different from her counterpart. Kagura Kiminobu is also very depressed at this time. Crack. Crack. If I remember correctly, there seems to be some kind of high school 3 centers or something. Ayako explained while holding his forehead. It's Kanagawa's 3 major centers, Akaji Takenori, Ryanan's Yuzumi, and Shoyo's Toru Hanagata. This game will also decide who is the first center. Crack. Crack. Yuni was expressionless after hearing this. Is that so? What if else? Yuni replied. I just think Captain and Hanagata have completely different styles. People were puzzled and didn't understand what it meant. Yuni explained immediately. Although they are all in the center position, there are many types of centers. Take the captain as an example. The captain is a defensive type that tends to be tough and tough. Judging from the shot Hanagata just made, he should be softer. Dexterous attack. Crack. Crack. So how do you judge their rankings when you think they are the same level of attack and defense? Everyone was silent, and everyone was speechless. Coach Anze roars at this time. Roar. Roar. Laughed. Yuni is right, Akaji and Hanagata have similar abilities. The reason why Akaji seems to be suppressed is because of his heart. Inside? What do you mean? Crack. Crack. Don't you think their movements are too stiff? Yuni said casually. That's because the captain felt that Shoyo was difficult or unbeatable from the beginning, which caused him to feel a sense of urgency at all times. The others are similar, and the more they want to win now, the more they will be suppressed by Shoyo. Awful. As soon as Yuni finished speaking, cheers came from the audience. With a snap, the crowd at Shihoko looked up. A pass from Kaed Rukawa was intercepted by Shoyo's number 7 Mitsuru Nagano, who then passed the ball to number 8 Takano Shoichi. Sakuragi Hanamichi hurried up to block. Just when Takano Shoichi passed the ball to Hanagata, Sakuragi Hanamichi slapped Takano Shoichi's arm. The whistle sounded. The white 10th hitter fouled. Shoyo serves, and the ball is again in Hanagata's hands. Akaji Takenori came behind Hanagata and prepared to block. Hanagata, on the other hand, held the ball with both hands and did nothing. At this moment, Shoyo's number 8 Takano Shoichi ran by and made a gesture to catch the ball. When Takano Shoichi ran in front of Hanagata, Akaji Takenori did not see the basketball in Takano Shoichi's hand, and suddenly realized that he was being cheated. At this point, Hanagata quickly turned around and rushed to Shihoku's basket and jumped for a hook shot. Brush. Basketball into the net. Shoyo come on! Shoyo come on! Shoyo, come on! The cheers of the Shoyo cheerleaders in the audience overshadowed the cheers of Shohoku. Pa! Then Hanagata got the ball again. Hanagata turned and passed the ball to number 9 Taku Ita from beyond the arc. Miyagi Ryota hurried over and jumped to block, but the difference in height between the two was too great. Taku Ita jumped up and made a direct three-pointer. Brush! Hollow into the net. At 0-11, Shohoku was scoreless. At this time, Akashi Takenori and the others all looked very ugly, and stared at each other with gritted teeth and eyes. Hateful! Sakuragi Hanamichi stomped his feet straight. In the audience, Aida Hikoichi looked at the score on the scoreboard. It's been 6 minutes since the game. Shohoku hasn't broken the duck's egg yet. Shoyo is really strong. Dakamoiki said indifferently. Yet. But Shohoku shouldn't be weak. He wasn't that weak when we practiced with us. Aida Hikoichi also reacted when she heard it. That's right. I didn't have Mitsui and Miyagi when I practiced with me. Even when Donghwang Yuni wasn't on the court, they played evenly with us. After adding so many games, Sakuragi also got a lot growth, but why? On the field. Shohoku attacked, Miyagi Ryota dribbled the ball and met the opposition's number 9 Taku Ita's block in half-court. Hisashi Mitsui reached for the ball after passing number 6 Hasegawa Kazushi. Miyagi Ryota passed the ball to Hisashi Mitsui. Just as Hisashi Mitsui was about to shoot, he was intercepted by Hasegawa Kazushi and Takano Shoichi. In desperation, Hisashi Mitsui had to pass the ball to Sakuragi Hanamichi, who was desperately shouting for the ball, but the pass was too sudden, and Sakuragi Hanamichi didn't pay much attention. The ball hit Sakuragi Hanamichi's face and bounced out. The basketball ended up being accidentally shot out of bounds by Shoyo's number 9 Taku Ita. White, Shohoku's ball. At this point Hisashi Mitsui confronted Sakuragi Hanamichi. Sakuragi, where are your eyes? I already passed the ball to you as you said. How can someone pass the ball over suddenly? You should say it before you pass it. You idiot. FKU, layman. What did you say? At this time Akashi Takenori came over. Sakuragi, it's you who's at fault. But Mitsui, you should pass the ball to us instead of risking a three-pointer. Hisashi Mitsui turned to look at Akashi angrily. Humph. Before Akashi teaches others, you should think of a way to suppress your Hanagata. Akashi Takenori stared at Hisashi Mitsui, eye to eye, as if he could see two electric currents rushing out of their eyes and hitting each other. Asterisk. Chapter 33. Crack. Crack. On the bench, Donghwang Yuni raised his mouth when he saw the situation on the field. Looks like it's all right. Ayako said anxiously at this time. It's all right. They're arguing. Yuni spreads her hands, with a look of reassurance for Ayako. That's why I said it's fine. Ayako doesn't understand what Donghwang Yuni means. It's always like this. Sometimes he thinks Donghwang Yuni is a fool, and sometimes he thinks he can do anything. If she didn't understand Ayako, she didn't want to, she still believed what Donghwang Yuni said. Although there is no basis, Donghwang Yuni couldn't help convincing himself by giving himself advice every time he opened his mouth. As soon as Ayako sat down and looked on the field, he saw that Kaed Rukawa didn't know what to say to the four Sakuragi Hanamichi. The four of them were stunned for a while, and then the four of them cursed with fire in their eyes. Who do you think you are? How dare a stinky boy preach to me? This year's first graders are so unlovable. After a quarrel, several people on the court returned to their own baskets, all staring at Shoyo with burning eyes. Akashi Takenori roared. Shoyo, come on! Crack! Crack! Yuni said to Ayako as expected. Look! It's all right. Ayako breathed a sigh of relief, and his mood was relieved a lot. I didn't expect them to solve today's predicament in this way. Crack! Crack! In fact, there are many ways to solve the predicament, but their minds are too simple and they can't think of it. Ayako squinted at Donghuang Yuni, thinking that your head doesn't seem very good. After the episode just now, the fighting spirit of Shihoko's side is gradually rising. I saw that Hanagata dribbled the ball and rushed into Shihoko's inside line after half-time. Hanagata took off directly and was ready to shoot. Akashi Takenori, who was standing in front of Hanagata, flashed red in his eyes and jumped up and slapped the basketball. The basketball flew directly into the hands of Shoyo number 8 Takano Shoichi, who was about to shoot after receiving the ball. At this moment, Sakuragi Hanamika's eyes were spitting fire, and his extremely quick feet hit the ground and flew straight up. Takano Shoichi's eyes widened, and he screamed in surprise. Pa! With the sound of a basketball slap, Sakuragi Hanamichi directly gave Takano Shoichi a powerful hot pot. Okay. Awesome! Shihoku Resurrection LE. Super big hot pot. It's so good. Shihoku's bench continued to hear enthusiastic cheers. The other side. On the court, Sakuragi Hanamichi made a big shot and the ball went to Miyagi Ryota. Miyagi Ryota dribbled the ball and rushed to Shoyo's basket. As soon as he got to Shoyo's basket, Miyagi Ryota flicked his wrist and passed the ball to Sakuragi Hanamichi, who was following closely behind. After receiving the ball, Sakuragi Hanamichi jumped up with confidence and jumped up for a layup, but with too much force, the basketball hit the backboard and bounced back. Sakuragi Hanamichi immediately jumped up again to catch the basketball. At this time, Kaed Rukawa's figure flew out from behind, and with a light touch of his palm, the basketball went directly into Shoyo's basket with force. Hanagata looked at Shihoku with a serious expression and said, "Let's all work harder. It is good." Takamoiki stared unblinkingly at Kaed Rukawa off the court and couldn't help thinking, the Kaed Rukawa who broke Shihoku's unfavorable situation. Organized Sendo and Yuzumi's attack in practice and was an amazing superstar. There is absolutely no second year that will affect the game so much, and I have a hunch he's going to be a superstar. Suddenly Takamoiki seemed to think of something and turned to look at the Shihoku bench. No, there's another player, a player he can't even see through himself, a more terrifying existence than Kaed Rukawa and Sendo. Takamoiki was thinking that the situation on the field had changed a little when Shoyo number 9 Taku Ita dribbled the ball and was blocked by Miyagi Ryota. Miyagi Ryota hooked his finger to the provocative Taku Ita to signal the opponent to attack. In the end, the opponent was not polite and used his height to pass the ball directly from high altitude. The basketball flew over Miyagi Ryota's head and fell into the hands of Shoyo number 8 Takano Shoichi. Takano Shoichi frees the ball to Hanagata. Hanagata put the ball back into Taku Ita's hands, and Taku Ita broke through Miyagi Ryota but was stopped by Kaed Rukawa. Seeing that, Taku Ita could not break through and reluctantly passed the ball to Takano Shoichi. Sakuragi Hanamichi saw the ball fall into Takano Shoichi's hands and immediately stepped up to defend, staring at Takano Shoichi with fiery and domineering eyes. "A-hole, you think you have a way to break through my genius Sakuragi Hanamichi, just try it. Come on. Come on." Takano Shoichi was overwhelmed by Sakuragi Hanamika's momentum, and his body became stiff. Seeing that Sakuragi Hanamichi was pressing step by step, he involuntarily took 2 steps back. At this time, the whistle sounded, and the referee's words came. "Go with the ball." Sakuragi Hanamichi burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha! How's that? The genius Sakuragi Hanamichi who lured the opponent into fouling kills with his eyes. Ha 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 ha!" On the Shoyo bench, Fujima Kenji watched the situation on the court, and suddenly noticed a figure rushing towards Shoyo's basket, and immediately shouted. "Taku Ito is bullish on number 7. Akashi Takenori was about to serve when he saw Miyagi Ryota in action and turned the ball to Miyagi Ryota. I saw that Miyagi Ryota dribbled the ball nimbly through Taku Ito who came to block. When he was about to get to the opponent's basket, he saw 2 people blocking the basket. Miyagi Ryota made a good pass and passed it to the right back. Sakuragi Hanamichi. This surprised everyone in Shoyo. Sakuragi Hanamichi took the ball and put the basketball in the basket. Shohoku scored 2 more points. Shoyo's cheerleaders in the audience pointed to the field and exclaimed. So fast! That number 7 is not easy. Other viewers were also surprised. The ball went out in a blink of an eye. It's just a blink of an eye. Sakuragi Hanamichi's mood at this time can be seen from the happy expression on his face. Akaji Haruko on the second floor is also bouncing around like a rabbit. Great! Great! By the way, Sakuragi Hanamichi scored for the first time since the game. Then suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Donghwang Yuni. By the way, Yuni doesn't seem to have scored a goal. Every time he plays, he just passes and steals the ball. Why is this? Unexplained, of course, Akaji Haruko wouldn't run to ask just because of this curiosity. On the other hand, Dakamoiki said this time. Hikoichi, listen carefully, there are also so-called point guards among guards, which shows the importance of guards. You must know that there must be a very good point guard in a strong team, just like Kanan's AMU and Shoyo Fujima. The point guard is not only good at handling and passing the ball, but also has the ability to judge the enemy and me. Dakamoiki paused and continued. So far we haven't been able to break through Kanan and Shoyo's defense, that's because we don't have a good point guard. But Shohoku's Miyagi has the quality to compete with AMU and Fujima. The game on the field continues. Shoyo number 9 Taku Ito has the ball and is blocked by Kaed Rukawa. Seeing this, Takano Shoichi hurried over to ask for the ball. Takano Shoichi went straight to the inside after receiving the pass. Akaji Takenori and Hisashi Mitsui felt bad. Just then, Miyagi Ryota quickly passed by Takano Shoichi and broke the ball with it. Everyone in Shohoku breathed a sigh of relief, but everyone in Shoyo looked very solemn. At this moment, Miyagi Ryota passed the ball to Akaji Takenori abruptly. Akaji Takenori just received the ball and didn't move. Miyagi Ryota took the basketball from Akaji Takenori's hand and rushed directly into Shoyo's inside line to take a jump shot. Shoyo's Hanagata and number 7 Mitsuru Nagano jumped to block the situation. Miyagi Ryota's shooting action went back and he dribbled the ball from the side to break through the two and jumped up to shoot with one hand. Brush! Basketball into the net. 8-11, the score is only 3 points away. Miyagi Ryota pointed to Fujima Kenji, who was sitting on the Shoyo bench, and motioned for him to hurry up. Fujima Kenji ignored Miyagi Ryota's provocation and just called a timeout. On the Shohoku bench. Although the score was behind, everyone in Shohoku was extremely excited. It was amazing. Miyagi, well done. Hearing Ayako's praise, Miyagi Ryota scratched his head shyly and giggled. Sakuragi Hanamichi kept bragging to Coach Anze, causing Akaji Takenori, Hisashi Mitsui and Kaed Rukawa to be full of contempt. Crack! Crack! Yuni is still eating his own snacks on his own, which is naturally no excessive emotion for him who knows the direction of the plot. It seems that it will take a lot of time for Fujima Kenji to play, so I'd better go to sleep first. Yuni thought so in her heart, then moved her body to take up 3 seats and went to sleep, covering her head with a coat to block the light. After everyone saw it, they were all full of black lines and their teeth were crunching. But everyone just thought about it, and in the end, because the timeout ended, everyone focused on the field again. Asterisk. Chapter 34. Soon the players from both sides were back on the field. After the pause, everyone in Shoyo calmed down with the encouragement of Fujima Kenji. But the rhythm of the game is still in Shohoku's hands. Shortly after kickoff, Shoyo number 9 Taku Ito had the ball broken by Miyagi Ryota. Seeing this, the Shoyos hurried back to their own baskets to defend, and the Shoyos were unable to defend their own baskets. Miyagi Ryota passed the ball to Akaji Takenori, who couldn't get down for a long time with a tight backhand. Seeing that 30 seconds was almost up, Miyagi Ryota gave Akashi Take Nori a wink, and Akashi Take Nori knew it. Akashi Take Nori found a gap and passed the ball to Hisashi Mitsui, who came from the outside. At this time, Shoyo realized that they had made a big mistake, but it was too late. After receiving the ball, Hisashi Mitsui jumped up and shot with a very beautiful posture. Brush. Basketball hollow into the net. 11-11, tied. Shoyo bench. Fujima Kenji took off his jacket and stood up after seeing the situation on the field. Everyone looked this way. Are you finally going to show up? There was also a lot of discussion in the audience. That's Fujima Kenji. Very handsome. Isn't he a coach? Seeing Fujima Kenji's move, Hanagata immediately stopped him, exchanged his eyes with Fujima Kenji and then turned to look at the players on the field. Let's start offense and show them what our Shoyo really is. Shoyo serves, and Shoyo number 8 Takano Shoichi dribbles and sprints. After halftime, a high-tossed pass to number 7 Mitsuru Nagano. Mitsuru Nagano turned the ball past Hisashi Mitsui and rushed directly into Shohoku's inside line. As soon as Mitsuru Nagano took a jump shot, Akashi Take Nori stopped in front of him and took off. With a bang, the basketball rubbed Akashi Take Nori's palm and bounced onto the backboard. As soon as Akashi Take Nori hit the ground, Hanagata caught the ball in the air. Bang! The basketball was thrown directly into the hoop by Hanagata. The score was 11-13, with Shoyo leading. After the goal was scored, Hanagata said loudly as they returned to their home court. Defense, don't have to put water anymore, did you hear? It is good. Hearing this, the Shohoku people were furious, and a stream of air flowed directly from the heels of Sakuragi Hanamichi to the sky. Hanagata, you don't see people clearly anymore. Hisashi Mitsui dribbled straight to Shoyo's three-point line and jumped for a shot without thinking. Hanagata came up and pretended to stop, and posted it when Hisashi Mitsui shot. Brush. The sound of Hanagata falling to the ground was mixed with the sound of the basketball entering the net. The referee blew his whistle. White number 14 offensive foul, the goal does not count. In this way, Shoyo under the leadership of Hanagata has repeatedly caused a lot of trouble to Shohoku, making Shohoku's previous advantages slowly shattered. Shoyo come on! Shoyo come on! Shoyo come on! Come on Shohoku! Come on Shohoku! Come on Shohoku! Time passed by minute, and the players from both sides on the court played very wonderfully. However, despite the frequent turnovers of Shohoku, the score was gradually pulled away by Shoyo. With only 34 seconds left in the first half, Hanagata slammed the score again with a dunk. The score was 22-31, with Shohoku 9 points behind Shoyo. Hanagata, slam dunk is so pretty. Hanagata. Shoyo. Hanagata. Shoyo. There were bursts of applause from the audience. The game continues, Shohoku serves. Just as Shohoku was about to recover a ball in the closing minutes, Miyagi Ryota's pass error was cut off by Shoyo's number 6 Hasegawa Kazushi. Shoyo didn't rush to attack after stealing the ball, and dragged the time to the last 6 seconds. The moment Hanagata received the ball again, it was a fallback jumper. Akashi Take Nori tried his best to stop the ball and finally managed to touch the ball with his own finger. The basketball hit the rim and bounced. Just as everyone jumped up to grab the rebound, Sakuragi Hanamichi instantly jumped up and grabbed the basketball in front of everyone and tightly controlled the basketball in his hands. Under the rebound is my world, I am the king of rebounding Sakuragi Hanamichi. The whistle blew and the first half was over. Fujima Kenji looked at the score on the electronic scoreboard and secretly called a pity. If the goal just now was scored, Shohoku would have no chance of a comeback. Of course, this is without Donghwang Yuni playing. Fujima Kenji would never dream of the shock that brought Donghwang Yuni to his heart. Pa! Ayako patted the sleeping Donghwang Yuni with a fan. Yuni slowly opened his eyes and looked at Ayako in confusion. Ayako was out of breath at this time. The first half of the game is over, you are still sleeping. Yuni blinked and then slowly closed her eyes and went back to sleep. This time Ayako really couldn't take it anymore, he raised his foot in anger and was about to kick down, but was stopped by Kagure Kiminobu. Forget it, Ayako, let him sleep here. This guy who makes plans probably won't listen anyway. After hearing this, Ayako thought for a while and finally sighed helplessly while holding his head. Akaji Haruko looked at the bench and found Donghwang Yuni still sleeping on the bench. In my heart, it was both funny and helpless, and muttered to myself. How can Yuni be like this? It's good to act like that. Oops. Really? The two good sisters next to them nodded as they looked at Akaji Haruko. In the audience, looking at Donghwang Yuni's position, Aida Hikoichi was very curious and muttered to herself. Yuni, why can he sleep well, isn't he worried that Shihoko will lose? Now Shihoko is behind. Many people in the audience also noticed Donghwang Yuni. Look, that guy is sleeping. Who is that guy? It's a shame he can sleep. Shihoko has such a player, it's unbelievable. Although Donghwang Yuni was sleeping, he didn't fall asleep. He could hear everyone's conversations clearly, but he didn't care. For him, no matter how small the knowledge of those people, the different levels of views would naturally have different views. Takamoiki looked at Donghwang Yuni with an indescribable feeling, but with his knowledge, he can understand that some players are like this. On the surface, he may seem unremarkable or stupid, but in some fields he is more genius than anyone else. But he still thought wrong. Donghwang Yuni is not stupid, on the contrary, he is very smart. It's only because of the side effects that Donghwang Yuni sometimes uncontrollably snacking and forgetting things. If there were no such side effects, Donghwang Yuni would definitely be a rare perfect male god who speaks decently, is gentle, and has high quotient in all kinds of business. Asterisk. Chapter 35. In the Shihoko Lounge. We are only 9 points away. It doesn't matter, we still have a chance in the second half. Hisashi Mitsui giggled. 3 more 3-pointers and it's a tie. Miyagi Ryota pointed at Hisashi Mitsui and said. But Mitsui, you look tired. Hisashi Mitsui immediately retorted. Nonsense, the game has just begun. Akaji Takenori walked in at this time and heard Mitsui's words. He's right, how can we get tired? The other party hasn't sent the best team yet. The expressions of everyone suddenly became serious, and the solemn atmosphere was slowly condensing. Ayako also said with some concern. You mean Fujima? Kagure Kiminobu explained. With him, Shoyo is a strong team that finished second last year. Akaji Takenori said seriously. In the second half, I have to force him out as soon as possible, Mitsui, in order to take advantage of your 3-pointers, Sakuragi, and I will try our best to rebound in the second half. Mitsui glanced at Akaji Takenori and said. It sounds nice, can you do it? Akaji Takenori's nostrils suddenly smoked, and Kagure Kiminobu hurriedly stopped him. Speaking of which, we also didn't send the strongest players. When everyone heard this, they immediately understood, yes. Donghwang Yuni is our biggest trump card, as long as he's there, it's not a problem. Only then did Akaji realize that something was missing, and glanced at the lounge. Hey? Where did that guy Yuni go? Ayako explained helplessly. He's probably still sleeping in the bench. When Akaji Takenori heard this, the tic-tac-toe was almost bleeding. How dare that guy be so big? Miyagi Ryota and Hisashi Mitsui were also full of black lines when they heard this. Damn boy! We beat to death on the field, but he slept leisurely there. Unforgivable, abominable. The second half started quickly. At the beginning of the game, Akaji Takenori successfully slapped the ball with a jump ball, and the basketball fell into the hands of Miyagi Ryota. Miyagi Ryota, who was looking at Sakuragi Hanamika's fiery eyes, felt uncomfortable and had to pass the ball to Sakuragi Hanamichi. Sakuragi Hanamichi got the ball and made a layup. Bang! Basketball! Sakuragi Hanamichi jumped up to grab the basketball and continued to shoot. Bang! Basketball! Sakuragi Hanamichi catches and shoots again. Bang! Basketball! Bang! Basketball! After going back and forth a few times, Akashi Takenori, who came over, couldn't stand it any longer. Staring fiercely at Sakuragi Hanamichi. Give me the ball. Then Akashi Takenori came with a gorilla dunk before the basketball was sunk into the net. 24-31. Hanagata was already stunned standing in front of Sakuragi Hanamichi, completely unexpected Sakuragi Hanamika's actions. So far, Sakuragi Hanamichi has been scrambling for rebounds like he's on the hook. Pa! 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 The clap of a basketball speaks to Sakuragi Hanamika's formidable talent for rebounding. No matter Shohoku or Shoyo, every time he hits the board, the basketball is tyrannically grabbed by Sakuragi Hanamichi. Hanagata's eyes widened, and he had underestimated Sakuragi Hanamichi before. Unexpectedly, Sakuragi Hanamika's ability to grab rebounds is really not covered. The jumping power and explosive power are far beyond ordinary people. Shohoku succeeded in succession while Sakuragi Hanamichi performed exceptionally well. Finally, after Sakuragi Hanamichi grabbed another rebound and passed the ball to Akashi Takenori, Akashi Takenori's gorilla slam dunk into the hoop. So far Shohoku is 36-35, Shohoku leads Shoyo by 1 point. The whistle sounded, and Xianyang made a substitution. Everyone turned to look. I saw that Fujima Kenji had stood up and took off his coat. Shohoku. Everyone looked at Fujima Kenji opposite. Are you finally going to show up? Kagure Kiminobu looked at the other side seriously. The real game is about to begin. Fujima! 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 Shoyo's cheerleaders shouted hotly. Some viewers also started to get excited. Fujima is coming. I just came to see him today. He's Fujima. So handsome. Suddenly there was a noisy discussion in the audience. Look over there. It's Kanan. And Ryanans came too. Wow. It looks so imposing. I saw Kanan and Ryanan standing in two directions on the second floor, watching the game below. Ayako looked up. I can't believe Kanan and Ryanan are here. Kagure Kiminobu pushed his glasses and said with a smile. It means that they now think in their hearts that the winner of this game has the strength to threaten them. On the field, Fujima Kenji replaced Taku Ito and came in front of the Shoyo players, patted each of the Shoyo players and said casually. Don't look depressed, everyone from Kanan is watching. Akashi Takenori sighed while looking at Shoyo across from him. Unexpectedly, Fujima's words raised Shoyo's fighting spirit. The whistle sounded and the game started. Fujima Kenji dribbled the ball forward slowly, and just after halftime Hisashi Mitsui came up to block and try to steal. Quick attack! As soon as Fujima Kenji finished speaking, his movements changed and he bent sideways and quickly bypassed Hisashi Mitsui, then changed hands to break through Sakuragi Hanamichi, and finally came to Kaed Rukawa. Kaed Rukawa reached out to steal the ball. Fujima Kenji slapped the ball from behind with his left hand and switched it to his right, and then made a direct breakthrough. After practicing with 3 people, Fujima Kenji took off and made a shot with both hands, threw the basketball with his arms, and the basketball fell into the hoop with a perfect arc. Brush! Basketball into the net. 36-37. After Fujima Kenji scored, he turned to look at the Shohoku crowd. Shohoku is still a long way from the top 4. Come on! Everyone in Shohoku heard that their eyes gradually rose with fighting intent. Good boy! Interesting! Akashi Takenori looked at Fujima Kenji and said with full of fighting spirit. I'll let you see if we can do it, come on! Just when the fighting spirit of the two sides reached its peak, it also means that the final decisive battle of this game has begun. Asterisk. Chapter 36. Come on, come on, come on, come on. The cheers from the audience spread throughout the stadium, and the battle between Chihoku and Shoyo became more intense. You scored a goal and I exchanged a goal, and soon the score came to 40-41, with Shoyo still 1 point ahead of Chihoku. Chihoku hit the corresponding basket once again, and Akashi Takenori jumped up immediately after receiving the ball for a gorilla dunk. The result was stopped by Hanagata, who came over, and the basketball finally fell into the hands of Sakuragi Hanamichi. Sakuragi Hanamichi had just landed when a sudden hand snatched the basketball from Sakuragi Hanamichi's hand. It's Fujima, damn! After grabbing the ball, Fujima Kenji quickly dribbled the ball to Chihoku's basket. At this time, there was only Miyagi Ryota in Chihoku, but when Miyagi Ryota jumped up and reached out to block, Fujima Kenji shot quickly without jumping to the highest point. Miyagi Ryota was startled and looked back quickly, but his head hadn't completely turned the corner of his eyes. Looking back, Miyagi Ryota suddenly saw the figure appeared above the back of Fujima Kenji. Miyagi Ryota shouted loudly, feeling bad. Sakuragi! Brush! Bang! Along with the sound of basketball entering the net was the sound of Sakuragi Hanamichi hitting Fujima Kenji, and the most tragic thing was that Miyagi Ryota was also pressed down by the pond fish. 40-43. Sakuragi Hanamichi was called for a flagrant foul by the whistle and Shoyo added a free throw. Brush! Basketball into the net. 40-44. Because Sakuragi was too anxious just now, it was finally decided that Shoyo served. Shoyo continued the offense, still Fujima Kenji dribbling. Just after Fujima Kenji crossed half-time, Miyagi Ryota hurried forward to block. Fujima Kenji swung from behind to pass Miyagi Ryota and then went straight to Chihoku's inside. As soon as Fujima Kenji arrived at Chihoku's interior, he was about to raise the ball to shoot. Akashi Takenori immediately jumped up to intercept it, but he didn't expect that Fujima's action to take back the shot directly sent the basketball to Akashi Takenori's feet and passed it to Hanagata. Hanagata jumped up and dunked directly after receiving the ball. Bang! Basketball into the net. 40-46. Chihoku bench. Kagure Kiminobu got up immediately after seeing the goal. Damn! 6 points away. Others also looked worried. Just then Coach Anzai stood up and signaled the referee to call a timeout. In the audience, Aida Hikoichi looked at everything on the field and said, "Is that how Shoyo plays?" Takamoiki nodded. Yes, Fujima hit the box to throw Chihoku into disarray, then passed the ball for 4 taller players to score. Aida Hikoichi looked over and found that all 4 people except Fujima were over 190 centimeters. As long as these 4 guys step up their man marking, Fujima can score without any scruples. Shinichi Maki, who was watching the game on the other side, also said seriously. Without Fujima, Shoyo's strength is equal to a second-tier ordinary strong team, but after adding him, he has shown the face of a national championship winning team. After Fujima joins, these ordinary talents can show their strength. Ryanan's Yuzumi frowned in the auditorium opposite. Chihoku may not be very good. Sendo next to him said more easily. Maybe it's just not very good for the current lineup. Yuju was silent after hearing this, his eyes turned to Donghwang Yuni who was sleeping in the Chihoku bench. Right. At this time, the few who had just come off the Chihoku bench were panting and looking sluggish, and the most obvious one was Hisashi Mitsui. Just when a few people were out of breath, Coach Anzai came over and looked at them and said, "Remember what I said to you before the game." Several people looked at Coach Anzai, and Akashi Takenori suddenly spoke loudly. "Of course remember, we are strong." Then several people spoke at the same time. "We are strong." Akashi Takenori spoke again after everyone cheered on themselves. "Listen, everyone, the game has reached this point, no matter what their previous results were, no matter how strong the enemy in front of us is, we must knock them down. The other half, Fujima Kenji, is also cheering for the players. Don't just think about how to stay ahead, we must attack and attack again, let Shohoku know how good we are. The audience saw that the morale of the teams on both sides was high, and the cheers slowed down again. In the corner of the auditorium, Ryanan's Koshino Hiroaki looked at Fujima Kenji and spoke. That Fujima, if we meet Shoyo, fish, do you think I can stop Fujima? Yuzumi also looked at Fujima off the field and said immediately. You have to stop him, Fujima Kenji, he is the only one in Shoyo's history to be a first-year official. Although he has reached the final 4 times in a row since the summer of his first year, the record is quite brilliant. But I have never won the championship because of the monster AMU attached to Kanon, who blocked Fujima's way 4 times in a row. This is the last summer, and Fujima's determination to defeat Kanon is by no means unusual. Chapter 37. The whistle sounded and the timeout ended. Shohoku and Shoyo players came on the court one after another. It is worth mentioning that Hisashi Mitsui was not in good shape. When he played, he could see that his stamina was running out. Kagure Kiminobu was worried when he saw Hisashi Mitsui's state. Coach, look, how about giving Mitsui a rest, he seems very tired. Ayako also said next to him. Yes. Although he used to be a star player in the middle school, he has not played for 2 years. Plus the opponent is a strong team like Shoyo, it is natural to be tired. I'm going to replace him. Kagure Kiminobu was stopped by Coach Anze as soon as he got up. Kagure, he won't promise to come down and rest. Shohoku attacked on the pitch. Miyagi Ryota dribbled the ball to Shoyo's penalty area and passed the ball to Akaji Takenori. Akaji Takenori caught the ball and was double-teamed by Shoyo, but Akaji Takenori threw the ball to Hisashi Mitsui from beyond the arc. Hisashi Mitsui jumped up and shot after receiving the ball. Just when everyone thought the ball could be scored, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Hisashi Mitsui. Pa! The basketball was slapped hard by Shoyo number 6 Hasegawa Kazushi. Unexpectedly, Hisashi Mitsui was covered in hot pot. Akaji Haruko covered his mouth in disbelief. Ryanan's side Sendo looked at the situation on the field and said. Is 41 defense? That's right, Shoyo plays zone defense, as long as Hasegawa Kazushi of number 6 comes out to target Mitsui. This is a strategy to deliberately suppress a 3-point shooter like Mitsui. Sure enough, Hisashi Mitsui on the court was blocked one after another by Shoyo's number 6 Hasegawa Kazushi, and several 3-point shots were either slammed or blocked by the opponent. And Sakuragi Hanamichi avoided Fujima Kenji's steal after a nice rebound and accidentally hit Hanagata's head with his elbow, and then Sakuragi Hanamichi was called for another foul by the referee. At this moment, no one noticed. Donghwang Yuni, who was sleeping soundly in Shohoku's bench, opened his eyes. Donghwang Yuni sat up and glanced at the scoreboard, then looked away. Shohoku trailed by 12 points at 48-56. It's almost time, I'll go out for a walk and be back soon. Seeing that Donghwang Yuni woke up, Ayako said hurriedly. Where are you going? We're not in a good state now. Before Ayako could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Donghwang Yuni's wave. Okay Zyaki, let's talk about the extra words after we win. When Ayako heard the name Zyaki, his head was covered with black lines, and he immediately picked up the folding fan and quickly patted it on Donghwang Yuni's head. What the hell is Zyaki? You are not allowed to call me that, I am your senior sister, do you know what it means to respect the old and love the young? Donghwang Yuni disagreed, blocking the folding fan with one hand. Anyway, I'll be back soon, and I can play when I get back. Coach Anze looked at Donghwang Yuni and was looking forward to this Yuni more and more. Every time there is a crisis, Donghwang Yuni can find the cause and propose a solution. Not only that, in addition to his super strength, he has a good grasp of the form on the field and the players' hearts. It was the first time that Coach Anze had seen such a versatile player, even Kaed Rukawa was only versatile in terms of skill and IQ. But Donghwang Yuni is different, his all-round is the all-round all about basketball. Thinking of this, Coach Rest involuntarily laughed. When everyone on the bench saw Donghwang Yuni's back, they all had expectations in their hearts, and their feelings of peace and urgency were mixed. Ryanan and Kanan were confused when they saw Donghwang Yuni's actions. What is he going to do? The guy finally woke up. Is he leaving? Donghwang Yuni walked out of the arena and entered the lounge, and immediately said, "What's the situation with the system?" Because when Yuni was sleeping, the system suddenly came up with a prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement and getting the talent awakening potion X1. Yuni's head is full of question marks now. He doesn't know what this hidden achievement is, and he got an awakening potion worth 50,000 points. Yuni felt like she didn't do anything, she just slept. Is it possible to get achievement rewards even while sleeping? Yuni sat there alone and reflected on some of the differences. Basketball? Yes, it's basketball, because this is a basketball game, and everything is related to basketball, so it's not surprising to get achievements. Yuni roared excitedly, his excitement beyond words. It seems that everything the system told me about basketball at the beginning can complete the relevant achievements. Only now is the correct understanding of what the system is saying. Yuni doesn't have any ink marks, of course, it is better to use it quickly after obtaining the awakening potion. System, awakening the talent of 3-point shooting in the audience. Ding! The talent is awakening for 3-pointers. Ding! The talent awakened the whole court 3-point shot successfully. Ding! The whole 3-pointer is integrated. Ding! The 3-pointer was successfully integrated in the whole game. Ding! The whole 3-pointer feels integrated. Ding! The whole 3-pointer feel is integrated into the success. Basic properties. Name, Donghwang Yuni. S*X, male. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 82 kilograms. Stamina, 98, plus 98%. Strength, 94, plus 94%. Speed, 95, plus 95%. Jump height, 1.25 meters, plus 50%. Ball control feel, 100, plus 100%. Hit rate, 100, plus 100%. Talent skills. Perfect copy, unawakened, full court 3-pointer, awakened, super high-speed dribble, awakened, Emperor Eye, unawakened, impeccable defense, not awakened. Possess ball skills, butterfly step through flower, gutter, meteor slam dunk, sunshine shooting blue, 3 points from heaven, earth and void, magic passing, right to play backwards, disappearing dribble, phantom shot, fantasy footsteps. Self-created ball skills, passing shot, smashing shot, wire hook shot, elbow shot, swing pass, zero return, elbow pass. Zone, not enabled. Achievement points, 40,277. Donghwang Yuni looked at his panel in a very comfortable mood, and finally awakened a talent. The points are about to reach 50,000, so that the third talent can be awakened. The more Donghwang Yuni thought about it, the happier it became, and finally sat in the lounge and giggled. Although he did not know what would happen when all 5 talents were awakened, the system did not specifically explain it. But he has a feeling that if all these 5 talents are awakened, unexpected things will happen. Chapter 38. Bang! 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 Shohoku vs Shoyo in the arena. Under the constant pressure of Shoyo 6 Hasegawa Kazushi, Hisashi Mitsui finally broke out. I saw Hisashi Mitsui suddenly cheered up and finally broke through Hasegawa Kazushi's defense with the last bit of physical strength. After Hisashi Mitsui succeeded again and again, with nearly 5 minutes left until the end of the game, he finally caught up with the score to just 3 points. The score was 55 to 58. On the contrary, Sakuragi Hanamichi has already committed 4 fouls and has been in a state of restraint. In the auditorium at this time, the 3 of Sakuragi's gang kept beating each other with a drink bottle. "Come on Mitsui! Come on Mitsui! Come on Mitsui!" Fans of Kaed Rukawa on the other side showed no signs of weakness. "Kaed Rukawa, I love you! Kaed Rukawa, I love you! Kaed Rukawa, I love you!" Yuzuo couldn't listen anymore, and said with a gloomy face. "Really, Shohoku's cheerleaders are nothing at all." Sendo laughed. "Whoever wins and who loses, this time the winner is half and half. On the other side, Kanon, on this side," Shen said while watching the game on the field. Sakuragi Hanamichi, who was in charge of the rebound, has already fouled 4 times, and Shohoku still has a tough fight. Shinichi Maki replied with a blank face. "It doesn't matter which team they make in the joint finals, we have to win, Kanon is the best." The game is still going on. Shoyo's number 8 Takano Shoichi received the pass to Sakuragi Hanamichi. Takano Shoichi provocatively smiled. "What? What? What? 4 fouls?" Hearing a drop of cold sweat dripping from Sakuragi Hanamichi's forehead, he was angry and scared now. "I won't let you, the Exit King, take the ball away from me." As soon as Takano Shoichi finished speaking, he made a breakthrough to the left. Sakuragi Hanamichi just caught up and saw Takano Shoichi slap the basketball to the back right to number 7. Mitsuru Nagano. Before the ball could reach Mitsuru Nagano, it was intercepted by a sudden Miyagi Ryota. The corner of Miyagi Ryota's mouth was raised when he saw a figure pass by him, and the basketball in his hand disappeared. Miyagi Ryota hurriedly turned around and found that it was Fujima Kenji, and Miyagi Ryota hurriedly followed. Hisashi Mitsui also ran to assist Miyagi Ryota, and Fujima Kenji, who was in the double team, didn't panic and passed the ball back to Takano Shoichi. Takano Shoichi dribbled to Shohoku's basket and jumped for a shot directly in front of Sakuragi Hanamichi. Bang! Brush! Basketball into the net. 55 to 60. At this time, Donghuang Yuni came to the bench again and continued to pick up snacks. Crack! Crack! Hearing this voice, Ayako turned to look. Ouch! You're back! Yuni gave a casual reply. Oh! That, wait for me to play. Ayako nodded. At this moment, there was another cheer from the audience. It was Hisashi Mitsui who made a beautiful 3-pointer with the cooperation of his team members just now, which made the fans who supported Shohoku in the audience excited. 58 to 60, only 2 points away. On the field, Shoyo still used Sakuragi Hanamichi as a breakthrough, and Takano Shoichi dribbled tightly to force Sakuragi Hanamichi. Once again, when Takano Shoichi shot in front of Sakuragi Hanamichi, Kaed Rukawa fouled up behind Takano Shoichi for some time to interrupt the shot. Although it was a free throw by Takano Shoichi, it was a pity that both shots were missed, and the final rebound was grabbed by Kaed Rukawa. Just after landing, Kaed Rukawa quickly passed the ball to Hisashi Mitsui, who was sprinting. Seeing this, Fujima Kenji immediately rushed over and shot the basketball out of the closet. Hisashi Mitsui desperately chased after the ball that flew out of bounds. Finally, he successfully held the ball in his hand and passed it to Kaed Rukawa, who came. Kaed Rukawa did not disappoint Hisashi Mitsui either. Kaed Rukawa, who received the pass, quickly dribbled the ball to Shoyo's inside and jumped directly to score a dunk under Shoyo's 3-man defense. At 60 to 60, the score was finally tied. Dakamoiki muttered to herself while sitting in the audience. Mitsui still retains the accurate projection ability in middle school, plus that spiritual power. Aida Hikoichi asked at this time. Coach, what do you think the outcome of this game will be? Dakamoiki thought about it and said. Next will be a battle beyond basketball skills, Shohoku vs Shoyo's mental strength. In this game no one loses no matter who wins or loses. Then Dakamoiki paused and frowned slightly. Of course, these are premised on the absence of him. Aida Hikoichi was puzzled and then suddenly understood. Coach, you mean Donghwang Yuni? Dakamoiki nodded. Yes, Donghwang Yuni is a player that even I can't see through. I think Coach Anzai should be the same. This shows how powerful Donghwang Yuni is. But I firmly believe that no one is invincible, so Fujima Kenji is still a chance. Just then the whistle sounded, and Shohoku switched players. Asterisk. Chapter 39. As Hisashi Mitsui used up the last ounce of energy in the final pursuit of the basketball that was about to go out of bounds, he was finally unable to get up. He was then driven back to the bench by Kagure Kiminobu. The replacement for Hisashi Mitsui was naturally Donghwang Yuni, who was already prepared. Sendo stared at the figure off the field ready to play. Oh! I'm finally going to play. The Ryanan crowd also stared at him with wide-eyed eyes. Finally come. Let me see how powerful he is now. Donghwang Yuni from Shohoku. Kanon. Everyone is also staring at the silver-haired boy who is about to play. He's the one with zero seal Takahata. Is that number 99? It doesn't look so good. I heard he promised Sendo. Shoyo seems to be a little off. On Shohoku's side, Donghwang Yuni and Hisashi Mitsui gave a high five and walked slowly towards the stage. Then Yuni looked up at the electronic scoreboard, and the corners of her mouth twitched. 60 points, not bad, so be it. Shoyo. Everyone looked at Donghwang Yuni and didn't know what he was talking about. Is he the one who is good at defending? It doesn't look so good. Fujima Kenji frowned as he watched Donghwang Yuni. This guy is the number 99. No matter what, everyone can't be careless and use all their strength to defeat Shohoku. Yes. Shoyo serves. Defending Donghwang Yuni is number 6 Hasegawa Kazushi. I heard that you kept Takahata clean, but you can't score if you defend well. Yuni glanced at him. It's going to be a loss to hear hearsay. At this point Fujima Kenji dribbled the ball past half-court and waved the ball to number 8 Takano Shoichi. Takano Shoichi also wanted to take advantage of Sakuragi Hanamika's 4-foul shot, but Sakuragi Hanamichi seemed to be back to normal with Kaed Rukawa's prodding. Takano Shoichi was slow to break through and could only pass the ball back to Fujima Kenji. Just as the basketball was about to fly halfway, a big hand stopped the ball. Everyone was shocked, and everyone in Shoyo's eyes widened. What? How is this possible? I saw Donghwang Yuni didn't move, just stretched out a hand. Moreover, Donghwang Yuni seems to have eyes behind his back, but he is very precise, but his eyes are always looking forward. After receiving the ball, Yuni spoke slowly. You seem to have misunderstood something. In fact, my weakest thing is defense. What? As soon as he finished speaking, Hasegawa Kazushi suddenly found Donghwang Yuni disappeared in front of him. I was shocked. I didn't know what happened. I couldn't find Donghwang Yuni when I looked left and right. At this time, Fujima Kenji reminded. Behind you. Hasegawa Kazushi turned his head quickly, only to see that Donghwang Yuni had jumped up and made a shooting posture. Ryanan's side is okay. They already know that Donghwang Yuni has the ability to shoot 3-pointers in the half-court. But it was unheard of for Shoyo and Kanon and the audience at the scene. What does he want to do? Too messy. Kanon is similar here. Hey. He's not going to shoot there. It's half-time there. Shinichi Maki also narrowed his eyes. A Shen next to him stared at Donghwang Yuni, not knowing what he was thinking. Kiyota Nobunaga disapproved, thinking that Donghwang Yuni was just acting handsome and overreaching. In the field, Shoyo and others didn't have time to react at all. First of all, when Donghwang Yuni passed Hasegawa Kazushi too quickly, the parties did not react, let alone them. The second is that Donghwang Yuni can shoot when he can break through to the three-point line, but he chooses to start shooting in the midfield. When everyone was stunned, Donghwang Yuni finally shot, and then Donghwang Yuni turned his head and walked towards his basket without looking at it. The basketball flew out of Yuni's hands, the arc was very high, super high, and it was about to reach the ceiling of the arena. Everyone only saw that the basketball started to fall when it reached the highest point, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Brush. Hollow into the net. 63-60, Shihoko took the lead. After a moment of silence in the arena, the enthusiastic cheers became violent. Ah! This! He really did it! Oh my gosh! Akashi Haruko even looked at Donghwang Yuni with two little stars. It's amazing, it's amazing! Yuni is really amazing! Although everyone in Ryanan has seen it once, it still feels incredible to see it again. How the hell did he do it? I tried it before, and I couldn't touch the basket at all. Kanon also exploded here. Kiyota Nobunaga pointed to Donghwang Yuni off the field and said. Just kidding. Why did he throw in? It's a lie. At this time, A Shen retorted with a serious expression. No, he's very confident, he's back on defense when the ball is released. On the field, Hasegawa Kazushi stood there dumbfounded, with a confused look in his eyes. Fujima Kenji said immediately when he saw his teammates' expressions were a little down. Everyone cheer up, it's only 3 points, just catch up. Shoyo serves fast and is still Fujima Kenji dribbling. After Fujima Kenji quickly passed the half, Shihoko everyone was still returning to the defense and did not react for a while. Donghwang Yuni didn't look back. He knew what Fujima Kenji wanted to do when he heard the basketball. It is nothing more than wanting to score a goal in the shortest time to improve the morale of the players. Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi Ryota posted it as soon as they realized something. Pa! Bang! Fujima Kenji broke through Miyagi Ryota and Sakuragi Hanamichi to the three-point line. Without stopping, Fujima Kenji jumped straight away and threw both hands. Brush! Hollow into the net. 63-63, evenly divided. When the ball went into the net, Donghwang Yuni also returned to his own basket, grabbed the ball directly, and threw it to Akashi Takenori. Donghwang Yuni said to the other four. You guys are tired. If you don't want to take risks, pass the ball to me first. After I get the ball, I will shoot. You try your best to pick and roll for me. Of course, it doesn't matter if you can't stop it. Akashi Takenori gritted his teeth when he heard this, clenched his fists and said to Donghwang Yuni. What a stinky boy, who do you think you are? Kaed Rukawa squinted at Donghwang Yuni and said nothing. Miyagi Ryota, like Sakuragi Hanamichi, stretched out a middle finger at Donghwang Yuni. Really unreasonable guy. How dare you say such a thing in front of this genius? Although everyone in Shihoko was unhappy when they heard this, they did as Donghwang Yuni said and sent the ball to Donghwang Yuni when serving. Shoyo and the others just took a few steps back after the three-point shot when they heard the sound of a basketball slap on the ground from Shihoko. Bang! There was only a crisp sound from the basketball, and there was no other sound. Everyone in Shoyo thought that Shihoko was attacking and turned back, but when they looked back, they all thought it was strange. They found that Shihoko's players were still not moving at their baskets, and the basketball was gone. After a few seconds, the sound of a basketball entering the net reached the ears of everyone in Shoyo. Shoyo turned his head back to his basket only to find that the basketball had fallen into his basket at some point. 66-63. At this time, not only Shoyo and everyone, but everyone in the venue was stunned. The cheers were gone, and there was only a small sound of everyone's heartbeat still thumping. Fujima Kenji felt as if his heart had been taken away, unable to feel his own heartbeat and body temperature. He looked at the basketball falling on the ground in disbelief for a long time without saying a word. What just happened? It's Shihoku serving, but why is the basketball on Shoyo's side? Why did Shihoku score? Tomoiki suddenly stood up from her seat, her eyes almost popping out. He watched in disbelief what was happening off the field. Impossible, impossible. How could he do such a thing? It's outrageous. Aida Hikoichi didn't notice it just now and asked Tomoiki. Coach, what's wrong? What just happened? Didn't Shihoku start the attack yet? Tomoiki calmed down and said. Just now you were all paying attention to Shoyo who scored the goal, so you didn't notice. Just as the goal was scored, Akashi Takenori passed the ball to Donghwang Yuni. After a pause, Tomoiki took a deep breath and said again. Then Donghwang Yuni threw the ball straight out and stole it from his own baseline. Tomoiki smiled wryly. Donghwang Yuni, he is really an incredible person. I want to take back what I said before. If there is really an invincible player in this world, then this person must be Donghwang Yuni. Aida Hikoichi heard her eyes widen and fiddled with the camera in her hand. When I replayed it, I finally saw what just happened. My god! Is he a god? Why can he be thrown in so far? Seeing this scene, in addition to Shihoku, everyone, Kanon and Ryanan's players outside the court were not very good looking. The information they got was that Donghwang Yuni's longest three-point distance was half-court, but today he actually shot directly under his own basket, which made their pressure rise. Shinichi Maki looked at Donghwang Yuni solemnly. He had already overestimated Donghwang Yuni's strength, but now it seems that he is too underestimated. God also frowned. Amu, if we meet Shihoku, we might lose. Shinichi Maki didn't refute, just replied. It seems that we have to think about the countermeasures when we go back. Ryanan on the other side is better, but also Alexander. Hey. Do you want to be so exaggerated? He always does amazing things. Sendo made fists with both hands. Sure enough, he still retains his strength. I felt a little strange when he shot in the middle of the last practice game, and now I finally understand what is strange. At this moment, Donghwang Yuni looked at Shoyo opposite and said. Not much time, come on. Shoyo. Everyone looked at Fujima Kenji. Fujima Kenji took a deep breath. We have another goal. Shoyo serves again, still Fujima Kenji dribbling. But the atmosphere in the arena at this time seemed a little strange. At this time, there were only the sounds of the players on the field, but there was no movement in the auditorium. Everyone wanted to know what happened just now, staring intently off the field. Fujima Kenji dribbled past the half-court to Shihoku's three-point line. Several people on Shihoku's side were reminded by Donghwang Yuni, just stay in their own baskets. Shoyo wants to shoot blue and let them shoot. If they score, they will be lucky. If they don't score, we will always maintain the lead. This is also a small trick used by Donghwang Yuni to deal with Kanon. Donghwang Yuni still doesn't doubt that the opponent in the final must be the Kanon team, and Kanon will definitely make a way to defend his three-pointers. The current strategy of 4 guarantees and 1 is to give people the illusion that their shots cannot be disturbed. In fact, even if someone is harassing, Donghwang Yuni can shoot the full-court three-pointer as he pleases. If nothing else, Donghwang Yuni's bouncing power is definitely top-notch. No one can stop him unless the opponent fouls or jumps as high as him. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't use these little tricks, it doesn't matter to Yuni, but Yuni doesn't want to be too ostentatious yet. Fujima Kenji is still a jumper. Brush. Basketball into the net. 66-66. Shihoku then served, as before, directly to Donghwang Yuni. Everyone in Shihoku also felt weird and complicated, looking at what Donghwang Yuni wanted to say, but couldn't say anything. At this time, everyone in the arena focused on Donghwang Yuni. Donghwang Yuni received the ball without any extra action and took off to shoot the basketball. The basketball flew to the sky with a very beautiful arc, and then fell straight into Shoyo's basket. 69-66. At this time, no one doubted anymore, some were just amazed, sighed, admired, worshipped, asterisk. Chapter 40. Donghuang. Donghuang. Yuni. Yuni. I don't know when the cheers on the field are only for one person, that is Donghuang Yuni. Shinichi Maki watched everything on the field, heard the cheers from the audience, and stared at Donghuang Yuni with some admiration. What a terrible man, Sendo is right, he is the most dangerous man in Shohoku. Everyone in Canaan fell silent when they heard Shinichi Maki's words. Off the court, Shoyo's heart was a little broken, and Fujima Kenji gradually became a little confused, not knowing what to do. In the end, it was Fujima Kenji's desire to win that brought him back to his senses. No matter what, we just need to keep attacking and scoring goals, and try to defend the number 99 as much as possible for the rest. Fujima Kenji also understood that Shohoku was using a 4-guard-1 strategy. As long as he disrupted the rhythm of Donghuang Yuni's shots, he could stop his shots. Sure enough, the next time was bombardment by both sides, but Shoyo scored from the bottom line to Shohoku's 3-point area. Shohoku, on the other hand, went straight to Shoyo's basket from the baseline. Shoyo and others also tried to stop Donghuang Yuni, but they were stopped by Akashi Takenori. The score came to 81-74. With Shohoku leading. No way, although Shoyo has been attacking, but not every time he can make a 3-pointer. On the other hand, Donghuang Yuni is different. The 100% shooting 3-pointer is really blinding. Shoyo's attack Donghuang Yuni is also lazy in defense. He still likes Fujima Kenji and doesn't want him to lose too badly, otherwise he won't be able to let Shoyo get even a single point at the beginning. Time passed by every minute and every second, and everyone in Shoyo still did not give up, and kept chasing after him. In the last 2 seconds, Donghuang Yuni made the last full-court 3-pointer of the game, hitting Shoyo's basket directly. The whistle blew and the game was over. Shohoku won 102-92. In the Kanagawa Prefectural Division of the National High School League, Shohoku defeated Shoyo High School, which used to be the second place in Kanagawa, by 10 points. This news caused an uproar. The highlight is Shohoku's number 99 and Donghuang Yuni's full-court 3-pointer. The remaining colleges and universities that were promoted also received the news immediately. Shohoku High School Basketball Club. Everyone in the basketball club practiced as usual. Although Shohoku defeated Shoyo, the biggest enemy facing everyone is still the Canaan-affiliated high school basketball team. Except for Donghuang Yuni, everyone else found their own inadequacies in the fight with Shoyo. Crack! Crack! I'm so tired. Pa! A folding fan hit Donghuang Yuni's head. How can you be tired? You haven't moved much since you played. Ayako looked at Donghuang Yuni with a displeased expression. Xiao Cai, can you let me start first when we play against Canaan? Ayako was stunned, stared at Donghuang Yuni up and down, left and right for a long time, and said curiously. Why did it suddenly change? Yuni gave Ayako a helpless glance. After all, it is known as the strongest, and it is more or less sexual. It seems that Donghuang Yuni has inherited the arrogance of the Age of Miracles while inheriting his talent. Ayako didn't say anything after hearing the words, but he should come down and talk to Coach Anze. That evening, Donghuang Yuni passed a shopping mall on his way home. And for a basketball challenge hangs on the wall of the mall. Yuni asked the driver to stop and take a closer look. He found that the first prize was a full free trip to Europe that could be redeemed. The second prize is a basketball series set, books, basketball, jerseys, sneakers, etc. are all limited editions. The third prize is a very beautiful basketball ornament with exquisite workmanship, which can be used as a decoration or a pendant. Yuni is not interested in the first 2 awards, but the third one is quite fond of them. Yuni doesn't really care about these people, but I don't know why Yuni likes this jewelry at the first sight. Donghuang Yunyi got out of the car and let his entourage take him to the downstairs of the shopping mall and saw a basketball court with people playing. There were a lot of people watching the lively around. At this time, Yunyi saw 3 glass cabinets placed next to the stadium, and the prizes for the victory of the game were placed in the glass. Yunyi walked to the basketball accessories cabinet and realized that the basketball accessories were unusual. Not only the craftsmanship is exquisite, but the material is also very particular. In the previous life, Donghuang Yunyi was Hyuxia, so it can be seen at a glance that this ornament is made of 3 materials, and the hanging ring is made of platinum. The basketball pendant below is made of jade, pure natural jade, orange-yellow and somewhat transparent, and it also shines orange when it is illuminated by the light. At the connection of this jade basketball is a wooden buckle, which is used to connect with the ring. Yunyi liked it more and more, so he signed up with the staff to participate in the competition. Yunyi didn't notice that a man with long silver hair was wearing a sun hat and a pair of sunglasses, wearing a loose pink t-shirt and denim shorts. It can be seen from the piece of white that leaked out, the skin is more than snow and can be broken by a bullet, and his eyes have been staring at the basketball jewelry. Soon it will be Yunyi's game. The host on the sidelines was taken aback when they saw that Yunyi was alone. "Sir, what about your teammates?" Yunyi said with a smile. "I'm alone, it's okay." The host saw that Donghuang Yunyi insisted and didn't say much. Soon the game starts. There are 5 people on the opposite side, and everyone looks more mature, they should be college students. Opening Yunyi serves. Yunyi didn't have any ink marks either, and 2 people came to block the ball after half court. For them, 2 people are enough to deal with a hairy boy. But what they didn't expect was that Yunyi didn't stop while dribbling the ball. After changing hands under the crotch, he turned around and passed the 2 of them. The movement is as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest pause. After 2 people passed, Yunyi dashed the ball into the inside line to do things and took off for a dunk. The inside line 3 blocked and jumped up at the same time. Everyone on the sidelines only felt that the mutation happened when the ball was about to be blocked. Yunyi's slam dunk posture closed with both hands holding the ball, and his body tilted to the left, bypassing the 3 of them in the air to the back of the 3, and then tossing the basketball from bottom to top. Brush. Hollow into the net. 1-0. Since it's not an official competition, it's just an event in the mall, so the competition system is not that strict, and the first to 10 points wins. The opponent served the ball, and the opponent saw that Donghuang Yunyi had only 1 person and did not rush to attack. Just after halftime trying to pass the ball to bring down Donghuang Yunyi. However, as soon as the basketball was passed out, before it reached the hands of the teammates, a figure skipped and intercepted the basketball. Then Donghuang Yunyi dribbled the ball directly into the opponent's basket. 2-0. Everyone watching on the sidelines exclaimed. "This boy is amazing! How exciting!" The silver-haired girl who was looking at the accessories also turned her head to look at the field, and then she found a boy with the same color as herself. The girl was stunned, because she felt that her hair was weird since she was a child, and all the classmates in the school looked at her with strange eyes. So over time, I developed the habit of wearing hats to hide the color of my hair. But today, she didn't expect to see a person with the same color hair as her naked in public, which made her very curious. On the field. Is this guy a monster? He's so strong. The 5 people looked at Donghuang Yunyi breathlessly. The score was now 9-0, and they would be intercepted by the opponent almost as soon as the basketball was over. Donghuang Yunyi's speed was too fast, they couldn't react at all. The last ball. As soon as Donghuang Yunyi finished speaking, he jumped up and shot. The basketball flew out from the half-court and fell into the opposite basket with a perfect arc. 10-0. Donghuang Yunyi won. At this time, someone on the field recognized Donghuang Yunyi and pointed at Donghuang Yunyi. He's number 99 on that Chihoku High School basketball team. It turned out to be him. No wonder he is so powerful. I heard he got a clean sheet once. What the heck, I was there when I played against Shoyo, and his three-pointers were really cool. He seems to be called Donghwang Yuni. The silver-haired girl was stunned when she watched from the sidelines. She had seen others play basketball before, but this was the first time she had seen someone as powerful as Donghwang Yuni. Not only did 1v5 win, but it was also extremely easy, and it was even able to seal the opponent clean. Shohoku High School Basketball Club, Donghwang Yuni. While the girl was talking to herself, she didn't know what she was thinking, and soon Donghwang Yuni defeated her opponents repeatedly with her strong strength, until the last two teams remained. That's when Donghwang Yuni gave up. His goal was third, the top two didn't matter to him. Went on stage after getting the prize from the host. Not long after Donghwang Yuni followed his entourage, he heard a voice from behind and stopped them. Please wait. Yuni looked back and found that it was a girl dressed in a weird way. It was really strange that she was wearing sunglasses even when it was dark. The girl ran to Yuni and said embarrassedly, "Can this be sold to me?" Yuni looked at the girl puzzled. "You said this. I like this accessory very much, and I don't want to sell it." The girl felt a little depressed when she heard it, and she didn't know what to do with her head down. Donghwang Yuni stared at the girl for a while, then sniffed up and down with her nose up to you, making the girl flush. "You smell like snacks." The girl hurriedly took out the potato chips she had not finished eating from her bag. "You said this. I'm usually a little greedy, and I always prepare some snacks to eat involuntarily. There's still a lot of this left." Yuni looked at the girl again, and then handed the jewelry to the girl. The girl was stunned for a moment, not knowing what was going on. She just stared blankly at the jewelry that Yuni handed over. "I'll give it to you if you like it." The girl took the jewelry, still in a daze. When the girl reacted, Donghwang Yuni was gone. The girl looked at the basketball jewelry in her hand and showed a happy smile. Thank you. Shohoku High School, Donghwang Yuni, hehe. Asterisk. Chapter 41. The next day. As soon as Donghwang Yuni entered the classroom of Year 1, Class 7, he found that everyone's eyes were on him, and Donghwang Yuni felt uncomfortable. Sakuragi Hanamichi posted it at this time, and said with a look of envy and jealousy, "Have you done something you shouldn't have done?" Yuni looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi with a puzzled face, and touched Sakuragi Hanamichi's forehead. "Are you playing stupid?" Sakuragi Hanamichi patted off Donghwang Yuni's palm and continued to ask. "You guy, I'm serious, you really envy me to have such a beautiful girlfriend." Yuni's head is full of goo. "What are you talking about?" At this time, the trio of Sakuragi's gang came to talk about it. "It was this morning. A very beautiful girl came to our classroom and opened her mouth to look for you. It's a pity that you weren't there at that time." Mito Yohei also said with a smirk. "Yes, that girl is really on time." Donghwang Yuni was even more confused at this time, and when he heard the class bell rang, he each returned to his seat. After school. Just as Donghwang Yuni was about to walk out of the classroom, she saw a girl with a sun hat standing at the door of the classroom. The girl was still wearing sunglasses, but changed into Shohoku's school uniform. "Student Yuni, we meet again." Donghwang Yuni recognized the girl at a glance as the girl from yesterday evening. "It is you." The girl took off her sunglasses, revealing her pinkish-blue pupils. Yuni was stunned. It was the first time he saw eyes that were similar to his own. The multicolored pupils looked particularly charming. The girl didn't notice Donghwang Yuni's pupils because she was wearing sunglasses before. After taking off the sunglasses, she saw that Donghwang Yuni's eyes were as bright as a starry sky. Attracted himself. The girl blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look at Donghwang Yuni. Donghwang Yuni asked at this time. "What's matter?" Only then did the girl think of what she was going to do. I heard that you are often crazy, so, I'll take you to the basketball gym. At this time, Yuni didn't reply, but looked at the pendant on the girl's school bag. The girl also followed Yuni's gaze, even more embarrassed. I love this jewelry. Yuni suddenly said something. It suits you very well. Then the two of you came to the basketball hall with one word and one word. Yuni saw everyone training as soon as he entered the gym. Everyone looked at Donghwang Yuni with a playful look. At this time, Ayako walked over carelessly and patted Yuni's back and laughed. I can't believe it. Our Yuni also has a girlfriend. Yuni was a little embarrassed. We've only met twice. The girl next to her blushed even more, and there was still a hint of joy in her heart. Then, hello, my name is Gong Liulai, you can call me Liulai. Ayako also liked the appearance of Gong Liulai very much, and immediately held Gong Liulai's face and kissed him. It made the boys in the hall envy again and again. After envy and a series of jokes, everyone started to continue practicing. In order to defeat Kanan, everyone practiced hard, and soon the practice time was over, and everyone was ready to go back. During this period, Akashi Haruko also came to the arena and met Gong Liulai, and the two got along very well. During this period, Gong Liulai also asked many things about Donghwang Yuni, and Akashi Haruko also answered them one by one. After practicing, Harem Liulai immediately ran over to hand Donghwang Yuni a towel, and even took out snacks from her bag and handed it over. Anyone with a discerning eye can see Gong Liulai's feelings for Donghwang Yuni. Akashi Haruko and Ayako are also giggling. Donghwang Yuni asked strangely. Xiao Li. You are so kind. The inadvertent words made Gong Liulai both shy and happy. Oh, oops, no more. Everyone next to him knew that Donghwang Yuni didn't mean it that way, and they all laughed and laughed. Soon everyone left the basketball hall and separated at the school gate. At this time, the driver near the campus saw a beautiful girl next to his master Yuni and did not bother. The driver took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the driver's report on the other end of the phone, he immediately gave instructions not to disturb them, and to bring them both home if possible. The driver naturally obeyed, so he drove the car and followed near the two of them. Gong Liulai and Donghwang Yuni walked together. Yuni asked suddenly at this time. Xyli. Does your family live here? Gong Liulai stunned and replied. Ah? Not here. I thought your family lived here. Gong Liulai suddenly thought of Donghwang Yuni's Luchi attribute. Student Yuni, do you still remember the direction of your house? Donghwang Yuni thought about it and shook his head. How could he know that the driver would drive back and forth every day, and he couldn't recognize the road conditions at all? Ah? How can I do this? Gong Liulai asked anxiously. Donghwang Yuni said indifferently. It doesn't matter, someone picks me up every day, but it's a little strange today, I don't know where the person who picked me up went to. The driver next to him couldn't stand it any longer and opened the door and came over. Master Yuni. Then the driver turned to look at Gong Liulai. And this lady, the lady said to invite you to be a guest at home, I don't know what the lady wants. The lady said that there is still room in the house. If you go, you can stay at home for one night. I will send the lady and Yuni off tomorrow morning. The young master went to school together. Gong Liulai's head was dizzy when she heard the driver's words, and her little heart was thumping a little at a loss. Then he turned his head to look at Donghwang Yuni and motioned Donghwang Yuni to say something. Yuni didn't think much, grabbed Gong Liulai's arm and got into the car with the driver. Gong Liulai was dragged into the car by Donghwang Yuni in a daze, and went all the way to the manor in a daze. When Gong Liulai got off the car, he was stunned by the scenery in front of him. It was the first time he had seen such a big house. It turns out that Donghwang Yuni's family is so difficult, which makes Gong Liulai a little bit constrained. Asterisk. Chapter 42. While Gong Liulai was looking left and right, Giga butler came over. Master Yuni, and this young lady welcome you. He said that, but his eyes were on Gong Liulai's body, and Giga butler couldn't help but secretly praised this woman's excellence. Gong Liulai also slowed down a bit when she saw the old uncle's taut body with kind eyes and kind eyes. Hello, old man, my name is Gong Liulai. The Giga butler smiled and led Yuni and Gong Liulai into the manor. Every time he walked, the Giga butler would introduce Gong Liulai. Listening to Gong Liulai's mouth wide open. Now Gong Liulai's mood is excited, envious and bitter. She felt that she was too far away from Donghuang Yuni's world. She thought she had found the same kind as herself, but now he felt that he was still himself, and no one was like him at all. Gong Liulai's expression was all seen by Giga butler, thinking that she was a really good girl. But Giga butler didn't say anything, because the next thing is the wife's work. As soon as several people entered the room, Nami came over excitedly and rubbed Donghuang Yuni's little head. Baby Yuni has grown up now and knows to bring his girlfriend home to meet his parents. Yuni and Gong Liulai were stunned when these words came out. Yuni rolled her eyes at Nanami. Mom, what are you talking about? Gong Liulai's face was already red and almost bleeding. Auntie, we are not in that kind of relationship. Nanami smiled and took Gong Liulai's hand and led Gong Liulai to sit on the sofa. Tell auntie, how did you meet? Donghuang Yuni was thrown aside, and the Giga butler saw this scene and left with a smile. Donghuang Yuni saw Nanami and Gong Liulai chatting vigorously and went back to his room to take a shower. Dinner will be ready soon. Nanami asked Gong Liulai to sit at the dinner table with enthusiasm. Xiao Li. Just treat this as your home, don't be restrained. Gong Liulai blushed and nodded. The blush on Gong Liulai's face never dissipated since she entered the door. Gong Liulai was embarrassed when Nanami asked the question one after another. Gong Liulai's heart is in a mess right now. He thought that elders like this kind of wealthy family are very strict. But seeing Nanami today is completely different from what I thought. When Yuni came over, Nanami even made Yuni sit next to Gong Liulai. Nanami sat opposite and looked at Yuni from the left and looked at Gong Liulai from the right. The two have the same color hair and the same colorful pupils, and they start to think wildly when they look at it, and they can't help but blurt out. The baby of the two of you will be so cute in the future. Yuni and Gong Liulai shuddered when they heard Nanami's words. Gong Liulai's head is almost buried in her chest. It is said that Gong Liulai is really expected, and she already has D before she fully develops. If this is a university, wouldn't it? Cough. Said to be off topic. Mom. Xiaoli's first visit to our house, do you want to be more reserved? Nanami didn't care about this, she gave Donghuang Yuni a blank look, and turned her head to look at Gong Liulai. Xiao Li, did you say you were alone in Kanagawa because your home wasn't here? Gong Liulai nodded. Yes, both my parents work in Tokyo, so I'm renting a house near the school. Nami is happy. That's right, you can retire the house tomorrow. Then move in. Gong Liulai was a little confused and didn't understand what it meant. What? Nanami thought for a while and then said. You also know the situation of our baby Yuni. Usually there will always be some problems without one person, so I want to ask you to help take care of him. Gong Liulai didn't know whether to agree or refuse. She wanted to agree, but after all, it would be inconvenient if she didn't live here. Nanami continued speaking as if she could understand Gong Ruri's heart. Anyway, it's all renting, so where is renting not renting? Living here is safe and secure, and the payment for helping Yuni should be considered rent. It was said that Gong Liulai was too embarrassed to refuse. After thinking about where she lived alone or not, she agreed. Donghuang Yuni, who was next to him, got up after eating and was about to go back to his room. He stopped halfway and said, I'll help you move together after school tomorrow. After saying that, Yuni went upstairs. Gong Liulai didn't know Donghuang Yuni, so she thought that what she said just now was just a friendly help. But Nanami, who was on the side, didn't think so. Her own son knew it best. This child, Yuni, seemed to be very unusual to this girl. I usually feel tired doing everything with a lazy look, and even take the initiative to say something about helping others move. Nanami looked at Gong Liulai with more and more satisfaction. Gigu Butler was very happy when he learned that Gong Liulai was going to move in. With the eyesight he had developed over the years, he could see at a glance that Gong Liulai was a rare girl. She is beautiful and has a good personality. Most importantly, she is sincere to the young master. That night, the butler of Gigu arranged for someone to help Gong Liulai move in. Gong Liulai was not arranged near Donghuang Yuni's room, but in another house. On the other side, Donghuang Yuni turned on the system after returning to the room. Basic properties. Name, Donghuang Yuni. S*X, male. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 82 kilograms. Stamina, 98, plus 98%. Strength, 95, plus 95%. Speed, 97, plus 97%. Jump height, 1.5 meters, plus 60%. Ball control feel, 100, plus 100%. Hit rate, 100, plus 100%. Talent skills. Perfect copy, unawakened, full court 3-pointer, awakened, super high-speed dribble, awakened, Emperor Eye, unawakened, impeccable defense, not awakened. Possess ball skills, butterfly step through flower, gutter, meteor slam dunk, sunshine shooting blue, 3 points from heaven, earth and void, magic passing, right to play backwards, disappearing dribble, phantom shot, fantasy footsteps. Self-created ball skills, passing shot, smashing shot, wire hook shot, elbow shot, swing pass, zero return, elbow pass. Zone, not enabled. Achievement points, 54,837. System exchange for a bottle of Talent Awakening Potion. Ding! Exchange Talent Awakening Potion X1. Yuni thought about it for a while, and now the two talents are ultra high-speed dribbling and full court 3-point shooting, and the next is Emperor Eye and impeccable defense. Yuni wasn't in a hurry to awaken his talent, thinking about which one he needed more when the time came. Maybe you can ask Xiali tomorrow. Yuni doesn't know why she suddenly thought of Gong Liulai, thinking about Yuni and entering Mengxiang. Gong Liulai on the other side couldn't fall asleep for a long time. It was the first time she slept in someone else's house. There is some fear in my heart, and some happiness is very contradictory. Judging from the performance of Yuni's mother today, she seems to like her appearance very much. There is no seriousness like in the big family, and there are not so many rules. Thinking about it, Gong Liulai's pretty face began to turn red again. Asterisk. Chapter 43. Moonset Sunrise. Early this morning, Nami personally cooked a hearty breakfast for Donghuang Yuni and Gong Liulai. Since it was a holiday today, Nanami asked Donghuang Yuni to take Gong Liulai out for shopping after dinner. When the two went out, they did not take a car, but were forced by Nanami to go out. Gong Liulai and Donghuang Yuni were walking on the avenue of the mountain road in the early morning. Gong Liulai kept her head down and didn't know what she was thinking. Donghuang Yuni took the snacks and ate. After being silent for a long time, Gong Liulai felt a little embarrassed and spoke first. Yuni, where are we going? Crack. Crack. I don't know, I'm following you anyway. When Gong Liulai heard this, she reluctantly acquiesced. Then you didn't have a game today. There is no game in Shihoko today, but I heard from Xiao Cai that it seems that Kanan has a game. Who is it with? Gong Liulai took out her mobile phone and searched for a long time, then her eyes lit up. It's a competition with Wei Yuan. Donghuang Yuni heard about it and thought about it. Wei Yuan seemed to be a little impressed. It seems that what is the name of Sakuragi Hanamika's original rival in love, he seems to be from Wei Yuan. Donghuang Yuni looked at Gong Liulai. Shall we just go? It's boring to have nothing here. Gong Liulai also nodded. Then follow me today. Donghuang Yuni said it doesn't matter, as long as you don't lose yourself. Soon the two walked to a bus stop, and the two of them got on the bus as the bus came. Because it is not a short distance from the area, there are relatively few people in the car, and the two of them sit at the back. Donghuang Yuni asked suddenly. Oh. By the way, why didn't you go to Tokyo, why did you go to school in Kanagawa? Gong Liulai lowered her head silently, she hesitated and finally said. Because I was often ridiculed because of the color of my hair, my parents were worried that I would be hurt, so the family moved to Kanagawa. I didn't go to Tokyo because I didn't want them to worry about me anymore. Donghuang Yuni looked at Gong Liulai, and then at the hat on his head. Yuni reached out and took off her hat, and Gong Liulai quickly covered her head in fright. Seeing Gong Liulai like this, Yuni suddenly felt like she wanted to laugh. Look at this, don't you think that we are like a family? We all have silver hair. Gong Liulai only heard the first half of the sentence, but didn't hear anything in the second half. Family. Yuni didn't know what happened to this girl before, but he still felt sorry for Gong Liulai. Maybe it's because girls have stronger self-esteem than boys. Yuni's actual mental age is actually twice her current age. Naturally, she doesn't care about gossip. Yuni thought about it and took Gong Liulai's hand to signal the driver to open the door, and the two got out of the car. After getting off the car, the two walked on the street. Yuni didn't let go of Gong Liulai's hand, he just walked aimlessly with Gong Liulai. Suddenly, a group of ducks appeared in front of them, and the two stood still and looked at the group of ducklings in front of them. The ducks have yellow hair all over their bodies, and they walk in line behind the larger mature female ducks in front. Yuni pointed to the duck and said to Gong Liulai. Look, do you know why the flock of yellow ducks keeps following the biggest duck in front? Gong Liulai shook her head. That's because the duck at the front is the most special to those little yellow ducks. Talking, Yuni turned her head to look at Gong Liulai, her eyes also staring at Gong Liulai's. You're the most special one compared to those black-haired people. Gong Liulai's eyes were already blurred, looking at Donghuang Yuni, the blush on her cheeks brought out the restlessness in her heart. Donghuang Yuni was also a little overwhelmed when he saw Gong Liulai's appearance, and in confusion, he took Gong Liulai's face in both hands and kissed it. Gong Liulai's head was blank at this time, she never expected Donghuang Yuni to move her mouth directly. She thought that even if Donghuang Yuni promised to be with her, it would take at least a lot of time, but she didn't expect it to be so sudden. Soon Gong Liulai closed her eyes and began to enjoy the feared and long-awaited moment. The kiss didn't take long before Yuni retracted her action. It was still Yuni who held Gong Liulai's hand, and Gong Liulai also instantly turned into a good girl and was led away by Yuni. Neither of them said a word. Yuni was a little confused just now, why did he suddenly kiss him? Now he doesn't know how to face Gong Liulai. Goo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. When it was almost noon, Yuni's stomach began to make protest sounds. Gong Liulai also laughed. Let's go. There's a noodle shop ahead, let's go eat something first. Yuni didn't refuse either. After lunch, the two started walking aimlessly. At this time, Gong Liulai's mood eased and some gods asked. Yuni, the one just now. Yuni stopped and looked back at Gong Liulai, who was a little nervous. Xiao Li, let's be together. When Gong Liulai heard this, a sense of happiness rushed into her heart, and 2 hot tears fell from her eyes. She was really interested in Yuni, but knowing that the forces in Yuni's family began to retreat. In addition, Yuni's indifferent appearance every time made him feel a little self-indulgent. But hearing what Yuni said in person made me a little unbelievable. Happy, worried, afraid, happy. I don't know how to describe all the complicated emotions. In fact, there is a reason why Yuni seems to be indifferent to everything. The problem of the sequelae of talent has not been completely solved yet. But Yuni's soul is not really stupid, and many things are very assertive. Gong Liulai put on Yuni's arm with a smile intertwined with happiness and happiness. Yuni also smiled and let Gong Liulai hold her. Yo! This girl looks really good, how about playing basketball with us? The two looked up and found that there were 3 young men with ruffian faces blocking their way. One of them also had a basketball in his hand. Unconsciously, the two came to a wild field. Looking at the costumes of these 3 people, Yuni should look like a group of people playing street basketball. Yuni ignored them, while Gong Liulai was a little tough. I don't want to accompany you, you are all bad people. The 3 young people couldn't close their mouths with joy. Ha ha ha. Little girl, since you know that we are bad guys and don't come here quickly, aren't you afraid that we will knock out your boyfriend's teeth? Gong Liulai became a little worried when she heard it. She was really afraid of Yuni being hurt. You are not allowed to hurt Yuni, something is coming to me, I am not afraid of you. Yuni noticed Gong Liulai's scared and stubborn look, and patted Gong Liulai's hand to signal her to be relieved. Yuni turned her head to look at the 3 ruffian-looking young people. Since you are courting death, don't blame me, don't you want to play basketball? I'll play with you. At this time, Donghuang Yuni was very angry that someone dared to bully his woman. He was an orphan in his previous life, and he still retains some habits. Even if he dies, he can't let others get involved. Whoever dares to touch this bottom line without his own consent, he will let the other party taste the price it deserves. Asterisk. Chapter 44. Soon several people came to the court. Donghuang Yuni took off his jacket and handed it to Gong Liulai. Gong Liulai obediently stood aside, secretly cheering Donghuang Yuni in her heart. One of the ruffian youths said disdainfully. Come on stinky boy, let you know how powerful this uncle is. The ruffian youth dribbled the ball and came in front of Donghuang Yuni, first changing hands left and right, then turning around under the crotch, turning around and changing hands behind his back. To outsiders, this person's back and forth changing hands is remarkable, but to Yuni, it's just gimmicky and pretentious. It's so flawed that I can't bear to look at it. The ruffian youth put on a bells and whistles and then jumped up to prepare for a dunk. Donghuang Yuni was not polite, and jumped up with a big slap and slapped the basketball with the ruffian youth to the ground. Bang bang! The ruffian youth knelt directly on the ground. The slight click was not heard by others, but Donghuang Yuni's ears were so sensitive, he could hear it clearly. The ruffian youth's knee has been fractured, and now it is estimated that it is difficult to even walk. Donghuang Yuni was expressionless and looked at the other 2 with cold eyes. Next, or you 2 go together. The 2 people next to them were still clamoring just now, and now both of them are a little confused. Checked the companion and looked at Donghuang Yuni angrily. How dare you abolish his knee, you are courting death. The 2 rushed over without saying a word to teach Donghuang Yuni a lesson. Donghuang Yuni slapped the basketball at this time and dribbled the ball without any unnecessary nonsense. With a forceful shot of his right hand, the basketball slammed into the nose of one of the ruffian youths. With a snap, the nose of this ruffian youth began to chug blood. The basketball bounced back into Yuni's hands again, and then Yuni made a quick crotch change and turned around, throwing the ball out with the power of the turn. The basketball directly hit the face of another ruffian youth, and then the basketball bounced directly to the basket. Donghuang Yuni jumped up to catch the ball and slammed it into the basket. Yuni didn't stop after landing, and continued to pick up the basketball and continue to dribble. Yuni dribbled the ball at a very fast speed to the front of one of the ruffian youths, and quickly changed his hands back and forth. Then Yuni slapped the basketball hard from the back crotch, and the basketball flew out from Yuni's crotch and hit the ruffian youth. Unknown place. Ow! An earth-shattering scream resounded throughout the field. The ruffian youth lay motionless on the ground, covering the inexplicable place. The basketball bounced back into Yuni's hands again. This time Yuni didn't catch the ball. When the basketball bounced in front of Yuni, Yuni directly waved his palm and quickly slapped the basketball towards the lower abdomen of another ruffian youth. Another miserable howl sounded, and the last ruffian youth also lay down on the ground, covering his lower part. His body was still trembling slightly. The basketball naturally flew towards the backboard. Yuni jumped up and grabbed the basketball with one hand and poured it hard. Bang! Gong Liulai next to him has been addicted to Yuni's playing skills for a long time, unable to extricate himself. The little stars in the eyes are about to fly out. She had only seen Yuni play in the mall before, and Yuni's dribbling was also very good at that time, but compared to today, it was completely different. That freewheeling way, and that kind of dribbling speed is the first time I have seen it. She never thought that basketball could be played like this. So amazing, so handsome, my man. Gong Liulai's face was flushed, and her eyes were still looking at Donghuang Yuni. She didn't regain her senses until Donghuang Yuni came closer, and immediately took out a tissue from her bag and wiped the sweat from Yuni's forehead. Yuni also enjoyed Gong Liulai's care very much at this time, looking at Gong Liulai's face. Nice to have you. Gong Liulai was even sweeter when she heard it. After this incident, the two were not as restrained as before. Donghuang Yuni and Gong Liulai also naturally integrated into the roles of lovers. The two went shopping together, went to the snack street, and went to the zoo at Yuni's request. Gong Liulai took out snacks from time to time to feed some small animals, while Donghuang Yuni on the side was drooling. Gong Liulai actually teased Yuni a little on purpose, and their relationship heated up sharply. Soon the sky slowly turned dark, and night was about to fall. Because Nanamai asked Gong Liulai's phone number last night, and the phone rang just at this time, Nanamai learned the location of Gong Liulai and asked the driver to pick them up. After the two returned to the manor, Nanamai carefully found that the two were different from yesterday. Yuni's hand is holding Gong Liulai, while Gong Liulai is held by Yuni with one hand, and the other hand is on Yuni's arm, which looks very intimate. Nanamai was overjoyed and looked at Yuni on the left and Gong Liulai on the right. Gong Liulai knew what Nanamai should have seen, and lowered her head a little shyly. Donghuang Yuni had long thought of his mother's careful thoughts. Okay, Mom, just like you think, I decided to let Gong Liulai be my wife in the future. Nanami and Gong Liulai were stunned when these words came out. What Yuni just said was his wife and not his girlfriend. Yuni also thought about it for a long time before deciding. Gong Liulai is a rare beauty, with a good figure and a very good personality. The most important thing is that Gong Liulai is sincere to herself. If such a person does not marry and go home, it will be her loss. Gong Liulai looked at Donghuang Yuni and didn't say anything. She had already made up her mind to do whatever she could do by Yuni's side. Donghuang Yuni briefly told Nanamai about Gong Liulai's situation. Nanamai had always liked Gong Liulai very much, and when she heard that this girl dared to stand up to protect Yuni for Yuni's safety, Nanamai had already regarded Gong Liulai as her daughter-in-law. He grabbed Gong Liulai's hand and walked to the side to whisper. After dinner, everyone went back to their rooms. Today is the most special day for Donghuang Yuni and Gong Liulai. Gong Liulai was lying on the bed alone and hugging the pillow, thinking about all the things that happened today. A happy smile would always appear on her face for a long time. I thought of what Nami said to herself today about Yuni's childhood. Silly boy, you know that baby Yuni has always been laughed at by others because of his hair color since he was a child, but I have never seen him lose because of it. Instead, he is proud of having silver hair. You know what he said? Your own hair. He said that life has given me these differences, which means that these differences are the best for me. I won't be lost because of a few taunts from people who don't matter. On the contrary, I like everything I have now. The more people mocking me, the more special I have. Besides, this silver hair is much more handsome than others, and I will definitely find a wife like me in the future. Do you believe this is what a 4-year-old said? He really got it right. You two are really destined to be together. Gong Liuli thought about these and slowly closed her eyes as if in a dream. Asterisk. Chapter 45. The next day, the Shohoku High School Basketball Hall. After a series of training, the people were called together by Akashi Takenori. Akashi Takenori said solemnly when he saw that the people had assembled. The combined finals are finally about to begin. This time, Kanan-affiliated high school, Ryanan, and the top 2 teams from our competition with Wulai High School, 4 teams. Only the top 2 teams can participate in the National High School League. Kagure Kiminobu on the side also said very seriously. Kanan-affiliated high school defeated Weiyuan with 150 points in this battle of Weiyuan, and defeated the top 8 teams without any main players. Of course, in the joint final, Kanan should send AMU, Takasago, and all the other main players. After a pause, Kagure Kiminobu continued. After all, it's about their honor as the strongest team in Kanagawa, participating in the National High School League for 17 consecutive years. Before Kagure Kiminobu finished speaking, Sakuragi Hanamichi interjected. Humph! What's so great about Kanan? It's nothing to be afraid of, I'll smash him to pieces. Coach Anzai also nodded. Yes, Sakuragi is right, this kind of thinking is very important from now on. We have to win no matter what, if we don't have this kind of ambition then it's not a waste of effort. Play against them and they may give you bring blows and even affect your basketball career in the future, and they are such opponents. Donghwang Yuni said at this time. Coach, I want to be the starter against Kanan. Coach Anzai looked at Yuni. Yeah. Ayako has already told me, although I still want to keep you in the crisis time of the team, but if you say so, then you should replace Miyagi. Miyagi Ryota turned to Donghwang Yuni a little unhappy. You guy. Yuni returned disapprovingly. Every time you play the whole game, it's my turn to play the whole game once. As soon as these words came out, everyone was quiet, and they also discovered that it seemed that every time Donghwang Yuni came on the court in the last few minutes. Thinking of this, Miyagi Ryota can't say anything else. When Akashi Takenori saw that Coach Anzai had finished speaking, he turned around and said loudly. Okay, keep practicing, everyone cheer up. It is good. Akashi Haruko, Ayako, and Miyazaki sat next to him. They really fight. Ayako looked at Gong Ruri with a smirk and said. Apart from your Yuni, she still looks lazy. Gong Liuli became shy after hearing Ayako's words, and began to squirm while sitting on the side. Akashi Haruko and Ayako, who saw Miyaruri's appearance, both giggled and laughed. But I really didn't expect you two to be in a relationship so soon. That's it. We haven't known each other for a long time. Gong Liuli said with a blushing face. Maybe it's fate. The 3 beautiful girls started chatting one after another. Time flies, and soon it will be time for a decisive battle with Kanan High School. The auditorium of the basketball game was full of spectators. Wearing an orange-red uniform shirt, Aida Yayoi saw the audience in the auditorium as soon as she walked into the venue. Ah! I didn't expect so many spectators poured in 30 minutes before the game. Colleagues on the side also said. This is just a match in the joint finals, and it has attracted so many spectators, which is very rare for high school students in Chengdu. Aida Yayoi nodded. Yeah. Nakamura, you can imagine how much attention these 2 teams have received. First of all, Kanan-affiliated high school. In the past 16 years, Kanan-affiliated high school has continuously entered the high school league, and without one exception, this is Kanan-affiliated high school. The origin of being called the king. Nakamura was stunned. 16 years. Aida Yayoi continued. The Shoyo basketball team led by Fujima has always been regarded as their biggest rival, but Shoyo was eliminated. Kanan High School is very hopeful of winning the 17th time. Nakamura understood immediately. I see. Aida Yayoi thought for a while and then started talking. In fact, not only that, there may be variables in Kanan-affiliated middle school. That is the Shohoku basketball team who defeated Shoyo. Their strength is unfathomable, and it is still unknown how strong they are. How much strength, 120% strength or 80% strength, not to mention. Speaking of which, a bright light appeared in Aida Yaoi's eyes. There's another guy that no team can ignore. He could be a nightmare for all basketball teams. Nakamura was a little lost. People who can't be ignored? Who is it? Aida Yaoi waved her hand. You'll find out later. All in all, if the game reproduces variables, then the reason must be the Shohoku basketball team whose strength is unknown. We must observe this game carefully. In the Shohoku lounge on the other side, the crowd formed a circle. Akashi Takenori looked at the crowd and said, "Do you think Kanan is sacred and inviolable? Do you think their strength is beyond reach? This is true in terms of actual performance. Judging from our past performance, the difference between us and Kanan is heaven and earth. Same." Having said that, Akashi Takenori's pupils shrank and a golden light shone. "But I imagine this day before I go to bed every day. I imagine the battle between our Shohoku and Kanagawa Prefecture's King Kanan High School for the right to participate in the high school league. There is not a night where I don't think about it again." Akashi Takenori's eyes sparkled again. "Must win. It is good." On the other side of the venue, in the audience, Akashi Haruko and Gong Ruri came to the venue with Mito Yohei, who had prepared a seat in advance and called over. The two took their seats. Gong Liulai said excitedly. "It's the first time I've come to the scene to watch the game. There are so many people." Akashi Haruko said proudly and happily. "Watching the game on the spot is the most exciting. You can experience the atmosphere of the players on the court and the impact of dunking." Mito Yohei next to him nodded in agreement. "That's right, there's a funny scene where Sakuragi Hanamichi leaves the stage." Akashi Haruko and Gong Liulai also smiled back speechlessly. They knew very well that Sakuragi Hanamicha's best friends were very loyal, but they were some of the most unforgiving guys. That's when the doors of both Shohoku and Kanan's passages opened. The audience immediately cheered when they saw the players come out. "Kanan! Kanan! Kanan! Shohoku! 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 That's Shinichi Maki! Look at its Akashi Takenori! Ah! Kaed Rukawa is so handsome! I don't know if the red-haired guy will get out of the game with 5 offenses. Come on! It's him! It's Shohoku's number 99! I don't know if Kanan can stop his shot." When the two sides came to the court, Kiyota Nobunaga from Kanan walked up to the Shohoku crowd and said while pinching his waist, "Ha ha ha ha! This year Kanan's strength is the strongest ever, do you know why?" Shohoku everyone looked at the monkey-like person opposite and did not speak. Kiyota Nobunaga said triumphantly, "It's because Kanan has a relationship with me as a superstar this year, ha 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 ha." Just as Kiyota Nobunaga was laughing triumphantly, Sakuragi Hanamichi walked behind Kiyota Nobunaga with the basketball in his hand. "What are you proud of?" Kiyota Nobunaga looked back at Sakuragi Hanamichi and saw the basketball in Sakuragi Hanamicha's hands. Kiyota Nobunaga then stole the basketball from Sakuragi Hanamicha's hands, and challenged him while slapping the ball in front of Sakuragi Hanamichi. As Kiyota Nobunaga hit the ball faster and faster, so did the rhythm of changing hands. Everyone was very surprised when they saw this scene. Sakuragi Hanamichi didn't want to be outdone when he saw this. After picking up the basketball, he performed a super-fast basketball change. Akashi Takenori and Shinichi Maki couldn't stand it anymore. They walked up to Kiyota Nobunaga and Sakuragi Hanamichi respectively, bringing them back to their benches with a big fist. Crack! Crack! Yuni, don't eat snacks before the game. Yuni replied while loosening his muscles and bones. No problem, just eat a little. Gong Liulai in the auditorium looked at Donghuang Yuni on the bench with a warm heart. Yuni, come on. The whistle of the game sounded at this time. The players from both sides walked towards the center of the court at the same time. Asterisk. Chapter 46. Kanon Player Info. Shinichi Maki, number 4, point guard. Seijuro Jin, number 6, shooting guard. Kiyota Nobunaga, number 10, small forward. Takasago Kazuma, number 5, center. Tadashi Muto, number 9, striker. Shohoku player information. Akashi Takenori, number 4, center. Donghuang Yuni, number 99, point guard. Sakuragi Hanamichi, number 10, power forward. Kaed Rukawa, number 11, small forward. Hisashi Mitsui, number 14, shooting guard. Standing on the court, Donghuang Yuni looked up the following information about Shinichi Maki. Basic properties. Name, Shinichi Maki. S*X, male. Height, 184 centimeters. Weight, 79 kilograms. Stamina, 91, plus 98%. Strength, 88, plus 95%. Speed, 90, plus 97%. Donghuang Yuni also smacked his tongue secretly when he saw Shinichi Maki's attributes. He really deserved to be the strongest in the country, and the attribute value is really not guaranteed. Then Donghuang Yuni looked at his attributes again. Basic properties. Name, Donghuang Yuni. S*X, male. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 82 kilograms. Stamina, 98, plus 98%. Strength, 96, plus 96%. Speed, 98, plus 98%. Jump height, 1.5 meters, plus 60%. Ball control feel, 100, plus 100%. Hit rate, 100, plus 100%. Talent skills. Perfect copy, unawakened, full court 3-pointer, awakened, super high-speed dribble, awakened, Emperor Eye, unawakened, impeccable defense, not awakened. Possess ball skills, butterfly step through flower, gutter, meteor slam dunk, sunshine shooting blue, 3 points from heaven, earth and void, magic passing, right to play backwards, disappearing dribble, phantom shot, fantasy footsteps. Self-created ball skills, passing shot, smashing shot, wire hook shot, elbow shot, swing pass, zero return, elbow pass. Zone, not enabled. Achievement points, 7,487. After reading the information, Yuni generally understood Kanon's strength. Both sides jumped the ball, Akashi Takenori and Kanon's number 5 Takasago Kazuma jumped the ball, and when the basketball rose to the highest point, Akashi Takenori took the lead and slapped the ball into Donghuang Yuni's hands. Yuni got the ball and made a good pass to Kaed Rukawa who was rushing towards Kanon's basket. Just when Kaed Rukawa jumped for a dunk, Shinichi Maki suddenly blocked Kaed Rukawa and covered the basketball. Kaed Rukawa saw that the slam dunk had no hope of withdrawing the slam dunk with both hands holding the ball and passing the ball from behind to Hisashi Mitsui who came behind. When the ball was about to reach Hisashi Mitsui, Seijuro Jin came from the side to intercept the pass. Seijuro Jin dribbled the ball and saw Kiyota Nobunaga in front of him beckoning for the ball and then threw the ball to Kiyota Nobunaga in front of him. Sakuragi Hanamichi immediately chased after seeing this. Sakuragi Hanamichi jumped up and took the basketball in his hand with a jumping force that stunned everyone. Unfortunately, just after landing, Sakuragi Hanamichi took 3 steps and was called a violation due to inertia. Everyone was stunned, they didn't expect it to be so intense at the beginning. Amazing! That number 10 jumps so high. The number 99 is a great pass. Shinichi Maki is really not covered. I can't believe Kaed Rukawa could pass the ball in that situation. The audience's discussion completely ignited the atmosphere in the field. Donghwang Yuni looked expressionless and squinted at Shinichi Maki. Shinichi Maki felt Donghwang Yuni's gaze and turned to look over. Neither of them had any expressions. Kanon serves, Kiyota Nobunaga serves Takasago Kazuma, and Takasago Kazuma dribbles to Shihoku's three-point area. Takasago Kazuma is about to pass the ball to Seijuro Jin when a palm grabs the ball. It was Donghwang Yuni, and Shinichi Maki immediately came to defend. Donghwang Yuni raised the corners of his mouth when he saw this. This is not the time for ace to trump. Shinichi Maki actually thinks so too, but he doesn't care. Donghwang Yuni looked at Shinichi Maki's wrist but turned it back and stretched it behind his back. Thinking that Donghwang Yuni was going to pass the ball from behind, Shinichi Maki shifted to Donghwang Yuni's left. But I saw Donghwang Yuni move the ball from the right to the back and use the elbow of his left arm to pass the ball to Hisashi Mitsui on the right. Shinichi Maki's pupils shrank and screamed badly. At this time, Hisashi Mitsui, who received the ball, was also stunned and immediately reacted to dribble and rush to Kanon's basket. At this time, Kanon's coach Riki Takato was also surprised. He didn't expect him to be more difficult to deal with than the legend. Shinichi Maki was completely at a disadvantage from the matchup in just a split second. What a terrible guy. Gong Liulai in the auditorium looked at Donghwang Yuni's mouth below and didn't put away the smile. She knew that Yuni hadn't used her strength yet. The pass just now made her understand Yuni's versatility in basketball, not only three-pointers, dribbling, shooting, slam dunks, but also passing the ball. And every item is beyond ordinary people, beyond common sense. On the field, Hisashi Mitsui dribbled the ball to Kanon's three-point line and jumped up to shoot. Pa! Seijuro Jin, who came over, slapped the basketball in front of Hisashi Mitsui at some point and blocked the basketball. The dropped basketball fell into the hands of Kiyota Nobunaga. Kiyota Nobunaga said proudly. Let you see the strength of my supernova. I saw Kiyota Nobunaga quickly dribbling the ball towards Shihoku's basket, his eyes provoking Donghwang Yuni in front from time to time. Donghwang Yuni ignored it, and just after Kiyota Nobunaga dribbled the ball past Donghwang Yuni, Kiyota Nobunaga stopped. Because he can't feel the touch of his hand, and he can't hear the sound of basketball. Kiyota Nobunaga looked back and found that the basketball had come to Donghwang Yuni at some point. Everyone was in disbelief. Donghwang Yuni didn't move half a point. Donghwang Yuni just reached out and broke the ball without a sound. Shinichi Maki saw this and thought that he couldn't do it. He wanted to cut the ball without moving his feet, not even his body. He just waved his arm. Yuni looked at the basketball in his hand, the corners of his mouth raised. Then I'll take it easy. Yuni slapped the ball twice and jumped up after making a direct shot. Shinichi Maki's pupils shrank and he screamed badly, forgetting that Donghwang Yuni can shoot three-pointers anywhere in the court. I saw Donghwang Yuni jumped up and threw the ball directly. After landing, he turned his head and walked back without looking at it. Everyone is back on defense. Everyone at Shihoku stayed for a while, and then followed Donghwang Yuni back. At this time, the basketball flew to the sky in a beautiful arc, and when it reached the highest point, the basketball quickly fell in a beautiful arc. Brush! Hollow into the net. 3-0, Shihoku took the lead. At this time, Aida Yayoi, who was sitting on the sideline, stood up in surprise. She had also heard that Shihoku's number 99 had a stunt that could make a three-pointer from any point in the audience. But hearing it is one thing, and the shock brought by seeing it with my own eyes is even more intense. It's incredible, this time it's really incredible. Aida Yayoi is very excited now. Kimura beside him also widened his eyes, looking at the real thing that happened on the field that he couldn't even think about with a look of disbelief. My God! Is this really a basketball game? Shinichi Maki glanced back at the basketball that fell into his own net, then turned to look at Donghuang Yuni again. You really can't relax in dealing with this guy. Kanan and others also stared at Donghuang Yuni with serious expressions. Asterisk. Chapter 47. There were many Donghuang Yuni fans in the auditorium, and now they are screaming in the auditorium. Appeared, Shohoku no 99's full court three-pointer. My idol. Donghuang. Donghuang. Yuni. Yuni. The game continued and Kanan served. This time the ball went to Shinichi Maki, who was walking slowly with the ball, and he didn't rush to attack. He knew very well that if he was reckless, there was a high chance that Donghuang Yuni would steal the ball, so Shinichi Maki kept lingering beyond Shohoku's three-point line. It's not hard steal yet, if you want to score you have to stay away from Donghuang Yuni. Shinichi Maki then gave Seijuro-jin a look, and Seijuro-jin knew that he would immediately run to the other side of the three-point line. Shinichi Maki threw the ball to Seijuro-jin, and Seijuro-jin took the ball and immediately took a jumper. Hisashi Mitsui immediately jumped up to stop him, but he was still slow. The basketball flew into Shohoku's basket and the goal was scored. 3-3. Hisashi Mitsui scolded hateful. Donghuang Yuni has no emotions. It is difficult for him to defend the entire three-point line without awakening an impeccable defense. However, Donghuang Yuni is very confident that as long as he wants to, no matter how many points he can get, there is no possibility of being pulled away. In this case, let's consume the opponent's physical strength first. Donghuang Yuni reached for the ball. As soon as the ball reached Donghuang Yuni's hands, Kanan's side became tense, and immediately two players ran over to double team, preventing Donghuang Yuni from making another three-pointer. Donghuang Yuni raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Don't be nervous, I can't fill the court with that kind of ball. In fact, this sentence is not true for Yuni, because the current physical strength is definitely an attribute that can be ignored for Yuni, because there is equipment blessing. Although Yuni has never used equipment blessing, it would be too boring. After all, equipment is an external force, and you need to be strong enough to be strong, as long as the equipment can protect yourself from injury. Donghuang Yuni also dribbled the ball to Kanan's basket with great speed without any extra movement. Everyone in Kanan was also surprised. They had never seen Yuni dribble the ball, and they didn't expect it to be so fast. Upon seeing this, Shinichi Maki immediately chased after him, and his speed was comparable to Yuni's. Yuni smiled. Not bad. Seeing that Shinichi Maki was behind him, Donghuang Yuni's footsteps stopped, it was like a pause. Shinichi Maki was already in front of Yuni at this time. Just then Yuni threw the basketball back and Shinichi Maki thought Yuni was going to pass the ball. But no one thought that the basketball would go back after touching the ground. Everyone saw the basketball flying straight up and forward, and Yuni's figure was waiting there. Yuni took the ball directly in the air and made a shot. Shinichi Maki immediately jumped up and reached out to block it. But it was found that Donghuang Yuni didn't shoot, but Chengdu Yuni, whose body was almost parallel to the ground, finally shot. Yuni's arm swung the basketball out past Shinichi Maki's head. Brush. Basketball into the net. 5-3. Shinichi Maki fell to the ground and looked at Donghuang Yuni. What a terrible guy, as if this guy would definitely score as long as he played a handball. Donghuang Yuni laughed. Let's score more points than anyone else. Shinichi Maki was startled, then smiled with high fighting spirit in his eyes. Just, in line with I. Soon the game entered a bombing and scoring battle between the two sides. The goal just now gave Shinichi Maki some anger. For the next period of time, Shinichi Maki kept using multiplayer cooperation to bypass Donghuang Yuni to score. On the other hand, Shohoku didn't give in. Donghuang Yuni didn't use any skills, and only used his physical fitness and skills to play. It's on par with Shinichi Maki. 35-33. This was a pain for the players on both sides, and running back and forth on the field consumed a lot of physical strength. It stands to reason that Donghwang Yuni's physical fitness can suppress Shinichi Maki, but Shinichi Maki's game experience is much more than Donghwang Yuni's, so he can compete equally. The whistle blew and Kanon called a timeout. Just returned to the bench, Kiyota Nobunaga gasped. Damn! Every time he can find a gap to score, he can't keep it at all. The rest of Kanon also nodded secretly, and everyone was more silent. Kanon's coach, Riki Takato, walked up to the crowd with a fan and said, I really didn't expect that number 99 would be so difficult. To be honest, Amu is not his opponent. It's really difficult now. Kanon's players were also surprised. How is this possible? Amu is on a par with him. Riki Takato took the fan and continued talking. In terms of personal strength, this is true. That number 99 should still retain his strength. Although I don't know what he wants to do, one thing is certain, he wants to consume your physical strength. Everyone was silent. Shinichi Maki lowered his head with a towel hanging from his head. It's the same with Shohoku. I admit that number 99 is very strong. I'm not his opponent. But other people in Shohoku may not be like him. Riki Takato nodded. Then let's start with the opponent's number 10. Yoshinori Miyawasu, you will exchange Seijuro Jin, and the number 10 will be handed over to you to defend. You don't have to do anything after playing, just keep provoking the no 10. At this moment, standing up from the bench was a thin and short boy with glasses and a height of 160 centimeters. Yes. Shohoku here. Ayako was also surprised when he saw the sweaty crowd, and he consumed so much energy in just a few minutes. Sakuragi Hanamichi was also complaining at this time. Xiao Huang, can't you pass me more balls? I'm embarrassed to run around all over the court. At first, Sakuragi Hanamichi was worried that Donghwang Yuni would rob him of Akaji Haruko, so he didn't look good. Now Yuni has established a relationship with Gong Liulai, so the name of Yuni has also been changed to Xiao Huang. Yuni glanced at him. Can you make a pass to you? And don't call me Xiao Huang. Kagure Kiminobu asked with concern. Mitsui, are you all right? Mitsui was sweating the most, and he shook his head. No problem, I'm not at my limit yet. Donghwang Yuni spoke at this time. Before, I bombarded Kanon in order to consume the opponent's physical strength. Although both sides have consumed it, Kanon's side definitely consumes more than our side. Others also understood what Donghwang Yuni meant. When the bombardment was carried out before, the opponents were cooperating to score. And his side basically relies on Donghwang Yuni to score. Yuni continued. So the next scoring focus will be on the two of you, Kaed Rukawa and Mitsui Senpai. Kaed Rukawa and Hisashi Mitsui looked up at Donghwang Yuni at the same time. Yuni smiled. Kaed Rukawa is more comprehensive, while Mitsui Senior's focus on 3 points. Yuni turned to look at Kanon's bench. I think the opponent will make a substitution for Sakuragi Hanamichi next, and it is their 3-point marksman who will be replaced if expected. Seijuro Jin. Everyone also looked up in Kanon's direction, and sure enough Kanon asked for a substitution. It was Seijuro Jin who was substituted, and a weak chicken who could not be weaker was replaced. Shohoku people are very puzzled. Sakuragi Hanamichi got angry when he saw it. This is looking down on me. Yuni said. No, it is because you are in great danger that the other party is targeting you. Yuni turned to look at Akaji Takenori again. Captain, it's up to you for the next rebounding, Sakuragi Hanamika's side is probably going to collapse. Akaji Takenori nodded, he was well aware of Sakuragi Hanamika's weakness. Kanon's approach to Sakuragi Hanamichi would have worked well without guessing. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Yuni smiled evilly. Hee hee. Next, I'll be the transfer station, just pass the ball to me, and then Mitsui-senpai and Kaed Rukawa will score. Akashi Takenori stood up, a bright light blazing in his eyes. Then let's go. Chapter 48. After the two sides entered the atmosphere became obviously different from before. Kanon has restrained his sharpness, but Shihoko's side is still aggressive. Because of Donghwang Yuni's series of arrangements just now, everyone felt that nothing could stop Shihoko's footsteps, and they were all excited and fighting spirit. Sakuragi Hanamichi, the 15th Yoshinori Miyawasu who had just played Kanon, had a mental breakdown. Sakuragi Hanamichi belongs to the type of strong and strong. Because the opponent is too weak, Sakuragi Hanamichi has lowered several grades in both offense and defense. Yoshinori Miyawasu was left unguarded by Sakuragi Hanamichi's turnover, and Yoshinori Miyawasu made a direct shot. Brush. Basketball into the net. 35-35. Everyone in Shihoku thought it was incredible. They didn't expect such a high percentage of shots from the field. These were expected by Donghwang Yuni. Come on. It's our turn. After receiving the pass, Donghwang Yuni slowly patted the basketball and walked forward. After half-time, Shinichi Maki immediately guarded cautiously, and Kiyota Nobunaga on the side was also waiting for the opportunity. Donghwang Yuni kept slapping the ball without making any movement, and suddenly the corners of his mouth twitched. I saw Yuni's hand slapping the ball for a while and then hitting the ground. Shinichi Maki always had a bad premonition and said casually, "Be careful." Too bad it was too late and the basketball went straight to Kiyota Nobunaga's downward direction. Kiyota Nobunaga didn't expect the ball to come to him either, and was about to reach out to catch the ball. But he never expected the basketball to change direction after touching the ground and bounce towards Hisashi Mitsui on the other side. This is Donghwang Yuni's self-created ball technique spinning pass, which uses the rotational force of the shot to touch the ground to change the direction of the pass. Hisashi Mitsui didn't hesitate after receiving the ball, and went straight to the three-point line to jump up and shoot. Brush. Basketball into the net. 38-35. Kiyota Nobunaga froze in place. Shinichi Maki walked over and put his arms around Kiyota Nobunaga's neck. Don't be in a daze, we have to go all out in this game. Shihoku is very strong, and number 99 is stronger, so we have only one purpose, to defeat them with all our strength. This sentence was also said to the other teammates, and the Kanon players all cheered up when they heard Shinichi Maki's words. Shinichi Maki shouted. Go on. Hit Shihoku. Seeing this scene, Aida Yayoi said in surprise. I never imagined that the team that was waiting for Shihoku's challenge as a king would turn into a challenger. It seems that Shihoku is not putting too much pressure on Kanon. Riki Takuto on Kanon's bench was also frowning, and one foot swayed up and down to touch the ground. It could be seen that his heart was very uneasy now. Now it's Kanon serving, and Kiyota Nobunaga dribbles to Shihoku's three-point line. Encountered by Kaed Rukawa, Kiyota Nobunaga tried several times but failed to break through and passed the ball backhand to Shinichi Maki. In front of Shinichi Maki was Donghwang Yuni. Shinichi Maki rushed directly to Donghwang Yuni, and then passed the basketball to Yoshinori Miyawasu in the back, but he blocked Donghwang Yuni's way. Donghwang Yuni didn't move until he was about to do anything. I saw that Yoshinori Miyawasu still shot directly after receiving the ball. Brush. Basketball into the net. 38-37. Shinichi Maki stared at Donghwang Yuni and said, Victory is ours. Donghwang Yuni looked at Shinichi Maki and smiled slightly. You're very confident. Then how about trying this? As soon as he finished speaking, Shinichi Maki felt that Donghwang Yuni in front of him had changed, and it felt unreal. Suddenly Donghwang Yuni in Shinichi Maki's eyes disappeared, and Shinichi Maki was shocked and quickly looked around and couldn't find it. It just so happened that Akashi Takenori was about to pass the ball to Hisashi Mitsui, when Kanon's number 9 Tadashi Muto hurried over to steal the ball. Pa! Sound. The basketball suddenly changed course and the ball fell directly into the hands of Kaed Rukawa in Kanan's interior. Kaed Rukawa is a little confused now, but the action doesn't stop. Seeing the basketball in his hand, he knew that this should be Donghwang Yunyi's means, so he jumped up and made a one-handed dunk. Bang! 40-37. Everyone was bewildered. What just happened? Why does the ball turn suddenly? How did the ball pass? Everyone in the Kanan team was puzzled, and the audience was even more puzzled. Gong Liulai in the audience was also stunned. She suddenly couldn't find Donghwang Yunyi's figure just now. Akashi Haruko, who is next to him, also had big eyes that flickered with curiosity. Shinichi Maki was horrified at this moment. He didn't know what happened just now, but he was sure that Donghwang Yunyi just disappeared suddenly. By the time he appeared, he had already scored a goal. Shinichi Maki couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer and asked Donghwang Yunyi. What did you just do? Shinichi Maki didn't hide either. How about it, isn't it interesting? I call him misdirection. It's interesting, right? After listening to it, not only the Kanan people, but also the Shohoku people looked unbelievable. The game continued, with Shinichi Maki dribbling the ball, his eyes fixed on Donghwang Yunyi. In the blink of an eye, Donghwang Yunyi in Shinichi Maki's eyes disappeared again. I secretly cried in my heart and hurriedly passed the ball to Kyoto Nobunaga, but the basketball was only halfway through when I heard a pop. The basketball suddenly swerved into Akashi Takanori's hands. It was the first time Akashi Takanori received such a pass, and he felt very novel, and immediately suppressed his curiosity and rushed forward with a dribble. Shinichi Maki shouted. Get back on defense. But Akashi Takanori still remembers what Donghwang Yunyi said, as long as there is a chance to pass the ball, he will pass the ball quickly, and let him do the rest. Without hesitation, Akashi Takanori immediately passed the ball to Kaed Rukawa in front, and Takasago Kazuma saw it and hurried up to steal the ball. Shinichi Maki shouted immediately upon seeing this. Do not go. But it was too late, Takasago Kazuma had already taken the step. Pa! There was another slap of the basketball, and the basketball flew directly to Hisashi Mitsui on the other side beyond the three-point line. Hisashi Mitsui got the ball and jumped for a shot. Brush! Basketball into the net. 43-37. At this point a whistle sounded and Kanan paused. Shohoku everyone returned to the bench with great joy. Everyone has worked hard. Kagure Kiminobu hurriedly brought towels and water to everyone. Ayako patted Donghwang Yunyi on the shoulder excitedly and said. It's amazing, it's really amazing, I didn't expect you to have this trick. Others were also very curious about how Donghwang Yunyi did it just now. Kagure Kiminobu also asked curiously. Yunyi. What kind of move did you use just now? How come I've never seen it before? Hisashi Mitsui couldn't help but said. I'm also curious, why it suddenly disappeared, and the ball turned suddenly, it felt like magic. Donghwang Yunyi is also very proud, after all, this is the first time he has used this skill, he said with a smile. Actually, you have all seen this technique before, and you all know it. The crowd was full of question marks. Have you seen it? Donghwang Yunyi nodded. Actually, this is what magicians often use, and I call it line of sight induction. Specifically, it is to reduce your presence on the court, and use its own wide passing vision and single-point dribbling. The ball is in the hands of a teammate. Donghwang Yunyi continued talking after seeing everyone's confused look. Simply put, it is to divert the attention of the other party and make myself disappear from the other party's field of vision. This way the other party will think that I have disappeared. Everyone was stunned when they heard it. Coach Anze listened with gusto and nodded secretly. It was the first time he had seen such an interesting technique. Maybe he could try this mode in the team in the future. Akashi Takanori's eyes also lit up. Can basketball still be integrated into magic? Never thought about it before. Hisashi Mitsui, Miyagi Ryota, and Sakuragi Hanamichi all held their chins in thought. Kaed Rukawa also bowed his head in thought. He admired Donghwang Yuni's less eccentric skills. Although these skills have never been heard in previous games, there is no denying that these things are really too strong. Donghwang Yuni spoke again at this time. I know what you are thinking, but it's best not to uselessly try to develop new skills. Because some skills require a certain talent, if you are too persistent in developing new skills, it may be counterproductive. The best way is to develop new skills based on add some new things to your own talent. Coach Anze also spoke at this time. Yeah. Yuni is right, all basketball skills require corresponding talents. For example, Sakuragi Hanamichi's talent is rebounding, and rebounding requires explosiveness and jumping ability. When everyone heard it, they lowered their heads thoughtfully, just like discovering the new world. Donghwang Yuni didn't explain much. Develop new skills, don't joke, maybe someone really can do it. But even if there are, it is only a few people. You must know that Yuni's talent is the talent of the miracle era that is known as a rare event in 10 years or 100 years. Even Donghwang Yuni himself can't do it if he doesn't have a system, even if he knows the principle. Even if some skills are not based on Kaisrita's imitation skills, it is very difficult to get familiar with them. Asterisk. Chapter 49. The whistle sounded and the timeout ended. Akashi Takenori stood up and said, "Okay, let's go." Due to the oppression brought by Donghwang Yuni before, the Kanan people made a plan, that is, 3 people double-team Donghwang Yuni. It was then attacked by Shinichi Maki and Seijuro Jin. As soon as they played, Kiyota Nobunaga, Takasago Kazuma and Tadashi Muto blocked Donghwang Yuni's way. Donghwang Yuni looked at the 3 people who surrounded him without any expression, but it did affect Donghwang Yuni's mobility. Shinichi Maki dribbled the ball to Shihoku's basket with Seijuro Jin when he saw Donghwang Yuni was blocked by his teammates. Yuni looked at Shinichi Maki and understood Kanan's intentions, because Shinichi Maki's strength is much stronger than the rest of Shihoku, so Shihoku alone can't fight Shinichi Maki with 1 or 2 people. If Shinichi Maki is in trouble, Seijuro Jin is there to help. The 2 of them were able to get to Shihoku's basket and score together. Everything on the court was as Donghwang Yuni thought. Shinichi Maki drove Kaed Rukawa and Sakuragi Hanamichi to the basket. Shinichi Maki jumped up for a shot, but was blocked by both Hisashi Mitsui and Akashi Takenori. Shinichi Maki's body in the air deflects the ball to Seijuro Jin on the outside. Kaed Rukawa saw Shinichi Maki's plan and immediately went to stop Seijuro Jin. At this time, Seijuro Jin had already jumped up and was ready to shoot. Seeing Kaed Rukawa rushing over so quickly, Seijuro Jin didn't panic and slapped the basketball to Kaed Rukawa's feet and passed the ball to Shinichi Maki. Shinichi Maki jumped up and dunked directly after receiving the ball again. Bang! Basketball into the net. 43-39. Shihoku served the ball, but everyone in Shihoku was helpless when they saw Donghwang Yuni, who was surrounded by 3 people. Akashi Takenori passed the ball to Kaed Rukawa, who quickly dribbled the ball beyond the arc. Shinichi Maki was worried about Kaed Rukawa's 3-pointer and rushed forward to block it. As expected, Kaed Rukawa had a hard time breaking through Shinichi Maki. Kaed Rukawa was ready to pass the ball when he saw that there was no chance of a breakthrough, but Shinichi Maki had already thought that Kaed Rukawa would pass the ball and blocked the passing path in advance to break the ball. Seijuro Jin started rushing forward before Shinichi Maki stole the ball, and Shinichi Maki dribbled past Kaed Rukawa and quickly passed the ball to Seijuro Jin ahead. At this time, Seijuro Jin was left unguarded and jumped up to make a 3-pointer. Brush! Basketball into the net. 43-42. Donghwang Yuni looked at the score and shook his head. Kiyota Nobunaga looked at Donghwang Yuni at this time and said, "Haha. What's the matter? There's nothing I can do. As long as the other people in Shihoku are guarding you, there's nothing to be afraid of. Dongwang Yuni glanced at him. You're so naive, Shihoko isn't that weak. And do you think you can stop me this way? Just then Shihoko served, Hisashi Mitsui dribbled the ball forward after receiving the ball, so Seijuro did not immediately go up to block. In order to save energy, he still waited for Hisashi Mitsui to arrive at the three-pointer. Hisashi Mitsui got to the three-point line and faked Seijuro-jin's pass to Akashi Takenori inside. Akashi Takenori jumped up and prepared to dunk after receiving the ball, but was stopped by Shinichi Maki. Seeing that the dunk failed, Akashi Takenori gritted his teeth and passed the ball to Sakuragi Hanamichi, who was unguarded behind. Sakuragi Hanamichi naturally chose to shoot the ball. Bang! Basketball strikes. Sakuragi Hanamichi was about to jump up and grab the ball for a dunk when suddenly a figure appeared in Sakuragi Hanamichi seriously. It was Shinichi Maki who caught the ball and threw it backhand to Seijuro-jin. In the audience, Gong Liulai was also worried when she saw that Dongwang Yuni was being double-teamed by three people below. Dongwang Yuni looked up and looked in Gong Liulai's direction as if she could feel it, and sighed when she saw Gong Liulai's worried look. It was really silly girl. Dongwang Yuni gave Gong Liulai a reassuring smile, and Gong Liulai was stunned for a moment, then she saw an incredible scene. I saw Dongwang Yuni's body swaying constantly, and the footsteps switched back and forth. After a while, I saw the three people defending Dongwang Yuni stumbled and were about to fall. Everyone didn't know what happened, they only saw that the three defending Dongwang Yuni were about to fall as if they were drunk, and then Dongwang Yuni broke through the three-team double-team through the gap. Seijuro had just dribbled over half-court when Dongwang Yuni's figure appeared in front of him, and before he could react, the basketball in his hand and the figure in front of him disappeared. In shock, he quickly turned his head and looked, only to see Dongwang Yuni dribbling the ball forward and not very fast. The three of Kyoto Nobunaga also chased after them immediately. Dongwang Yuni gave them a sidelong glance, the basketball in his hand changed hands back and forth, and then one of the three of Kyoto Nobunaga fell down without standing still amid the consternation of everyone. And Dongwang Yuni dribbled the ball slowly and casually past the three of them. Shinichi Maki and Seijuro were also surprised when they saw this, and hurried over to stop them. Dongwang Yuni still changed hands quickly. Shinichi Maki and Seijuro only felt their knees involuntarily slump slightly and then fell to the ground like the other three. Dongwang Yuni dribbled the ball to Kanan's basket like a king who ruled the world. Brush. Basketball into the net. 45-42. Ankle finisher, Akashi Seijuro's signature skill. This was also a decision made after Dongwang Yuni saw Gong Liulai's worried expression. That's right. Yuni chose to awaken Akashi Seijuro's Emperor Eye. Once he has Emperor Eye, he has a super wide range of defense. Secondly, Yuni thought of one thing. With Emperor Eye, he might be able to awaken the pseudo-zone state for the entire team like Akashi Seijuro. Thinking of this, Yuni chose Emperor Eye without hesitation. Basic properties. Name, Dongwang Yuni. S*X, male. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 82 kilograms. Stamina, 98, plus 98%. Strength, 96, plus 96%. Speed, 98, plus 98%. Jump height, 1.5 meters, plus 60%. Ball control feel, 100, plus 100%. Hit rate, 100, plus 100%. Talent skills. Perfect copy, unawakened, full court three-pointer, awakened, super high-speed dribble, awakened, Emperor Eye, awakened, impeccable defense, not awakened. Possess ball skills, butterfly step through flower, gutter, meteor slam dunk, sunshine shooting blue, 3 points from heaven, earth and void, magic passing, right to play backwards, disappearing dribble, phantom shot, fantasy footsteps. Self-created ball skills, passing shot, smashing shot, wire hook shot, elbow shot, swing pass, zero return, elbow pass. Zone, not enabled, can be enabled. Achievement points, 9,737. Yuni checked the property panel and found a major problem, that is, the zone has become an openable state. This makes Yuni very happy, and can't wait to open the zone now. Sure enough, the more talents awakened, the more benefits they would get. If all 5 talents were awakened, there would be something different. Asterisk. Chapter 50. On the Kanon bench, Coach Riki Takato stood up. He has been shocked by Donghwang Yuni many times. Donghwang Yuni was far more terrifying than he knew, and Kanon couldn't even suppress him. The time of the game is passing by. Pa. 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 The voices in the auditorium gradually fell silent. Broken again. That number 99 is amazing. Oh my god. Kanon's pass and break are all broken. The faces of the audience and the players on the court were all wide-eyed. They had no idea that the dignified King Kanon would be suppressed by Shihoko to such an extent that he could not fight back. Especially Shihoko's number 99, which basically took off all of Kanon's possessions. No matter what Kanon did, the dribbling, passing, and shooting were all cut off by Donghwang Yuni. Shinichi Maki dribbling ready to break through Donghwang Yuni, slap. Was broken. Seijuro is ready to shoot, pop. Was broken. Kiyota Nobunaga is ready to pass the ball, smack. Was broken. Ayako on the bench opened his mouth. My god. Why do I think Yuni seems to know in advance what the other party is going to do? The light on Coach Anze's glasses continued. Kanon nearly crushed the fan in Coach Riki Takato's hand on the bench, but he had no choice but to watch. On the field. Donghwang Yuni used Emperor Eye to observe the movements of the 5 people on the opposite side and the next movements exactly. The score also gradually opened up with Kanon under Donghwang Yuni's wonderful steal. 68-57, Shihoko took the lead. Soon the first half whistle sounded the entire field. Kanon's players were all very low, and everyone was downcast when they came off the court. Shihoko was very excited because Donghwang Yuni didn't get too aggressive after stealing the ball, and every time he passed the ball to someone else to score. Basically all the players on the field got points. This also makes Sakuragi Hanamichi, who does not score often, also very excited. In the Shihoko lounge. Wow! Yuni! You are so handsome, like a god. That's right, I really got you today. Everyone praised Donghwang Yuni one by one, and everyone had an excited smile on the corner of their mouth. Crack! Crack! Yuni looked at each other and did not attack them. Yuni knew very well in his heart that Shinichi Maki was really upset in the first half, but he didn't do his best. Moreover, the rest of Kanon's players did not play their normal level under Donghwang Yuni's pressure. Based on Yuni's knowledge of Shinichi Maki, he is estimated to use 120% of his strength in the second half. In the same way, Shinichi Maki will also lead the other players to perform at the same level. Donghwang Yuni is waiting for them to play. In this way, he can test the thoughts of the whole team zone that he is thinking about. After a while, the door to the lounge was opened. Akashi Haruko walked into the Shihoko lounge with Miyazaki. Haruko. Little Lee. Sakuragi Hanamichi and Donghwang Yuni waved to Akashi Haruko and Gong Liulai respectively. Donghwang Yuni sat with Gong Liulai in a relatively remote corner and whispered. Gong Liulai asked excitedly and curiously. Yuni, you are really good, so you are also good at stealing the ball. But why don't you just score? I know they can't stop you if you want to score. Donghwang Yuni smiled while enjoying being wiped with sweat by Gong Liulai. This. Because I'm testing something, and I've already mastered it. Hey? What is it? You'll know in the second half, it'll definitely make your jaw drop, and I'll show you another good thing before that. Gong Liulai was even more confused. Dong Huang Yuni looked at Gong Liulai and smiled. Look into my eyes. Gong Liulai stared at Dong Huang Yuni's eyes, and suddenly she covered her small mouth in surprise and opened her eyes wide. I saw two silver-white electric snakes erupt from Dong Huang Yuni's eyes and then disappeared. Gong Liulai hugged Yuni's cheeks with both hands and said, Yuni, you can't be a fairy. Yuni rubbed Gong Liulai's head and said, this is a field that only occurs when basketball talent reaches a certain level. It's called a zone. Yuni didn't say much, and Gong Liulai didn't ask more. Kanan lounged on the other side. Damn, 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 why is this, how can it be like this, we are Kanan. Kiyota Nobunaga stomped his feet in exasperation. Enough. Shinichi Maki's voice fell and continued. Shohoku is not scary, but Dong Huang Yuni is very strong. Very strong, all his movements are unpredictable and even unstoppable. Shinichi Maki paused and continued. But we Kanan are also the strongest. We have dominated Kanagawa for 16 consecutive years, and this year's victory is still ours. At this moment, Shinichi Maki exuded an aura that spread throughout the lounge, and Riki Takato's eyes radiated a golden light as if thinking of something. Everyone in Kanan was also surprised, they didn't know what happened to Shinichi Maki. But they know that Shinichi Maki is scary right now. Coach Riki Takato spoke at this time. Okay, AMU has already made up his mind, and so are you guys. In the second half, use all your strength to defeat Shohoku. Yes. The whistle of the second half of the game was about to start, and players from both sides stepped into the field. As soon as Yuni entered, he noticed that Shinichi Maki on the opposite side was different, and the others at Shohoku also noticed, but they didn't understand what was going on. But Yuni was different. Yuni narrowed his eyes and stared at Shinichi Maki. This is wild. The corners of Yuni's mouth twitched, looking more and more interesting. On the court, Yuni looked at Shinichi Maki and said after the players from both sides stood up. Looks like you're a little different. Yuni felt a sense of sympathy for the wildness exuding from Shinichi Maki, because Yuni also has his own wildness. That's right, Yuni already had wildness when he first awakened his talent, but Yuni never used it. Asterisk. Chapter 51. Everyone felt the wild breath of Shinichi Maki, and the people around him could hardly breathe. The two sides jumped the ball, and the two sides of the jump ball were still Akashi Takenori and Takasago Kazuma. The whistle sounded, and both sides took off at the same time, and Akashi Takenori still came out on top and grabbed the basketball first. Akashi Takenori slapped the ball out and landed in Kaed Rukawa's hands. But at this moment, Shinichi Maki broke the basketball off Kaed Rukawa's hands with great speed. What? Kaed Rukawa was shocked, and everyone in Shohoku was also very surprised. Dong Huang Yuni saw the appearance of Shinichi Maki and the corners of his mouth gradually turned up. Looks like you've changed. Shinichi Maki replied with eyes sharp as knives. Isn't it hard for you? I saw Shinichi Maki dribble the ball quickly into Shohoku's basket. Yuni stretched out his hand to steal the ball, but this time Shinichi Maki avoided it. Shinichi Maki quickly guarded the basketball behind him and passed the ball to Kiyota Nobunaga in the back. Kiyota Nobunaga was about to jump for a dunk after receiving the ball, but was stopped by Shinichi Maki. Ball. Kiyota Nobunaga stopped the jump and passed the ball to Shinichi Maki. Shinichi Maki jumped up after receiving the ball and hooked the ball with his right wrist and threw the ball into the basket. Wow! AMU is resurrected. Kanan! 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 Dong Huang Yuni couldn't help but admire Shinichi Maki's actions. It's amazing, as expected of someone who has been honed in national competitions. 68-59. Shohoku served. Sakuragi Hanamichi served and the ball went to Dong Huang Yuni. Dong Huang Yuni dribbled the ball through the half, and Shinichi Maki blocked Dong Huang Yuni like a mountain. Dong Huang Yuni looked at Shinichi Maki across from him. Let me see your wildness. Shinichi Maki didn't reach out to steal the ball in a hurry, his eyes fixed on the basketball in Donghuang Yuni's hand. I saw Donghuang Yuni slap the basketball in his right hand to the back and change his hands. After catching the ball with his left hand, he wanted to pass it to Kaed Rukawa on the left. Shinichi Maki immediately stretched out his hand to steal the ball. Just as his hand was about to touch the basketball, he saw Donghuang Yuni move his wrist and the basketball landed and bounced towards his right hand. Just as Donghuang Yuni broke through behind Shinichi Maki, a figure suddenly blocked Donghuang Yuni's face again. The audience exclaimed. Look, that number 99 is blocked. Isn't Amu useless? Before he was stumped. Gong Liulai in the audience also clenched her small fists, secretly cheering for Yuni in her heart. Donghuang Yuni seems to understand Shinichi Maki's appearance a little bit. Shinichi Maki is not only wild, but also has a little improvement in physical quality. System, look up the attributes of Shinichi Maki. Ding! The query is successful. Basic properties. Name, Shinichi Maki. S*X, male. Height, 184 centimeters. Weight, 79 kilograms. Stamina, 93. Strength, 90. Speed, 92. Donghuang Yuni was a little surprised after seeing it, but he didn't expect to improve so much. It really cannot be underestimated. Unexpectedly, Shinichi Maki's attribute value exceeds 90. Yuni dribbled to the left and Shinichi Maki followed. Yuni dribbles to the right, and Shinichi Maki also clings to it. I saw that the ball in Yuni's hand kept changing hands, and then kept changing hands under the crotch or behind, attacking left and right. Shinichi Maki is still not far behind. No matter where Donghuang Yuni goes, Shinichi Maki will quickly stand in front of him. The audience watching is full of excitement. Fantastic! No white comes. Fantastic! Aida Yayoi off the field also stared at the two people on the field. It's really exciting. It's rare to see such a fierce and exciting game before. This is also a very rare collision scene in the high school league. Donghuang Yuni's movements suddenly stopped, and Shinichi Maki's movements also stopped immediately. Donghuang Yuni sighed. I saw Donghuang Yuni slap the ball quickly and change hands, and did not use the ankle terminator. Instead, slap the basketball hard to the ground. Bang! The basketball flew straight into the air. Everyone looked up, and the basketball bounced off the ground and flew directly towards Kanan's basket. Brush! Basketball into the net. 70-59. Can you score goals like this? Number 99 is too good. It's too accurate. Kanan people are a little immune, but they are still very surprised. Donghuang Yuni looked at Shinichi Maki. I still have some good stuff, you can try to block it and see. Shinichi Maki looked at Donghuang Yuni's background with endless fighting intent in his eyes. Come on. Just let the horses come. Riki Takuto in Kanan's bench looked at Shinichi Maki on the field and thought to himself, Amu, he has abandoned the pride of the king, and whether this game is won or lost can only be seen by Shinichi Maki. On the field, Shinichi Maki dribbled the ball with fierce fighting spirit in his eyes. Kaed Rukawa, Hisashi Mitsui, and Sakuragi Hanamichi were all passed by Shinichi Maki 3 or 2 times. At this moment, another breath suddenly appeared on the field, and everyone saw Donghuang Yuni instantly appearing in front of Shinichi Maki, exuding the oppressive force of a different ancient beast. Everyone outside the venue was also shocked. A terrible sense of oppression. I didn't expect his sense of oppression to be stronger than Amu's. Amazing, awful. Shinichi Maki's pupils also shrank. He awakened the wildness while resting. He thought this was a field he only had, but he didn't expect Donghuang Yuni to use it at will. Shinichi Maki's eyes became more warlike when he saw this. Come on! Donghuang Yuni! This time the two were just like the last time Shinichi Maki defended Donghwang Yuni. Donghwang Yuni defended Shinichi Maki with great intensity. On the court now, it's like two beasts are fighting each other, you bite me, I bite you. The wild collision is also gradually escalating. The scores of both sides are also gradually increasing. 82 to 71. The coaches on both sides of the court also frowned and looked at the two, feeling that it was a bit inappropriate to go on like this. Then Coach Anze and Coach Riki Takato looked at each other and stood up and called a timeout. Asterisk. Chapter 52. After the suspension, both sides returned to their own benches. Coach Anze came to Donghwang Yuni. Yuni, you should have some plan. Yuni looked at Coach Anze. Coach, you see it. Coach Anze roars. Roar. Roar. Said with a smile. You are usually lazy, but today you are suddenly so abnormal. I guess you want to do something. Yuni smiled and nodded. Coach, you're right, I have some plans of my own. The time is still a bit short, but it's almost too soon. Coach Anze stared at Donghwang Yuni for a long time and nodded. You're good to know what you have in mind. Yuni turned to look at Akashi Takenori and the others, the corners of his mouth curled up. When the time comes, I will let you experience something good. The question marks on the heads of several people are getting bigger and bigger, and they don't understand what kind of plane Donghwang Yuni is working on. By the way, Kanan's bench. Each team member was breathing heavily and sweating. Riki Takato watched his teammates silent for a long time, and finally turned his eyes to Shinichi Maki. AMU. Shinichi Maki said while panting and wiping away his sweat. It's okay coach, I know. Riki Takato nodded. Okay. The main purpose of this pause is to stabilize the rhythm first. You should rest as much as possible now. Just when the two sides were suspended, Aida Yayoi on the sidelines was already shocked by the final match just now. I didn't expect these two children to be able to reach this level. Shinichi Maki has been famous for many years and is a regular in the national competition. But who is that Donghwang Yuni? I have never heard of it before, and there is no related competition before high school. Information, who is he? Soon the timeout is over. This timeout, Shihoko was replaced and Donghwang Yuni was replaced by Miyagi Ryota. Everyone in Kanan was taken aback when they saw that Donghwang Yuni did not play. He's not playing. Miyagi Ryota understood when he saw their expressions. Reassurance is only temporary, I won't be able to stay on the court for long. When everyone heard about Kanan, they stopped thinking about it. Shinichi Maki raised the corners of his mouth. If that's the case, then we're welcome. And off the bench. Donghwang Yuni wanted to ask the system about the team's zone method first. Yuni tried it on the field before, but it didn't work. System, how to use the whole team's zone. I tried it before but it doesn't seem to have much effect. Ding! It is suggested that the host can experience the feeling of the zone first, so that it will be easier for others to enter the pseudo zone with the help of Emperor I. So it is, that is to say, you will know the feeling after experiencing it, and it will be easier for others to enter the state of that feeling. Yes host. Donghwang Yuni just wanted to see how strong he would be when he entered the zone. System, check my attribute information. Basic properties. Name, Donghwang Yuni. S*X, male. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 82 kilograms. Stamina, 98, plus 98%. Strength, 96, plus 96%. Speed, 98, plus 98%. Jump height, 1.5 meters, plus 60%. Ball control feel, 100, plus 100%. Hit rate, 100, plus 100%. Talent skills. Perfect copy, unawakened, full court 3-pointer, awakened, super high-speed dribble, awakened, Emperor I, awakened, impeccable defense, not awakened. Possess ball skills, butterfly step through flower, gutter, meteor slam dunk, sunshine shooting blue, 3 points from heaven, earth and void, magic passing, right to play backwards, disappearing dribble, phantom shot, fantasy footsteps. Self-created ball skills, passing shot, smashing shot, wire hook shot, elbow shot, swing pass, zero return, elbow pass. Zone, not enabled, can be enabled. Achievement points, 14,277. System, why can't you see the wild attribute? Host, wildness is also a type of attribute. The host can add information about an attribute with 1 point. I rely on. The system is black enough for you. Donghuang Yuni is also helpless and can only compromise. System, add wild attribute information. Ding. Wild attributes are being added. Ding. Wild attribute added successfully. Basic properties. Name, Donghuang Yuni. S*X, male. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 82 kilograms. Stamina, 98, plus 98%. Strength, 96, plus 96%. Speed, 98, plus 98%. Jump height, 1.5 meters, plus 60%. Ball control feel, 100, plus 100%. Hit rate, 100, plus 100%. Talent skills. Perfect copy, unawakened, full court 3-pointer, awakened, super high-speed dribble, awakened, Emperor I, awakened, impeccable defense, not awakened. Possess ball skills, butterfly step through flower, gutter, meteor slam dunk, sunshine shooting blue, 3 points from heaven, earth and void, magic passing, right to play backwards, disappearing dribble, phantom shot, fantasy footsteps. Self-created ball skills, passing shot, smashing shot, wire hook shot, elbow shot, swing pass, zero return, elbow pass. Wild species, alien. Wild progress, 52%. Wild introduction, space life forms from aliens have the characteristics of intelligence, violence, agility, outbreaks, a sense of oppression, and tenacious vitality. Zone, not enabled, can be enabled. Achievement points, 4,277. Yuni's eyes almost bulged out. I'll give it a go, this, and this kind of wildness? It's beyond the scope of wildness. Yuni looked at the series of introductions of wildness and understood one thing, that is, wildness can be improved. The higher the improvement, the stronger the wild characteristics. It seems that after reaching 100% wildness can even be comparable to zone, if the two are added together, Donghuang Yuni himself can't believe what will happen. Will it reach a different dimension level? Yuni seemed to catch something and her eyes gradually brightened. It seems that this kind of thinking should be correct. Now that he is in the world of animation, it is not impossible to reach a different dimension. Thinking of all 5 talents awakened, plus wildness, plus zone, it is like a godlike existence. Asterisk. Chapter 53. On the field. Without the suppression of Donghuang Yuni, Shihoka was losing ground under the strong attack of the wild Shinichi Maki. The score was gradually overtaken by Kanon, who soon intentionally blew the whistle, and Sakuragi Hanamichi got his 4th foul. White number 10 defensive foul, 2 additional free throws. Brush. Brush. Shinichi Maki made 2 easy shots. 88-92, Kanon overtook. Yuni looked up to see the score on the field and was very helpless. The gap between having wildness and not having wildness is really too big. Yuni gestured to Coach Anze and stood up. The whistle blew and Shihoka made a substitution. Donghuang Yuni looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi and waved. Sakuragi, come down first. Sakuragi Hanamichi also knew that if he stayed on the court, he would end soon, so he just walked on without saying anything. After high fives with Sakuragi Hanamichi, Donghuang Yuni walked to the court. Yuni is very calm, it should be said silent. It's weird to have a strange silence in a person. Shinichi Maki also felt the difference when he saw Donghuang Yuni. Not only him, but everyone else, didn't understand what happened to Donghuang Yuni. But everyone can feel the aura emanating from Donghuang Yuni's body at the moment, peaceful, ethereal, depressed, and so on. Yuni walked onto the court with his head down, and when Yuni raised his head, everyone saw two silver electric snakes erupt from Yuni's eyes. There was silence in the field. Kanon players and spectators didn't know what was going on, but Coach Anze and Riki Takato on the sidelines immediately stood up and looked at Donghuang Yuni in disbelief. Coach Anze and Riki Takato, as a former national player, naturally have a lot more contact than others, and they understood when they saw the silver electric snake in Donghuang Yuni's eyes. Donghuang Yuni has entered the zone and can play a 100% or even higher field state. Shinichi Maki was stunned to see Donghuang Yuni's appearance, not just Shinichi Maki. Kaed Rukawa, Akaji Takenori, Hisashi Mitsui, and the rest of Kanon and other school members in the audience felt unreal when they saw it. What is this? Why did his eyes have electric lights? Is he really human? Others don't know, but Gong Liulai in the audience knows a little bit. He heard Yuni say that this situation seems to be a very high level of basketball. Yuni's face was expressionless. This will be explained later, or you can ask Coach Anze. Anyway, just pass the ball to me. Akaji Takenori serves. Everyone in Kanon did not dare to slack off and stared at Donghuang Yuni with all their attention. Donghuang Yuni caught the ball, and almost instantly Donghuang Yuni disappeared without anyone reacting. After a while waiting for everyone to react, Donghuang Yuni had already put the basketball in Kanon's basket. 90-92. Everyone is stupid. There was no reaction from someone on the field, and Donghuang Yuni scored. The jaws of everyone in the audience were about to drop. Riki Takato on the Kanon bench now has no hope of winning. He feels like he is dreaming. Few in the NBA can achieve a level that has been shown by a high school student. He knew very well that in front of Donghuang Yuni of the zone, Kanon's desire to win was almost a nonsense. Soon the field changed again. Kanon everyone stabilized their mood and started to serve. The basketball was sent to Seijuro Jin. Before Seijuro Jin dribbling the ball, he felt a wind blowing around him and the basketball in his hand was gone. Seijuro Jin secretly screamed and turned to look. Donghuang Yuni has since put the basketball into the hoop. 92-92. Gong Liulai looked at Donghuang Yuni off the field and covered his mouth. He knew that Yuni's state should be very powerful, but he never expected it to be so powerful. Donghuang Yuni turned around and walked back after the goal. Come on! It's just starting now. Shinichi Maki took a deep breath and dribbled the ball again. He glanced at Donghuang Yuni just after halftime and was relieved to see Donghuang Yuni didn't move. Out of the corner of the eye, he aimed at Kiyota Nobunaga next to him and quickly passed the ball to Kiyota Nobunaga. Before the ball reached Kiyota Nobunaga's hand, a silver lightning flashed past him, and the ball disappeared with the lightning. Shinichi Maki and Kiyota Nobunaga couldn't believe it. Is this also possible? Damn! 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 Riki Takato shouted from the sidelines. Defend with all your might. When Kanon was attacking, two people stayed under his own basket just in case, only to see Donghuang Yuni came to his own basket like a silver lightning, and then jumped up and shot. Takasago Kazuma and Tadashi Muto both jumped to block Kanon's basket. But when they saw that the basketball was about to be blocked by their own hands, the basketball passed through their hands and entered the basket. 94-92. Is he a god? After throwing this ball, Yuni closed his eyes and the silver snake in his eyes disappeared and turned around. Let's start next. Although everyone in Canaan didn't know what Yuni said at the beginning, it must be a bad thing for them. Next is a more normal time for the two sides to attack. But every time Shihoko attacked, he passed the ball to Donghwang Yuni first and then Donghwang Yuni passed the ball. Everyone in Shihoko felt that every time Donghwang Yuni passed the ball into his hand, he would have a very comfortable feeling, and after receiving the pass, he had a feeling of improved feeling. The score was also balanced after Donghwang Yuni closed the zone. 98 to 96. 104 to 102. 107 to 105. Whoosh. Pass it on to Kaed Rukawa. Whoosh. Pass to Akashi Take Nori. Whoosh. Pass to Hisashi Mitsui. Whoosh. Pass to Miyagi Ryota. The four of them are getting more and more energetic now, and they feel as if they have entered a strange and magical state. At this moment, Donghwang Yuni held the ball and did not rush to attack, but closed his eyes and opened them, only to see a flash of silver lightning, and Yuni entered the state of zone again. Donghwang Yuni laughed. It's time to end King Canaan. At this time, everyone in the arena was stunned, as if they were not watching a basketball game, it was too dreamy. There was only one thought in their minds at the moment, that Canaan was over. Everyone in the Shihoko team did not know why an electric light appeared in their eyes. Although the electric light was not as obvious as Donghwang Yuni, it did exist. Riki Takuto on the sidelines closed his eyes, he didn't have to watch anymore. Not even a Donghwang Yuni Canaan can handle it, let alone Shihoko and the rest of the people who have entered the zone. Although the others were not in the real zone, it was enough to overwhelm Canaan. What happened next was exactly as Riki Takuto had guessed. During the rest of the game, Canaan had no resistance at all in Shihoko's full zone, and was suppressed miserably. Shihoko's score also rose as quickly as he took medicine. Finally the Shihoko vs Canaan match is finally over. The final score was 144 to 102. The moment the game whistle blew, Akashi Take Nori shouted like a child, as if to spit out all the anguish in his heart for many years. Tears shed involuntarily from the corners of his eyes, excited, happy, excited, and finally fulfilled his wish. In addition to Akashi Take Nori, Hisashi Mitsui is similar. Hisashi Mitsui, who gave up basketball for 2 years, had tears of remorse and a happy smile intertwined at the moment of defeating Canaan, which was very funny. Others are better, without too exaggerated expressions. Ayako on the bench was also miserable. No matter how miserable the team was finally abused by others, she insisted on cheering for everyone off the court and never gave up, but after the real victory came, she felt in her heart. Grief is also revealed. Everyone on Canaan's side stood there, unwilling tears streaming from their eyes. Shinichi Maki lowered his head and closed his eyes. He felt bad in his heart, but he didn't cry. Okay, although we lost the game, we still have a chance. This humiliation will wait until the national competition. After hearing the words of their coach, everyone in Canaan gradually stabilized their mood. Both sides salute. When Shinichi Maki shook hands with Donghwang Yuni, Shinichi Maki looked at Donghwang Yuni very complicatedly and said, "You are such an amazing person. It's really outrageous to be strong. Goodbye to our national competition." Yuni also replied with a smile. "You are also very strong, and there are not many people with wildness." Wildness? Yes, you should know what it is, and develop it well. Shinichi Maki nodded as if thinking of something. Thanks. After the salute, the players on both sides packed their things and returned to the lounge. Asterisk. Chapter 54. Kanagawa has changed, and Canaan, the former king, has lost. This news has penetrated into everyone's head like a dream. Aida Yayoi originally wanted to interview Shihoko, but now the news is so hot that she has to go back and post it on the front page immediately. On Ryanan's side, seeing Shihoko defeat Kanon, each of them is very uneasy. Whether it is Sendo or Yuju, the hearts of the two are now high in fighting spirit. They are eager to fight Shihoko, but there is a big mountain ahead of them, and that is the defeated Kanon-affiliated middle school. In the Shihoko lounge on the other side, Gong Liulai and Akaji Haruko just walked to the door of the lounge when they heard cheers coming from inside, and when they opened the door, they saw everyone in Shihoko smiling happily. Akaji Takenori was crying like a child there, and Akaji Haruko was very excited when he saw it and ran to his brother's side to congratulate him. "Brother, you finally fulfilled your dream." Akaji Takenori wiped his tears and shook his head. "No. I just got the ticket for my dream, and the next step is to go to the national competition. That's where my dream ends." Yuni. Gong Liulai came to Donghwang Yuni and picked up a towel to wipe Yuni's sweat. "Xiao Li, help me pack up and let's go back to eat seafood at night." Gong Liulai nodded shyly and got busy. The people next to them looked at the two people who were throwing dog food in public, both envious and sad about their high school life. Soon everyone rested in the lounge for a while and left. "Since I was too tired today, we made an appointment to have a dinner together in a few days to celebrate." In the red dusk, Yuni fell into a deep sleep with his eyes closed in a luxury car. And Yuni's head rested quietly on Gong Liulai's shoulder. Gong Liulai was a little shy at first, but slowly she showed a very loving and happy expression. Gong Liulai stretched out her hand and gently stroked Donghwang Yuni's cheek. The ambiguous atmosphere gradually spread to the whole car, and with the reflection of the setting sun, the car finally reached the gate of the manor. The car drove into the harem of the manor. Liulai suddenly said, "Uncle Dean, can that wait a while before entering the garage? I want him to sleep a little longer." Uncle Tai-do is the driver of the car. Seeing Gong Liulai and Donghwang Yuni lying on Gong Liulai's shoulders, Tai-do still doesn't know what Gong Liulai means, because he wants to experience the world of two people more. Tai-do didn't speak, just smiled and closed the door softly. When the driver told Nanamai about the situation, Nanamai secretly came not far from the car, looking at the car not far away with kindness. "Looks like it's time to meet Xyli's parents." After saying that, Nanamai turned around and went back to the house. During dinner, Donghwang Yuni sat on the seat and looked at the seafood table full of curiosity. "Why is it all seafood?" Nanamai looked at Yuni with a smile. "It was Gong Liulai who told me, you forgot what you said yourself." Yuni thought for a while and then understood. "Oh. I remembered." Yuni turned to look at Gong Liulai and reached out and rubbed Gong Liulai's head, causing Gong Liulai to blush. After dinner, Yuni took Gong Liulai's hand and walked to a corner of the garden, where a swing was hanging from a thick tree in the corner. "This is where I used to go when I was a kid, because it's the only place where I can relax and not get lost. Whenever I'm unhappy or troubled, I'll come here to find answers." Gong Liulai listened to Yuni talking about the past and gradually became addicted to it. Soon Gong Liulai came to sit on the swing. Yuni also walked behind Gong Liulai and pushed her. The sound of giggling came from the swing. The housekeeper of the Ghost Valley and Nanamai in the distance also kept smiling when they saw this. "It's nice to be young." "Yeah. I remember that brother Donghwang also confessed to me in the same way." "Madam, do you want me to contact the Tokyo side to talk to Miss Gong Liulai's parents?" "That's fine, it would be great if I could get married with Xyli's parents." "I understand, Madam really likes Miss Gong Liulai. Uncle Gigu, aren't you the same? You love this girl a lot." 3 days later, two middle-aged couples got off the Kanagawa train station. After seeing it, Gong Liulai waved her hands and shouted excitedly, "Dad! Mom!" The middle-aged couple was also very pleasantly surprised when they saw it. The two came to Gong Liulai. "Ali, are you okay here?" "Well, Mom, I'm fine, you don't have to worry about it." Donghwang Yuni looked at the middle-aged couple. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt, I'm Donghwang Yuni, Xiaoli's boyfriend. The middle-aged couple was shocked when they saw Donghwang Yuni's appearance. There is such a handsome man in the world. So you are Yuni. I'm Xiaoli's father, my name is Miyamoto Jet. This is Xiaoli's mother's name is Keiko Ito. Donghwang Yuni continued. Uncle and aunt, my mother has been waiting at home for a long time, please get in the car first. Soon the group returned to the manor, and Gong Liulai's parents opened their mouths when they saw the manor. When I was in Tokyo, I heard the contact person talk about the two of them and didn't feel anything, but after seeing it with my own eyes today, I realized how short my knowledge was. Soon, the middle-aged parents came to the living room and sat down. Nanamai also walked over enthusiastically. The two of you are finally here. Today, the reason for the two of you to come is for Gong Liulai and our family's Yuni. Someone must have said something to the two of them before. Gong Liulai's parents nodded. That's right, we never thought that Ali had a boyfriend, and it's almost time to talk about marriage. Nanamai laughed. Don't get me wrong, although Yuni and Xiaoli have a good relationship, they haven't done anything that crosses the line. Engagement is my personal decision. I have also asked my two children, and they have no opinion. It's just engagement, if we get married it's really too early now, and it's better to wait until after high school to talk about marriage. Gong Liulai's parents also understood when they heard it, and then turned to look at Gong Liulai, and saw that Gong Liulai was shyly hiding behind Donghwang Yuni, with both hands still holding Donghwang Yuni's arm tightly. Hey! This child Ali has been very pitiful since she was a child. We moved twice because of her hair. But each time she was ridiculed by some people. Although Ali behaved fine at the time, we could feel her. It will still be very sad. The couple looked at each other for a moment, then continued. Can we talk to Ali alone? Nanamai didn't ask any more questions, she took Yuni's hand and left. The couple looked at Gong Liulai who was standing there. Ali, have you really made up your mind? You have to know that this is not a small matter, once you choose it, it will be a lifetime event. Gong Liulai walked over to her parents and sat down. Mom, Dad, I know what you are worrying about. I know what you are worrying about, but you don't have to. Soon Gong Liulai will know how she knows Yuni and how she is with Yuni. Nanamai, Anigu, and others have spoken out about their love for them. After listening to the couple, they were silent. It seemed that Gong Liulai had met his true son. Okay. Maybe it's really fate. Hey! The atmosphere became more harmonious when Nanamai met with Gong Liulai's parents again, and the couple quickly decided on the time and place of their engagement. These Yuni and Gong Liulai naturally won't pay too much attention to them, anyway, they are not the same as long as they follow the arrangements. But at this time, the two of them are still very happy, because engagement is equivalent to the two people who have already been, and it is equivalent to a family. Asterisk. Chapter 55. 2 days later, Gong Liulai's parents returned to Tokyo. Yuni and Gong Liulai also returned to their normal lives, and today happened to be the day when everyone in Shihoko gathered to celebrate. The two also went out early today and came to the gate of Shihoko High School. I happened to see 3 people at the door, Akaji Takenori, Kagure Kiminobu, and Akaji Haruko. Hey! You guys are so early. Akaji Haruko jumped up and ran to Gong Liulai's side and took Gong Liulai's hand. Xiaoli, you're finally here, I'm dying of boredom. Gong Liulai smiled. What's the matter, my Haruko, why are you so wrong today? Akaji Haruko hesitantly whispered to Gong Ruri. After a while, Ayako also rushed over, greeted everyone, and joined the small circle of Akaji Haruko and Gong Ruri. Hello everyone! Everyone saw that it was Sakuragi Hanamichi and Hisashi Mitsui walking in the distance. As soon as Sakuragi Hanamichi saw Akaji Haruko, he immediately clinged to him. Haruko, you are so beautiful today. It's Sakuragi. How come you are so slow? Sakuragi Hanamichi was a little embarrassed to hear it. I woke up a little late today so. Before Sakuragi Hanamichi could finish speaking, Sakuragi Hanamichi was knocked out by a bicycle with a bang. Kaed Rukawa. Kaed Rukawa opened his sleepy eyes and found that he had reached the school gate and stopped by the way. Sakuragi Hanamichi got up and yelled at Kaed Rukawa. Damn Kaed Rukawa, I was hit by you last time, this time it's you, did you do it on purpose? Kaed Rukawa didn't speak, parked the car and went to a corner to lean against the wall and continue to sleep. Sakuragi Hanamichi had a big tic-tac sizzle on his head, and he was about to move forward when he heard a voice behind him. Hi! Ayako, you are so beautiful today. Ayako turned to look. It's me Ayaji. You're too slow. Sorry. Sorry. Soon the members of the basketball team arrived one after another, and then a bus stopped at the school gate. Everyone got into the car at the same time, which was an appointment early in the morning. When everyone first decided to go there for a party, everyone thought about it for a long time and finally decided to go camping in the wild. The equipment and food were put on the bus early. In the car, 3 girls, Gongli Yulai, Akaji Haruko, and Ayako, sat together chatting non-stop. From time to time, Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyaji Ryota looked at the 2 girls with nympho looks. Others do their own thing. On the way, everyone also talked about some beautiful scenery and scenic spots passing by from time to time. Soon the bus came to a small river in a forest where birds and flowers were fragrant. The river was flowing slowly and looked very calm. The open space around the river is not deep and the surrounding area is also very large, which is really a good place for camping. After everyone got off the bus, Akaji Haruko suggested to take a photo together and then start camping. Kaka. 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 After taking a group photo, the boys started to camp and move things. The 3 girls started taking pictures and preparing the ingredients. After Donghuang Yuni set up camp, he came to Gongli Yulai's side, and couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw Gongli Yulai's clumsy way of handling ingredients. Yuni reached out and grabbed the ingredients from Gongli Yulai's hand. Come on! Do it for me after you learn it. Gongli Yulai heard what Yuni meant, and it seemed that her intention to cook for Yuni herself was seen through. A happy blush appeared on his face. Donghuang Yuni has never cooked in this life, but in the past life he did not less often. According to memory, Yuni handled the ingredients very skillfully, and Gongli Yulai was also surprised when he saw it. He didn't expect Yuni to cook. After Yuni finished processing, she put the ingredients on the grill. Gongli Yulai, who was next to her, watched quietly, and Yuni's seriousness when cooking made her very fascinated. After a while, Yuni handed the baked dish to Gongli Yulai. Gongli Yulai ate the food in her hands, feeling extremely happy in her heart. The aroma here quickly spread to the noses of other people, and everyone gathered around to help bake the food. The sound of giggling spread throughout the forest, and time hurriedly passed in laughter and laughter. Soon the sun was about to set, and some people returned to their tents to rest, and some people chatted around the campfire. Yuni and Gongli Yulai were sitting by the river and looking at the stars in the sky. Yuni, that star is so pretty. That's the North Star. There is a legend in the Far East that the North Star is. Yuni introduced many legends of stars and constellations to Gongli Yulai. Gongli Yulai was a little sleepy after listening to it, and then slowly lay her head into Yuni's arms. Yuni saw that Gongli Yulai was asleep, so she carried Gongli Yulai and walked into the tent of the 2 of them. When they were setting up camp, the 2 had already decided to use a tent, which made Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyaji Ryota envious of their harassment. Entering the tent, Yuni gently flattened Gongli Yulai and covered the quilt. Just as he was about to get up, a small hand grabbed Yuni's arm tightly. Yuni turned her head to look and saw that Gongli Yulai had opened her eyes and looked at Yuni. Yuni, can you stay with me tonight? Yuni nodded but didn't refuse, and lay on the other side with her. Gongli Yulai opened her eyes and her heart was beating wildly. After the 2 got tired of each other for a while, Gong Liulai was lying on Yuni's chest and said, "Yuni, the luckiest thing in my life is to meet you." Yuni knew that Gong Liulai was a little worried, and then reached out and took out a box from her bag next to her and handed it to Gong Liulai. "Xiao Li, this is my promise. You are one of the most important people in my life, so I will always protect you." When Gong Liulai opened the box and saw the ring inside, tears flowed involuntarily. She even used all her strength to hug Yuni tightly, her body still sobbing constantly. After a while, Gong Liulai calmed down and raised her head to look at Yuni. "The kiss just now is also my promise. I will work hard in the future." Yuni understood what Gong Liulai meant and rubbed Gong Liulai's head. "Okay, don't think about it, you can have more contact with your mother in the future, she should teach you something, and you have to support them when they retire." Gong Liulai nodded seriously. Just like that, Yuni and Gong Liulai slept together for the first time on this quiet night. Asterisk. Chapter 56. The next morning. The bird squeaked across the camp, waking up everyone in the tent. Sakuragi Hanamichi yelled out of the tent excitedly. "Ah, resurrected! Pa!" A gorilla's fist hit Sakuragi Hanamika's head. Akashi Takenori said angrily. "What is it called in the morning?" Sakuragi was about to speak when he saw Akashi Haruko coming out of the tent on the other side. Sakuragi Hanamika's saliva was drooling with Akashi Haruko's lackluster appearance when he just woke up. Akashi Takenori looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi next to him and wanted to throw this kid into the river. Miyagi Ryuta's appearance is similar. After seeing the appearance of Ayako's little bird, the nympho's expression has already made everyone feel that as a man, he does not want to be with him. When Yuni and Gong Liulai walked out of the tent, everyone looked at them with envious eyes. Yuni glanced at them, but Gong Liulai, who was next to her, lowered her head shyly and didn't say a word. "It's not what you think, we're still young." After Yuni finished speaking, he went to prepare breakfast. As for whether they believed it or not, let them judge for themselves. The smoke gradually rose, and everyone chatted while eating, and soon everyone started talking about basketball. This afternoon should be the match between Kanan and Ryanan. Yet, I wonder if Ryanan can beat Kanan. A duel between Sendo and Shinichi Maki. I heard that since they lost to us in the practice match, Ryanan's side has been very crazy during training, especially Sendo. I don't know how strong they are now. If you're curious, how about we go and see? I don't care anymore. Then go. Soon everyone decided on their next destination. After eating and resting for a while, everyone began to pack up, and after everyone had packed up, they got on the bus and began to return. Around noon, everyone finally arrived at the gate of Shihoku's school, and soon everyone put the equipment they brought in temporarily in the basketball department. Then they all set off to Kanan and Ryanan's officialdom. There were bursts of cheers in the arena where Kanan played against Ryanan in Kanagawa Prefecture. As soon as the Shihoku people entered the arena, they were noticed by the surrounding audience. "Look, it's Shihoku's. Akashi Takenori is so tall. It's Kaed Rukawa. That number 99, God Dong Hwang." Everyone's words were nothing but their admiration for Shihoku. After Shihoku's victory over Kanan, the news spread like a virus throughout Kanagawa's colleges and basketball newspapers. All the men's basketball press headlines were about Shihoku's victory over Kanan. What's more interesting is that Shihoku number 99 is the god of the first battle, and Donghwang Yuni is known as the strongest in high school. Even the ace of the winning teams in the national competition is hard to compare to Donghwang Yuni. This kind of news is basically not refuted, because Yuni's power has proved it. The current situation on the field is not optimistic for Ryanan. Sendo is suppressed by Shinichi Maki. Ryanan's team struggled to support, but the difference was not too big. Halfway through the game, 75-70, Kanan took the lead. Donghwang Yuni looked at Sendo off the field. Sendo has improved a lot, but it's still a little worse than Shinichi Maki. It's not just the difference in physical fitness. Hisashi Mitsui next to him asked. What's the meaning? During the game, you also felt the breath of Shinichi Maki. The crowd nodded. That kind of wildness is a kind of intuition that has a beast-like intuition, which is similar to the feeling of playing a ball. A beast, whether it is a lion or a tiger or other, their strength, agility, predation, sense of smell, etc. are beyond human ability. Compared. Akashi Takenori stared at Shinichi Maki off the field. You mean that Shinichi Maki on the field is a beast, and Sendo is a stronger human, right? That's right, with Sendo's talent, he might be able to have wildness, it's up to him to see if he can do it now. Kaed Rukawa asked after hearing what Donghwang Yuni said. Who in Shohoku might have wildness? Yuni glanced at Kaed Rukawa, he understood what Kaed Rukawa meant. With the talents of you and Sakuragi Hanamichi, there is still a chance to get wild. As for the opportunity that others can't help, you have to find it yourself. Kagure Kiminobu said immediately. Is it just the two of them? Yuni smiled. In fact, wildness does not require too high talent. In other words, everyone will have wildness, but how to get it can only depend on oneself. And everyone's wildness is different, and it can be said that everyone wants to be wild. It's all about yourself. Can you choose a different wildness yourself? Of course, in a nutshell, wildness can evolve, from no wildness to having the wildness of a cat and then to the wildness of a tiger, something like this. People will understand when they hear it. Soon the off-court game came to an end. Sendo is still being held down by Shinichi Maki, but Sendo's expression is surprisingly calm. Brush. Basketball into the net. 85-78, Kanan still leads. Soon the field changed, and Sendo's body exuded the same breath as Shinichi Maki that spread throughout the court. Shinichi Maki's pupil shrank. The Shohoku crowd outside the venue was also shocked. Looks like Sendo has found an opportunity. Everyone in Shohoku looked at Sendo, who had awakened wildness off the field, and showed his might. He was able to compete with Shinichi Maki and even get a little cheaper. It turns out that having wildness has such a big impact on combat power, it's incredible. Soon the whistle for the game rang. Ryanan's match with Kanan was tied after Sendo's awakening wild and the two sides ended in a 91-91 draw. In the end, the two teams entered overtime. In the overtime, Sendo lost to Shinichi Maki due to the physical disparity. Ryanan was eliminated by Kanan's 15-point lead in the final score. Yuni looked at Kanan off the court, it seemed that Kanan won in the end. It seems that although there are some butterfly effects due to his existence, the important plot will not change under the world's repair rules. In this case, the champion of the national competition will have some expectations. Asterisk. Chapter 57. The contest in Kanagawa Prefecture is over. Shohoku won the first place in the Kanagawa prefectural competition and won the tickets for the national competition. Kanan lost to Shohoku for second place and also got a ticket to the national championship. Ryanan was a tragic defeat for Kanan, who missed out on the nationals. So far the county competition is completely over. A week after the contest in Kanagawa Prefecture. In the manor. Everyone from the basketball team came to the manor today, which was decided by Yuni and Gong Liulai together. It can be regarded as a real celebration of the first place in the national competition. Compared to the previous celebration by the river, it was much more grand. All kinds of delicacies from mountains and seas are available, and they are filled in the garden of the manor. Yuni also put a player in the corner, and the music inside is a song that Donghwang Yuni specially found and composed, which is the theme song Until the End of the World by Slam Dunk. When the music resounded in everyone's ears, everyone was quiet. Wandering alone in the big city. Like a discarded empty beer can. If you have to explore everything about each other. If it is called love, it is better to sleep forever. I don't want to be separated from you until the end of the world. I made a wish on thousands of nights. Why is the time that never comes back so dazzling? Falling down on a haggard heart. Faint thoughts on this tragic night. And people are always looking for superficial answers. As a result, an irreplaceable treasure is lost. In this street full of desire. Even the stars in the night sky cannot illuminate us. Who will tell me one before the world ends? The most appropriate misfortune to bloom. Everyone is full of expectations but does not believe in forever. But you must also dream of tomorrow. A short time and this tragic night. I don't want to be separated from you until the end of the world. I made a wish on thousands of nights. Why is the time that never comes back so dazzling? Falling down on a haggard heart. Faint thoughts on this tragic night. This tragic night. After the song was over, the flames of youth poured out of everyone's hearts. This song, Yuni, has been copied and sent to the Shohoku basketball team. I believe this song will forever leave the hope of youth in everyone's hearts. Hope this song can bring the light of hope to everyone during the national competition and never go out. After Yuni finished speaking, everyone started to celebrate. Halfway through the celebration, Yuni stated the purpose of the banquet. Everyone, I didn't want to disturb everyone's mood today. But I have to say that I may have to leave the RB country for a while, so I may not be able to participate in the national competition with everyone. When everyone heard this, they opened their eyes first, and then calmed down their hearts. Yuni, where are you going? Aren't you coming back? Why so suddenly? Yuni smiled. Don't worry. I'll be back as soon as possible. But I'll ask you all before that. Yuni paused and continued. Captain, Sakuragi Hanamichi, Kaed Rukawa, Mitsui-senpai, and Miyagi-senpai, come with me, and I'll give you something before I go. The five of them were delighted when they heard it. Everyone knew Donghwang Yuni's skills, it was a treasure. Yuni brought a few people to his basketball court. You should all think that my game is beyond average. But these are not the best. Yuni thought of Kuroko's basketball, even if the game is invincible, or the talent is invincible, even the zone can't do the team in the end. The five of them were all shocked and didn't understand what Donghwang Yuni meant. Yuni doesn't take the ink directly. Whether it's ball skills, zones, wildness and other things beyond ordinary people, although they seem invincible, it's true in a 1v1 situation. But if you encounter a strong team, it may not work, so today I'll give you 3 sets tactics. It's still very possible to stick to the top 3 in the national competition like this. A few were surprised to hear that. Yuni had already selected 3 sets of team tactics in the system mall before today. Basic properties. Name, Donghwang Yuni. S*X, male. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 82 kilograms. Stamina, 99, plus 99%. Strength, 99, plus 99%. Speed, 99, plus 99%. Jump height, 2 meters, plus 800%. Ball control feel, 100, plus 100%. Hit rate, 100, plus 100%. Talent skills. Perfect copy, unawakened, full court 3-pointer, awakened, super high-speed dribble, awakened, Emperor Eye, awakened, impeccable defense, not awakened. Possess ball skills, butterfly step through flower, gutter, meteor slam dunk, sunshine shooting blue, 3 points from heaven, earth and void, magic passing, right to play backwards, disappearing dribble, phantom shot, fantasy footsteps. Self-created ball skills, passing shot, smashing shot, wire hook shot, elbow shot, swing pass, zero return, elbow pass. Wild species, alien. Wild progress, 74%. Wild introduction, space life forms from aliens have the characteristics of intelligence, violence, agility, outbreaks, a sense of oppression, and tenacious vitality. Zone, not enabled, can be enabled. Achievement points, 47,247. Yuni felt a little pain in the eyes of his points, and he could exchange for talent awakening potion with a little more. However, people are not as good as heaven and finally decided to give the basketball team a whole card before leaving. System, exchange for one-word song snake array. Ding! One-word song snake array exchange successfully. Introduction of the one-character snake array. 5 people are arranged in a line, and they move left and right on a line to switch positions. While one player moves, the other members move in different directions to avoid blind spots. Teammates in the team can pass the ball to the snake head according to the direction of the teammate's movement. When the basketball reached the snake's head, the rest of the players folded inward to form a curling tendency of the snake's body, which made the opponent unable to bounce, allowing the snake's head to attack and score. System, exchange the 5-party gathering wind array. Ding! The 5-party gathering wind array was successfully exchanged. Introduction of the 5-party wind array. 5 people stand at 5 points in a circular form, and the 5 people move in a clockwise or counterclockwise direction at the same time. When the formation is formed, no matter whether it is passing or breaking through, the formation must be maintained and the 5 players will move towards the middle at the same time. When moving closer, you can change the points at will and spread to the 5 points at the same time until there is no one in the basket to gather here. The 4-man pick and roll surrounds one person in the middle to score easily. System, exchange the 5 tigers for the battle array. Ding! The 5 tigers compete for the formation and the exchange is successful. 5 tiger formation introduction. 5 team members stand in a straight line in the horizontal row at the same time, as if 5 tigers are hunting and besieging a point and each has a division of labor. In a way that one mountain cannot tolerate 2 tigers, 5 teammates can grab the ball from each other to attack the enemy's defense basket and score, so that others can't tell who will score and who will grab the ball from teammates. Yuni introduced 3 tactical formations in detail to several people. The 5 people were stunned when they heard it. They never thought that playing basketball was like fighting a war. After learning about the 3 formations and tactics, several people felt that their players had reached a point of wind, and they felt that no one would lose. Yuni has quickened Akashi take Nori with some dos and don'ts and how to train this 3-center formation. The days that follow can only depend on their own, and how much they can cooperate depends on the will of God. After a series of explanations, a lot of time has passed, and when a few people came back, the celebration had come to an end. Donghuang Yuni and Gong Liulai personally sent everyone out of the manor. Gong Liulai took Donghuang Yuni's arm. Yuni, is this really okay? For me. As soon as he said this, Yuni interrupted him. Xiao Li, for me, I can give up everything except my family. Besides, I may come back before the end of the national competition. Then Yuni picked up Gong Liulai's pretty face and looked at Gong Liulai seriously. From the day I met you, you are one of the most important and indispensable lights in my life. Gong Liulai looked at Donghuang Yuni at the moment with blurred eyes. At this moment, the two stood at the door of the manor and looked at each other affectionately, as if a pair of God's works had drawn the love at this time. The next day at Kyoto International Airport, a silver-haired teenager walked into the airport service hall together holding the hand of a silver-haired girl. This time we're going to Dad's European headquarters in New York to get engaged. Dad is ready there. Just wait for the 2 of us to arrive. Yuni, I'm a little nervous. What is there to be nervous about? My uncle, aunt and my mother have already left early. I wanted to go with Grandpa Gigu, but he refused. I think he wants us 2 to have more of a 2-person world. Grandpa Gigu is so old and worried about him. Yuni knocked Gong Liulai on the head. What are you thinking about? Grandpa Gigu has a much better body than you and me. Don't look at his age, his physical quality is incomparable to some people in the army. Let's go. Let's start walking towards the auditorium we want in the future. ***. Chapter 58. RB Country. The summer competition, the national sports in autumn, and the winter selection are collectively known as the three prosperous times of college basketball. And among the three prosperous times in colleges and universities, one of them is the prosperous age in the prosperous world of college basketball in the RB country, that is, the national competition. In a gymnasium in Hiroshima. The sound of the speech reverberated throughout the stadium, and in the stadium plaza stood rows of members of the high school basketball team in colorful uniforms. Shihoko and the others watched their regional opponents in the match distribution column. At this moment, a voice came from behind. "It's a shame. I'm in the same group as Suna and Iwa." Shihoko looked back and found that it was Kanan and his party. Kiyota Nobunaga sneered at this time. "I heard that your number 99 seems to be unable to participate in the competition because of something. This time you are finished." Sakuragi Hanamichi said angrily. "What are you talking about, wild monkeys?" Kiyota Nobunaga laughed. "Looks like I won't have a chance to fight you again." Kiyota Nobunaga then pointed at Kaed Rukawa and said, "I originally planned to have a showdown with you in this competition. I admit that I am not the opponent of that guy Dong Huang, but as for you Kaed Rukawa." Kaed Rukawa gave him a blank look and said, "Anyway, we always have to beat them, just eat a little bit and eat a little bit earlier." Akashi Takenori nodded as well. "That's right, in order to dominate the country, no matter what their opponents are, we have to defeat them." Akashi Takenori looks at Shinichi Maki. "Let's play against you in the semifinals." Shinichi Maki. Shinichi Maki smiled. "This time your trump card is not there, your chances are not high. We will be much easier. As for you, let's wait for the promotion." Kiyota Nobunaga burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha! Indeed it is!" Sakuragi Hanamichi roared. "Even if we don't have Yuni this time, we definitely won't admit defeat. You can do it for yourself." The corners of Shinichi Maki's mouth twitched. "Okay. So are you. Hey. Are you serious? You even want to fight Kanan? What do you guys think?" Everyone turned to look and found that it was a group of people in blue uniforms. Sakuragi Hanamichi suddenly popped out and pointed at the man with braids in front of him. "It's you again. They had some conflicts on the train before and it was not very pleasant." Akashi Takenori glanced and turned his head. "Let's go. Ignore them." The leading braided man looked at Shinichi Maki. "Amu, I heard that you suffered a lot from them in the preliminaries. What's going on? It seems that one of the top four has collapsed first." Everyone in Kanan looked at each other with fire-breathing eyes. Shinichi Maki's expression changed slightly and then fell into peace. "I'm sorry, who are you?" "Ha ha ha." Kiyota Nobunaga and Sakuragi Hanamichi laughed aside. "Uncle Amu said it well. I think I'm a big man, yet dare to speak rudely to Senior Mu. You are 10 years too early. Little braids." The opponent said angrily. "What did you say? Do you want to die? I killed you all." Sakuragi Hanamika's expression froze. "Oh? Do you want to fight? Oh? What's the matter, quarrel?" Akashi Takenori shouted loudly. "Don't argue, don't make unnecessary arguments." "He's right, stop it Kishimoto." Shinichi Maki looked at the man who was talking and walked up to Kaed Rukawa. "That should be their captain Changnan, Kaed Rukawa, you better watch out for him. Tomorrow we will know who is stronger." "Akashi, we are all basketball players, no matter who wins or loses, we won't hold grudges." Akashi Takenori nodded. "Certainly." Soon everyone went back separately. The next day. The day for the first round of the national championship has finally arrived. Today is Shihoko vs Toyasu, the same group of people in blue uniforms that I met yesterday. Beeb. On the other side, in a luxurious hotel in New York. Donghuang Yuni holds the phone. "Hey, How is it, the game should start today? Akashi Take Nori listened to the voice on the phone. Yuni. Yes, we're getting ready to go to the game right now. The opponent is Toyotama. That's right, you're pretty well informed. Don't forget that there are many people in my family in RB country. I forgot. It's not a problem to beat Toyotama with your current strength, but I really didn't expect you to face Suna so soon, and then use what I gave you to avoid injury. Akashi Take Nori was silent for a while. I will. I know what you think, Suna's strength is not something that the current Shihoko can compete with. If you don't use some means, even if you win, your vitality will be greatly damaged, so you'd better use those tactics and don't forget your dreams. Akashi Tekinori's pupils shrank, the national champion. I understand, thank you. There was a gentle voice next to Yuni putting down the phone. Yuni, do you look good in this dress? Yuni turned her head to see that Gong Liulai was walking around in a blue dress. It's so pretty, but you should be wearing it for my dad. Gong Liulai was embarrassed. Ah. This, he said it would suit you better if you wore a blue dress. Yuni held her forehead. I said slyly, that's what he said when he was fascinated by his mother in a blue dress when he was young. Chapter 59. Hiroshima Gymnasium, Shihoko Lounge. After Akashi Take Nori put down the phone, he started to study tactics with everyone. First of all, on the jump ball I'll get the ball back, Kaed Rukawa, when you get there you just run forward and grab the ball on the fast break like you did with Kanan. Kaed Rukawa said helplessly. It is good. Sakuragi Hanamichi pointed at Kaed Rukawa with disdain. Gorilla, can I rely on Kaed Rukawa? Last time he was stopped by Uncle Amu and the plan failed. Kaed Rukawa gave Sakuragi Hanamichi a sidelong glance. Shut up, I'll never be stopped by anyone again. Kagure Kiminobu saw that the atmosphere was not right and immediately made a round. Sakuragi, you have to show everyone your training results. Sakuragi Hanamichi clasped his fists and said proudly. Sure enough, are you expecting me? I, Sakuragi, can no longer be compared to when I made my first regional appearance, but the day has come when my genius Sakuragi will become a rising star in Japan. Coach Anze holds the entry form in his hand and looks at everyone so motivated. Roar! Roar! Smile! Other teams look down on us, then we'll let them know they're wrong. Akashi Take Nori also said loudly. That's right, don't forget we still have 3 whole cards. You mean the 3 tactics Yuni taught? Yeah, it's not quite finished yet, but I feel that even Suna won't necessarily be able to stop us. Everyone felt confident when they heard Akashi Tekinori's words. Defeat Toyo! Defeat Toyo! Defeat Toyo! Inside the presidential suite of a luxury hotel in New York. Yuni muttered to herself looking at the scenery outside the car window. Looks like the game has started. Hey? Yuni, you really still care? Ah? Ahem, it's my own team after all. When the doors of the passages of both sides opened at the same time, players from both sides began to play. Come on! Shihoko, come on! Rich Jade, Rich Jade, Rich Jade! Toyotama's audience began to ridicule when they saw the Shihoko crowd. Hey! That BD number 10, what is your head? Kishimoto, kill that number 10. Kishimoto, who stepped onto the court, looked at the opposite side. You don't need to say I'll deal with him too. Shihoko didn't have much emotion when they looked at the arrogant Fenjio people on the other side. Since Donghuang Yuni handed them 3 sets of tactics, they knew very well that there are very few people who can compete with Shihoko in the national competition. There is no need. Be more tongue-in-cheek, everything depends on strength to speak. Toyosu basketball player list. Iwata Mitsuaki, number 8, center, 3rd grade, 190 centimeters. Kishimoto Minori, number 5, power forward, 3rd grade, 188 centimeters. Tsuyoshi Minami, number 4, small forward, 3rd grade, 184 centimeters. Shizhima Kyohei, number 6, shooting guard, 3rd grade, 180 centimeters. Itakura Daijiro, number 7, point guard, sophomore, 183 centimeters. Shohoku basketball team roster. Akaji Takenori, number 4, center, 3rd grade, 197 centimeters. Sakuragi Hanamichi, number 10, power forward, 1st year, 189 centimeters. Kaed Rukawa, number 11, small forward, freshman, 187 centimeters. Hisashi Mitsui, number 14, shooting guard, 3rd grade, 184 centimeters. Miyagi Ryota, number 7, point guard, sophomore, 168 centimeters. Kishimoto Minori looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi and taunted. I heard that you have a very powerful guy, it seems that he is not there. What, did you run away? Sakuragi Hanamichi looked at each other coldly. You can't use him for a small role like you. Soon the two sides began to jump the ball, and Akaji Takenori and Iwata Mitsuaki fought for the ball. Akaji Takenori shoots the basketball to Miyagi Ryota with a height advantage. As agreed before the game, he quickly threw the ball to Kaed Rukawa, who was ahead. But it didn't go as planned, the ball was intercepted by Toyotama's number 4 Tsuyoshi Minami before it reached Kaed Rukawa. After receiving the ball, Tsuyoshi Minami quickly rushed to Shohoku's basket. When Hisashi Mitsui came to block the 3-point line, Tsuyoshi Minami swung back and passed the ball to number 6 Shijima Kyohei. After getting the ball, Ishishima Kyohei rushed to the inside and jumped up and shot. 0-2, Fenjihu took the lead to score. Hateful. The Shohoku people never expected to be scored first by the opponent. Shohoku served. Miyagi Ryota was a little angry because the opponent had just thrown a ball over his head. After serving, Miyagi Ryota dribbled the ball directly into the opponent's basket, and jumped up abruptly to prepare to shoot. Pa! A clack! Kishimoto Minori flew the basketball racket out of Miyagi Ryota's hands. Soon Kishimoto Minori quickly caught up with the flying basketball, got the ball and rushed into Shohoku's basket under the screen of his teammates to score. 0-4. Toyoyu scored 2 more points. It was Shohoku serving again, but not long after, Kishimoto Minori rammed Sakuragi Hanamichi covertly and angered Sakuragi Hanamichi. Sakuragi Hanamichi angrily rammed Kishimoto Minori hard and was called for a foul by the referee. The result was 2 more points under Shohoku's defense soon after Toyotama served. 0-6, Shohoku lost 6 points in less than a minute. When the audience saw this scene, they felt that Toyama was terrifying, or that Shohoku was weak. Just when the audience was talking, off the field, Shohoku's ball was cut off by Toyo again and he scored 3 points. 0-9. In Kanan's team, Kiyota Nobunaga scratched his head. Ah! Why do they always start so badly? They keep being scored by the opponent, and the opponent scored 9 points in just 1 minute. At this time, Riki Takato came over and said seriously. This kind of fast attacking method is the way of play of Toyoyu. Even if the coaches changed this year, their style has not changed. This is also the tradition of Toyosu, a frequent visitor to national competitions. Shinichi Maki also said seriously. Shoyo also lost to Toyo last year. Riki Takato started speaking again at this time. But Shohoku is not so weak, but don't think they will become unbearable without Donghwang Yuni. In the audience, Sakuragi's gang 3 people. Hey! I thought they could at least win the first game. According to this situation, I may be going back to my hometown today. It's very possible. Akaji Haruko, who was sitting next to him, watched the situation off the field. It really deserves to be the representative of the big board in the fierce battle zone. All of them are very powerful, but I always think they are very annoying. At this time, the Shohoku people fell silent, and the anger of several people was gradually rising. Time passed little by little, and Shohoku called a timeout. Under the arrangement of Coach Anze, Shohoku finally returned to the original state and began to score. Soon half-time is over. The score ended at 28-34. Shohoku trailed Toyama by 6 points in the first half. Asterisk. Chapter 60. Inside a field on the streets of New York. Gong Liulai kept shouting. Yuni, come on, come on. Bang. 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 Several black and white people on the court played street basketball with Donghwang Yuni. Several tall black people looked at Donghwang Yuni's freewheeling movements in surprise. Bang! Yuni scored another goal. Several foreigners were helplessly slumped on the ground. Oh! Oh my God! Yuni, you are so amazing, it's incredible. I've never seen someone so powerful before. Ha! It's all right. Let's go here first today. I should go back too. After saying that, Donghwang Yuni said goodbye to a few people and then took Gong Liulai's little hand and left. The two walked slowly in the brightly lit street. It has been a month since the two came to New York, and Gong Liulai is not as shy as before. Now the relationship between the two is as good as the fusion of beeswax, and Gong Liulai is much more daring than before, and often takes the initiative to tease Donghwang Yuni. But Donghwang Yuni Hisuran is also a person with strong perseverance. Yes, he is strong, as long as it is not too much. Gong Liulai said suddenly. Yuni, do you think they will win? Yuni's mouth twitched. Don't worry, Xyli, it may be difficult for them at first, but after that, it may be difficult. As long as they get used to the atmosphere of the competition, Fenjiho can go home in despair. Yuni is not exaggerating. Before leaving, Yuni not only handed them tactics, but also briefly inspired the wildness of Akaji Takenori, Kaed Rukawa, and Sakuragi Hanamichi. To put it simply, it is an opportunity for them to further feel how to enter the wild in the state of pseudo zone. On the other side of the arena, Shohoku gradually got into form after the start of the second half. Using strength far beyond the first half, from the very beginning, he gradually began to suppress Toyo. 57-57. Damn, what's the matter with them? The first half was obviously not so strong. Toyotama and everyone looked at Shohoku and felt a little unreal. Everyone in Canaan felt the same way when they saw Shohoku at the moment. Although they were suppressed by Donghwang Yuni before, they really felt that Shohoku was the type that got better and better. Shinichi Maki said while looking at the game below. Looks like Fuyu is in danger. Captain, are you saying that Fuyu will lose? I can't say that either, but I have a feeling that Shohoku won't lose. Sure enough, in the middle of the second half, Toyo, who was suppressed by Shohoku like a complete explosion, couldn't lift his head. 76-73. 85-79. 97-82. In the end, Sakuragi Hanamicha's crazy rebounding and others kept scoring, and the final score was fixed in a 114-87 victory over Toyotama. Shinichi Maki looked at the Shohoku crowd off the field. Looks like Shohoku already has the strength to finish in the top 4 in the national competition, really looking forward to their showdown with Suna. Kiyota Nobunaga clenched his fists and he felt the pressure. In the presidential suite of a luxury hotel in New York. Congratulations, next time, please do your best. I will try to go back as soon as possible, and if I can't go back in time, you will help to win the championship. Also, don't forget the 3 sets of tactics before. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me in advance. Also, the next battle is Suna. I believe you will win. That's it, bye. Hang up the phone. Donghwang Yuni smiled. Yuni, you won the game. That's great. Gong Liulai walked up to Donghwang Yuni, cupped Donghwang Yuni's face and kissed her. Yuni has long been used to it, and since coming to New York for a week, the harem liuli has become a little more open. But of course it is only for Donghwang Yuni. The major basketball newspapers in RB will soon release the latest news. Shocked. The dark horse of the competition was shocked, and the top 4 teams lost. The news spread like snowflakes throughout the high school basketball world. All high school basketball clubs were a little surprised to hear the news. I never imagined that Toyo would be defeated. Dao is a regular visitor to the top 4. Is Shohoku so powerful? Cannot believe it. Sendo and Yusha's eyes burned when they saw the news. Next year I will beat you guys. Akashi, don't let me down. Shohoku lounge. Akashi Haruko ran in and said happily. Congratulations on winning the first battle. It's Haruko. Let's go back first when we're done resting. After everyone packed up, they left the venue. After returning to the dormitory, everyone went to the hot spring with almost the same number of people. Everyone was very tired for today's game because they were not quite used to it. A hot spring bath can relax. Everyone is more silent when they are relaxing, because there is a pressure in their hearts. So the next game is Shohoku vs Sunahai. Sunahai has been known as the strongest high school for many years and has never lost. In addition, the list of players who have been promoted has also appeared one after another. At this time, Ayako hurriedly held the promotion table. The first day of the game has all ended, and now the list of promotions has all come out. Aihe College defeated Henjiu Industry 103-58. Daeyoung College defeats Fufang 81-48. Urayazu Commercial defeats Tanglai Industry 93-58. Sure enough, Suna made the cut too. Of course. Shohoku. Everyone laughed and laughed when they saw the list. Did you see it? How dare you say that we are a C-level team? We defeated A-level Toyo. No, it should be an AA-level team. The gorilla had a serious face and a little smile. Don't get too carried away, stupid. Sakuragi Hanamichi patted Akashi Takenori on the shoulder and laughed. Ha ha ha. Aren't you happy too, gorilla? We just won a game. Yasuda Yasuharu shouted at this time. Akashi-senpai, have your phone. After Akashi Takenori took the call. The deep-bodied Tangzawa. Coach Tanazawa. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you on winning the first round. Tomorrow is the real test. Akashi, Suna is very strong asterisk. Chapter 61. Inside the Sunahai dormitory. Coach Domoto of Sunahai spoke to his players with a videotape. Everyone first take a good look at the opponents they are responsible for, what they are good at, what they are not good at, their action patterns, small movements, and their character on the court. Everyone should pay attention to observation and study. After speaking, Coach Domoto walked out of the room. At this time, Aida Yayoi came over from a distance. That's amazing. Coach Domoto. Even though his opponent is the obscure Shohoku, he still does not hesitate to study countermeasures. This attitude of not taking the enemy lightly makes me believe that this year's Suna will also be the champion of the competition. We will not underestimate the enemy, because no matter how strong we are, in the end, we are just high school students. Anything can happen. Coach Domoto is right. I wonder if Coach Domoto has heard of Shohoku's number 99. You mean the number 99 who led Shohoku to defeat Kanon? Yes, at the beginning I thought he was just a high school student, but I've heard of it, but no matter how the competition is based on the elimination system, there must be a good result. I'm sorry. Looking at Coach Domoto leaving, Aida Yayoi thought to herself, although I don't know much about Donghwang Yuni, I don't believe that people like him will leave nothing for Shohoku after they leave. Coach Domoto, this time Suna may be in trouble. Inside a restaurant in Hiroshima. Anze, I didn't know you were still coaching. I only heard that you quit your job as a college coach, but I didn't know you went to college. If we can coach in Toyo for 2 more years, our pair college-age cohorts can come to a contest. Do you think I should show the players Suna's game footage? What does it matter to them? Are you just worried about these things? Hey! It's no wonder you're worried, the level is too far off. It's no longer a question of whether I believe my players or not, if someone loses confidence because they've seen the tape. That's definitely a rare thing, but... Coach Anze thought of Donghuang Yuni, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the Shihoko dormitory, Coach Anze told the players to go silent after watching the previous video of Suna and Kanan fighting. Sakuragi Hanamichi pinched Miyagi Ryuta's cheek at this time. What's the matter, Xiaogong, why are you faceless? Happy people who don't understand anything, after watching these clips still don't know how strong Suna is. What? This way, there will be no additional psychological stress. Akashi Takenori said seriously. The standard is too different. Ayako said suddenly at this time. What would he think if Yuni was still there? When Kagure Kiminobu heard it, he jumped up and said. Although Yuni is not here, didn't he leave us 3 sets of tactics before he left? I believe in Yuni. Everyone remembered what Kagure Kiminobu said. Yes, we still have a whole card, which we haven't used before because Shihoko has the strength to beat his opponent. However, it may be difficult to get to Suna. Since it is difficult, try Yuni's method. Coach Anze said to everyone seriously at this time. You must have absolute unshakable faith. Then the phone rang. Coach Anze, your phone. After Coach Anze answered the phone. Ah. Woo. Woo. It's Yuni. Haha. I'm wondering if you guys are having a big headache right now. You guessed it, they're under a lot of pressure right now. Don't worry. You just need to tell them that it's easy to beat Suna with the tactics I gave as long as you don't make mistakes. By the way, there is one more thing you may not know about the coach. Sakuragi, Akashi, and Kaed Rukawa already have wildness. They don't have the freedom to inspire control, though, that's up to you. What did you say? Coach Anze looked at the 3 of them, and the 3 of them felt uncomfortable. I understand. By the way, the coach, there is one more thing, you don't tell them, you have to put more pressure on them. Roar! 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 Say it. That's my 3 sets. It doesn't matter if they make mistakes. You must have known this, coach. I have some ideas, but I can't be sure, but now that you have said it, it proves that I have the right idea. Okay, then that's it. It must be daytime over there. I'll rest first, and call me anytime if you have any questions. After hanging up the phone, Coach Anze walked up to the crowd. Kaed Rukawa, Sakuragi Hanamichi, Akashi Takenori, how's the wildness of the 3 of you? The 3 of them were hesitant to hear about this, but Coach Anze understood them when they saw them. Then Coach Anze left with the 3 of them. Everyone didn't know what they were going to do, but they could more or less guess something, which must be related to wildness. Asterisk. Chapter 62. The next day. The day of the Suna battle has finally come. When the Shihoko people came to the gym, what they saw was Kanan-affiliated high school versus Miyazushi. By the end of the first half, it was time for Shihoko and Suna to warm up. Ah! It's Suna. Played out. Sawakita classmate. I'm here specifically for you. I want to win this year too. Shihoko people felt the enthusiasm of the audience. This. How is this going? Just a practice match. Akashi Takenori frowned, and as Coach Anze said, no one expected Shihoko to win at all. Ayako on the sidelines exclaimed. The momentum of the audience is really huge. Almost all of the audience came to see Suna. Everyone in Shihoko was stunned by the momentum on the field. Akashi Takenori said with a cold sweat on his head. Don't be affected. If you are affected by the opponent's momentum before the game, you are destined to be defeated by the opponent. Don't forget that we still have trump cards. What is Suna? Number 1 is nothing. Don't you want to surpass Yuni? If you can't win, how can you catch up with Yuni's footsteps? When everyone in Shihoko heard it, they were sure that there was nothing wrong. Suna was nothing compared to Yuni. Suna is very strong, but Yuni is a super monster, and the whole team of Suna may not be able to defeat Yuni's monster alone. Soon the two sides took to the stage to conduct their own warm-up exercises. Minutes passed by. There was a sudden alley oop from Suna High, the ball hit the backboard and bounced, and Kawada jumped up to catch the ball and turned his back for a dunk. Bang! Ah! That guy Kawada is really good at it. Soon Suna's side packed up and prepared to go back. Shihoko was taken aback by Suna's actions. Amazing! Is this Suna? Sakuragi Hanamichi looked at Kawada's actions just now, and his head was full of smoke. Sakuragi Hanamichi stood outside the three-point arc alone with the ball in his hands and turned to look at Suna. You guys have a good look at it. Savage Legion. Soon Sakuragi Hanamichi rushed to the hoop with the ball in one hand, and when he ran to the free throw line, he jumped up and made a dunk. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Jumping from the free throw line, what a joke! They had to know that Donghwang Yuni could have done this long ago and wondered what they would think. Unfortunately, with a loud bang, the basketball did not slam into the hoop, but bounced off the edge of the hoop. Sakuragi Hanamichi fell from the sky without standing still and fell. Shihoko couldn't stand it anymore, so they rushed over to grab Sakuragi Hanamichi's legs and dragged him away. Everyone in Suna looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi with a serious expression. Kawada opened his mouth. Sawakita, can you jump from the free throw line to the hoop? Impossible, too reluctant. After the break, Kanan and Ma Gongzi continued in the second half of the game. On the other side of the competition venue, a surprising result came to an end. It's a match between Chongcheng vs Mingpeng Industry. 56-102, Mingpeng Industry won. Monster. That guy is a monster. A tall and burly man of size 15 who had just left Mingpeng Industry had just sat down and a group of reporters came up. Can I interview you, please? Are you really 16? When did you start playing basketball? The burly man on the 15th is named Sen Zhongquan. The center is 199 centimeters tall and weighs 100 kilograms. I started playing basketball in the summer of my second year of high school. Everyone was shocked, it was only more than a year of experience. At this time an old man waved his hand. Hey! Don't praise this kid. Then the old man patted Sen Zongquan's back. Let's go. Quan. 50 points, 20 rebounds, 10 blocks, this is Mori's first game in Mingpeng Industry. On the other side, a figure ran into the Shihoko lounge. Miyagi Ryota just stopped and saw Coach Anze. Teacher. If you run around like this, you will be weak in the game. If I don't move around I'm going to think a lot of bad things. Oh why? Because of the opponent. Coach Anze looks at Miyagi Ryota. I also understand that there is a height gap between you and the opposing point guard, but I think that's an advantage. Hey? I have an advantage. Although your opponent is indeed very tall at 180 centimeters, you shouldn't say that you are afraid until today, right? Haven't you been encountering this kind of thing since you were a child? Coach Anze paused and spoke again. I thought you had always been confident in your speed and agility. But since you said that, I guess I was wrong. After speaking, Coach Anze left, and no one saw the wise look that Coach Anze leaked. Miyagi Ryota stood there blankly, silently pondering. In one of the toilets in the gym, Hisashi Mitsui was going to the toilet when he suddenly saw something out of the corner of his eye. I turned around and saw that it was Coach Anze. Ah! Coach Anze! It's Mitsui-san! Ah! No! No P, just came here. In fact, Hisashi Mitsui is already going to the toilet for the third time. Coach Anze has already seen this. Coach Anze looked at Hisashi Mitsui and said. You also saw Suna's lineup just now. Yeah, they seem to have put another guy at shooting guard on purpose. The guy who was called up is Ichinakura, and he's a well-known defense expert in the national high school community. It's enough to prove that they have a fear of you from any angle. After speaking, Coach Anze left with his hands behind his back. Somewhere in the hallway inside the gym, Sakuragi Hanamichi is constantly practicing with a basketball. Fake a shot, repeat this twice, double fake, then. Suddenly a voice came from behind Sakuragi Hanamichi. That's a double dribble. Sakuragi Hanamichi looked back in surprise. Old man. Sakuragi-san, you seem calm. Humph. I've already made a big ugly face in front of all the audience, what else is there to be afraid of? Coach Anze touched his chin. Oh? So you are also afraid? He was interrupted by Sakuragi Hanamichi before he could finish speaking. No. Coach Anze watched Sakuragi Hanamichi finally roar. 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 He laughed and left. 10 minutes later, Coach Anze said while standing in front of everyone. Suna seems to have a lot of advantages. Akashi Takenori said seriously. That's right, but I'm sorry, viewers, it can't be as you wish. Before the game, anyone will have a panic mentality. If you can face it bravely and don't run away, you can restore your ideal mental state after overcoming this mentality. Akashi Takenori looked at the crowd. It's almost time for us to play, are you ready? Oh. Listen everyone, 99% of the audience are Suna supporters. Are we going to be villains? Do you remember what Yuni said? If the world thinks I'm the enemy, then I'll give myself the power to destroy the world and shut them up. This is the answer Donghwang Yuni got when the crowd asked Donghwang Yuni what he would do if there were all Suna people in the meeting hall before he left. Everyone in Shohoku felt that Donghwang Yuni looked so powerful, this is what an emperor should look like. Soon the Shohoku crowd walked out of the passage. The game on the field was also over. Kainan defeated Ma Gongzi 104-49 for Kainan's first victory in the tournament. The game had just ended, and the Shohoku crowd immediately went to the field. Okay, we'll be one step ahead of Suna on the pitch. Everyone in Suna was stunned when they saw Shohoku's move. Shohoku. Definitely win. Everyone was excited to see this scene. Shohoku's aura is amazing. It seems that the fighting spirit is very high. Soon the match between Shohoku and Suna High officially started. Asterisk. Chapter 63. On the playing field in the stadium. Red Square Shohoku. White Suna. Game start. Suna High's squad list. Fukatsu Kazunari, number 4, point guard, 3rd grade, 180 cm tall. Kawada Masashi, number 7, center, 3rd grade, 194 cm tall. Sawakita Eiji, number 9, small forward, sophomore, 188 cm tall. Nobu Masahiro, number 5, center, 3rd grade, 198 cm. Satoshi Ichinakura, number 8, guard, 3rd grade, 171 cm. Shohoku basketball team player list. Akashi Takenori, number 4, center, 3rd grade, 197 cm. Sakuragi Hanamichi, number 10, power forward, 1st year, 189 cm. Kaed Rukawa, number 11, small forward, freshman, 187 cm. Hisashi Mitsui, number 14, shooting guard, 3rd grade, 184 cm. Miyagi Ryota, number 7, point guard, sophomore, 168 cm. Akashi Takenori scuffles with Kawada Masashi. Outside the stadium, all the teams aiming to defeat Sunahai have come to the audience one after another. A few hours before the start of the game in a tense atmosphere on the field. New York Private Airport on the other side. Yuni, Xylee, are you going back so soon? After all, it's a national competition, so I'm still a little worried. Even if I leave, I'm still a member of the team, and I still don't want my team to lose. Mom and Dad, you are waiting for us in New York. When I win the national championship, I will come back with Xylee. Hey! After the phone call with Coach Anze yesterday, Donghwang Yuni always felt that his teammates would fall off the chain. Because of his knowledge of slam dunk animations in his previous life, Yuni knew their characters too well. Even if Yuni taught them the three formation tactics before leaving, he was still worried, and Yuni didn't want to lose the chance to win the national championship, let alone the chance to win the national championship with the protagonists. Yuni finally thought about it carefully, and finally decided to go back with Gong Liulai first, and then come back after participating in the national competition. Now I can participate in the second half of the game with Suna when I go back. I have already agreed with Coach Anze that I will go back as soon as possible, so I also reported Donghwang Yuni's name when I signed up with the competition organizing committee. RB Nation, Shihoka vs Sunahai in the arena. Akashi Takenori and Kawada Masashi slapped the ball out. Hisashi Mitsui jumped and rubbed the ball with his palm, which bounced into Sakuragi Hanamichi's hand. Sakuragi Hanamichi was about to make a move when Satoshi Ichinakura stopped him, and Sakuragi Hanamichi passed the ball to Miyagi Ryota in the back. Sideline. Well done. There were bursts of praise from the Shihoka bench. As expected of the troubled student corps, such a team should give people a little hope. Shihoku's players can face this game with the best mental state. In other words, they have at least overcome the mental obstacle that no one can defeat Suna. In the audience, they weren't intimidated by Suna's fame at all. Miyagi Ryota quickly dribbled to Suna's three-point line and threw the ball in the direction of the hoop. Nobe Masahiro immediately jumped up to steal the ball. Just then Sakuragi Hanamichi emerged from behind him, grabbed the basketball with one hand and slammed it into the hoop. Bang! 2-0, Shihoku took the lead. Everyone was shocked. In the end, Suna and Shihoku didn't expect Sakuragi Hanamichi to score the first goal, and it was still such an imposing dunk. Well done Sakuragi! As expected of a genius. There was no rest after the start of the game, and Shihoku played back and forth with Suna without a trace of timidity behind Sakuragi Hanamichi's first goal. When the basketball arrived in Hisashi Mitsui's hands, he shot the ball with ease. Whether it was the balance of the body, the stitching of the fingertips touching the ball, or the smoothness of the wrist swing, they were all flawless. The ball will never miss. Brush. Basketball into the net. The score was 8-4 and Shihoku took the lead. Suna is not to be outdone. Fukatsu Kazunari took advantage of the three-point line after receiving the ball, and took advantage of the height gap to shoot over Miyagi Ryota's head. Brush. Basketball into the net. The score was 8-6. Soon Shihoku returned the same color. After Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi Ryota's pass and pick and roll, Hisashi Mitsui got to Suna's three-point line for a catch. Brush. Basketball into the net. 11-6. Sakuragi Hanamichi and Miyagi Ryota praised after Hisashi Mitsui. You voted really well today. It's not the same as usual, little 3. That's right. Shut up and get back on defense. Coach Domoto of Sunahai stood up and looked at Hisashi Mitsui on the field. It seems that Mitsui is quite confident in the three-point shot, and has no hesitation in making a decision. In the audience. Too fast. His shot is really quick. It's so fast that you can still throw in. The game continues. Satoshi Ichinakura stared at Hisashi Mitsui and thought, maybe he is so confident in basketball because of his height, let me put some pressure on him. It was then that Suna's Nobe Masahiro passed Sakuragi Hanamichi for a slam dunk into Shihoku's basket. 11-8. Hisashi Mitsui suddenly felt the pressure doubled after receiving the ball again, and found that Satoshi Ichinakura's defense was tighter than before, and he couldn't shoot at all. As expected of a defensive expert. Coach Sabbath looked at Hisashi Mitsui on the field and thought to himself. You should be able to regain your confidence now, because now you have completely surpassed your past self. On the court, Hisashi Mitsui suddenly accelerated and dribbled past Satoshi Ichinakura, and Kawada Masashi immediately stepped forward to defend. Hisashi Mitsui didn't pass the ball, and swung the ball to Akaji Takenori, who was coming from the side. Drink! With a loud roar, Akaji Takenori jumped up with the ball in both hands and slammed the basketball into the hoop. 13-8. Kawada Masashi looked at Akaji Takenori with a serious expression. Kawada Masashi then took a jump shot in front of Akaji Takenori. Brush! Basketball into the net. 13-10. Kawada Masashi provoked Akaji Takenori with both hands. How about it? Akaji Takenori narrowed his eyes. A hole. There was a burst of noise from the audience. Is it about to start? It's almost time to start. Suna's full-scale counterattack. Everyone here in Canaan is also whispering. It's been almost 3 minutes since the start of the game, and Shihoku has a 3-point lead, even when number 99 is not there. Shihoku played well. Since the opening, Mitsui has been the core of the attack. Kiyota Nobunaga pouted. It's just super performance. Shihoku served and Miyagi Ryota dribbled to Suna's 3-point line and was blocked by Fukatsu Kazunari. Miyagi Ryota's dribble suddenly sped up a backswing to evade Fukatsu Kazunari's interception and went straight to the hoop for a jump shot. At this moment, Suna's number 9 Sawakita Eiji suddenly appeared and slapped the basketball with a forceful right hand, but a miserable howl sounded and everyone watched. I saw the basketball shot straight into Sakuragi Hanamichi's face. But the basketball bounced directly into Suna's basket. 15-10. Asterisk. Chapter 64. A private jet bound for RB landed at Tokyo International Airport. Soon Donghwang Yuni took Gong Liulai's hand and walked out of the airport gate. As soon as they came out, the two saw their driver waiting in the parking lot. After the two got into the car, Donghwang Yuni directly asked the driver to drive to the train station, which would be faster than taking the train to Hiroshima by car. Just as Donghwang Yuni and Gong Liulai rushed to the game venue, there was a change on the field. Shihoku was suddenly overwhelmed by Sunahai's suppression, and lost his hands again and again. Sunahai is practicing offensive scoring. Shihoku's 15-10 lead was instantly broken by Suna, and now at 15-24, Suna leads Shihoku by 9 points. The time of the game passed little by little, and there were 2 minutes left until the end of the game. Sawakita Eiji once again broke through Shihoku's defense and slammed the ball into the basket. 21-39, Suna led Shihoku by 18 points. Coach Anzai called a timeout and was about to plan a countermeasure when Coach Anzai received a call. When Coach Anzai hung up the phone, he turned to look at everyone and said immediately. Okay, it's okay, you guys continue to play. Everyone is confused, what is the coach going to do? Do nothing after a pause? Coach Anzai smiled involuntarily as he watched everyone returning to the court. Ayako is also full of question marks on the side. Coach, was that? Coach Anzai roars. Roar. Roar. Smiled. Wait and you'll find out. Although the Shihoku people don't know what's going on, the situation is not optimistic. They are already 18 points behind. To be honest, it feels very slim for them to win against Suna. But they still didn't want to give up, and they were still struggling to hold on until the first half. They thought about using the formation strategy that Yuni taught them, but now they are a little confused, causing mistakes in the most basic sites to form a formation. The score did not come close until the end of the first half. The final score was 27-49. Shihoko trailed Suna by 22 points in the first half, a result that was both surprising and natural. Some viewers who supported Suna said they were not surprised. The audience who supported Shihoko was a little lonely. Akashi Haruko's eyes were wet, 2 lines of tears fell, and his little fists were clenched tightly, and he didn't want to believe it. Just when Akashi Haruko was sad, a pair of white and delicate hands suddenly reached out and wiped away the tears from the corners of Akashi Haruko's eyes. Oops! Why is my Haruko crying? Akashi Haruko turned his head and saw that what was reflected in his eyes was the charming and lovely Gong Liuli with long silver hair and 2-color pupils. Xiao Li! I'm not dreaming. Why are you here? Didn't you say you went to the United States with Yuni? Yeah. But isn't this coming back? Yuni said he was not at ease with those guys, so he rushed back. Is that so? So Yuni has already... That's right, he's already gone to the lounge first, don't worry if he's with you. No one is his opponent. It's the same even if the difference between the scores is more. Akashi Haruko nodded vigorously. She believed that Donghwang Yuni would be able to do it, because Donghwang Yuni was no longer something that high school students could deal with. Her brother said that even in the NBA, it is difficult for someone to do like Donghwang Yuni. Donghwang Yuni is also called the bug of high school basketball by some people, and is also called the emperor of high school basketball. In the Shihoko lounge, Akashi Takenori, Sakuragi Hanamichi, Kaed Rukawa, Hisashi Mitsui, and Miyagi Ryota gasped heavily, sweat dripping from their foreheads onto the floor. Several people were very silent. None of them could see the hope of victory. At the beginning of the game, they still had a lot of confidence, but gradually Baishin honed his fighting spirit again and again, until now he was completely defeated. Everyone is unhappy. Coach Anze looked at the 5 and didn't say much. Just then, the door of the lounge was pushed open, and a handsome, silver-haired boy with red, purple, and blue pupils walked in. Ouch! Why are you so lost? Everyone turned their heads when they heard the voice, first stunned and then overjoyed in their hearts. Yuni, why are you here? Aren't you in the US? Hey? Didn't the coach tell you? Yuni understood when she saw Coach Anze's smirk. Hey! I guessed that you would definitely fall off the chain, so I rushed back from the United States, but I didn't expect you to be even worse than I thought. Everyone bowed their heads, they were simply speechless. Yuni looked at several people and continued. Actually, according to your real strength, you are no weaker than the current Suna. You can even defeat Suna with the full play of the formation strategy I taught you, but the price is incalculable. Yuni said with a smile. Now that I'm back, you guys should discuss who will replace me. Several people looked at each other, then Miyagi Ryota said. I'll come down first. When any of you have no physical strength, I'll be replaced. Yuni continued. Then let's study the next strategy first. Soon the whistle for the halftime game rang, and the second half of the game officially began. When everyone came out of the passage, everyone turned their attention to Donghwang Yuni. Who is that guy? How handsome! Is there such a person in Shihoko? Why haven't I seen it before? Number 99? What a strange number! It's number 99. I've heard of him. He seems to be a very good first-year student. At this time, fans of Donghwang Yuni screamed and shouted immediately after seeing it. Ah! It's Yuni, the emperor of high school basketball. King, 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 king. The shouts almost drowned out the shouts of Suna's audience. Everyone in Suna looked at them at the same time. Is that Shihoko's number 99? It doesn't seem like anything. Some people say that he is the strongest in the high school basketball world, also known as the bug in the high school basketball world. Sawakita, what do you think? I don't know, in short, be careful and defeat them with all your strength. Soon the players on both sides took their place, and the jumpers were still Akaji Takenori and Kawada Masashi. Shohoku vs Suna, the second half of the game officially begins. Asterisk. Chapter 65. Basic Properties. Name, Donghwang Yuni. S*X, male. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 82 kilograms. Stamina, 100, plus 100%. Strength, 100, plus 100%. Speed, 100, plus 100%. Jump height, 2.5 meters, plus 100%. Ball control feel, 100, plus 100%. Hit rate, 100, plus 100%. Talent skills. Perfect copy, awakened, full court 3-pointer, awakened, super high-speed dribble, awakened, Emperor Eye, awakened, impeccable defense, not awakened. Possess ball skills, butterfly step through flower, gutter, meteor slam dunk, sunshine shooting blue, 3 points from heaven, earth and void, magic passing, right to play backwards, disappearing dribble, phantom shot, fantasy footsteps. Self-created ball skills, passing shot, smashing shot, wire hook shot, elbow shot, swing pass, zero return, elbow pass, elbow shot roundhouse shot. Wild species, alien. Wild progress, 85%. Wild introduction, space life forms from aliens have the characteristics of intelligence, violence, agility, outbreaks, a sense of oppression, and tenacious vitality. Zone, not enabled, can be enabled. Achievement points, 25,917. When he was in the United States, Yuni accumulated a lot of achievement points when he played basketball on the wild court. On the way back, Yuni activated his perfect copy talent by the way. This is also Yuni's decision after careful consideration. On the backhand side, Yuni is confident that he can defend against anyone, so there is no need to exchange for an impeccable defense for the time being, so in the end, it is absolutely necessary to exchange for perfect copy. In this way, he can imitate more and more skills in the coffin competition, and he can use his own way to treat his own body. The whistle blew, and the two sides scrambled for the ball. Kawada Masashi is quick. Akaji Takenori slaps the ball to Sawakita Eiji. After receiving the ball, Sawakita Eiji immediately broke through Kaed Rukawa to the 3-point line, and was about to take a jump shot. At this moment, a dark shadow flashed out of the corner of Sawakita Eiji's eyes, and when he reacted, the basketball in his hand was gone. Everyone in Suna was shocked. So fast. When? Donghwang Yuni did not rush to break through after grabbing the ball. What Yuni thought was to improve the team's fighting spirit first and then attack. Yuni dribbled the ball past the midfield, raised his hand and smashed the basketball to the ground. Everyone was surprised by the direction of the basketball. I saw that the direction of the basketball was exactly the direction of Suna Kawada Masashi. The more surprising thing happened when everyone thought it was a blunder. I saw the basketball bounced quickly and hit Kawada Masashi's elbow, and then the basketball bounced again and fell into Kaed Rukawa's hands. Kaed Rukawa didn't stop seeing this long-lost passing method, and jumped up and shot directly. Brush. Basketball into the net. 30-49. When they saw Donghwang Yuni's elbow pass for the first time, they were all dumbfounded. They had never seen such a pass before. There was a lot of discussion in the audience. Wow! What kind of pass is that? Is that a lie? Is that kind of pass okay? Too exaggerated. Akaji Haruko and Gong Liulai were screaming in the audience, and the two friends of Akaji Haruko next to them covered their ears and said they didn't know them. Suna serves, and Fukatsu Kazunari rushes forward after receiving the pass in order to return the ball to Shohoku. Donghwang Yuni saw Fukatsu Kazunari rushing towards him and immediately came to him. Fukatsu Kazunari turned around and came behind Donghwang Yuni. When the crowd was about to cheer, they found that Fukkatsu Kazunari's hands were empty and the basketball was gone. Bang! 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 The sound of the basketball racket echoed through the ears of everyone on the court. The corners of Dong Hwang Yuni's mouth were slightly raised, and his expression was quite calm, as if he slapped a mosquito to death. A few more goals and the counterattack. Everyone in Shohoku understood what Yuni meant, and that was to use the first tactic, five-way gathering wind, after pulling in some points. Because for Suna, the effect of the five-party wind gathering array is the best, it can also be said that the five-party wind gathering array is the most comprehensive of the three arrays, which can be attacked and defended. The one-character snake formation is more confusing, and the five tigers competition formation is more aggressive. The current situation of Shohoku needs more stability, and gradually improve the momentum until the peak, so the five-way gathering wind gust is the most suitable. Fukkatsu Kazunari saw that he had been intercepted and immediately returned to the defense to steal the basketball in Dong Hwang Yuni's hands. Seeing this, Yuni raised his hand and was about to pass the ball. Fukkatsu Kazunari saw it and immediately blocked it. Suddenly Yuni quickly retracted the basketball and turned his wrist to move the basketball to his back. Sawakita Agi immediately came to help, but Yuni could not be easily defended. Yuni pushed his elbow hard and passed the basketball to Hisashi Mitsui in the other direction. Hisashi Mitsui was more or less prepared, he had seen Dong Hwang Yuni pass this kind of ball before. Hisashi Mitsui rushed to the three-point line immediately after receiving the ball for a jump shot. Brush! Basketball into the net. 33-49. Suna served again, and Sawakita Agi dribbled past the center line to break through Sakuragi Hanamichi and Kaed Rukawa respectively. Dong Hwang Yuni came to Sawakita Agi and just raised his hand slightly. Sawakita Agi immediately closed his hand and went around in the opposite direction. As a result, the basketball was cut off by Akashi Takenori on the other side. Sawakita Agi's eyes widened, not knowing why. Under Dong Hwang Yuni's Emperor Eye, you can not only see through the future of your opponent, but also see through the future of your teammates. Just saw Akashi Takenori's next move, so Dong Hwang Yuni didn't stop Sawakita Agi too much, but just interfered with his own route to Akashi Takenori's steal. The result is perfect. After Akashi Takenori steals the ball, it passes to Hisashi Mitsui. Satoshi Ichinakura stood in front of Hisashi Mitsui defending stubbornly. Hisashi Mitsui could not break through and passed the ball back to Dong Hwang Yuni. Dong Hwang Yuni gave Akashi Takenori a wink and jumped up to shoot. Sawakita Agi immediately jumped up to block. Dong Hwang Yuni raised the corner of his mouth and threw the basketball. The ball quickly hit Sawakita Agi's elbow and the ball changed course to the right of Suna's backboard. Just when everyone thought the ball was blocked by Sawakita Agi, Akashi Takenori was waiting for the basketball to come and jump to catch the ball, and then a gorilla slam dunked the basketball into the hoop. Bang! 35-49. All the spectators at the scene and the teams of other schools were shocked and bewildered. I don't know what's going on, but Shohoku was suppressed and breathless in the first half. Why did Shohoku score 3 goals in a row in the second half? It's the number 99. That's right. How did he do it? Everyone in Suna also noticed this, and looked at Dong Hwang Yuni in unison. He seems a little different. I don't think he is very strong, but why can't he stop his passing? And he's great when he steals the ball, like he knows how we're going to get through. Suna's Domodo coach also frowned and looked at Dong Hwang Yuni. This person is what they call number 99. As a point guard, he is a good player, but what is this feeling? It's a strange feeling. On the field. After a few excellent passes from Dong Hwang Yuni just now, the Suna team was afraid. This time, Suna didn't attack as fast as before. Sawakita Agi dribbled the ball and dashed past Kaed Rukawa's defense, but he kept his eyes fixed on Dong Hwang Yuni's position, for fear that he would suddenly steal. Soon Sawakita Agi came to the three-point line, and Sawakita Agi jumped up to make a shot. Kaed Rukawa immediately caught up from behind and jumped up to block, and Sawakita Ag was waiting for this moment. Immediately close his hands and crotch and change hands again to bypass Kaed Rukawa and enter the inside to jump up and shoot. Brush. Basketball into the net. 39-51. Captain, give me the ball. As soon as Yuni finished speaking, the basketball was passed into his hands. After watching Suna, everyone returned to his own half. Yuni dribbled the ball to the center line. Several people on the mountain blocked the other four of Shohoku, leaving Donghwang Yuni with no passing route. Before the Suna team came up to defend Donghwang Yuni, Yuni jumped up and made a shot. Suna, everyone is stunned. The audience outside the venue was stunned. Other high school team members are stunned. The coaches are stunned. What does he want to do? Is he crazy? Abandoning oneself? Only Kanan, everyone showed an expression that was not surprising. I saw Yuni throw the basketball with a wave of his arm, and the basketball flew out in a precise arc like a precise machine. Everyone in the stadium watched as the basketball flew higher and almost reached the ceiling, and then fell down, and then fell towards the center of the basket in an arc. Brush. Hollow into the net. 42-51. Silence, asterisk. Chapter 66. After the silence was followed by the cheers of the whole audience. Some people have known Donghwang Yuni and know that there is such a perfect three-pointer in the whole court, but this is the first time they have seen it. Seeing this scene with my own eyes made the blood in my heart keep rolling, and the shout broke through my throat and spread throughout the entire arena. People who didn't know Donghwang Yuni felt like they were dreaming, they couldn't believe it was all real. But when they reacted, they couldn't control their trembling bodies and stood up from their seats, screaming excitedly. Everyone in Suna heard the overwhelming cheers from the audience, and the pressure in their hearts gradually grew. They didn't expect Donghwang Yuni to do such a thing, and they were suddenly caught off guard. Suna continued to serve, and this time Fukatsu Kazunari passed the ball to Sawakita Ag, who dribbled the ball forward without rushing. Although Suna is in the lead now, they dare not be careless just by Donghwang Yuni's performance. Sawakita Ag, as Suna's super ace, is also known as the #1 player in the high school world. Bang bang bang! The sound gradually accelerated. Soon Sawakita Ag passed half-time, but Sawakita Ag was not too far from Donghwang Yuni, his pride made him not afraid of anyone. Bang bang! There were two more basketballs hitting the ground. Sawakita Ag changed hands under the crotch, then turned to Donghwang Yuni's direction, and then changed hands behind Donghwang Yuni to break through. Donghwang Yuni squinted at Sawakita Ag's actions. Is he going to give him a slap in the face? The corners of Yuni's mouth curled up involuntarily, and those who dared to be so provocative with him were basically abused to the point of doubting their lives. Yuni didn't block Sawakita Ag, but saw Sawakita Ag break through Donghwang Yuni and take a jump shot. Brush. Basketball into the net. 42-53. Suna's cheerleaders came to life when they saw this scene. Suna! 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 Sawakita! 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 As the saying goes, laymen watch the fun, and experts watch the doorway. Anyone with a wink can tell that Donghwang Yuni deliberately let Sawakita Ag break through. Although they don't know what Donghwang Yuni is going to do, people who know Donghwang Yuni will not think that Donghwang Yuni will be helpless. Sawakita Ag also looked back at Donghwang Yuni curiously, and he couldn't understand why Donghwang Yuni didn't stop him just now. Is he looking down on me, or is he just that much? Soon he knew why. I saw Donghwang Yuni reach out for the ball, and after receiving the ball, he dribbled the ball directly to the half-court. The frequency of hitting the ball seems familiar. Bang bang bang! Bang bang! After the sound of two basketball slaps on the ground, Donghwang Yuni changed hands under the crotch, then turned to Sawakita Ag's direction, and then another behind-the-scenes change signaled that he would break through Sawakita Eiji. What? Suna and everyone in the auditorium stared at what was happening in the arena with wide-eyed expressions of surprise and confusion. Donghwang Yuni's movements are exactly the same as those of Sawakita Eiji just now, even faster than Sawakita Eiji. Sawakita Eiji's heart at this moment was 10,000 horses of all kinds galloping past. Donghwang Yuni's movements were very smooth, without a single pause, he directly broke through Sawakita Eiji and jumped up to shoot. It was too late for Kawada Masashi and Fukatsu Kazunari next to him to come and stop him. Brush. Basketball into the net. 44-53. The whole place was silent again. Not only the Suna people, but also the Shohoku people are a little confused. Donghwang Yuni seldom used imitation in front of them before, which caused everyone in Shohoku to express their shock when they saw that Yuni could imitate Sawakita Eiji's skills with just one glance. Sakuragi Hanamichi, Hisashi Mitsui, and Akaji Takenori all ran over and patted Donghwang Yuni on the shoulder and head to congratulate him. Damn! I can't believe that you can imitate the opponent's king. That's right. He was called the strongest man in high school. You hide so deep. Kaed Rukawa also came over and clapped hands with Donghwang Yuni to celebrate. How much are you hiding? Donghwang Yuni smiled while looking at several teammates showing white teeth. There are many more, do you want to see and see? The four of them all nodded, they had no doubts about what Donghwang Yuni said, don't ask why, they were just slapping themselves in the face. Okay. Then let's practice with Suna and let you see my other skills. Suna didn't call a timeout. Coach Domoto frowned as he watched Donghwang Yuni. He felt that this Donghwang Yuni was very troublesome. He wanted to let many people mark Donghwang Yuni, but after thinking about it, he gave up. He wasn't sure whether multi-marking would be useful to Donghwang Yuni, so he looked at the electronic meter analysis and finally decided to watch it for a while. Kawada Masashi served and passed the ball to Captain Fukatsu Kazunari. Fukatsu Kazunari was a little undecided at this time, watching the situation on the field while dribbling the ball. Several times he wanted to pass the ball to Sawakita Eiji but he still gave up. He didn't dare to act rashly. If Donghwang Yuni imitated it again, it would be a big blow to his own momentum. So Fukatsu Kazunari dribbled the ball all the way through the half, and Donghwang Yuni also blocked in front of Fukatsu Kazunari. Fukatsu Kazunari changed hands several times and failed to break through Donghwang Yuni's defense line, and his anxiety continued to breed. Eventually forced to step back and pass the ball back to Kawada Masashi in the back. As soon as Kawada Masashi received the ball, he was defended by Akaji Takenori. Like Fukatsu Kazunari, he himself is somewhat unsure whether to pass or break. Looking left and right, I felt that the pass was a bit risky, and in the end Kawada Masashi punched Akaji Takenori abruptly with his back. A whistle sounded. White number 7 hits the ball with the ball. Off the court, Kanan and the others looked at the scene off the court and felt quite comical. I didn't expect Suna to make such a mistake. It seems that Donghwang Yuni is putting a lot of pressure on them. I really can't see where Donghwang Yuni's limit is, what a monster. Other colleges and universities were also shocked to watch off the field, some of them had heard of Donghwang Yuni's name. In Kanagawa led Shohoku to suppress Kanan attached to the middle school. After seeing it with my own eyes today, I immediately felt that Donghwang Yuni's strength should be on the same level as Sawakita Eiji. This made them feel a lot of pressure. Looks like Shohoku can't be underestimated. I can't believe that just one more person can make such a big change in the whole team. There is a gray-haired old man in the team of Toyotama High School. He is Kitano, the coach of Toyotama High School. Coach Kitano looked at Donghwang Yuni off the field with deep eyes and muttered. He's way better than Sawakita Eiji. Hearing this, everyone at Toyotama High School next to them couldn't believe it. Coach, are you telling the truth? No way. I think he's not much different from Sawakita Eiji at most. Coach Kitano smiled slightly. From his first few passes, he can see that he has reached the pinnacle of precise control of the basketball, coupled with his random imitation of other people's skills and the kind of long-range three-pointers. His strength is stronger than that of Sawakita Eiji. If it were Sawakita Eiji, he would not be able to achieve the level of Donghwang Yuni. Everyone was silent, feeling a lot of pressure inside. Every year colleges and universities aim to beat Sunna High, and it looks like they have a new goal this year, a team that's on par with Sunna or possibly better than Sunna is Shohoku High School. Off the court, Akashi Takenori served and the basketball was passed to Donghwang Yuni. Donghwang Yuni received the ball and was immediately blocked by Sawakita Eiji. "You are very powerful, no one is stronger than you from the opponents I have seen." Donghwang Yuni looked at Sawakita Eiji and smiled. "You are also very good, there are very few existences of your level in the high school world." Donghwang Yuni also praised Sawakita Eiji's physical fitness. Just now, he checked Sawakita Eiji's data, which surprised him a little. The attributes in all aspects are the highest among his opponents. Basic properties. Name, Sawakita Eiji. S*X, male. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Stamina, 93. Strength 90. Speed, 94. If that's the case, I'm welcome. I saw that Donghwang Yuni held the ball with both hands and his shoulders were slightly sluggish. He held the ball with one hand and pulled the ball to his right hand, pressing his center of gravity down to make a right breakthrough. Sawakita Eiji immediately stepped forward to block after seeing it, but Donghwang Yuni immediately stepped back and dribbled the ball, returning the ball to his left hand for a breakthrough on the left. Sawakita Eiji saw that it was a fake and immediately shifted her focus to the right to defend Donghwang Yuni. The corner of Donghwang Yuni's mouth twitched, the wrist of his left hand bent and the basketball was switched to his right hand, and then he turned around and broke through to the left again. Sawakita Eiji's center of gravity was unstable and almost fell. After stabilizing her center of gravity, she immediately turned around and chased after Donghwang Yuni. Donghwang Yuni broke through Sawakita Eiji and took off directly at the three-point line. At this time, Sawakita Eiji was already jumping up and down quickly and blocking Donghwang Yuni's shot. Everyone in Sunna was determined, the ball was stable. But those who supported Donghwang Yuni outside the court felt that the ball was going to be a hot pot, and they were a little nervous. But when everyone's mood was up and down, everyone saw Donghwang Yuni swing the basketball. The basketball passed through Sawakita Eiji's hands as if it had no substance. Brush. Hollow into the net. 47-53. Everyone was dumbfounded, they didn't understand why the basketball went through their hands. What's the situation? 99. Magic? Hey. This is totally unreasonable, seeing? The coaches from the major colleges and universities in the field narrowed their eyes at the same time. They are all senior basketball coaches who don't believe in magic at all. The only possibility is that Donghwang Yuni used some kind of skill, but they didn't see it for the time being. What a trick! The whistle sounded again, and this time Coach Domoto finally couldn't hold back and called a timeout. When the players from both sides returned to their own benches, the vigorous shouting from the audience did not stop. Donghwang! 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 King! 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 From this moment on, a dominant figure in the high school basketball world, number 99 of Shohoku High School, known as the King of Men, appeared in everyone's hearts. Donghwang Yuni. Chapter 67. The Sunna High Bench is. Sunna, who had just returned to the bench, was silent. Coach Domoto also had a headache when he looked at several people. He had never seen his teammates look like this. Stay calm, and now we are still maintaining the advantage. Let's adjust the tactics. Nobe and Kawada, you two go out to keep an eye on the opposite number 99. Fukatsu and Sawakita, you two play together to score as many points as possible, except other than that number 99, the rest of Shohoku are not your opponents. Domoto looked at Sawakita Eiji and said. Sawakita, don't be too serious with the opponent. No matter how strong Shohoku is, it's only a one-man team. As long as one person is defended, the other four are not afraid of you now. Sawakita Eiji nodded. Don't worry. Coach. Domoto turned to look at Fukatsu Kazunari again. Fukatsu, you are the captain, you not only have to cooperate with Sawakita to score, but also find a way to dispel the opponent's momentum, you know. 35. Coach Domoto said loudly. Okay, we are the strongest, use all your strength to defeat the enemy thoroughly. Victory belongs to us. After the words of Coach Domoto, the fighting spirit of the Suna players is gradually improving, and the momentum is even higher than before. On the Shohoku bench. Everyone on the bench greeted the five with wide-eyed smiles. So amazing! Ayako gave a thumbs up. It's really good. Coach Anzai also nodded. You did a good job, just follow Yuni's way for the next things. Akashi Takenori nodded and looked at Donghwang Yuni. Are we going to keep getting closer or? Donghwang Yuni was silent for a while and then said. Let's start our tactics next. Let's start with a five-way gathering wind formation and gradually annihilate the opponent's momentum. Everyone was shocked. Everyone knew that the Wufangja 463 wind gust was powerful. It can be said that 5 points are both attack points and defense points. Even the combination of 5 points can enhance the combat power by 5 times or even higher. Defensive ability is unpredictable. Then let's let Suna feel what despair is. 39. The eyes of Kaed Rukawa, Akashi Takenori, Sakuragi Hanamichi, Hisashi Mitsui were all glowing. Not only these four, but the rest of Shohoku also had expressions of anticipation. They also want to know to what extent the five-way gathering wind array can play in actual combat. Soon the players from both sides walked into the field. What made everyone puzzled was the position of the Shohoku people. The 5 Shohoku people stood at 5 points to form a circle. And no one went up to defend Suna and others, just kept a circle according to their position. The Suna people watched for a long time, but they didn't understand what the Shohoku people were going to do. Kawada Masashi passed the ball to Fukatsu Kazunari and ran to defend Donghwang Yuni with Nobu Masahiro. Donghwang Yuni smiled secretly after seeing it. It's a pity, 2 people can't prevent me, and let alone 2 people under the 5-party gathering wind, even the whole team is useless. Fukatsu Kazunari dribbled the ball to Sawakita Eiji after half-time. It was at this point that the Shohoku 5 began to act. I saw Shohoku go forward in an orderly manner, breaking the defenses of Kawada Masashi and Nobu Masahiro in an instant under the fast and slow movements of the 5. The circle formed by the 5 people raged in the field like a tornado whirlwind. Soon the 5 people came to the front of Sawakita Eiji. Sawakita Eiji did not panic when he saw the movements of the 5 people, but tried to break through. But when Sawakita Eiji was about to break through Sakuragi Hanamichi, he suddenly felt a huge pressure hit his face. What happened? Kfbei. Sawakita Eiji's heart rang loudly, and immediately stopped breaking through. But at this moment, the 5-way wind gust formed by Shohoku led by Donghwang Yuni suddenly accelerated. Sawakita Eiji immediately passed the ball to Fukatsu Kazunari, but the ball was also passed to Fukatsu Kazunari, and the 5-way wind gust immediately changed and rotated. The direction, starting to spin counterclockwise, directly intercepts Sawakita Eiji's pass. What? Fukatsu Kazunari was shocked, and Coach Domoto stood up from his seat. What tactic is this? Kanan's Riki Takato also widened his eyes so that he could not break the fan in his hand. My goodness! Coach Anzai's mirror flashed, and it was the first time he saw the effect of the 5-party wind gust in actual combat. After stealing the ball, the basketball went to Hisashi Mitsui. However, Hisashi Mitsui did not rush to break or shoot, but just kept the same formation as Donghwang Yuni instructed. The 5 men turned clockwise like a whirlwind, and when Kawada Masashi was ready to defend, Hisashi Mitsui threw the ball and passed it to Kaed Rukawa. Sawakita Eiji also went up to defend and Kaed Rukawa also threw the ball to Akaji Takenori. Suna wanted to get into the middle of the 5 to intercept the pass, but Shihoku's 5 suddenly spread out like a sophisticated machine to expand the formation. As the Suna team prepared for a one-on-one defense, the 5 Shihoku narrowed the formation again. 5 soon came to Suna's 3-point line, and without hesitation, Akaji Takenori passed the ball straight to Hisashi Mitsui. When the ball was in Hisashi Mitsui's hands, the other 4 immediately surrounded Hisashi Mitsui in the middle to make room for Hisashi Mitsui to shoot. Hisashi Mitsui didn't care about other things after catching the ball. He knew very well that as long as the formation was not broken, no one would be able to stop his shot. Hisashi Mitsui threw the basketball in an extremely graceful manner. Brush. Basketball into the net. 50-53. After the goal was scored, the 5 Shihoku did not break the formation, but returned to their own half according to the original formation. Suna gritted his teeth when he saw this. Hateful. What kind of formation are they? Feeling so stressed. Kawada Masashi continues the pass to Fukatsu Kazunari. This time, Fukatsu Kazunari frowned and was about to push hard, but he was a little panicked when he came to the 5-way gathering wind gust that the 5 Shihoku had imagined. But he didn't give up, and as soon as he gritted his teeth, he got into the formation of 5 people. But as soon as he entered the formation, Donghwang Yuni's 5 men immediately contracted the formation to surround Fukatsu Kazunari in the middle. Sakuragi Hanamichi stole the basketball from Fukatsu Kazunari with just a flick of his hand, and then Donghwang Yuni's 5 expanded their formation and started to attack clockwise. Sawakita Eiji immediately stepped forward to stop it. But how can one person stop 5 people? I saw that Donghwang Yuni's 5 people immediately changed from clockwise attack to counterclockwise attack, and Sakuragi Hanamichi, who originally Sawakita Eiji wanted to stop, suddenly turned into Akaji Takenori. Sawakita Eiji's heart sank when the original ball carrier became the pick and roller. At this moment, everyone in Suna seemed to understand the use of Shihoku's array, but there was nothing they could do. Again, the 5 came under Suna's basket. The Donghwang Yuni 4 again surrounded Sakuragi Hanamichi in the middle, leaving room for Sakuragi Hanamichi to dunk. Sakuragi Hanamichi laughed sinisterly. Ha ha ha. Suna's savages are looking forward to me, this genius slam dunk. Sakuragi Hanamichi jumped up with the ball in both hands and gave Suna a gorilla dunk. Bang! 52-53. The audience outside the court was full of enthusiasm. They had never seen basketball like this before. It was simply an artistic performance, so shocking. Aida Yayoi could put an egg in her mouth. She never imagined that Suna could be suppressed by Shihoku to such an extent after Donghwang Yuni came on the court. She originally thought that Donghwang Yuni was just a high school student no matter how good she was, but the reality was not what she thought. Donghwang Yuni was no longer a basketball master. Techniques that have never been seen, tactics that have never been seen, and so on. Donghwang Yuni is a fan. Gong Liulai and Akaji Haruko jumped up and down in the audience excitedly, shouting the names of their brother, Kaed Rukawa and Yuni. Some of the people in Suna in the field couldn't help roaring, and they didn't know why. Pressing the mood, Captain Fukatsu Kazunari clapped his hands and said, "Calm down, we are playing steadily, and we are still ahead now." After hearing this, the others took a deep breath to stabilize their minds. Fukatsu Kazunari passed the ball to Sawakita Eiji. "Sawakita is up to you." Sawakita Eiji nodded, then dribbled the ball to the midfield quickly. The action didn't stop after reaching the midfield, and immediately accelerated and flashed past the edge of Donghwang Yuni's 5. But he still underestimated the 5-way wind formation. Donghwang Yuni's 5-man formation immediately formed a huge whirlwind and forced Sawakita Eiji's dribble to stop. It was a pity that Sawakita Eiji was about to return the pass, but it was too late. At this time, the expansion of the five-way wind gust had reached almost the entire half, and Sawakita Agee's passing route had been blocked. With a snap, the basketball in Sawakita Agee's hands was stolen by Kaed Rukawa, who then passed the ball to Donghwang Yuni, and the five-man formation shrank again. Sawakita Agee was stunned for a while and then immediately returned to defense. Fukatsu Kazunari shouted, "Go together!" The five of Suna immediately formed a half-arc and tried to block the five of Donghwang Yuni. Donghwang Yuni smiled, and the five-way gathering wind gust instantly dispersed into five individuals and passed around Suna as five people. Fukatsu Kazunari secretly screamed in his heart, he made a fatal mistake, should not gather all five people together, it would be easier for the opponent to break through the defense. Too bad it's all too late. Donghwang Yuni passed the ball to Kaed Rukawa after the five of Donghwang Yuni were scattered. Kaed Rukawa got the ball and jumped up for a three-pointer. Brush. 55-53. The whistle blew and Suna High was suspended. As soon as the referee's voice fell, people from major colleges and universities began to discuss. I didn't expect Suna to call 2 timeouts so soon. Shohoku can overtake so quickly, really. What is the tactic Shohoku used? It looks so strong. Everyone shook their heads, unable to see the tactics used by Shohoku. Toyotoma's Kitano coach squinted and pondered, he could see something a little, but he couldn't think of an idea for a while. Domoto called a timeout again, and he never thought that Shohoku still had such a whole card. He knew that this was a tactic, but as for how to crack it, he had never seen any flaws, so now he was very depressed. As for calling a timeout so far, he wanted the players to calm down first, otherwise they would definitely lose to Shohoku. Chapter 68. The atmosphere in the Suna High bench was unusually quiet and solemn, and the repressed atmosphere seemed to form a substance that made people feel very uncomfortable. Coach Domoto had been writing and drawing with a notebook long before the timeout, trying to figure out a way to deal with Shohoku. All the team members sat on the bench without saying a word, their heads bowed, their invincible pride at this time had already been shattered by Shohoku's blow. Coach Domoto stopped the movement in his hands and raised his head to look at the crowd in Suna. Hey! There is no good way to decipher Shohoku's tactics, so we can only smash them from the source. Captain Fukatsu Kazunari asked immediately. The source? Coach, you mean? 95. It's Donghwang Yuni. From the previous attack and defense, it can be seen that the core of Shohoku is Donghwang Yuni. I guess that their tactics are maintained by Donghwang Yuni. So strong. Sawakita Agee spoke immediately. But coach, that Donghwang Yuni shouldn't be so easy to stop, I've played with him a few times and always feel that he didn't use his full strength. Coach Domoto nodded. Yes, he must have a backer, but he is a high school student after all. Besides, he is also a person, and a person will have weaknesses. No matter how strong he is only a high school student. It is not difficult to stop him. Although Domoto said this, he still had a bad feeling in his heart. For some reason, he always felt that Donghwang Yuni was not that simple, but no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't think of how strong a high school student could be. How could he have imagined that Yuni in the East Ring would have such a heaven-defying existence? 463. Coach Domoto continued. Everyone has to go all out. Sawakita Agee, you are still in charge of scoring. Also Fukatsu, Kawada, Nobe, one of you four are in charge of covering Sawakita, just like Shohoku to leave room for Sawakita to shoot while four guards at the same time avoid Shohoku's steals around him. You four try to defend Donghwang Yuni when attacking. As for the others, Sawakita Agee, you should be fine. Sawakita Agee took a deep breath. 1v4 and 4v1. I know the coach, so that's fine, at least I don't have to be pressed and beaten. Fukatsu Kazunari asked at this point. Coach, is this really okay? Fukatsu, you have to trust your teammates no matter what the result is. Shohoku's tactics are strong because they trust each other. No matter how strong a player is, it is impossible to compete with a strong team. Yes, I know the coach. Shohoku bench on the other side. Except for Donghwang Yuni, the other four were out of breath, but everyone had excited expressions on their faces, and even the taciturn Kaed Rukawa had a strange expression on his face. This is the first time they have used the 5-party wind gathering array. When they first heard this array, everyone thought it was very strong, but after using it in reality, they realized that they still underestimated this array. Compared with the tactics he has come into contact with before, it is much more powerful, and there are still 2 useless arrays like this. Miyagi Ryota, who was sitting on the side, looked at the group with envy in his eyes. His heart was itching, and he wanted to experience the power of this array when he saw how his teammates were killing all sides on the court. But he also knows that his height is a disadvantage, and the opponent is Suna. In order to defeat Suna without showing any flaws, he could only secretly suppress his impulsive heart. Kagure Kiminobu still prepared towels and water for a few people as usual, and then it was a compliment. "Awesome, you guys are really great. I can't believe that Suna can be suppressed to such a degree that their faces darkened when they came off." Ayako also said with a smile. "That is to say, I can't believe that Yuni's array would have such a miraculous effect. I can't believe it." Coach Anze also came over at this time. "It's a good job. Although we have the upper hand now, we can't take it lightly. Suna is not that simple. They were caught off guard just now, and the real decisive battle will follow." Several people responded at the same time. Coach Anze looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi and Kaed Rukawa, then turned to look at Donghwang Yuni. "Yuni, that tactic just now should have you as the core." 39. Yuni was taken aback for a moment and then nodded. "Coach, you can see that, yes, because they still can't fully understand the essentials of the 5-way gathering wind gust, so I did guide them to change the formation before." Coach Anze has such an expression on his face. "So as long as the other party stops you alone." Having said that, Coach Anze didn't say any more. But Yuni and a few others understood what Coach Anze meant. Yuni nodded. "That's right, the formation will be broken in that way. In fact, the 5-party wind gathering formation is called 5-party because no matter which point the opponent attacks, the other 4 points will not be affected, and each point is like a small cyclone is independent, even if it is a little less, it can form a quartet of wind gusts, but the time is too short, and they are not perfect enough to run in." Akaji Take Nori, Sakuragi Hanamichi, Kaed Rukawa, Miyagi Ryota, Hisashi Mitsui also looked speechless and blamed themselves. "We secretly thought in our hearts, we have worked hard to get in touch with each other." Yuni smiled at this time. "But no problem, this kind of formation is not a perfect match in a short period of time. Anyway, the 5-party wind gathering formation consumes a lot of physical strength, so it can't go on like this forever." Kaed Rukawa and Sakuragi Hanamichi worked together. Coach Anze agreed. "Yuni is right, next Sakuragi, Kaed Rukawa, the cooperation of the two of you is very important. Sakuragi Hanamichi is responsible for rebounding and passing the ball to Kaed Rukawa." Sakuragi Hanamichi jumped up immediately. "What? Let my genius Sakuragi Hanamichi pass the ball to this stinky fox?" Kaed Rukawa squinted at Sakuragi Hanamichi with contempt. "What, do you have an opinion?" "Of course I do. Not only do I have opinions, but I also..." Sakuragi Hanamichi was interrupted by Donghwang Yuni before he could finish speaking. "Sakuragi, I just ask you one question, which one would you choose if you were given a choice between losing and passing to Kaed Rukawa?" Sakuragi Hanamichi was stunned for a moment, and then he really thought about this question seriously. Everyone looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi with black lines all over his head, and they wanted to go up and beat him twice. Soon Sakuragi Hanamichi raised his head and said, "Of course I chose to pass the ball to Kaed Rukawa, I don't want to lose the game. But even if I don't pass the ball to Kaedrukawa, I can make it myself. Donghuang Yuni laughed at this moment and patted Sakuragi Hanamichi on the shoulder. Sakuragi, this is the last year of Captain Akaji's competition. If you don't want Haruko to lose, then play along with Kaedrukawa. Even for Haruko, you have to make sacrifices. When Sakuragi Hanamichi heard this, he was speechless. What else could he say? He could only silently nod in agreement. At this time, Donghuang Yuni looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi meaningfully and said, "You don't suffer, Sakuragi. If you do well, I will teach you a slam dunk technique that will catch everyone's attention." As soon as these words came out, everyone was refreshed and stared at Donghuang Yuni curiously. Sakuragi Hanamichi is even more flattering. Really? What kind of slam dunk? Teach me now. Donghuang Yuni's mouth twitched. You should all know that my Yang Yan shoots blue. 1 question mark, 2 question marks, a bunch of question marks. Everyone said they were very confused. What is Yang Yan shooting blue? What is that? Yuni suddenly understood. I forgot, you guys don't know its name yet. It's the shot that I used to pass through the opponent's palm. Is that trick called Yang Yan shooting blue? Everyone was stunned. Yuni nodded and continued. That's right, it's called the skill of stillness. The radiance of the sun shoots the blue. Sakuragi Hanamichi, what I'm going to teach you is just the opposite. There is only one skill you can learn in the team, and that's the skill of arrogance, the shooting star dunk. Hero skill? Meteor slam dunk. Sakuragi Hanamichi thought the name was domineering and nice as he read it, and his eyes suddenly gleamed with gold. Sounds like a very good look. When will you teach me this meteor slam dunk? Yuni held Sakuragi Hanamichi's head with one paw. Don't worry, I can't teach you right now, but I'll use it for you to see when I'm on the court in a few minutes. You'll figure it out for yourself first. As for the details, I'll hand them over to you after you win the game. Sakuragi Hanamichi was so excited that he was about to take off, while the few people next to him looked at the two with expressions of envy and hatred. Yuni noticed their expressions and spread her hands helplessly. We'll talk about it later. Everyone felt as if they had picked up a million when they heard it. Soon the whistle sounded and the timeout ended. As soon as he walked on the field, Donghuang Yuni said to the crowd, "Give this ball to them. Then, Captain, pass the ball to me, Sakuragi, don't blink your eyes." Soon Suna sent the ball to Sawakita Eiji, and then the 4 people on the opposite side kept lingering around Sawakita Eiji, without any intention of going forward to mark. When everyone in Shohoku saw this, wasn't this imitating the appearance of the Wufang gathering wind? Yuni saw Suna's movements and instantly understood what the other party was going to do. It seems that it is only to ensure the goal rate. It seems that the coach of Suna really can't be underestimated. But this shot Shohoku everyone has long discussed whether they plan to block it, it's just pretending. Soon Sawakita Eiji got to the basket, and then Sawakita Eiji jumped up and shot directly. Brush! Basketball into the net. 55-55. The audience on the sidelines also exclaimed when they saw this scene. What's the matter? Did Suna also learn Shohoku's tactics? No way. Although it's very similar, I always feel a little weird. People in other colleges are also a little confused. What's the situation? Could it be that Suna would do this? 55. I don't think so. Suna seems to be only 4 guarantees 1. Kanan's side was the same, and finally coach Riki Takato finally retorted. The tactics used by Suna and Shohoku are not the same, although similar. Suna should use the tactics of 4 protections and 1, and the tactics of Shohoku are not even understood by me, let alone imitated in a short period of time. Anything a tactic takes time to develop in order to exert its real power. On the field, Akaji Takenori sent the ball directly to Donghuang Yuni. Fukatsu Kazunari, Kawada Masashi, Nobu Masahiro, and Satoshi Ichinakura on the opposite side were ready to defend after Dongwang Yuni caught the ball. Yuni glanced at them, then twitched the corners of her mouth. Too naive, Sakuragi is optimistic. Not only Sakuragi Hanamichi, but also the other four and everyone on the Shohoku bench were looking at Dongwang Yuni expectantly. I saw that Yuni's one-handed dribbling speed suddenly accelerated and came to the front of the four of Suna, and then a butterfly step past them in an instant. Then another fantastic footstep broke through the two, and Yuni dribbled the ball very fast. Sawakita Eiji immediately wanted to step forward to block the situation, but Yuni dribbled the ball directly to Suna's free throw line and jumped directly. Sawakita Eiji had already jumped up and stopped in front of Dongwang Yuni, only to see Yuni holding the ball back with one hand to aim at the hoop and throwing the basketball quickly flying past Sawakita Eiji's ear. The whistling wind seemed to rip Sawakita Eiji's ears, and then behind Sawakita Eiji came a voice that he would never forget. In the field, only a loud bang was heard. The basketball hit the inner ring of the basket and fell vertically, and then there was another loud bang. The basket 1.0 ball was quickly bounced to the ground. 57-55. After two loud bangs, the field was suddenly silent. Whether it was the players on both sides of the game, or the major colleges and spectators outside the field, their eyes widened and their mouths opened. The coaches of the major colleges and universities also seemed to have been pressed the pause button. The only thing that could still move was their wide eyes and slightly trembling corners of their mouths. Gong Liulai didn't know how many times she was shocked by Dongwang Yuni's skills, but she still covered her cherry mouth with a look of disbelief. Akashi Haruko, who was next to him, had been standing there for a long time, his eyes and soul wandering out of the sky. Coach Rest was also taken aback and almost fell to the ground. The most excited at this point is of course Sakuragi Hanamichi. When Sakuragi Hanamichi recovered from the initial shock, the light in his eyes couldn't hide his staring straight at Dongwang Yuni. That kind of look is like a bachelor who has been single for 100 years meets a naked beauty. Looking at Dongwang Yuni, the hairs all over his body started to rise. Cough. It's still game time. Akaji Takenori, Kaed Rukawa, Hisashi Mitsui also have some uncontrollable desire to learn. However, they also saw the characteristics of the dunk just now. First of all, they must have astonishing jumping power and ability to stay in the air. The three of them thought they were no match for Sakuragi Hanamichi, so they could only sigh helplessly in their hearts. Yuni spoke at this time. Okay, now our goal is to win the game. If we lose the game, even if we learn, there is no game to participate in. With Yuni's words, Shohoku's mood gradually stabilized. Chapter 69. On the contrary, the faces of everyone in Suna were quite ugly, and everyone's mood was extremely depressed. The momentum of the team also disappeared without a trace under the dunk just now. The slam dunk just now was a big blow to Suna. Even Coach Domoto didn't say anything because he knew that it would be meaningless to say anything. He had to let them come out on their own. He believed in the will of his players. Soon Suna continued to serve, and the ball was still passed to Sawakita Eiji. It is still the same as last time, it is still a strategy of 4 guarantees and 1. Indeed, this strategy is not very good for stealing the ball even for Yuni. But don't forget, it's not that you can't steal the ball if you're not good at it. Suna quickly came to the 3-point line, and 4 more people surrounded Sawakita Eiji in the middle to prevent Shohoku from coming to steal the ball. Sawakita Eiji jumped up and made a direct 3-pointer. At this moment, a palm blocked the basketball path of the 3-pointer and was intercepted instantly. What? Suna was startled and turned around to see that it was Dongwang Yuni who had just landed after receiving the ball. But what they didn't notice was that the height that Dongwang Yuni jumped just now was much higher than what normal people can jump. Only then did Coach Domoto really recognize Dongwang Yuni's strength. He couldn't believe that there were such monstrous basketball players in this world. Not only him, but also the coaches of other colleges and universities feel the same way. After seeing Donghwang Yuni's amazing performance, many colleges and universities had the idea of retreating. They can't imagine that even Suna is suppressed by Shihoko like this. If it is their own team's turn, it is unknown whether it will affect the future basketball career. Yuni gave a wink to Sakuragi Mudeo and Kaed Rukawa, and the two would start their own actions respectively. Yuni dribbled the ball past halftime after receiving a pass from Akaji Takenori and then passed the ball to Hisashi Mitsui. Hisashi Mitsui got the ball and jumped for a three-pointer. Basketball hits due to Hisashi Mitsui being blocked by Satoshi Ichinakura. Sakuragi Hanamichi lived up to expectations. He easily grabbed the basketball when Suna grabbed 25 rebounds when the crowd was underwhelming. After getting the basketball, Sakuragi Hanamichi passed the basketball to Kaed Rukawa on the outside. Kaed Rukawa was ready to take a jump shot. Brush. 3 points into the network. 60-55. 99. Fukatsu Kazunari, the captain of Suna's side, suddenly shouted. After shouting, Fukatsu Kazunari looked at the four teammates. We are Suna. Suna who has never lost a single battle and won every battle. The opponent is just an unknown team, and we are the strongest. Fukatsu Kazunari stretched out his hand to signal to his teammates to punch, and then the other four also stretched out their fists and collided with their own captain. The strongest, the strongest, the strongest. Coach Domoto finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, and it seemed that they had regained their fighting spirit. The recovery is faster than expected, at least there is still a chance now. Suna everyone's fighting spirit gradually recovered and then cheered up again. The Suna cheerleaders outside the stadium also cheered enthusiastically as if they felt their faith was resurrected. Suna! 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 The strongest, the strongest, the strongest! Akaji Takenori frowned as they watched Suna's increasing fighting spirit. Yuni didn't show much expression and just waited for Suna to attack. Soon Fukatsu Kazunari rushed over with the ball, and Sawakita Eiji reached for the ball in the Shihoko half. Sawakita Eiji is just a long way from Donghwang Yuni at the three-point line. Sawakita Eiji, who received the ball, was guarded by Kaed Rukawa. Sawakita Eiji suddenly tricked Kaed Rukawa with a fake and then rushed inside and jumped up, but did not rush to shoot. Nobu Masahiro, Kawada Masashi, Fukatsu Kazunari, and Satoshi Ichinakura were surrounded by four Yuni who came to stop Yuni. Yuni was stunned for a moment, then the corners of her mouth rose. Aren't you worried about missing out? Fukatsu Kazunari stared at Donghwang Yuni seriously and said. Sawakita is the strongest, no one can stop him from scoring as long as you hold on to it. Sawakita Eiji made the decision after seeing Sakuragi Hanamichi and Hisashi Mitsui on the left and right. He deliberately came in front of Sakuragi Hanamichi, blocked Akaji Takenori's block, and took off. Sawakita Eiji threw the basketball straight over Sakuragi Hanamichi's head. Brush. Basketball into the net. 60-57. Sakuragi Hanamichi gritted his teeth angrily. Yuni patted Sakuragi on the shoulder and said. Don't worry, if they want to fight the score, just fight with them enough. Soon it was time for Shihoko to serve first, and Yuni was still working as a point guard. The game continued minute by minute. Yuni's dribbling and passing made Suna unable to handle the ball at all, but even with four people marking Donghwang Yuni, there was no chance to shoot for the time being. And with the cooperation of Kaed Rukawa and Sakuragi Hanamichi, everyone in Suna complained again and again. But the score was gradually caught up by Suna. 62-57. 74-71. 81-79. Yuni looked at Suna's white teeth at this moment. It seems that your tactics are very successful. For some reason, Fukatsu Kazunari suddenly had a bad feeling when he saw Yuni's smile. Yuni then spoke again. Your defense is good, but it's not enough to defend me. As soon as the voice fell, Yuni disappeared in front of everyone in the audience. What? What about people? 35. What happened? Of course, Yuni uses Kuroko Tetsuya's ultra-low presence. Sawakita Eiji over there is preparing to break through Kaed Rukawa. Suddenly the touch in his hand disappears, and he immediately looks down to find that the basketball has disappeared for some time. This made Sawakita Eiji a little confused, not knowing what happened to explain the situation. The basketball soon fell into the hands of Akashi Takenori. After receiving the ball, Akashi Takenori waved the ball and passed it out, but the direction of the pass made Suna a little confused. I saw the basketball flying in the direction of no one, but at this moment, with a bang, the basketball's course suddenly changed direction, and it landed directly in the hands of Hisashi Mitsui, who ran to Suna's three-point line, and took a jump shot. Brush. Basketball into the net. 83-79. Until now, everyone in the game has sweated profusely and has little energy left. Yuni's eyes suddenly became sharp after stretching. Then let's begin. Suddenly, Yuni's body exuded a ferocious bloodthirsty aura that was terrifying. Everyone in Suna and the staff of the major universities in the surrounding are all stunned, so scary. Shinichi Maki looked at Donghwang Yuni off the field and shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, it's still better than that guy. Suna was holding the ball by Kawada Masashi, but when he felt the breath from Donghwang Yuni's body, his throat was dry and his movements became dull. Seeing this, Donghwang Yuni passed Kawada Masashi's side like a flash of lightning, and took the basketball from Kawada Masashi's hand. Sawakita Eiji and Captain Fukatsu Kazunari stepped forward to stop him. At this time, Donghwang Yuni used the super high-speed dribble directly as he wanted. After passing Sawakita Eiji on the left, he threw the ball in the direction of Fukatsu Kazunari on the right. When Fukatsu Kazunari was about to catch the ball, suddenly Yuni appeared and took the ball from here. A turnaround plus a flower butterfly step to break through Fukatsu Kazunari. This series of actions is dazzling. Yuni then broke into the inside and jumped up to shoot, but was blocked by Satoshi Ichinakura. Yuni smiled. Then I'll show you something good. Yuni held the ball with both hands, and let the basketball hit the ground with proper rotation. The basketball directly touched the ground and bounced off the backboard. The basketball flew very high, and soon the basketball fell on the top of the backboard, and then the basketball rolled to the center of the backboard with the force of rotation and finally fell. Brush. Basketball into the net. 85-79. Wire hoisting. Wire hanging shot is one of Yuni's self-created shooting skills. The principle is to throw the basketball according to a certain rotation and strength, and use the rotation force of the basketball to rub against the backboard to reduce the impact force, so that the basketball can maintain a balance on the backboard, and then allows the basketball to roll from the edge of the backboard to the center of the backboard before the remaining rotational force of the basketball is lost and fall into the basket. Everyone who watched this series of actions opened their eyes and secretly thought that this child is really a monster. Yuni didn't mean to release water. Clap. Yuni stole Suna's pass again, then Yuni dribbled the ball directly to Suna's inside line at super high speed, and three opponents in front blocked it. Yuni also didn't choose a jumper. Suddenly Yuni's speed changed from max to 0 and then stepped back and threw the basketball backwards. But what no one noticed was that the thrown basketball also had some kind of weird spin, and the basketball directly hit the ground behind Yuni. Just when everyone thought Yuni was about to pass back, the basketball suddenly bounced from behind Yuni to the front basket. The basketball hits the backboard and bounces directly into the basket. Bang! Brush! 87-79. Suna serves. Pop! It was the sound of the basketball being cut off again. Not to mention, the super high speed plus Emperor Eye is really a bug, and it is almost always beneficial. Yuni thought in his heart, at this time the Suna 5 had red eyes, and they were ready to block Yuni's ball with all their might. Sure enough, Yuni rushed to the inside and jumped up to prepare for a dunk. Suna also jumped up and stretched out his hand to block Yuni's ball. Yuni was forced to recover the basketball under the opponent's block and gradually crossed the backboard. At this time, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the guy was finally blocked. But just then Yuni swung the ball up and back with his right hand, and the basketball flew off the back of Suna's backboard and fell into the hoop. Brush. 89-79. At this time, the hearts of the people in Suna were already in chaos, and no matter what they did, they couldn't prevent Donghwang Yuni. Suna served again, and Sawakita Ag was gasping for breath when he was blocked by 463 Donghwang Yuni just after half-time. Sawakita Ag changed hands to dribble under the crotch, then turned and changed hands behind his back, trying to fool Donghwang Yuni with 2 consecutive fakes. But who is Donghwang Yuni? There is Emperor I who can see the future. I saw that Yuni just raised his hand to steal the basketball in Sawakita Ag's hand. Sawakita Ag ran back to his own defense immediately after finding the ball, and he knew in his heart that it was impossible to defend Donghwang Yuni by himself. Yuni dribbled the ball quickly to the 3-point line for a shot, when Fukatsu Kazunari rushed up and tried to defend. Yuni looked at him and jumped straight up to shoot. But to outsiders, Fukatsu Kazunari watched Donghwang Yuni jump up and shoot as if he was stupid. Brush. Basketball into the net. 92-79. Fukatsu Kazunari also opened his eyes in disbelief and asked in confusion. Why? Why can't I jump? What have you done to me? Yuni looked at the crazy Fukatsu Kazunari and said lightly. It's nothing, it's just one of my 3 3-pointers, called the Void. Those high school teams outside the field have long been fooled by Donghwang Yuni's show. Everyone swallowed involuntarily. Some of them have heard that Chihoku's number 99 is very powerful, and some of them have not. No matter what, today they know what real power is, and comparing him to Suna is nothing. It's not worth mentioning at all. Donghwang Yuni has brought too many surprises to everyone today, many magical skills, the exaggerated dribbling method, the 3-pointer that does not limit the position, and the 3-pointer that makes people unable to jump up and defend. There are also ways of scoring the ball and disappearing suddenly, each of which fascinates everyone. The competition looked like watching Donghwang Yuni's personal magic show, and people were always looking forward to what his next performance would be. From Yuni's shot until now, the audience has remained silent. It's not that the audience is not excited, but that the audience can't bear to shout and praise, for fear of breaking this wonderful art. From now on, Donghwang Yuni has truly become the admirer of everyone in the high school basketball world, and also the insurmountable mountain in his heart. Even if they think they can't surpass Donghwang Yuni, they will try their best to chase him, challenge him, and then beat him as much as possible. Chapter 70. Has anyone finally knocked Suna out of the championship after so many years? No one felt that Suna could pose any threat to Chihoku with Donghwang Yuni anymore. This is the voice of everyone present, this year's champion, if nothing else, must be Chihoku not running. To be precise, there should be another champion, that is Donghwang Yuni. The reason is very simple, that is, there is no one in the room to challenge me to the man in the number 99 jersey off the field. He is simply a monster. Some people call him the Emperor of high school basketball. Not only the Emperor, but also the bug is very appropriate. It is simply a bug scoring machine that cannot be defended. No, it cannot be said to be a machine. It should be because he is also very smart, knows how to find the right time, understands psychological warfare, and knows how to use all available factors to defeat the enemy. What a terrible person, no one wants to touch him off the court, and he is afraid of being affected and losing interest in basketball. Yuni off the court naturally didn't know what other people were thinking. The only thing he wanted to do now was to break down the opponent's psychological defense line, so as to leave more cards to participate in the next game. Not only that, Yuni seems to be entering a wonderful state now, as if entering a zone but not a zone. It's like a person floating in a vacuum environment. Although Yuni doesn't know what the situation is, Yuni can be sure that once he is familiar with this state, he can not only reduce a lot of physical strength, but also have a killer-like zone. With the last 2 minutes left, Dongwang Yuni stole the ball from Sawakita Eiji again. Sawakita Eiji and Suna clenched their teeth and stared at Dongwang Yuni once again with red eyes. But Dongwang Yuni did not use the super high speed to break through as before, but slapped the ball and walked forward. After walking to the front of the Mikami crowd, Dongwang Yuni's center of gravity switched the basketball and quickly changed hands back and forth, and an ankle finisher swayed directly to Sawakita Eiji and Fukkatsu Kazunari. The others and Suna were startled and rushed to make up the defense, but Dongwang Yuni switched hands and clapped the basketball a few times, and another ankle finisher knocked the three down. After that, Yuni patted the basketball very calmly and walked to Suna's basket. He didn't even look at the basket. The era of Suna is over, and the next is the era of Shohoku dominance. Brush. 94-79. The five Sunas sat on the ground with a sense of despair surrounding them, watching Dongwang Yuni's back walking back for a long time without saying a word. Powerless, powerless, or powerless, no matter what they do, no matter what tactics they use, there is nothing they can do against Dongwang Yuni. Fukkatsu Kazunari gave a wry smile at this time, then his eyes became firm. Okay, it's not a failure. It's nothing. If we don't dare to fight for the last time, then we are still the strongest in high school. Sawakita Eiji looked at the captain with a relieved smile. That's right, now I will try my best to leave no regrets. Well said. Let's go. The people of Suna were once again raised by their own captain's fighting spirit. Yuni turned her head to look and smiled slightly. As expected of Suna. Sakuragi Hanamichi wiped the sweat from his forehead. That's the best way, otherwise it won't be interesting. Akashi Takenori took a deep breath and yelled. B. Soon Sawakita Eiji dribbled the ball and passed it to Fukkatsu Kazunari before reaching the midfield. Fukkatsu Kazunari made another pass to Kawada Masashi, who faked Akashi Takenori and passed the ball to Sawakita Eiji. Sawakita Eiji didn't stop either, taking a jump shot from the three-pointer. Bang! Did not enter, grab the rebound. At this time, everyone under the basket shouted and jumped up to grab the ball. Suddenly a red figure flashed out, holding up the basketball firmly with one hand, then closed the ball and hugged it tightly. It is Sakuragi Hanamichi. After grabbing the basketball, Sakuragi Hanamichi passed the ball directly to Dongwang Yuni. Dongwang Yuni slapped the ball and changed hands and then backed the ball. The last elbow hit the ball to Kaed another time. Before Suna could react, Kaed rushed to the opponent's basket. Jump up for a one-handed dunk. Bang! 96-79. Time gradually came to an end, and Suna still had no hope of turning a defeat into a victory in the final time, but was caught off guard by the cooperation of Sakuragi Hanamichi and Kaed Rukawa. The final score was fixed at 102-81. Only at this time did Suna know that Shohoku is a super strong team even without Dongwang Yuni, and it is not wrong to lose this game. Soon the whistle for the end of the game rang through the audience. Shohoku High School vs Suna High, the winner is Shohoku High School. At the moment when the whistle ended, the audience supporting Shohoku and everyone on the Shohoku bench jumped up and ran into the arena, hugging their players and giggling non-stop. How can they not be happy, not crazy? This is Suna, known as the strongest Suna in high school. Defeating Suna means that Shohoku also has the strongest ability in high school. Seeing the excited giggling off the court, everyone in the colleges and universities felt helpless. Hey! Suna still loses. I mean, I never thought that Suna would lose. Shohoku is too scary. I don't even have the confidence to challenge. Coach Kitano looked at Dongwang Yuni below, excited, relieved, and a little helpless, then turned to look at Coach Anze and sighed. As a coach, I am very excited to see a player like Dongwang Yuni. As a RB country, I am very pleased and proud to have a player like Donghwang Yuni, but as an opponent, it is a bit helpless. Almost every college coach thinks so. Suna's coach Domoto stepped onto the court and said next to the crying Suna player. You have done a good job. If you lose, you will lose. It's good to win again next time. Coach Domoto patted everyone on the shoulder and comforted. Sometimes losing the game is also a kind of growth. Failure is the mother of success. The recent failure will become an important asset tomorrow. Then Coach Domoto came to Coach Anze and bowed slightly. Coach Anze, thank you so much for your advice. Coach Anze laughed a few times. Everywhere, it's the children's own credit. Coach Domoto turned his head to look at the Shohoku players, and finally fixed his eyes on Donghwang Yuni and muttered to himself. What an amazing player! Coach Anze also praised. Yes. Coach Domoto then shook hands with Coach Anze and went back to their respective teams. After the two salutes, the two teams returned to their respective lounges. Soon the major colleges and universities will go back with their own videos of the game. They have to take a good look at Shohoku, especially Donghwang Yuni. Even if they have a feeling that Donghwang Yuni is helpless after watching the video, they should watch it. What if you find a solution? Reporter Aida Yayoi was shocked by Shohoku's victory over Suna and Donghwang Yuni's various skills, and then immediately called the assistant next to him and ran to Suna's lounge. Aida Yayoi has never interviewed Shohoku. I regret it, and I am angry with myself for not interviewing Shohoku. When Aida Yayoi came to Shohoku's lounge, knocked on the door and walked in. Hello everyone from Shohoku, I'm a reporter from Basketball Magazine Weekly, my name is Aida Yayoi, can I interview you? At this time Yuni spoke up. The guild hall is now being cleared, if possible, can we interview at our collective dormitory? Aida Yayoi blushed a little looking at the handsome Donghwang Yuni. No problem. Then we'll see you later. After Aida Yayoi left, the Shohoku people were a little puzzled and asked. Why not let her interview here? It won't take much time for interviews. Yuni said after thinking about it. Actually it's nothing, there are two reasons. The first one is that after returning home, it is better to tidy up an interview with a brand new look. The second one is that the interview will be more natural and time will be more natural after returning. It will also increase the popularity of our Shohoku. When everyone heard this, it seemed to be the truth, and then everyone packed up their belongings and walked out of the hall. Gongruri and Akaji Haruko's two sisters have been waiting for a long time. When he saw everyone coming out, he shouted with excitement. Congratulations to everyone who defeated Suna, and congratulations to my brother, my dream is about to come true. Akaji Takenori also nodded in a very happy mood. Sakuragi Hanamika's pig brother is also fully revealed. Haruko, did you see that? That savage team was beaten by me. Everyone looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi with contempt. Gong Liulai took Donghwang Yuni's arm and said happily. Congratulations Yuni. Yuni touched Gong Liulai's head and smiled. It's not Lido, of course. In fact, they will win even if I'm not there, but it will only hurt their vitality. Gong Liulai nodded knowingly. Everyone walked without a word, and soon returned to their residence. When everyone came to the dormitory, they saw that Aida Yayoi was already waiting there. Everyone in Shohoku quickly packed up and gathered in the lobby to wait for Aida Yayoi's interview. The interview took a long time, from the practice match with Ryanan to the victory over Suna today. In the evening, Aida Yayoi got up to say goodbye and took a group photo of everyone before leaving. The next day Shohoku's basketball newspaper was published, and an eye-catching piece of the newspaper caught everyone's attention. Shohoku beat former champion Suna to become the strongest in high school. This news completely shocked all the supporters of all high schools and major high school basketball teams. Some people don't believe it, some people are nervous after the game. Liar! Suna actually lost. It's not true, My idol actually lost to that nameless school. In addition to this piece of information, there is another piece of information that caused an uproar in the high school basketball world. Donghwang Yuni, the king of high school basketball. After the title is some Donghwang Yuni's record. Everyone gasped after seeing the record. All kinds of magical ball skills emerge in an endless stream, super speed, super long distance 3 points, clean opponents, and so on. Let everyone who sees this newspaper feel cold in their hearts. Is this really human? It's too exaggerated. I really want to see him play with my own eyes. Ah! My lord Donghwang is so handsome. The news of Shihoko's victory over Suna continued to ferment, and Donghwang Yuni also entered everyone's eyes. From today onwards, the names of Shihoko and Donghwang Yuni have been resounding throughout the high school basketball world. Chapter 71. Shihoko didn't have any games today, and the guys didn't go to other colleges' games. Yuni suggested that everyone go to the beach to relax and keep the nerves tense, which is not good for the body and the game. Yuni called the housekeeper of Gigu to prepare some barbecue equipment and ingredients. As soon as Shihoko arrived at the beach, they saw these things that had already been prepared. People who can barbecue take the initiative to play with barbecue equipment, and the girls also consciously help skewer meat and vegetables. Others who have nothing to do go to team up to play their favorite games. Akashi take Nori and Kagure Kiminobu sit and chat as usual. Donghwang Yuni came to the werewolf and sat down. Who is the opponent for tomorrow's game? Akashi take Nori thought about it and shook his head. Don't know, didn't get the promotion schedule. Kagure Kiminobu said. I heard Ayako say it seems like some kind of love in academy. Yuni frowned, the story he knew was almost over by the time Suna arrived, and he didn't know anything about the team that followed. Although Yuni has the confidence to solve any team, but not knowing the other team always feels uncomfortable. Hey! It seems that things in the future can really only rely on themselves. IHE Academy? Can you tell me what kind of team this IHE Academy is? Akashi take Nori thought for a moment and nodded. I don't know much, but I know that there is a very strong guy in their team. Kagure Kiminobu also spoke up. Yes, it seems to be called Zuxingde, a third-year, nationally renowned shooting guard, known as the Star of Aichi. There are rumors that the person who can defeat the super ace Sawakita Ag must be him. Yuni smacked her lips. Let's put it that way. Sawakita Ag's strength is not that weak. Although 463 felt that he was weak when we played against us, his strength was very strong, and most people couldn't compare to him. Akashi take Nori also nodded. Yes, I can feel the pressure of Sawakita Ag. If it weren't for you to suppress him, he must have shined in the last game. Yuni raised the corners of her mouth. So what do you think about the next game? Akashi take Nori shook his head and said. The soldiers will block the water and cover the soil, and then it will be good to use all their strength. Yuni's look at Akashi take Nori suddenly became clear, he seemed to understand why Shihoko was so miserable before. It's no wonder that Akashi's only exercise can make the team stronger. A team not only needs to train for a long time, but also needs to carry out long-term running in, and develop one after another cooperation and countermeasures. Yuni thinks so, if Shihoko can study it carefully in the original book, maybe he can win the championship with Kaed Rukawa and Sakuragi Hanamichi injured. Yuni, Senior Akashi, Senior Kagure, the food is ready, come and eat it. Gong Liulai's cry interrupted Yuni's thoughts. The three got up and walked over, each picked up a skewer of barbecued meat and ate it. Ayako ran from a distance while everyone was fighting for food. The next game is out. Everyone stopped the movements in their hands and looked up. Ayako opened the crowd with a schedule. The next game is Aichi Academy. Yuni thought that it was right, if the note of the plot was adapted again, it would be the game with Aichi Academy. In the original book, Shihoko lost to Aichi Academy, but now that Shihoko has himself, Kaed Rukawa and Sakuragi Hanamichi are not injured, and defeating Aichi Academy is not difficult at all. Ayako continued speaking. Although Aichi Academy is not as good as Sunahai, don't take it lightly. There is a troublesome person in their team. The first is the number 4 shooting guard, Mohei, who is said to be better than Sunaha's Sawakita Eiji. After listening to the crowd, there were not too many expressions, and there was not too much pressure. Donghuang Yuni gave everyone the strength to accept the challenge of any opponent. Okay Ayako, let's eat first. Since we already know who the game is, let Yuni and the others, 5. Gongruri took Ayako to the place where the 3 of Haruko were sitting. Ayako also temporarily put down his work and integrated with the crowd. On the other side, in the collective dormitory of Ihi College, everyone watched the video of Shihoku and Sunaha's match with depressed expressions, and Donghuang Yuni put too much pressure on them. Zhu Xingda frowned tightly, watching Donghuang Yuni on the screen, trying to find out what to do with him. Ihi's coach spoke at this time. As you can see, the current situation is like this. What we can do now is to maintain a normal mind and try our best to exert 120% of our strength. Shihoku is strong, but we are not weak. Everyone in Ihi Academy nodded. Yes, the coach is right. We can't feel cowardly against Shihoku because of Sunaha's defeat. If you give up, there's nothing left. Soon the people of Aichi began to study how to deal with Shihoku. Seaside. After eating and drinking, everyone in Shihoku began to enjoy the rare tranquility. Looking at the sometimes surging waves and the cool sea breeze, everyone felt that their body and mind were baptized. The rays of the setting sun shone down from the sky, reflecting the fiery red clouds. Yuni stared at the burning clouds in the sky in a daze. If suddenly one day I could return to the original world, how would I choose then? Go back or stay here? Yuni involuntarily looked at Gong Liulai among the group of girls. Yuni's eyes gradually became firmer the moment he saw Gong Liulai. Hands clenched fists, here are their own mother, father, and their lover. What can I have when I go back? I have nothing. Kfbei. So why should I choose to go back? I want to stay here to accompany them. There are too many regrets in the past life. In this life, I will eliminate all the regrets and leave only a happy life for myself. Thinking of this, Yuni showed a relaxed smile. He closed his eyes and asked after concentrating. System, is it possible for me to return to the original world? Ding! If the host wants to return to the original world, it is possible, and the host must actively choose. I have made a choice, I don't plan to return to the original world, I want to stay here with my family and lover. Ding! The choice of the host is the choice of the system, and the host only needs to make a choice at that time. Soon Yuni was woken up by Gong Liulai who came over. Yuni exited the system and saw Gong Liulai with a worried face. What's wrong with Xiali? Gong Liulai raised her hand and touched Yuni's forehead. Don't have a fever? Why didn't you respond when I called you just now? I thought you were sick. Yuni scratched Gong Liulai's nose and smiled. Silly girl, I was just thinking about something a little too fascinated. Gong Liulai pursed her lips. What's the matter? I was so fascinated by what I thought. Don't worry, I'm definitely not thinking about other girls. Gong Liulai's face turned red and she was cute. Soon everyone started to pack up and prepare to go back. It's good to put things together at Yuni Expressway, and someone will come to pick them up later. Everyone said enviously. It's nice to have money. It's so convenient to do anything. That is to say, I envy classmate Yuni. Soon everyone returned to the collective dormitory together. After returning to the dormitory, Akashi Takenori began to ask everyone to discuss how to deal with Aichi Academy. Yuni said. I've thought about it all, do you remember the state you got into when you dealt with Kanon? Akashi Takenori nodded. Sakuragi Hanamichi said excitedly. That state seems to be wonderful, I feel like I can do anything. Hisashi Mitsui said at the same time. Yes, as if the whole person is soaked in water, very comfortable. Miyagi Ryota said suddenly at this time. It's stumbling that you want to. Yuni nodded and said with a smile. That's right, I plan to put you in a pseudo-zone state when I play against Aichi Academy, which is why I didn't come out when I played against Suna, it's another trump card for us. Everyone in Shihoko was stunned. They didn't expect to have a whole card against Suna. How big of a heart does Donghwang Yuni have? Miyagi Ryota looked at Donghwang Yuni. How monstrous you are! 99. Several others nodded in agreement. Yuni spread her hands and continued. Don't be too surprised, this is just a basic operation, if you reach a certain level, it will be like this, just like the skills I taught you on the beach basketball court before, you think that when you learn those skills, you will give yourself how much combat power will it increase. That's right, Sakuragi Hanamichi clamored for Yuni to teach him meteor dunk when he was at the beach basketball court, and the others were similar. Yuni didn't hide his secrets either, and taught him selectively what he could give to everyone. What was taught to Sakuragi Hanamichi was meteor slam dunk. What Akaji Takenori taught was the right to shoot after. What was taught to Kaed Rukawa is sunfire shooting blue. Teach Miyagi Ryota is dream step and spinning pass. The nature taught to Hisashi Mitsui is the sky, the earth, the void three-pointer. At that time, everyone was stunned when Yuni taught the skills to several people. They didn't expect that these skills contain such profound truth. As for how much they can learn, it depends on their own creation. After everyone decided their tactics, they went back to rest. They were ready to raise their spirits for tomorrow's match against Aichi Academy. Chapter 72. Early the next morning, the sun rose slowly from the east like a red balloon filled with hydrogen. When the warm sun shines on Donghwang Yuni's body, there is a feeling of being enveloped in happiness. Rubbing his eyes, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at the endless sky. The blue, like the blue stone slabs after the rain, is refreshing everywhere, revealing a comfortable and elegant feeling. When? There was a knock on the door, and then a gentle and beautiful female voice sounded from the door. Yuni, it's time to get up. Yuni stumbled open the door and yawned. Xiao Li, why is it so early today? Ah. Gong Li Yulai said with a smile. There's a game today. So don't sleep in. Gong Li Yulai remembered that when she and Yuni were in the United States, the appearance of being unable to sleep made Gong Li Yulai really helpless. Soon everyone woke up one after another, and after washing their clothes, they took their own things and walked to the venue of the competition. Today is the match between Shihoko and Aichi Academy, and one after another, the audience entered the hall early in the morning. Due to the fame of Shihoko and Donghwang Yuni, the audience today was much larger than usual. The audience was already full before the game started. Basketball teams from major colleges and universities were present. There are also many more reporters from major newspapers than before. Soon Gong Ruri, Akaji Haruko and the two good sisters also walked to their seats and sat down. There are so many people today. Akaji Haruko also said happily. Of course, the attention Shihoko has received after beating Suna has never been the same. In the Shihoko lounge, Akaji Takenori spoke to everyone seriously. Ahem. Don't think that you will be slack after defeating Suna. We will also use all our strength to defeat the opponent in this game. Coach Anze laughed when he saw the players being so energetic. On the other side, in the Love and Academy lounge. No problem. Zuxingda. Zhu Xingda replied with a serious expression. Don't worry, everyone, no matter what the outcome is, I will do my best. Aichi's coach nodded secretly when he saw that their momentum was quite good. Very well, just keep the current momentum and beat Shihoko in one go. Yes. Time passed by minute, and it was getting closer and closer to the start of the game. The audience also started to become noisy. At this moment, the door to the passage of Love and Academy opened on the arena. When IHE Academy came out, the supporters of IHE Academy immediately shouted, "Love and Star! Love and Star! Love and Star! Zhu Xing, come on!" Gong Liulai was a little surprised when she heard IHE's cheers so loud. "I can't believe Love and Academy would be so popular." Akashi Haruko replied. "Of course, Iwa Academy's Marashitsuda is known as the Super Ace Sawakita Agi that rivals Suna." Soon the gate of the Shohoku passage on the other side slowly opened. When the Shohoku crowd came out, the cheers from the audience almost lifted the roof of the hall. "What? Finally out! It's Shohoku! It's Donghwang Yuni, my goddess! How will he play today?" 99. Donghwang! 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 Emperor! 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 Everyone in IHE Academy was a little stunned when they saw this battle. They didn't expect that Shohoku's supporters would change so much in just one day. Gong Liulai also covered her mouth in surprise. She thought that Shohoku and Yuni's fans would increase, but she didn't expect it to change so much. Especially Donghwang Yuni's fans are almost, from the screams on the field, it can be seen that almost the whole audience is Donghwang Yuni's supporters. Listening to Yuni, "I love you, Donghwang, I'm a male god that came out from time to time," Gong Liulai pouted and felt very unhappy. It seems that Yuni should be watched closely in the future to prevent him from messing around. Gong Liulai thought sadly here. Players from both sides on the field have already walked to the field. IHE Academy's starting lineup. Toijo, number 12, center. Yuji Okada, number 8, power forward. Mies Hillen, number 11, small forward. Zuxingda, number 4, shooting guard. Chong Kazushi, number 7, point guard. Shohoku starting roster lineup. Akashi Takenori, number 4, center. Sakuragi Hanamichi, number 10, power forward. Kaed Rukawa, number 11, small forward. Hisashi Mitsui, number 14, shooting guard. Donghwang Yuni, number 99, point guard. Hisashi Mitsui looked at the stars in front of him and thought, "Is this the strongest shooting guard in the country? I'm going to beat you." Hearing Hisashi Mitsui's words, the stars smiled. "If it's your number 99, I don't think so, but as for you." Hisashi Mitsui took a deep breath, then glanced at Donghwang Yuni. "I thought that if I could get into that state, maybe I could." Yuni seemed to sense Hisashi Mitsui's gaze and turned to look at Hisashi Mitsui. "It's exhausting, are you sure you want to think about it now?" Hisashi Mitsui instantly lost his temper when he heard it. He thought of the feeling of weakness after experiencing the fake zone last time. He didn't want to start out flabbergasted and be substituted. Soon the whistle of the game began. Akashi Takenori grabbed the ball easily on the jump ball and then passed it to Donghwang Yuni. Yuni, who is temporarily the point guard, naturally wants to lead the team to take the initiative. Yuni slapped the ball and glanced at everyone in the audience, then Yuni passed the ball to the ground in the direction of Kaed Rukawa. IHE's power forward Yuji Okada saw it and immediately ran in front of Kaed Rukawa to prepare for a cut. Bang! A sound. After the basketball hit the ground, the basketball changed direction and flew directly towards Akashi Takenori. Akashi Takenori has been paying attention to the movement of the basketball, and when he saw the basketball flying, he reached out to catch the ball. After receiving the ball, Akashi Takenori dribbled the ball forward and quickly came to the basket. Just as Akashi Takenori was about to dunk with the ball in both hands, he noticed Daimokoji was chasing him from behind. Akashi Takenori was startled and thought that he was indeed someone who could rival Sawakita Agi. Akashi Takenori flicked the ball back to Donghwang Yuni with a wrist back. After Yuni received the ball, Kazushi, who was directly opposite, immediately blocked forward. The corner of Donghwang Yuni's mouth twitched, and he threw the ball under Hisashi Mitsui. From the perspective of others, Donghwang Yuni passed the ball to Hisashi Mitsui. Zhongchang Kazushi immediately stepped forward to chase the basketball's landing spot after seeing it, but what he didn't see was Donghwang Yuni's white teeth leaking out at this time. Zhongchang Kazushi finally caught up with the basketball in front of Hisashi Mitsui and was about to reach out to catch the ball, but the basketball hit the ground and immediately returned to Donghwang Yuni's hands. Zhongchang Kazushi was stunned for a moment, a little overwhelmed. Donghwang Yuni jumped up and shot directly after catching the ball. Brush. 2-0. Shihoko took the lead and Donghwang Yuni took the initiative easily. At this time, the audience was full of voices. Have you seen the ball just now, and actually went back by yourself? As expected of a king. The ball just now was so handsome. Everyone in Shihoko pouted when they heard the cheers outside the arena. They knew that this move was called a zero return. The principle is also very simple. It just uses the rotational force of the swing to contact the ground and then bounces back. This is a skill often used when playing billiards. They have also tried it, but the effect is not as good as what Donghwang Yuni used, and they can't find the point. On the field, all the stars looked at Donghwang Yuni's move with admiration. With his talent, he could understand the skill of this move at a glance, but it is not so easy to use it. Pop. 4 flowers 0. Zhu Xingda's momentum changed after receiving the serve. Come on. I won't give up. Moro's Hita dribbled the ball quickly across the half, and Hisashi Mitsui was a little helpless in front of Moro's Hita. Zhu Xingda was much faster than him, and he found it difficult to guard him. Soon Hisashi Mitsui was pushed past, and when he reached the three-point line, Moro's Hita jumped up and shot. Hisashi Mitsui, who caught up later, tried to stop him, but it was too late. Brush. 3 points into the network. 2-3. Wow! It seems that IHE Academy will not give up easily. Well done Zhu Xingda. There were bursts of praise from the audience. Hisashi Mitsui took a deep breath. Pass the ball to me, come again. Shihoko served, Donghwang Yuni dribbled the ball and glanced at Hisashi Mitsui, then handed the ball to Hisashi Mitsui. Hisashi Mitsui rushed forward immediately after receiving the ball. When the three-point line was approaching, he was blocked by Moro's Hita, and Hisashi Mitsui tried several times without breaking through. Forced to pass the ball out in desperation, Hisashi Mitsui passed the ball to Sakuragi Hanamichi. But at this moment, IHE's number 11 Meishilan suddenly appeared on the passing route and stole the basketball. Hisashi Mitsui was startled and screamed badly. After Meishilan grabbed the ball, he immediately rushed to Shihoko's basket, and Kaed Rukawa was not far behind and chased after him at the same time. Just when Kaed Rukawa was about to catch up, Meishilan returned the ball to the hands of Zhu Xingda. Marashitsu waited for this moment early in the morning, and before Hisashi Mitsui could react, Marashitsu caught the ball and made another jumper. Brush. 3 points into the network. 2-6. Shihoko served again, Donghwang Yuni was still dribbling the ball, turned around and dashed to Kazushi, then passed the ball to Hisashi Mitsui. Many people wondered why Yuni kept passing the ball to Hisashi Mitsui, because Hisashi Mitsui was a shooting guard with Datong Zuxing. If Hisashi Mitsui wants to break through himself, he must defeat the stars, at least evenly. But the pressure in his heart filled Hisashi Mitsui's heart from the very beginning, so Donghwang Yuni wanted Hisashi Mitsui to calm down by himself. Donghwang Yuni is such a person, he will not say anything to warn or comfort others, but use actions to let the other party understand his own mistakes and then correct them. After Hisashi Mitsui received the ball, he rushed to the opponent's three-point line as before, and Daya Morohashi was rude and blocked in front of Hisashi Mitsui. Hisashi Mitsui gritted his teeth and forcibly jumped up and shot, and the stars waved the ball with a big wave. Pop! A veritable pot of hot pot threw a basketball bat thrown by Hisashi Mitsui into the air. Some people in the audience felt dissatisfied when they saw this. What is that 14 doing? Really, it's better to let Lord Donghwang score. 99. Damn, that number 14 is just messing around. 39. Hisashi Mitsui was very upset when he heard the audience's words. Just then Sakuragi Hanamichi came to Hisashi Mitsui's side and patted Hisashi Mitsui's shoulder. "Little San, what's wrong with you today? It's different from usual, not like you at all." Hisashi Mitsui looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi and lowered his head, "Yet. What the hell am I doing?" Then Hisashi Mitsui looked up at Donghwang Yuni, who was expressionless, and suddenly seemed to understand something. He took a deep breath and stabilized his mind. "I'm sorry everyone, I just had a fever." Donghwang Yuni looked at Hisashi Mitsui and nodded. "Just calm down." Hisashi Mitsui didn't know why, he was listening to Donghwang Yuni's consolation, but there was an inexplicable sense of oppression that he was being looked down upon by the gods. Not just Hisashi Mitsui, but several others as well. They both felt that something terrible could happen if Hisashi Mitsui continued on his own way. Yuni said he was helpless too, he didn't mean it. It's just that after awakening the Emperor it will naturally be misunderstood by others. Chapter 73. On the court, the basketball was shot out of bounds by Moro's Hita, and now it was Shihoku's turn to serve. Hisashi Mitsui glanced at the crowd before passing the ball to Akaji Takenori. After receiving the ball, Akaji Takenori rushed inside Iwa and jumped up to make a slam dunk. Tojo immediately jumped up and stretched out his hand to block, and Akaji Takenori didn't panic when he saw Tojo's blocking. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Sakuragi Hanamichi's position, then flipped out with one hand to pass the ball to Sakuragi Hanamichi. AI and Academy both widened their eyes. Can you change hands and pass the ball in that situation? When did Akaji get so tricky? That's right, Akaji Takenori just used the right to shoot later that Donghwang Yuni gave him. This trick is very simple to learn in a short time, much easier than teaching other people the skills. Just be prepared to pass and dunk ahead of time. Sure enough, Akaji Takenori felt very handy after using it today. Sakuragi Hanamichi said excitedly after receiving the pass. Beautiful gorilla. Sakuragi Hanamichi immediately jumped up and threw the ball into the basket with both hands. Bang! 4-6. Shinichi Maki of Kanan High School frowned as he watched Akaji Takenori off the field. Akaji, when did he have this skill? Soichirojin replied. I guess Donghwang Yuni taught him it. 39. Kiyota Nobunaga also nodded in agreement. You can't go wrong with 463, he taught it, only that pervert can have so many bizarre skills. The audience outside the venue also pointed to Akaji Takenori and said. Shihoku's number 4 seems to be pretty good. Just say it. AI and the academy all looked at Shihoku with some depression. I can't believe Akaji would hide such a thing. It's a tricky move. Zhu Xingda said. I think this should be the handwriting of the 99th. What an incredible guy. Soon Iwa sent the ball into the hands of Moro's Hita, who still broke through from Hisashi Mitsui's position. Hisashi Mitsui calmed down, defended for a while, but was smashed by Marashitsu. Sakuragi Hanamichi appeared in front of Moro's Hita just as Moro's Hita was about to jump up and shoot. Zhu Xingda saw that the shooting route was gone, and he could only choose to pass the ball. He looked left and right and finally passed the basketball to Yuji Okada. Yuji Okada was stopped by a palm before he received the ball. Yusi Chongtian turned around and saw that it was Donghwang Yuni, and suddenly had a bad feeling. After Yuni stole the ball, he immediately broke through Kazushi, and then came to Ihi's basket. Ihi and everyone quickly returned to visit. Yuni slammed the basketball to the ground and flew directly into the air. While flying to the sky, Yuni has already turned around to defend. The basketball flew to the sky, and soon someone noticed that the basketball was landing in a wrong place, and then everyone heard it. Brush. Sound. Basketball into the net. 6-6. The audience immediately shouted wildly when they saw Donghwang Yuni's smashing shot. Awesome! As expected of the king of basketball. It's still possible to get in. Cheers came to resound through the audience. Donghwang Yuni's fans looked at the number 99 below with excitement. Gong Liulai murmured looking at the shouting at the scene. Yuni has become a big star. Akashi Haruko agreed with a heart-pounding eye. That's it. Yuni is really amazing. Mayuri hurriedly shook Haruko's body when she saw Akashi Haruko's appearance. No, Yuni is mine. Everyone in IHE Academy on the arena seems to have already expected this situation. Although they have the determination to win this game, they are not sure of winning. Therefore, the mood of everyone in IHE Academy is still relatively calm. Their idea is not to let the score open too much. If they can, they naturally want to defeat Shohoku. Zhongchang Kazushi dribbled the ball to Moro's Hida, who dribbled the ball past half-time. Hisashi Mitsui stopped in front of Moro's Hida without hesitation, and Moro's Hida turned around under his crotch to bypass Hisashi Mitsui's defense. Hisashi Mitsui gritted his teeth and turned around to try to block Moro's Hida again, but Moro's Hida was still a beat faster than Hisashi Mitsui. Zhu Xingda did not choose to shoot a three-pointer, but rushed directly to the inside line. Sakuragi Hanamichi immediately jumped forward to block Moro's Hida when he saw that he had come to the inside line. Seeing this, Morihei immediately jumped up and slammed into Sakuragi Hanamichi and shot. The whistle blew, and the red number 10 fouled the defense. Brush. Basketball into the net. 6-8. The ball is counted, and a penalty is added. Sakuragi Hanamichi stomped hard. Damn, I didn't intend to foul. Akashi Takenori patted Sakuragi Hanamichi on the shoulder. Okay, Sakuragi, it's not your fault. Brush. Zuxing made a free throw. 6-9. Hisashi Mitsui let out a breath and looked at Marashide and said. As expected of Zhu Xingda, I really can't compare to him. Yuni said with a smile. Senior Mitsui, don't worry, in fact, you are similar to him in terms of talent. It's just that you waste 2 years before you feel that you are not as good as him now. Hisashi Mitsui nodded with some remorse. That's right, if he hadn't wasted 2 years in vain before, he might be no weaker than Zuxingda now. Hisashi Mitsui made fists with both hands. Yuni looked at Hisashi Mitsui and continued. Don't worry, with me here you are still worried that your strength won't improve. Hisashi Mitsui froze for a moment. Are you going to let us in now? Yuni nodded. The Shohoku people suddenly became very excited. Then let's go. Yuni dribbled the ball from side to side and passed to Kaed Rukawa. After Kaed Rukawa received the ball, he felt that the angle and strength of the ball were perfect to explode, and the touch after receiving the ball was significantly improved. It was clear to Kaed Rukawa that this was the kind of ball that Donghwang Yuni came from when he played against Kanan. Kaed Rukawa jumped up and shot with 1 meter from the 3-point line. Mies Hillen, who was defending Kaed Rukawa, was stunned, shooting from such a long distance. I saw the basketball flew out, and then landed firmly in the basket. Brush. Hollow into the net. 9-9. Zuxing frowned and looked at Kaed Rukawa. He always felt that the Kaed Rukawa just now suddenly became a little different. Immediately after Moro's Hida received the serve again, after half-time, Hisashi Mitsui stared at the basketball in Marashida's hands. After changing hands, Morihei used a fake move to break through again. Hisashi Mitsui was defending. Immediately after reaching the 3-point line, Hisashi Mitsui jumped up and shot. At this moment, Kaed Rukawa dodged out of nowhere and came to the front of Moro's Hida. Zhu Xing was shocked, but the ball he threw could no longer be recovered. Kaed Rukawa waved his hand. Pop! Zuxing Day was photographed by Kaed Rukawa for a big hot pot. Sakuragi Hanamichi immediately ran over to grab the basketball and rushed towards Iwa's basket. Seeing this, Tojo and Yuji Okada immediately ran to their own baskets to prepare for a return visit. Sakuragi Hanamichi was about to jump for a dunk when he heard Donghwang Yuni shout. Sakuragi Hanamichi looked back and reluctantly passed the basketball to Donghwang Yuni. After Donghwang Yuni received the ball, he threw the basketball above the hoop with a flick, then gave Akashi Takenori a wink. Akashi Takenori jumped up and grabbed the ball knowingly, and then came a gorilla dunk. Bang! 11-9. Time passed by, and soon Yuni showed everyone the art of passing the ball. Yuji Okada's pass was snatched by Donghwang Yuni and a magic pass went to Hisashi Mitsui. Hisashi Mitsui made a three-pointer. Zhu Xingda prepares to break through. Donghwang Yuni steals the ball for the first time by Donghwang Yuni, and passes the ball to Sakuragi Hanamichi with a free spin. Sakuragi Hanamichi dunks. Pop! Yuni passed the ball to Akashi Takenori, and Akashi Takenori scored a dunk. Another pass from Yuni to Kaed Rukawa made a field goal. Yuni's various passes made everyone dazzled and unexpected, and soon Yuni received the ball again. This time he didn't pass the ball but made a full-court three-pointer. The basketball soars and then falls. Brush! Hollow into the net. 27-23, Shihoko led. Although basketball scored a goal, no one cheered now. Although IE Academy clenched the score tightly, everyone on the field had serious expressions on their faces. IE's coach is also not at all happy. Everyone looked at the four of Shihoko's Sakuragi Hanamichi, Akashi Takenori, Kaed Rukawa, and Hisashi Mitsui off the field in astonishment. Because a flash of lightning flashed in their four eyes at some point, those who knew something about Zone all stood up from their seats and looked at the four people below with disbelief. No, it's impossible. I can't believe that Shihoko still has such a trump card. What is that? Magic. Why do they have electric lights in their eyes? Are they all robots? Idiot is the highest state of basketball, it is an invincible state. Love and college are not good. Everyone in IE Academy just felt a bad feeling, but they didn't know what a zone was, so they couldn't find the reason. Soon Shihoko everyone gave everyone the answer. Yuni closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a silver electric snake appeared in the corner of his eyes. This made everyone even more confused as to what was going on. The coaches of the major colleges stared at Donghwang Yuni with wide eyes. He can enter the zone as he wants. Evil. It's a monster. No wonder he can beat Suna, his level is far beyond the level of high school students, even in the NBA few people can reach his level. AI and everyone think that the current Shihoko is very dangerous, and Morihei is very careful when dribbling the ball. But just after halftime, Hisashi Mitsui 1.0 suddenly broke the basketball in his hand. Zhu Xing was shocked, and the speed became faster. Soon, Zhu Xingda turned around and chased after him. He was stunned to feel that he could not catch up with Hisashi Mitsui, who was dribbling the ball. Soon Hisashi Mitsui dribbled the ball to the three-point line and took a jump shot. Brush! Basketball into the net. 30-23. Then the next time Ai and everyone in the audience on the field saw the change of Shihoko. Mies Hillen's pass was quickly stolen by Kaed Rukawa, and then rushed inside for a nice dunk. Zhongchang Kazushi took possession of the ball, and was stole by Donghwang Yuni inadvertently, and then threw the ball into the air. Sakuragi Hanamichi jumped up to catch the ball and dunked directly. Tojo jumped up for a dunk, was slapped by Akashi Takenori from the air and landed on the ground before he could stand still and sat on the ground. 3323. 35-23. 37-23. Soon the score came to 47-23. Love and the academy were suppressed without a backhand. Everyone outside the venue also saw sweat on their foreheads and trembling in their legs. They feel that if they go up by themselves, they should be serving the food. Soon after the Shihoko team entered the zone, IE Academy never scored a point and easily won the first half. The final score was 54-23, leading IE Academy by 31 points. Chapter 74. In Love and College Lounge. Zhu Xingda several people sat on the bench with their heads lowered and gasping for breath. Aihe's coach was quite helpless when he looked at the crowd. He knew very well in his heart that there was basically no hope of confrontation in front of Zone. I know you're very unwilling now, but this is the reality. I didn't expect Shihoko to keep this kind of trump card. Zhu Xing looked up at the coach and said. What is that, coach? I feel like they suddenly become completely different from before, each one is strong and terrible. Aihe's coach also pondered for a while and then said. Zone is the domain. People who enter this state can achieve 100% ability in strength, bounce, speed, vision, and reaction, or even higher, and not only that, they can even think in the state of zone. It will also become clearer than usual. This is an area that only a few geniuses can enter. Everyone in the Aihe Academy opened their mouths wide after hearing this, in disbelief. So everyone at Shihoko is a genius. Aihe coach shook his head and said. No, although I don't understand zone very well, but I can see that Shihoko, except Donghuang Yuni, the other four entered only through Donghuang Yuni, that state won't last long, the disadvantage of zone is it takes a lot of effort. They have been in that state for so long before, they will be very tired in the second half, and then it is time for us to chase the points. In the Shihoko lounge, Akashi Takenori, Sakuragi Hanamichi, Hisashi Mitsui, and Kaed Rukawa were sweating profusely. Ayako looked worried at the four of them. Are you guys okay? Yuni turned her head to look at the few people and was quite helpless. I said, do you want to take a break in the second half, and let a few newcomers come up to experience the atmosphere of a 25-play national competition? Akashi Takenori was stunned, and after hearing Donghuang Yuni's words, he pondered for a long time, and then turned to look at Coach Anze. Coach Anze roared. Roar! Roar! Smiled. Now that we are ahead by so many points, it's better to let them go up and experience the experience. After all, there is no need to worry too much because Yuni is there. Akashi Takenori nodded. Coach Anze continued. In this case, in the second half, Miyagi, Kagure, Yasuda, and Kakuta, the four of you will go first, and then change others according to the subsequent development. Several people who have been sitting on the bench for a long time are all excited, and they can finally play. Everyone looked at Donghuang Yuni very gratefully. Soon the second half of the game will start. Players from both sides walked out of the tunnel and came to the field. Hey? Shihoko seems to have changed. I changed 4 people at once, and no one else has seen except the 7th. Aihe's coach also mainly came to this point. Looks like I guessed right, Shihoko's main force has no physical strength, and now is a good opportunity to chase points. Zhu Xingda several nodded at the same time. All the stars looked at Donghuang Yuni. You still have physical strength. Yuni looked at Zhu Xing and laughed. My stamina was not a problem at all after the second half. Zhu Xingda looked at Donghuang Yuni and murmured in his heart, not knowing whether he believed it or didn't want to believe it. Soon the game started, this time the jump ball was Donghuang Yuni and Aihe's Dong Yingzhou. When the whistle sounded, Yuni jumped straight up with both feet, a head taller than Dong Yingdiao. So high. Donghuang Yuni showed his jumping ability for the first time, and this scene surprised everyone. No one expected Donghuang Yuni's jumping power to be so amazing. Clap! Yuni gave the racket directly to Miyagi Ryota. Miyagi Ryota changed hands and dribbled the ball to break through the middle Kazushi and was stopped by Ms. Hillen, who came over. Miyagi Ryota was about to pass the ball to Donghuang Yuni, but was blocked by Ms. Hillen. Miyagi Ryota had no choice but to pass the ball to Kagure Kiminobu on the other side. Kagure Kiminobu is not Hisashi Mitsui after all, and he was stole by Morihei as soon as he received the ball. Oops! Kagure Kiminobu hurriedly chased after the stars, but Kagure Kiminobu's speed was still too bad. Zuxingda dribbled the ball to the 3-point line and jumped up and shot calmly. He knew very well that these substitutes could not stop him at all. Brush! Basketball into the net. 54-26. Yasuda Yasuharu served and passed it to Donghwang Yuni, which was the norm for everyone. Yuni dribbled the ball and easily passed the opponent's defense, breaking through one or two in a row. Just when everyone thought Yuni was going to shoot, Yuni turned his wrist and passed the ball to Satoru Kakuta. Satoru Kakuta was confused after receiving the ball. "Why did the basketball suddenly appear in my hand?" shouted Kagure Kiminobu. Kakuta quick shot. Only then did Satoru Kakuta react, and immediately jumped up and shot. But it was too late. Aihi's Tojo had already jumped up and slapped the basketball out of Satoru Kakuta's hands. Zuxingda took the opportunity to catch the ball and start a counterattack. Yuni also sighed inwardly when she saw this scene. Sure enough, the difference between the substitute and the starter is not a little bit. I hope they can grow in the future. Zuxingda soon came to Shihoka's three-point line for another three-pointer, and Yuni came to Zuxingda at this time. Zuxingda's preparation for a shot was immediately retracted, and then passed the ball back to Kazushi, who was coming from behind. Zhongchang Kazushi received the ball without a pause and immediately passed it to Tojo in the inside. Tojo jumped up and dunked directly after receiving the ball. Bang! Goal scored. 54-28. Satoru Kakuta, Yasuda Yasuharu, and Kagure Kiminobu were shocked. They never expected the strength of the national competition team to be so strong. It turns out that Donghwang Yuni has been fighting against such a strong team? Cannot believe it. There was a storm in the hearts of the three of them, and they didn't know it before because they didn't have the opportunity to participate in the national competition. But now I have the opportunity to experience the strength of the national competition before I know how weak I am. Yuni clapped her hands and said, "Pick up your spirits and use all your strength no matter what the result is." The three of them nodded in their hearts. The dream is beautiful, the reality is cruel. Even with Donghwang Yuni's encouragement, the gap between the three and each other is still too big. Yuni also passed the ball to the two of them, but the two of them were completely crushed by the opponent in attack and defense, and they lost a lot of points as a result. The score is now 60-44. Soon Yasuda Yasuharu and Satoru Kakuta were running out of stamina. The whistle blew and Shihoka made a substitution. This time, Shiozaka Tetsushi, Ishii Kentaro, Satoru Seiseoka, Kuwata registered. According to Donghwang Yuni's words, since everyone has come to the national competition, of course it is better to experience it. This remark made everyone speechless, and the few people who were quickly replaced were also abused enough, basically without any effect. The audience outside the stadium couldn't stand it either. "Please, this substitute is too weak. Hurry up and change your starting lineup. I can't stand it anymore." When AI and Academy were constantly scrambling for points, Shihoka's substitutes also reached their limit. The score was 60-56. The whistle blew and Shihoka made a substitution. When the substitutes came off the field, they looked frustrated, and they also blamed themselves very much in their hearts, because they were caught up by the opponent because of so many mistakes. Yuni and Shihoka didn't blame them either. In other words, this result should have been expected. Let them play mainly to experience them and let them experience the atmosphere and rhythm of the national competition. Soon the starters came on the court one after another. Among them, Miyagi Ryota discussed with Hisashi Mitsui and finally decided that Hisashi Mitsui would rest this time. Miyagi Ryota would be the point guard, and Donghwang Yuni would replace Hisashi Mitsui. It doesn't matter, Donghwang Yuni is the same no matter what position he plays, the position is just a decoration for him. Soon Shihoka started to serve, and Miyagi Ryota dribbled the ball. Zhongchang Kazushi tried to step forward to grab the ball, but Miyagi Ryota was the starter after all, so his strength was naturally not comparable to those of the substitutes. Miyagi Ryota's quick dribble change broke through Kazushi in the middle. Then the dribble passed the ball to Kaed Rukawa after half-time. Kaed Rukawa caught the ball past Mies Hillen and then passed the ball to Donghwang Yuni. Donghwang Yuni did not catch the ball, but slapped the basketball directly over the basket. Sakuragi Hanamichi jumped up in the air, grabbed the basketball with both hands, and slammed it into the hoop. 62-56. The first is really different. The gap between the substitute and the starting lineup is too much. The audience laughed loudly. Said Shohoku's substitutes were all red. Seeing this, Ayako hurriedly smiled and comforted everyone. All right. The reason for you to play is to let you experience the rhythm of the national competition. After you go back, you should practice hard and wait until the national competition next year. Do you understand? 5. The substitutes immediately understood when they heard it, their eyes were firm and they secretly vowed to improve themselves, not wanting to drag the team down any longer. Zuxingde once again dribbled the ball to the outside of Shohoku, and it could be seen that AI and everyone did not give up at all. Yuni secretly praised that it was really a strong team. Appreciation is one thing, Yuni won't let water. Soon Yuni blocked Zhu Xingda's path again, and Zhu Xingda gritted his teeth several times but failed. Zhu Xingda stretched out his hand to pass the ball, but he didn't know that he had already seen it under Donghuang Yuni's Emperor Eye. Yuni reached out to intercept and directly steal the basketball. Zhu Xingda was also very helpless in his heart. He had a chance to break through in other people, but he never succeeded in facing Donghuang Yuni once. Bang bang bang! Yuni patted the basketball again and again, and the stars stared at Donghuang Yuni's movements. Every time the sound of a basketball hitting the ground made Marashida's heart tensed. Suddenly, Zuxingda felt that his heart missed a beat, because he suddenly couldn't hear the sound of the basketball hitting the ground. But he didn't see any movement from Donghuang Yuni. Then Zhu Xingda heard a thumping sound coming from behind him. Zuxing looked back sharply, and found that Kaed Rukawa had been dribbling the ball to his own basket. Kaed Rukawa jumped the ball and made a fallback jumper. Brush. 64-56. Zhu Xingda was very puzzled as to what had happened. Yuni laughed when she saw Zhu Xingda's confused look. Basic operation, don't worry too much. In fact, just now, Yuni used the phantom shooting technique to pass the ball, and passed the ball in Zuxingda's blind spot. That's why Zuxingda suddenly felt as if basketball had disappeared. This is also a skill that Donghuang Yuni did not figure out by relying on the system. It can be called phantom pass or disappearing pass. Chapter 75. There are more than 2 minutes left until the end of the game. IHE Academy still seems to have a chance to make a comeback, but it is based on the premise that the great power of the stars suppresses Donghuang Yuni. But is this possible? Zhu Xingda is obviously not Donghuang Yuni's opponent, so there is only one ending. In the limited time, Donghuang Yuni completely annihilated the chance of IHE Academy's comeback. IHE Academy's only capable ace, Zuxingda, was suppressed by Donghuang Yuni. IHE's coach outside the field also sighed helplessly and accepted the ending of this defeat. The whistle for the end of the game finally sounded. The final score was fixed at 78-60. The audience cheered enthusiastically as always. Shohoku! 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 Donghuang! 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 King! 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 Everyone in IHE Academy shed unwilling tears at this time. Donghuang Yuni thinks that in the next game, if nothing else happens, they should meet Canaan-affiliated high school again. I wonder how much their strength has improved now? I'm really looking forward to it. The two sides lined up to salute and then dispersed. In the Shohoku lounge, Ayako took out the schedule and told everyone. First of all, congratulations to everyone for another victory, and then if nothing else happens, we will meet Canaan-affiliated middle school. Everyone was also surprised, it turned out to be Canaan-affiliated middle school. Kagure Kiminobu said at this time. That's right, Canaan-affiliated high school was originally the top 4 in the national competition, and the schools that are grouped with them should not be Canaan's opponents. Ayako echoed the road. Yes, although Kanan-affiliated high school lost to us in the county competition, that's why we have to be careful about them. After Kanan lost to us, he would definitely train himself hard. Now, no one knows how strong Kanan is. Akashi Take Nori also nodded in agreement. That's right, Kanan High School will be stronger than ever. Yuni shook her head helplessly. I said, everyone, you are worried too much. Of course, you will win as much as possible when facing an opponent. If you encounter an opponent that is difficult to match, then you will lose no matter what you do. The same is true when everyone hears it. Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, let's go back first if you have anything. Many people are very tired today. Donghuang Yuni saw that several substitutes were listless and knew that they were too tired to get up. It seems that talent is really divided. Some people are suitable for sports, and some people are really not suitable. Soon everyone met Gong Liulai and Akashi Haruko at the entrance of the hall again, and walked back to the collective dormitory together. On the other hand, Kanan High School also successfully defeated their opponents. But Kanan's eyes were full of zealous fighting spirit, and they worked hard to strengthen their strength since they lost to Shihoko last time. Just waiting to defeat Shihoko with his own hands. Kiyota Nobunaga, I clenched my fists. Shihoko, Kaed Rukawa, you guys wait for me. The same goes for Shinichi Maki. Okay, let's go back to recharge our batteries. The next game is Shihoko, and then we will beat them with all our strength. Coach Riki Takato said while fanning his folding fan. Shihoko's videotape is in hand, let's go back and watch it. On a summer night in Hiroshima, the sky is full of stars shining like countless silver beads, densely inlaid on the dark night. Yuni sat alone in the corner of the courtyard and looked at the night sky. Sometimes in Shihoko everyone wonders what Donghuang Yuni is thinking, everyone knows that he likes to be alone in a daze. Gong Liulai sneaked behind Donghuang Yuni at this time and wanted to play a prank. Donghuang Yuni is someone who is full of all attributes in all aspects. How sensitive the hearing and perception are, and the only girl who can sneak up behind me at this point is Gong Liulai. Little Li, you're here. Abaj. Gong Liulai was startled and covered her turbulent chest with both hands. Yin. Yuni, how do you know it's me? Donghuang Yuni smiled. Of course I heard it, and besides you can like mischief, there is no one else. Gong Liulai pursed her lips, a little dissatisfied. It's so easy for you to see through, it's not fun at all, I thought it would scare you. Donghuang Yuni held his forehead. I said, Miss, people will be frightened to death. If I die, you won't feel bad for me. Bah. What are you talking about? You are not allowed to say such unlucky things. Haha, all right. Donghuang Yuni let out a breath, then turned around and knocked Gong Liulai on the head. Silly girl, go back to sleep. Gong Liulai snorted while covering her forehead. Understood. After returning to the bedroom, Donghuang Yuni found that none of these were sleeping, but were surrounded by a circle, wondering what they were doing, and asked with some doubts. Aren't you sleepy? What are you doing in a circle? When everyone saw Donghuang Yuni came back, Sakuragi Hanamichi immediately pulled Donghuang Yuni over and sat down. Little Emperor, what do you think of Kanan's uncle? Donghuang Yuni was full of question marks. What uncle? Sakuragi Hanamichi gestured. It's that Uncle Mew. Kagure Kiminobu helped his forehead helplessly. Sakuragi is talking about AMU from Kanan High School. Donghuang Yuni understood. What's wrong with him? Hisashi Mitsui interjected at this time. I heard that after Kanan lost to us last time, Shinichi Maki had a special training. It is said that he developed a special trick to deal with you Yuni. Hearing this, Donghuang Yuni asked with great interest. Oh? What kind of trick? Everyone shook their heads. Just heard, never seen. Donghuang Yuni tilted his head and thought for a while. The trick. That thing doesn't matter, what kind of trick do you think he has to deal with me? Everyone thought for a while and then shook their heads. Yuni smiled. Don't pay too much attention to these. The stronger the opponent, the more successful we will be when we defeat the opponent. We never know what kind of cards the opponent has, just like others don't know our cards. Everyone was relieved when they heard Donghwang Yuni's words. Yuni is right, there is no need to care so much. That is to say, if you have time to think about these, it is better to raise your spirits to deal with the next battle. After chatting for a while, everyone went back to their beds and slept. The moon sets and the sun rises, and a new day comes again. The match with Kanan is 2 days away, so everyone got up late today. Early the next morning, Yuni was woken up by Sakuragi Hanamichi. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi in disgust. This guy doesn't sleep in the morning and doesn't let himself sleep, it seems that the skin is a little itchy. Sakuragi Hanamichi lowered his head and whispered into Donghwang Yuni's ear. Little Hwang, I can't learn the meteor slam dunk you taught me last time, can you teach me again? Yuni closed his eyes and felt that the whole world was not good, he sighed helplessly, grabbed his paw on Sakuragi Hanamichi's face and said angrily. Can't you figure it out for yourself first? The consequences of disturbing my sleep are very serious. Sakuragi Hanamichi showed a pleading look. Please, Xiao Huang, teach me again, okay? This is because I think I have to compete with Kanan, so I want to improve myself as soon as possible. Donghwang Yuni sighed helplessly and came out of the bed. Come on. Go to the nearby field. Sakuragi Hanamichi was immediately excited. Okay. Thank you Xiao Huang. Soon the two came to the field near the dormitory with basketballs in their arms. Bang! 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 After Sakuragi Hanamichi demonstrated it a few times, he couldn't hold back and said immediately. Little Emperor, look at you like this, I can't get in no matter what. And I've thought about it. Yuni scratched his head and said. I said Sakuragi. When you take off, do you always think about how beautiful you are after this goal is scored? Sakuragi Hanamichi was taken aback for a moment and then thought about it carefully. It seems that there is such a thing. Yuni sighed. Sakuragi, you must be focused when dunking. The more focused you are, the higher your shooting percentage will be. I said before that the most critical aspects of shooting star dunks are jumping ability and concentration. With jumping you have a chance to smash the basketball into the hoop with the support of your strength. While talking, Yuni dribbled the ball to show Sakuragi Hanamichi. Bang bang bang! Actually, the meteor slam dunk is a very anti-sky dunk. You can use a strong force to smash the basketball into the hoop from about 3 meters away from the hoop. In my judgment, you should be able to use it easily in the case of the zone. This trick. So if you want to use this trick as you like, you must first improve your basic ability. Sakuragi Hanamichi seems to understand. Yuni looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi and understood that he must not have understood anything. First of all, you first improve your basics, such as your jumping power and your shooting percentage. If you want to achieve your goal as soon as possible, you can try to practice jumping and smashing the ball 3 meters from the basket, so that maybe you can find the feeling faster. While Donghwang Yuni was teaching Sakuragi Hanamichi, it was time for the others to wake up gradually. Akashi Takenori saw that Donghwang Yuni and Sakuragi Hanamichi were not there, and when they remembered that they vaguely heard the voice of Sakuragi Hanamichi calling Donghwang Yuni in the morning, they seemed to understand something. Soon Miyaruri and Akashi Haruko came to the boys' bedroom together. Why isn't Yuni here? Akashi Takenori said while scratching his head. It's Haruko. Yuni seems to have been called out by Sakuragi Hanamichi, I don't know where to go. Gong Liulai thought about it for a while, where could Yuni go? Akashi Haruko grabbed Miyaruri's little hand and said while walking. They should be going to the nearby field. How do you know? Where else can they go other than the field? Hee. That's right. Soon Gong Liulai and Akashi Haruko came to the nearby wild court together, and heard the sound of basketball BG from the court. When the two walked into the field, they saw Sakuragi Hanamichi jumping for a dunk. Bang! Basketball into the net. Sakuragi Hanamichi jumped up excitedly. Finally successful, yay! Yuni looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi helplessly. It's only been successful once, so what's so exciting? But you've already found that feeling, and the success rate will increase a lot when you use Meteor Dunk in the future. Akashi Haruko and Gong Liulai were also shocked by Sakuragi Hanamichi's slam dunk just now. They didn't expect Sakuragi Hanamichi to use the trick taught by Donghwang Yuni so quickly. Gong Liulai stepped forward and took Donghwang Yuni's hand and said, "Chi. Yuni, it's almost time to eat, but then again, Sakuragi is really amazing." Donghwang Yuni nodded. Yeah. Sakuragi's talent is very rare. Akashi Haruko agrees. That is to say, Sakuragi is really getting better and better. Yuni touched her stomach at this time. Okay Sakuragi, it's time for us to go back to eat. Oh, get it. 35. Chapter 76. Wow! Wow! The blue waters of Hiroshima's seaside are surging with rolling waves, and the waves beat against the yellow sand on the shore. Looking at the distance, the sky and the sea are connected, and the air is fresh and refreshing. On this quiet seaside in the early morning, a group of people was running desperately around the beach. Defeat Shohoku! Defeat Shohoku! Defeat Shohoku! Shinichi Maki led the run at the front, followed by Kanan's group. After the last lap, Kanan and his group stopped and slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. Kiyota Nobunaga grumbled while panting. I said, Captain. Should we fight like this? 55. Seijuro replied with a smile. Isn't it a good idea to raise your team's fighting spirit before the battle with Shohoku? Having said that, but this is too exaggerated. I can hardly walk now. Shinichi Maki glared at Kiyota Nobunaga, and his heart shuddered. I just want to let the heat in my body spread out. After listening to Shinichi Maki's words, everyone felt a little helpless. Our captain came out to practice, how dare we sleep there? Everyone rested in place for a while, and then Shinichi Maki got up and said, Okay, let's go back to eat. The group walked back. Kiyota Nobunaga said, Captain, can that trick of yours really be able to deal with Donghwang Yuni? 35. Shinichi Maki said with a blank expression. I didn't say that I can deal with Donghwang Yuni, but at least it won't let Shohoku open the score easily. After all, I have to thank Donghwang Yuni. The Shohoku people on the other side went shopping around after eating. Of course, Donghwang Yuni and Gong Liulai experienced the two-person world alone, and everyone watched them leave with envy and hatred. The good time always flies by quickly, and the time of the day goes by in a hurry. It's a new day, 480 is cloudy today, and it looks like it's going to rain a lot. Shohoku vs Kanan High School is this afternoon. In the hall Shohoku lounge. Donghwang Yuni could see that everyone in Shohoku was still a little nervous. After all, Kanan's strength is still very strong for them. After all, without Donghwang Yuni, the last match against Kanan might not have been the same. Yuni took a few sips of water and said, I said that you guys are too funny. It seems that you are so nervous before the game. Kanan should be the one who needs to be nervous now. We are the team that defeated Suna. In other words, we are the best in high school right now. Ayako agreed. Yuni is right, Kanan and the others should be worried now. We just need to keep the original state. Coach Anze also said with a smile. Yeah. Just play as usual and try your best to show your strength. The rest will be left to Yuni to arrange. Yuni suddenly thought of something and said. Have you decided who will play and who will rest today? Akashi take Nori, Sakuragi Hanamichi, Kaed Rukawa, Hisashi Mitsui, Miyagi Ryota all wanted to play, but they couldn't save face. Yuni gave a weird smile. Captain Akashi is the backbone of the team, so he will definitely play. Kaed Rukawa is the team's ace and he is indispensable. There are only 3 of you left. How to decide the 3 of you will be discussed by yourself. 5. The 3 of them looked at Donghwang Yuni with black lines all over their heads, their teeth crunching. The hateful white-haired monster looks down on people so much. This year's first graders are so cute. Humph. How could this genius Sakuragi Hanamichi be compared by these 2 guys? After that, Donghwang Yuni left the 3 of them alone, and let them decide for themselves. In the lounge of Kanan High School on the other side, Shinichi Maki sat on the bench with his head down, covered with a damp towel and said nothing. The beast breath on his body was even worse than during the county competition, and everyone in Kanan sitting next to him couldn't stand it. Riki Takato also sighed when he looked at Shinichi Maki. He never thought that Shinichi Maki had so much room for improvement before. Since meeting Donghwang Yuni, Shinichi Maki has been like a beast out of the cage, and now he can be said to be no worse than Suna's Sawakita Eiji. That's the talent. AMU, don't be too tense, and relax properly. I know the coach. Kiyota Nobunaga said nervously. Did I say you're not worried? The other party defeated Suna, not to mention the monster Donghwang Yuni. Seijuro patted Kiyota Nobunaga on the shoulder and said. It's useless to be nervous. Right now, the only one in our team who can compete with Donghwang Yuni is AMU. We just need to do our own thing and hold back the others. Kiyota Nobunaga gradually calmed down when he heard Seijuro-jin's words. That's right, my opponent is not Donghwang Yuni, the only one I want to fight is Kaed Rukawa. Riki Takato nodded in satisfaction. Very good, there is still a little time left, you guys adjust it well, we will play soon. Yes. Today's game is also a closely watched game in all high school basketball circles, with 2 teams from the same region at the same time and having played against each other before. It can be said that today is Kanan's revenge battle. Although the weather was a little gloomy today, the auditorium of the arena was still full of basketball teams and spectators from major colleges and universities. Even the Ryanan crowd came to the game, and although they lost the game, they were still very interested in Shohoku and Kanan's duel. This may be the emotion of being in the same area. Sendo and Uajumi found an empty seat and sat there waiting for the game to start. Sendo, who do you think will win? Isn't that obvious? It's really hard to win with that guy in Kanan. That's right, but I heard that the guy AMU seems to have developed a special trick to deal with Donghwang Yuni. Who knows? But I don't think there is any trick to cause trouble to Donghwang Yuni, I think AMU himself thinks so too. 35. Uajumi asked suspiciously. What do you mean, he knows? Sendo said with a smile. I think the reason for the rumor that it can deal with Donghwang Yuni is to keep Kanan and everyone in their fighting spirit after meeting Shohoku this time. 99. Don't let the team lose their fighting spirit? Amid the noisy discussions in the arena, the doors on both sides of the passage slowly opened. AMU, AMU, AMU. Kanan. 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 King. 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 Kanan's cheerleaders shouted wildly when they saw Shinichi Maki coming out. On the other side, when the Shohoku crowd walked out of the passage, they were also cheering loudly. Donghwang. 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 King, King, King. Of course, there was also some cheers from Kaed Rukawa's fan base. Kaed Rukawa, I love you. Kaed Rukawa, I love you. Kaed Rukawa, I love you. Kiyota Nobunaga broke into a cold sweat listening to the cheers on the field. This guy has become so famous. Shinichi Maki looked at Donghwang Yuni with a serious expression. With his strength it's a matter of course. Seijuro nodded. What a terrible man. The 2 sides entered the field, put their things on the bench and walked onto the field. Hina House's starting lineup. Shinichi Maki, number 4, point guard. Seijuro Jin, number 6, shooting guard. Kiyota Nobunaga, number 10, small forward. Takasago Kazuma, number 5, center. Tadashi Muto, number 9, power forward. Shohoku starter roster. Akashi Takenori, number 4, center. Hisashi Mitsui, number 14, shooting guard. Kaed Rukawa, number 11, small forward. Sakuragi Hanamichi, number 10, power forward. Donghwang Yuni, number 99, shooting guard. Sakuragi Hanamichi, Hisashi Mitsui, and Miyagi Ryota discussed it before, and finally Miyagi Ryota voluntarily gave up. Because Miyagi Ryota knew in his heart that Hisashi Mitsui was the only way to deal with Seijuro Jin. As for rebounding, Sakuragi Hanamichi has no advantage in height, so Miyagi Ryota gave up decisively. After standing up, the eyes of both sides erupted with endless fighting intent. Shinichi Maki looked at Donghwang Yuni seriously and excitedly. I've been waiting for this day for a long time, today I'm going to try to beat you Donghwang Yuni. Yuni looked at Shinichi Maki's fighting spirit and replied. You look very confident. Shinichi Maki smiled strangely. This is not self-confidence. I don't have self-confidence to beat you, but I already have the awareness to give everything. Yuni frowned, feeling that Shinichi Maki's strength seemed to have improved a lot compared to the county competition. System, check the current properties of Shinichi Maki. Ding! The query succeeded. Basic properties. Name, Shinichi Maki. S*X, male. Height, 184 centimeters. Weight, 79 kilograms. Stamina, 94. Strength, 92. Speed, 93. Let me go, what happened to this guy? How did the stats improve so much? If you count the wildness, if it hadn't hit us, it is estimated that this year's champion might be Kanan's. Yuni stared at Shinichi Maki. You don't seem to be the same as before. Yes, in order to deal with you, I don't believe that I can reach the point where I am now. But it's not that easy to deal with me. Shinichi Maki didn't refute, he also knew that he was still a little reluctant to deal with Donghwang Yuni, but it was still okay if he wanted to fight hard. Shinichi Maki took a deep breath and shouted. Come on! Donghwang Yuni, I won't let you defeat us easily today. Donghwang Yuni's mouth curled up. Interesting, if that's the case, then come on. The fighting spirit of the players on both sides spread almost to the audience. Wow! The momentum of both sides is so strong. A duel between kings and emperors. I'm about to boil. Sendo and Uajumi were also surprised. I can't believe their fighting spirit is so strong. Looks like I still have a lot to learn. Sendo secretly clenched his fists. At this time, the referee walked onto the court with the basketball, and the whistle sounded. Shohoku vs Kanan High School match is now open. Chapter 77. The long-lost whistle resounded in the ears of everyone present, and along with the whistle, a basketball was thrown into the sky in the center of the court. Basketball in the air is now attracting attention like a rare treasure. What? What? Two shouts sounded simultaneously. Akashi Takenori and Shinichi Maki took off at the same time and reached for the ball. Pop! Shinichi Maki hit the ball first with a wild advantage and threw the ball to Kiyota Nobunaga with a flick of his wrist. Well done, Captain! As soon as Kiyota Nobunaga was about to dribble, Kaed Rukawa, who appeared beside him at an unknown time, slapped the basketball away as soon as he reached out. What? Dash! Damn Kaed Rukawa! Kiyota Nobunaga quickly chased the flying basketball with a big tic-tac-toe on his head. Sakuragi Hanamichi appeared in front of the basketball and reached out to hold the basketball in his hand. Wild monkeys should be honest in front of this genius. I saw that Sakuragi Hanamichi dribbled the ball with a fake action to deceive Kiyota Nobunaga and broke through. Ah! I'm careless. Kiyota Nobunaga blushed and turned around and chased after him. Sakuragi Hanamichi ran to Kanan's inside and was about to take off when he felt a little uncomfortable and switched to a jumper. Kiyota Nobunaga was screaming from behind when Sakuragi was about to shoot. Damn red-haired monkey, you can't do it. Just as Sakuragi Hanamichi was about to shoot, a figure appeared in front of him. Sakuragi Hanamichi's pupils shrank, and a monstrous pressure hit his face. Ah! Uncle Mew! Pop! A basketball slap sounded, and the basketball was slapped out by Shinichi Maki. Akashi Tekinori's heart twitched when he saw Shinichi Maki's figure. I'm obviously defending him, when did this guy run over? Donghwang Yuni didn't say anything, the basketball just fell into his hands. Yuni jumped up and shot directly after receiving the ball. Everyone in Kanan saw Donghwang Yuni's appearance, their hearts sank, and they screamed badly. The audience was also excited and shouted wildly outside the venue. A full court three-pointer is coming. That's one of Donghwang Sama's unique tricks. While all Donghwang Yuni's supporters were shouting, another figure came to Donghwang Yuni. Donghwang Yuni squinted at Shinichi Maki who appeared in front of him. This guy. Shohoku. Everyone was also a little stunned. Yuni, be careful. Yuni. Not good. At this time, both Donghwang Yuni and Shinichi Maki were already jumping in the air. Seeing that Shinichi Maki was about to give Donghwang Yuni a big hot pot, Donghwang Yuni quickly retracted his hand, then turned his body and passed the ball to the right side. In the hands of Kaed Rukawa. Everyone who saw this scene at Shohoku breathed a sigh of relief. After the two landed, Shinichi Maki looked at Donghwang Yuni. It's really not easy to deal with. Yuni looked at Shinichi Maki with an excited smile. You really have become a little different. That's natural, in order to deal with you and I have carried out an human devil training. Is that so? As soon as the voice fell, Donghwang Yuni suddenly accelerated and tried to shake off Shinichi Maki's defense, but Shinichi Maki also suddenly accelerated and followed Donghwang Yuni's side. You haven't improved by a single star. Shinichi Maki smiled confidently. Even now, I am still under pressure to face you. I can't believe how strong your true strength is. Do you want me to enter the zone? 35. Zone. Forget it, I don't have the perverted physical strength as you do. Hearing this, Yuni frowned, feeling that there was something in Shinichi Maki's words. On the other side, Kaed Rukawa dribbled the ball to Kanan and jumped inside to prepare for a dunk. Soijirojin and Kiyota Nobunaga came to the front of Kaed Rukawa to block. Chance. Yuni and Shinichi Maki ran towards Kaed Rukawa's passing lane at the same time. Kaed Rukawa saw that there was only Donghwang Yuni's position to block the pass, so he had no choice but to pass the basketball to Donghwang Yuni's position. When the two saw the basketball pass over, Shinichi Maki and Donghwang Yuni acted immediately, and the two reached out and touched the basketball at the same time. The basketball fell to the ground, but as soon as the basketball bounced, the two came to the side of the basketball again and reached out to grab the ball. Pop! Bang! Pop! The two stretched their hands back and forth several times, but no one grabbed the ball, and finally the basketball flew out of bounds. The whistle blew, and the two sides scrambled for the ball. The hearts of the players on both sides, which were about to mention their throats, fell at the same time. In the audience, Uajumi said with wide eyes in disbelief. Amu, this guy is not a little bit stronger. Sendo also nodded in surprise. Yet, I thought I had worked hard enough for a while, but Shinichi Maki was able to improve to this level. Gong Liulai on the other side was also a little surprised to see the duel between the two off the field. That Shinichi Maki is amazing. It's the first time I've seen Yuni like this. Akashi Haruko on the side also nodded in agreement. That's it. It's clear that the previous county competition was not so powerful, but I didn't expect it to become so much stronger now. Akashi Haruko looked worried, but Gong Liulai was not worried that Donghwang Yuni would lose to the opponent. She knew very well how terrible Donghwang Yuni's strength was. Even those black masters in the United States were completely abused by Donghwang Yuni, and it was still when Donghwang Yuni did not use his full strength. The current Shinichi Maki can't be Donghwang Yuni's opponent. The only problem is that Donghwang Yuni wants to use a few % of his strength to deal with Shinichi Maki. On the Shohoku bench, Coach Anze was also amazed when he looked at Shinichi Maki. Shinichi Maki really is a monster. Ayako was also surprised. Coach Anze, Shinichi Maki has become so strong, will it be? Roar! 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 Don't worry. Although Shinichi Maki has changed a lot, he is still a little helpless in the face of Yuni. Don't forget Yuni's cards, but we don't even know how many. Yet. He hasn't used a whole card like Zone yet. Nearly 5 minutes have passed since players from both sides came and went, and the current score is still 0-0. The players on both sides were a little unsteady and looked at each other panting. Yuni dribbled the ball and looked at Shinichi Maki, who was blocking in front of him, and squinted at the scoreboard again. It can't go on like this. As soon as the voice fell, Yuni suddenly disappeared in front of Shinichi Maki like a flash of lightning. Shinichi Maki's pupil shrank, he turned around and chased after him. Yuni was also a little surprised to hear the footsteps behind him, as expected of a speed of 93, it seems that this game can move his muscles and bones. Yuni knew very well that it was not Shinichi Maki's true strength yet. So Yuni's speed is also reserved. The two of them were like two lightning bolts passing by everyone on the bed. Whoosh! 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 Yuni dribbled and ran in front, with Shinichi Maki in hot pursuit. Soon the two came to the basket, and Yuni slammed the ball hard on the ground to make a slap shot. Shinichi Maki naturally knew that Yuni had such a trick, but he didn't care whether Yuni used this trick or not. Shinichi Maki stepped hard and instantly came to the air where the basketball was bouncing. When Shinichi Maki jumped up, Yuni also felt it, jumped first and stretched out his hand to grab the basketball and put it back. While recovering, Yuni threw the ball back hard and landed on the ground. Cut! Shinichi Maki was not in a hurry or annoyed when he saw that Donghwang Yuni had taken a step ahead, and posted it immediately after landing. The basketball was thrown by Yuni and then hit the ground and bounced over the basket. The two quickly came under the basket, and Shinichi Maki turned his body to block in front of Shinichi Maki. 4 flowers 0. Until the basketball fell firmly into the basket. Brush. 2-0, Shohoku took the lead. Shinichi Maki snorted somewhat unwillingly. Kanon and the others also came to Shinichi Maki's side and patted Shinichi Maki individually. Captain, you are so strong now. That's right, it's not even a little bit stronger, and it can be like this with that monster. Don't worry about it, Captain, we'll just give it back one more goal. That's right, it's 2 points. Shinichi Maki took a deep breath. Don't worry. I'm fine. Shinichi Maki's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and the whole body's blood had gradually boiled. Except for Donghwang Yuni, the expressions of several people on Shohoku's side were very ugly, and all of them were a little gloomy. They never imagined that Shinichi Maki had grown to such a level after not seeing each other for more than 3 months. Donghwang Yuni laughed when he saw the gloomy expressions of several people. What's the matter, we are still ahead now. Why are you so low? Just leave Shinichi Maki to me, and the others can't do it with your strength. Several people glanced at Donghwang Yuni and sighed, and nodded in agreement. After calming down, Shinichi Maki from Kanon rushed over with a dribble. 0. After Shinichi Maki passed the half, Yuni was about to step forward to block, but Shinichi Maki passed the ball to Seijuro Jin from far away. Yuni's mouth twitched when he saw Shinichi Maki. You are really careful. You will lose miserably in the face of someone like you. On the other side, Seijuro went directly to the three-point line after receiving the ball. Not to be outdone, Hisashi Mitsui hurried forward to block it. Seijuro, who is also a shooting guard, will naturally not concede defeat to opponents in the same position, but also jumped up and prepared to shoot. Just as Hisashi Mitsui's hand was about to touch the basketball, Seijuro turned the ball over to Kiyota Nobunaga. Kiyota Nobunaga also tried his best to rush to Shihoku's basket and jump directly for the lost face. Kaerukawa naturally wouldn't let Kiyota Nobunaga succeed. I already knew you would do this. Kiyota Nobunaga gave a sly grin, then changed his hand and passed the ball to Tadashi Muto on the other side. Shit! Sakuragi Hanamichi didn't guard Tadashi Muto in a stunned situation. Tadashi Muto jumped up and shot after receiving the ball. Brush! Basketball into the net. 2-2, the two sides tied. The audience outside the venue was full of enthusiasm, and bursts of cheers seemed to lift the roof. Wow, it's amazing, it's really amazing. I didn't expect Kanon to be so strong this year. Senior Amu is amazing, he can actually fight back and forth with that number 99. Basketball players from other colleges and universities were also surprised. Is Kanon that strong? Compared to last year, they are completely different. I thought Suna's Sawakita Ag was perverted enough, now compared to those two people, it's like heaven and earth. All the people on the field didn't pay much attention to the other players fighting, and stared straight at Shinichi Maki and Donghwang Yuni. Although the two did not have the ball, the fierce and quick actions of the two defending each other made people watch with relish. The coaches of all the schools outside the field also widened their eyes. They know Donghwang Yuni, and they know Donghwang Yuni's perversion. But Shinichi Maki and the others never expected to reach this level. The most complicated mood is Suna's Sawakita Ag. Sawakita Ag looked at Shinichi Maki off the field thoughtfully. Shinichi Maki, you are able to achieve this level, although it is estimated that there will be no chance to fight in the future, but I will not lose to you. In addition to Sawakita Ag, there must be more people who think so too. For example, Zuxing Dai from Iowa Academy also thinks so.